operating 24 hours a day. Over the past week, to help keep U.S. citizens informed, we have issued more than 30 security alerts to countries in the region and updated the travel advisories for Iraq and Israel. We remind U.S. citizens not to travel to Israel or Iraq and not to travel to Iran under any circumstances. We continue to monitor the complex and rapidly evolving situation on the ground as we continue to assess and address the needs of U.S. citizens. We urge all U.S. citizens to regularly visit travel.state.gov for the latest travel advisories and security updates, and to enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, also known as STEP, to receive timely alerts and guidance from the State Department. For Americans needing assistance, and there we have a bit of the website there for you, call +1 202 501 4444. That number again is +1 202.
You just booked up. What's up, man?
4444. If you're
How's
on
it
that
going?
website, you can also click on that red box.
Shit's hitting the fan
It
now.
will take you to a page where you can search for the embassy
There's
of your
rumors that
interest,
the
where
U.S.
you
is
are,
going to declare
where you
war
would like
tonight,
to
possibly.
connect to be able to get help from the embassy in the country where you are. And of course, the numbers there as well for your
Hey, Josh,
closest U.S. embassy.
there was a missile attack earlier, but the Americans just got out of their
dealing with this.
Security Council meeting, and there's rumors that they're going to announce that they're going to help Israel. After all the blustering of promising not to get involved, here we go.
U.S. government teams around the world working under threat on behalf of the American people, particularly those.
But they've been setting this up now for days now. They had, I think it was 37 air tankers fly over to Europe 2 days ago. So they were already moving stuff over. They've got 40,000 troops already stationed in the area. The only thing that they don't have news on is if the B-2 bomber is on its way over there to use the bunker buster bomb. And it's anticipated that they might be using that. So, that mean a direct invasion? Do you imagine how insane that would be, man?
We thank all
Could you
of
imagine
those
how insane
working
that
on
would be?
behalf of the American people, all of you watching from home and from around the world. We thank you, and for everyone around the nation, we know and honor your work as we begin another briefing here, ready to take your questions. All right, yes, sir.
Yes, hi, Tim, thanks. Thanks for that. Could you give us some more details on this task force, how it's going to work, and specifically if it's going to help Americans potentially leave the region, be repatriated, depending on the countries that they're in, and any more details?
We'll see what goes on. Right now it's nighttime in the Middle East, and this is usually when stuff happens.
How today is a little bit of a different day for the briefing.
Just listening to this briefing right now.
Things that I can't say to you. And yet we have a long back and forth. Sometimes we have a little bit of a debate. I won't engage in that today.
She's being serious
will be
too,
perhaps
so
a bit quicker than usual, and I'll be moving around more quickly to reach as many of you as I can. There
hey,
will
what happened
be,
to the blonde lady that
there
wears
will
the
be less than
cross?
I can answer for you.
But where's she?
Because of the circumstances that we're dealing with around the world. So it is. Just want you to know it's not personal, but we're working on certain things, like the task force, as an example. The task force is a group of people who are working, taking the calls of people, of American citizens around the world, making sure that they get connected with what they may need in that region. I won't go into the details.
There's rumors
of all
that
the task
the
forces
U.S.
do,
is
of
going to
course,
drop her bunker
but
bomb,
it's
though,
about information, making
and just
sure
end
people
this.
here at State
But they can't
Department
do
and people that we get the information we need.
They can't do a
and also
regime
people
change
around the world,
unless they
American
actually
citizens,
invade the
get
country.
directly
Like, they're
to
not
the
going to win
information that
get a
they need,
regime change
as well.
by just,
So I'm-
you know,
I will
launching
leave it at
missiles.
that, but this is
They would need
something
to
that,
actually invade the
State
country, and
Department
that would
does
be
when, there's a situation that
that'd be
requires
crazy,
it, and this is one of
actually.
those times.
Mary, I'm sorry.
Sure, Matt. Sure, of course.
That phone number that you get, if you call that number, which I can do right now, who do you get?
You get an individual who is
Task force, or?
no, you don't get the task force. That phone number is a general phone number Good, the task force is busy, but it is a separate unit that is established to take the calls to assist American citizens who call to the embassies. Particularly, you're going to be referred to embassies who can help you get what it is you need. So, good question. Thank you, sir. All right. Yes, Andrea.
Question. There's some specific consular needs. One in particular that is an American citizen in Iran.
Here, I'm gonna mute.
Where there is no embassy, no consulate.
Down,
Would that be of the Swiss Protectorate? Would
we
there
go.
be other options? Is consular affairs give any advice as to what to do about Americans?
This most
right
definitely
now
cause a
stuck
chain
in
I
reaction.
can't speak to any advice or information regarding individuals in Iran at this point.
And what about American Israelis or Israeli Americans either wanting to come out or wanting to get back home? LL, I believe, has resumed flights in some small measure for people who, some people have kids in Israel and they were visiting the
I've got
States.
another interview to show you guys in a second too. It's really interesting. I haven't watched it, but
they
it's
can do. Where should
by
they focus
somebody
on?
that is kind of
obviously,
interest
if
to
you know,
this.
and we encourage every
Hey, Levchuk,
American
what's up,
when you
man?
travel, is to contact your local embassy or consulate, let them know you're there, make sure you know where they are, have those numbers, and that's what I would recommend, no matter where you're traveling, but certainly in the Middle East, is know where those entities are, know where the embassy is. So if you're in Israel, obviously it's Tel Aviv or it's Jerusalem.
Are they open?
Well, they will answer their phone. So there's
Is there an
contacts
embassy
that
in
can
Iran?
happen, in the midst of all of this.
For Americans?
And of course, I think that's the advice for wherever you are.
My day's
But
going good,
clearly,
actually. It's
If you're
going
in a
good.
certain area, it's obvious in this case that there are certain limitations in
Skip
that
gym
region,
again, going to the
and
gym
that,
again today?
Contact the embassy, the one that is nearest to you, and you will, at the very least, make sure they know where you are, but also
How's
they
your
will
day
give you
going?
some options for the plans that you would like to make. Yes, Humaira.
So they're telling
Tammy, I
Americans how to get out of the
understand your
country. Like
limitations, but I have to
I feel like they're
ask this.
I know you
preparing
do.
for
It's your
war
job,
now.
and I appreciate that. I'm here to take questions, not necessarily always answer them.
Yeah, last
Yes,
night
ma'am.
President Trump said he wants a real end, not a ceasefire. So does the United States support or pursue regime change in Iran? Or are we just talking about dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment? And would that include United States
That's the
helping
key
Israel
question here.
strike
What's going
forward?
on?
Well, I'm certainly not going to characterize what President Trump says or tweets.
she's
for
not
that matter.
avoiding the question.
He doesn't need characterizing. He's one of the most transparent, one of the most
has nothing to
clear
do with the question
individuals
that she asked.
we've known. I think that we can take his word for his word, but I'm not going to speculate on, in a larger sense, what that would mean. That is up to the president. He is the singular guiding hand about what will be occurring from this point forward, as he has been. And I think that dynamic is pretty clear. He says he wants an end, as he has said about every conflict that he has, as a peacemaker, worked
6
to
feet tall
stop
carpet rolls.
peacefully
No,
through
thank you.
diplomacy. That has been his commitment. And he wants these things, as he said about a number of situations, not for a month or 6 months, but durable ends to this nature of forever wars. And that has been his posture, and that's his posture now.
Okay, I have an easier follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people?
I'll take a hard one, too. I'd say.
How many people so far have contacted
Suzanne Ross, what's up?
US
How's it going?
missions in Israel or elsewhere, American citizens seeking help to depart the country that they're in the Middle East?
Yes, I won't discuss those details or the numbers involved with the
Are you
embassies.
guys planning to facilitate charter planes to get people out or military evacuation?
I will not discuss what our plans are in that regard. Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Just to follow up on that really quickly.
Sure.
Are you guys considering at all operations that would help Americans who want to leave the region from evacuating?
I know that our commitment is to the safety and security of Americans around the world. All right? Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
Very
Go ahead.
vague
Would
answers.
the U.S. government like to see regime change in Iran?
First of all, certainly not going to remotely address that. It would require
You
me to
want the
speculate or speak on behalf of
Coles
the
notes? I
president,
think
which
that's what
will
we
not
call it in
do.
Canada,
What
Jen,
we've
the
seen,
Coles
though,
notes.
is clear, is months and
I'll get everyone
repeated
caught up in just a
statements
second.
that all he wants is a peaceful world, his activity and the activity and the
The
nature of
U.S.
actions that
Security
the
Council has
that the
just
United
ended with
States is
Trump. They
taking,
were in a meeting
and his
for
special
apparently an hour
envoys
to
have
discuss
been
what
rooted
their
in one
motives
thing,
are. There's
which
rumors
is
floating around that the
negotiations,
U.S.
looking
is
for
going to join the
diplomatic
war now.
solutions to generational problems
To
that
what
he wants
level?
solved
Who knows? It could
diplomatically.
just be
That has been his
dropping the
constant
bunker bomb and
posture.
destroying that
And there's
facility
been
that's
nothing
enriching
that has
uranium,
changed in his
or supposedly
what he
enriching
wishes
uranium,
for,
which we
what
still
he
haven't
hoped
seen any
to
evidence of
accomplish.
yet, by the way.
And so, of course, that's not something I'm going
Or
to address.
full
The
on
U.S. government and the Israeli government on the
war.
same
But
page
it
when
sounds like the
comes to
Israeli government
intelligence
now
about
definitely
Iran's
wants a
nuclear
regime
weapons
change,
program.
and I don't know how you
for the
do that
White House.
without
Dancing around the
deploying
Black Sea,
troops.
that's triggered some
Whoops,
flash flooding
hold on.
in
What did I do
Such
here?
snow falling in the mountains in the east, but it's gone through now.
Did they just skip to
12 to 14 typically, bit on the low side, admittedly, for Australia. In
Avenue?
New Zealand, you have a nice day on Wednesday. I know it's not been 11 degrees in the sunshine in Christchurch.
All right.
Now, up until
For some
recently, the
reason that
concentration of big
feed just
showers
went
in the
down.
east was on the
See if I
eastern
can
side of
find it
Indonesia.
again.
They're being thrown further west now, still in Sulawesi, in the central and southern Philippines, but they're rather more obvious in Borneo. And once again, the monsoon rains are showing themselves up.
While
as
we're
regular showers in
waiting for
Thailand,
while we're waiting for that, let me show you guys actually kind of interesting as well. Come up on the screen. Not very well, but that's fine. This is a
The US still wants to see a deal and pursuing negotiations.
this is on Bloomberg.
And if the US was to be drawn in, for
So
example,
there was actually
using-
just a
using
live
their
broadcast
aircraft
of
and
the
bunker buster
Shah's son.
bombs.
So in case you're unfamiliar with the Middle East or Iran in general, before this current regime was in power with the Ayatollah Khomeini, who originally came to power, the person that was in power before, his name was the Shah. Think of it as like a king, basically. And his son, Crown Prince, he's obviously not in Iran, but he was doing a live interview. But they haven't saved it yet, but it was on while we were watching the other interview. But they're talking about how the regime is ready to fall,
seemingly, according to the reporting,
which
the
would be
Prime Minister
absolutely
Netanyahu
wild to
is-
think that
is
the
lobbying
Iranian
for.
regime is about to
What
fall.
would the regional response to that be? Could you still have a relatively so-called contained conflict in that scenario, or would that really trigger a risk of a broader
We don't
conflict in
know
the region?
that. Oh, we know that they have uranium.
I think, Israel is clearly
Uranium has like different stages. So if you enrich it, then you can enrich it to a point that it's weapons grade uranium, which can be used for nuclear weapons and stuff like that. But you can use uranium for other things, for like energy and stuff like that. Lots of power plants around the world, like nuclear power plants around the world, will use uranium. Canada has it, but we use it in nuclear power plants. And Iran had a deal in place that they could use uranium for nuclear power, but nothing more. But Israel's saying that they have evidence that they're enriching it further to the point where now they could actually start making nuclear power. Lisa Stavel, how's it going? Welcome. Thanks for watching on Kick.
Attacks on Iran.
That's what Israel's claiming, but they haven't provided any evidence of that.
Of expectation.
And the last time, like
possibly,
they've been claiming that Iran has almost got nuclear weapon grade uranium since like 1995. It's been going on now for 30 years. Oh, they've almost got, and then they drop bombs on them or something like that. And we had the same thing with Iraq during the Iraq War, where they claimed that they had enriched uranium and they were going to start making nuclear weapons. And then we went through this war in Iraq and found out that there was no enriched uranium. There were no nuclear weapons. The war was basically for nothing. Although Saddam Hussein got toppled, so that was good.
Very optimistic in hoping to completely eradicate Iran's nuclear facilities, their missile capability,
Bush
and
Green, what's up?
Implicitly see some sort of regime change.
Welcome back,
I think if you saw the scenario you just outlined, Tom, where the US came in and there was attacks.
So again, we have
on
no evidence that
Iran's
there's
nuclear facilities with a chance of actually
enriched
doing
uranium
real
in Iran.
damage
We have
that
got no
Israel
evidence
alone
of that
is
so
probably
far. Like,
incapable
show
of
us the
doing.
evidence.
At that point, the escalation would
Right, Bush
ramp
Green,
up
we want to see
considerably.
evidence.
You've already seen countries in the Gulf talking to the Americans and intervening in the hope of trying to de-escalate and get some kind of negotiations going.
Iran will just give up really fast. They just announced
and of course,
that they're ready for a prolonged war.
Have said Iran hasn't played all its cards yet, and the Straits
Keep
of
in mind, they
Hormuz,
went through
which
8
would
years
have
of war with Iraq.
impact on the global economy and oil supply is something that Iran may choose at that point to try and close, and that would obviously further ramp up tensions and escalation.
Okay, so that could be the trigger, that could be the catalyst for Iran to look at trying to close the Straits of Hormuz with all of the implications of that. What is your assessment?
First of all, this idea that Iran's going to close the Straits of Oman, like that would just seriously not happen. They're in enough crap already. They don't have the reach to be able to do anything like that.
How vulnerable Iran's regime is at this point?
So here's the interesting question.
Is in its most
Could it
fragile
collapse?
situation probably for many decades. Your viewers will be aware of the protest that took place from 2022 onwards after the killing of Mahsa Amini.
I think it's pronounced Iran, isn't it?
The
Technically,
lady who was beaten up by the authorities, thugs essentially, and died, and that led to widespread protests. That didn't produce any lasting change in the regime. However, the vulnerability of the regime,
I know they can say whatever they want,
particularly given its military inferiority to Israel at the moment. And I think that the risk, though, of that turning into popular protests at the moment seems relatively limited, because actually Iranians
I want to
are
find that
much
interview
more concerned
with
at
the
moment
Crown
with their own
Prince.
security and safety in Tehran, and I'm hearing that many are leaving Tehran, the capital. Whether that turns into popular protests is quite a big step from here.
We often talk about reformists within the regime, at least the political apparatus of Iran and the hardliners. What is your sense of where the debate may be, if this regime survives, around the question of whether or not to formally pursue a route towards a nuclear weapon?
The Iranian regime is complex. It's often perhaps depicted too simplistically. It's not monolithic. There are many voices within it. There's a spectrum of opinion, and
who would take over if they actually
the leader listens to the different voices,
toppled
and at different
the
times takes
leadership
different courses
of
action. He took one course
Iran.
of action last summer when he allowed a
Who's cleric
and
number
I use the
2?
word advisedly, allowed a relatively moderate regime insider to form a government in the hope of engaging with the West and pursuing negotiations, which of course happened with the US once Donald Trump came to power. I think at this point there will be many voices within the regime counselling that Iran
Hey Nixon,
should
what's up, man?
find a way to reconcile with the US and negotiate a deal, even if on unfavourable terms perhaps, but live to fight another day, because at the end of the day, regime survival is at the top of the list of priorities.
We watched this yesterday. You didn't see this? You watch over here the video on the. I'll ban that. If you watch the video over here, you can actually see the missile coming down and landing on the ground. It's the one that actually hits the building that she's in. There's the missile. And there's the woman with balls and steel that is like the slowest person in the world to get away from that. I would have been running like a wheeling child. I can't find. I want to find that bloody interview that they had. They just had an interview with the Crown Prince, and I wanted to show you guys that, but we were watching the other thing that came on, so let me bring this over here. Maybe I can find it, but it looked like it could be a really the IRGC would probably take over. You think the Iranian National Guard would? The Iranian it's basically the same as their guard, but they'd have who would be the top? Hey, this is it. Why the hell not up? This is what I was looking for.
Regime is on the verge of collapse. We see.
Okay, this is.
Are you in active discussion?
This here is the crown prince of Iran. So he's living in exile. His dad was the Shah of Iran before the Ayatollah Khomeini came back and basically took over. And then his family's been living in exile ever since. And keep in mind that this guy's father is who the U.S. put into power when they kicked out or had a coup against the democratically elected government in Iran. So they put in this guy's father, the Shah, and the Shah was basically terrorizing the residents or the population. The population rose up, and they basically brought back the Ayatollah Khomeini, who was living in exile in France at the time.
Discussions in any way to return to Iran in a leadership role if there
and
is
on
some
full
sort
blast,
of
yes,
regime
we are.
change in Iran.
Welcome to the AND News
Good
or
morning
AND Network.
to you and to my fellow compatriots following this program and all of your audience. There is a campaign for liberation that we've been committed to all these years. The moment is approaching very fast. The regime is on
It's
the verge
Iran,
of
okay.
collapse.
I will
see
pronounce it
elements within
properly
the
from now
regime
on.
already talking defections. They get in touch with us. We see a leader who is now hiding in a bunker like a rat, while many high elements are taking flight from Iran. I think all of this is conducive to something that may very soon happen. And finally, my fellow compatriots will be able to overcome. And of course, there's a plan not only for this phase of our struggle, which is liberation from this regime, but what happens right next, the transition to what we hope will culminate in a democratic outcome. I have stepped in to lead this campaign at the behest of my compatriots. I have a plan of action not only to manage this phase of transition, but also to plan for Iran's future recovery and prosperity.
Hey, he pronounced it Iran, not Iran. He literally pronounced it Iran, which is how I believe it's supposed to be pronounced. That's how my Persian friends call it. So he's calling it Iran, not Iran.
Recovery and prosperity,
Listen.
which at the end has to go hand in glove with our democratic ideas.
Just a question here. Who are the compatriots who've approached you to try to helm this leadership push?
Well, I think that you have people who have vested interest in preserving this regime because their whole survival depends on this regime all this time. Whereas the millions of my compatriots who were the first victim of this regime have paid all these 4 decades a very heavy price. We have seen many campaigns that people protested. The latest one was 2 years ago, the Women Life Freedom Movement. And
Americans say Iran. I'm not American, so it's apparently Iran.
finally, I think today, with this clear weakening of the regime, and as I said, being on the verge of collapse, finally, all these people who have risked their lives and honorably put their lives on the line and did die for the cause will be able to remembered as heroes of this conflict, because we'll be liberated sooner than everybody thinks. And my entire commitment has been from day one to support my compatriots in the struggle for liberation. And we believe that the end is very near for the regime, and our dreams of liberty will finally be realized very soon.
So I don't know if that guy's making a play to be
I told him to do the deal.
making a play to be the leader of Iran, but because I don't know, is he trying to put himself into a position where he might be selected as the person to take over again? Hopefully not.
They should have done the deal.
His father was.
The cities have been blown to pieces.
Hey, Corgi.
We've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not.
Somebody wants to be culturally sensitive and pronounce a nation according to their dialect and do it for every single nation. Well, that's what people complain about Dragoon. The same as why do we call Cologne in Germany? Why do we call Germany Germany when it's Deutschland? And you know, just because somebody misspelt it, why can't we call it? Why can't we pronounce it Iran? Like, that is literally how I know how everyone I know pronounces it. I don't know. Maybe it's an American thing to call it Iran, but I don't know. Around here, most people I hear call it Iran.
President Trump speaking on
Maybe
Air
that's a
Force
Canadian
One moments
accent,
ago
I don't know,
after
but-
he left the G7 summit early. The president also took to Truth Social, reiterating that he hasn't reached out to Iran for peace talks after he earlier denied that suggestion from the French President Emmanuel Macron. There was also some reporting from Axios this morning that Steve Witkoff would be meeting potentially with the Iranian foreign minister. So Trump potentially reacting to that, too. Joining us for more is Bloomberg's Horizons Middle East and Africa host, Jomana Bersecci.
Nixon not a fan of
There could be
Iran.
a possibility of a truce. Trump went on to say that they're working on something much bigger than that. And as we were just
Just because you don't like the government doesn't mean that you can't be respectful of the people that are there. They're not the problem.
showing, the Air Force One just landed back in the U.S. and he said that if Iran wants to talk, they know how to reach me. They reiterate that Iran should have taken the deal that was on the table. And so this really is a critical moment because
He
the
just
whole
called it
world is
Iran
waiting
as
to
well.
see what sort of involvement the U.S. is going to have.
She's obviously not
in the
American. I
events
don't know
that
where
are
she's from, though.
unfolding. On Sunday, President Trump said that, quote, let them fight it out and see how things
Jomana
play out, i.e.
Bersecci.
more of a
I don't know
spectator
what-
role. Today, he's
Sounds
really
like
raising the
he's
possibility
European
again
somewhere.
of a potential
But she's
to restart
pronouncing
those
it-
nuclear
pronouncing it
discussions.
Iran.
Remember, the round 6 of those discussions were supposed to take place in Oman on Sunday. They were cancelled, but now he's talking about the possibility of re-engaging diplomatically. And then, of course, the third option would be for the U.S. to get militarily involved and to join Israel in the
Nixon. The Iranian citizens are completely different. Do you honestly think the Iranian citizens are evil like their government? Honestly?
those airstrikes on some of those key strategic locations, the ones
The
that
problem
we've been
isn't
talking
the
about, both those
citizens.
nuclear
They're trapped
sites
in a country
and the
and
military
they're like
sites as well. With Israel and the Israeli army saying militarily
killed for having
the
long
last
hair.
24 hours, they feel like they are in
I don't
a very
I don't
dominant
think it kicks
position.
off World War III,
Now,
but
the situation is very tense on the
I'd
ground.
like to
and
think
we also
that,
need to dovetail all
you
of the
know,
headlines that I was just giving
cooler
you
heads
now
will
versus
prevail
the
and
other
people will back
post
down.
that President Trump put up overnight, warning Tehran residents, and by the way, there are 10 million residents in Tehran, to evacuate their homes. The airspaces are closed. They're going to be closed until 2 a.m. morning, another extension. There's nowhere for these residents to go. Traffic's miles long. People are trying to flee up to the mountains. So a very precarious and tense situation right now in the Middle East as the whole world waits to see what the U.S. are exactly thinking here.
Have you heard?
Okay, but Nixon, you're talking about a very small fanatical group. Like you're taking one small group of people and equating that to mean that all of their people are like that. You know, that's
Heard any signals or seen any messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict?
Yeah.
What have you heard? What have you heard from
okay.
the
We
Iranian?
watched this yesterday. Trump doesn't really give anything. Trials for the evacuation. We went over that yesterday. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera Live.
Been particularly unpopular in the last 2-3 years because of the protests after.
Whatever. Is that you seceding and admitting that I'm right?
Around the flag moment right now inside the country. And I want to emphasize rallying around the flag, not rallying around the regime. It's a big difference. Similar to what happened in Israel after October 7th. There was a rallying around the flag, not a rallying around Netanyahu. I would see that there's some parallels there. I'm personally a bit surprised by the extent and the strength of it, precisely because the regime has been so unpopular. And I think what explains it is the manner in which the Israelis have so indiscriminately bombed the country, bombed apartment buildings, city centers, hospitals, and also, which for some reason has not been particularly reported, the Israelis themselves.
Battle with the
mentioned
West,
that
you
they had
need to
set
really
off 5
restrict Muslim
car bombs
immigration for those
in
who
Tehran
completely
2
reject
days ago.
fundamentalism.
If the Iranians had a team
Not
of
a
intelligence
million
officers in Tel
on
Aviv that set
millions.
off car bombs, we would rightfully call that terrorism. But in this case, we're hardly talking about it
Do
at
you
all.
think all like Muslims are like that though, Dragoon? Like honestly? Or do you think it's just basically extremists that are like that? Like I agree that people that are like all for Sharia law, I don't want them to step foot in my country. But I know a lot of Muslims, and they're not like they do the same work I do. They cheer for the same hockey team that I cheer for. Like, they're not causing any problems. They're not pushing their religion on me. But the extremists that are like coming to the country and being like, demand we demand that you change your culture to our culture, blah blah blah. Yeah, no, they can get the fuck out.
Yeah, interesting. Niall, another important factor in all of this, of course, is the economic implications of this spiraling, and that's something that Trump would have to take into account.
Oh, very much so. And I think this gets to actually the bigger picture here, Nick, which is, we're having, if I...
Nixon, I'm not saying that immigration is not a problem. Are they talking about, hey, Backgasm? Dude, your numbers are pumping, Backgasm. I was watching your stream the other day. I'm like, look at this guy go. You're like upwards of 200 viewers, pumping out content, dude. Congratulations. All I can say is go to Paris, Malmo, and Lando. I have no interest in going to Malmo. Problems they concealed by legacy media. I have a good friend in Denmark. You should see the photos he has sent me. Thanks. Well, the people that are like a problem in the culture, get rid of them. I don't have a problem with that. Like, if they're not fitting in, if they don't understand that if you want to come to our country, you need to like try to fit in. But if they come here, they refuse to learn the language, they refuse to like adapt to our culture, they demand that they want all this stuff given to them. They try and bring their Sharia law crap. No, just get them the hell out of here. There should be a like kind of like a review of somebody when they come and move to your country, so that if after a year they haven't shown any progress in learning the language, integrating into society, that sort of thing, they just get shipped back. Just get rid of them. Poland is listen to Nixon go. Listen to Nixon go. Where have you been hiding all these years, Nixon? You can't get rid of the Mallow. Have to just get rid of all. Whoa!
I may say so.
Do you think they need to get rid of all Muslims? I think you're trolling me a little. All Muslims you think need to go? All of them? Come on, dude. There's some beautiful looking Persian women. You don't want the Persian women to stay, the beautiful ones? Come
Intelligent,
on.
nuanced discussion here.
Don't kick out my beautiful Persian women.
Donald Trump is not a guy who's poring over think tank reports or white papers or really looking in minute detail at the world at large.
What did
He's
he just
someone
say?
who has instincts, which are certainly pro-Israel, has ego, has a desire to do what is...
You want to kick out Canadians now, too? What did Canadians ever do to you? You're trolling now. I know you're trolling. There's no way. You love Canadians. Nobody hates Canadians. All who is not Danish. So what if somebody comes from Iran and they're like making an effort to like integrate into Danish culture? They cheer for Denmark, and as pitiful as that may be, they cheer for Denmark in the European Soccer Championships. They're really trying to integrate into society. They learn Danish or try to start learning Danish. They're not trying to force their values on you or anything like that. There's a problem with that. If that person got to go to get rid of the bad ones, then be
favorable to him in a particular moment. Much more
Canadians
so
in
than
equal war crimes. You don't want to look at what Canada's done during
Republican
wars.
Politicians, some of whom who really wanted to
They'll all be under arrest for what our grandfathers
the
did.
wider world and remake the Middle East in particular. I don't think that's really how Trump thinks or operates. And I mention that because, to your point, detrimental economic impacts on the United States in terms of, for example, an increase in the price of oil, the potential for that to slow economic growth, spark or spike inflation, all of those things, I suspect, play just as heavily, if not more heavily, on Trump's mind than some grand scheme. This isn't, Paul Wolfowitz or Donald Rumsfeld we're talking about here.
Almost
This
want
is
to
a
see
guy
World War III to
who
see the
just
new war
wants
crimes Canada
things
will
to
come
go
up with this
his
time.
way.
What war crimes,
whatever
dude?
way
There's no,
he
there's
views
no,
it that
there's
day.
no proof.
That's the thing, PJ, isn't it? We always have
There's
to
no
factor in,
proof.
well, the Trump factor, don't we? His unpredictability, his vanity.
Oh, for sure. And here again, you've got two choices. You've got the Wall Street Journal inspired term taco. Trump always
Put this
chickens
over
out.
here for you guys to read. I'm going to put this back up on.
What will he do in terms of the choice that?
So this article here is Iran says, Israel says Iran. Is it Israel or Israel? Israel says Iran was racing towards a nuclear weapon. U.S. intel says it was years away. So who are we to believe? Who are we to believe?
Niall's point about the economics is pivotal here. And it gets back
Same intelligence, different conclusions. I'll put this link in the chat for you guys. If you're interested in reading it, but
if the Iranians feel
there you guys go. You can read that if you want.
threatened, all bets are off from their standpoint. They will.
You're not. Oh, you were trolling me then. You were trolling. Once
will begin to attack U.S. forces in the region, and there, the price of oil will spike, and then all of a sudden, you're into a very different economic situation that Trump may feel he's unable to control.
it's whatever Canadian pronunciation is. Iran. Iran is how I've been told it to be pronounced. That's how we're going to pronounce it.
A ceasefire and then a
So-
restoration of negotiations is something. At the end of the day, he'll.
U.S. says Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important oil. It is. I mean, they're suggesting that Iran might try and close down the Strait of
It's likely to respond on just all fronts, isn't it?
Horowitz, which is, I believe it's
I think
here.
that
Is it?
moment will
Not
come
right?
when the U.S. enters the war. I think once there is a situation in which there is no longer any deniability that
I
the
think
U.S.
this is it
fully
here.
involved, there is
Yeah.
deniability
Okay.
now.
I was like, why is the name not coming up? Do I have that? Do I actually have this
think that
wrong?
The Iranians will likely go
There.
all out. And I think
So
one
apparently
important thing to
Iran
understand here, the manner in
is
which they conducted themselves in the last week,
the
which we've seen a very significant
they
change.
haven't done anything. I don't even believe Iran has
any
threatened
trust
this,
or confidence the
but
Iranians may
the
have in
intelligence
in
is
terms of
suggesting that
any
they're worried that
offer deals.
Iran
What I'm
may
trying to
try
say
to
here is, even if there's a
close
demand
this
for
little strait down
capitulation,
where
I
all
don't
the
think
oil
the Iranians
tankers
would
go
accept
through.
it in general. But even if they wanted to, they
I
are
don't
not
think
gonna
that they would
trust
even have the power to
because they
do
don't
so, even
think
if they
that
wanted to
Trump
do
will
that.
hold up his end of the bargain of that
Because
capitulation.
very
And
quickly,
as
I
a
believe there
result,
are actually already
capitulation
U.S.
ends up
aircraft
becoming a
carriers and
no
stuff that are
option
in
for
this
them,
area.
which means
I
that
don't
if
think
the
that they
US
would
enters
actually
the
be able to
war,
do
the
anything.
Iranians are
So,
likely going to go all out. And that
and the
means
last thing that
targeting
they'd want to
American
do is
bases,
attack like a
with
U.S.
not
ship,
just long-term missiles,
because then it would give the
long-distance missiles
U.S.
that they have, that they're targeting
an actual
globally,
reason to
but
enter the
short and
war.
medium distance missiles, which they have a much larger arsenal of, as well as targeting trade in the Persian Gulf, potentially bases in the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf, etc. So it will lead to a regional war, which is precisely why so
Did the
many of the
USA
regional
use its
countries are so
deep
worried
earth
about
bunker
the
buster
situation.
to fuck the
And
enrichment
it
facility in
is
Iran? Nobody
one of the
wants
countries that
Iran to
could
get a nuke, but
potentially
nobody
get to
wants
Trump right now.
he has
And
to get
end
into a
this
war
would be
with
Saudi
Iran.
Arabia. And
What
I'm
if they
not
just
sure
dropped
whether they
one
have tried
bomb?
or whether
One
they
bomb
they
just
have
to
tried
destroy the
anything.
facility.
I was going to come on to that, the regional implications on this. Now, what are your thoughts on what Tricia has just said and the impact that regional countries could have?
Going in a bad direction overall.
Here's the problem. The second the U.S. does anything, people in the region hate the U.S. even more than they already do. They hate the West even more than they already do, particularly the U.S., right? That's why the U.S. is reluctant to get involved. What happens when you piss people off? They become radicalized, and then more terrorist attacks happen against your country. Like there is a trickle down of effects that happens.
To the Iranians,
it is a very
that
tricky
they
situation.
will refuse, and then I think it's anybody's guess. But I think it's not
I long term would like to see regime change, but you've got to be worried. Like every time the U.S. has gone in somewhere to force a regime change, it's almost always backfires through their history. You can look back through other places where they've helped with a coup, and it backfires so many times, and it actually turns out to be worse than it was before. So I'm not sure that they're willing to go down that road.
/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Nick Clark, and the entire team, it's goodbye for now.
Let me see if I can come up with some...
African narratives from African perspectives.
It's a beautiful morning, a bright sky. Definitely be a good flight.
Short documentaries
trying to
from
look
African
at
filmmakers from Kenya.
Yeah, the last
Nigeria,
update I have
and
about the
Rwanda.
Situation Room was from an hour ago, and that was saying that the
Conservation
Security
from above.
Council of
Joy
the U.S.
in the
is
traffic.
wrapped up.
And Feeling the Game, Africa Direct on Al Jazeera.
Then they gave a slight update.
The world is shifting.
And that's
Power,
really where we're
influence,
at.
And narrative.
The U.S. is increasingly isolated on the international stage. U.S. power is eroding.
Let me bring up the
Divisions
cameras
deepen,
again.
Perspectives clash. This
Just
is
in case
openly
something starts to
genocidal
happen.
Language. Global conflicts rise and diplomacy is tested. What is Putin trying to prove? All
The
right.
threat is from Russia to Ukraine, not Ukraine to Russia.
Upfront tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera. Wherever you are.
Israel and Iran have exchanged attacks for 5 days now. The escalation we
Here's
see
EU's
is
response.
extremely dangerous for many reasons, including civilian casualties and the risk of radioactive spillage. The impact of the crisis on global energy markets is also a risk. The conflict has already triggered the largest oil price surge in a single day in 3 years. As President von
What
der
is
Leyen
oil at
has
right
said,
now?
the EU stands ready to coordinate with partners to protect market stability. This morning, I chaired an extraordinary Foreign Affairs Council to discuss the situation in the Middle East, including Iran. Ministers called on all sides to abide the international law, exercise restraint, and avoid actions that could spiral out of control.
You can see the oil
Iran
prices
is
on your
still
bottom.
the main source of regional instability.
It's gone from
It is
about
one of the
$60
most
down up to
repressive
$75
regimes
for
of
crude
the
oil.
world. The EU has always maintained that Iran must never be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. Last week, and for the first time in 20 years, the International Atomic Energy Agency declared Iran in breach of its non-proliferation obligations. Israel's attacks, while they may have set Iran's nuclear program back, cannot so easily erase Iran's know-how, technology and intentions.
Well, they've got the Griffin
Diplomacy
plane,
will always
Nixon.
be the best way to address
Canada's very
Iran's
interested in
nuclear
the Griffin
program
plane.
in the long run, and Europe stands ready to play its part in brokering a deal. With regards to the immediate fallout of the conflicts, we discussed
Nixon's sitting here going, how the hell does Aladar know about the Griffin?
what EU can offer in terms of practical support now. We have activated civil protection mechanisms
Yeah, what
and
the
are
fuck?
working closely
How
with
did
the
how
member
does Aladar
states
know these things?
to assist their citizens who wish to leave the region. We have offered to deploy civil protection experts to assist with potential water decontamination efforts. And our naval operation Aspides continues to protect merchant ships from Houthi attacks while providing valuable situational awareness. Dear President, honourable members, what was also clear from today's meeting is that we will not let the new
I don't
crisis
know who the hell she is either,
overshadow
Nixon.
what is happening in Gaza. We are now 20 months into conflict triggered by the horrific attacks of Hamas. Israel has the right to defend itself, and Hamas should immediately release the remaining hostages. But Israel's use of force in Gaza, the continuing deaths of civilians, and the targeting of civilian infrastructure go beyond self-defense. Israel's actions cannot be justified under humanitarian and international law. At the last Foreign Affairs Council in May, it was clear that the majority of the member states were in favour of opening a review of Israel's compliance of Article 2 of the Association Agreement. Article 2 imposes binding obligations on the parties to observe human rights. This review is underway, and I will present the outcome to the foreign ministers already on Monday. At the same time, the EU continues to work on all fronts to provide the support to Palestinian people. We are still the largest international donor. Our humanitarian funding for this year alone has been €170 million. And since October 2023, the EU has helped transport close to 5,000 tons of humanitarian cargo.
For those of you that are wondering, we were talking about the Crown Prince of Iran, this Reza Pahlavi. He is the son of the Shah who was kicked out of power. What year was that? 79, I believe. 19. Hold on, it'll actually say here. It probably says here somewhere where his. Yeah, this is the Shah. This is who the U.S. put into power years ago, and it probably says, yeah, his reign was until February 1979. So he was came into power in 1941, and that's when the U.S. basically had a coup against Iran, got rid of their democratically elected government because they weren't pro-American, basically, and instilled this guy as their ruler. And he was known as the Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. And he got ousted when they had the revolution in Iran. And that brought back Khomeini. I think Ruhollah is his first name, but they call him, I think he's just the Ayatollah. Or does Ayatollah mean like supreme leader or something? But this guy was known as the Ayatollah, and this is the guy that you see on all the posters. Like when people are like, walking around town or whatever. This guy's been dead for a little while now, some time. He died in 1990. But this is the guy that you're probably familiar with. See posters of him all over the place. But he became the leader of Iran. He was the top cleric. He was living in exile in France, and when they toppled the Shah regime, this guy came back to power. Actually, he came back to Iran a little bit before, and then very quickly the Islamic he was a top cleric at the time. I believe he was. Hold on, came from the lineage of small-town landowners, clerics, and merchants. But yeah, he was living in exile. When the Shah came to power, he basically had to run from Iran, and he was living in France. Let me just double-check. Living in exile. Here we go. He spent more than 14 years living in exile, mostly in holy Iraq city of Najif. I think he was in France, though, at the end. Yeah, okay, here it is. Let's see. By this time, discontent with the Shah was becoming intense, and Khomeini visited wherever this is. I'm Canadian, can't pronounce that. A suburb of France on a tourist visa. So he was only there as a tourist then. I thought he was living there. Let's see here. 1940s, Khomeini accepted the idea of limited monarchy under the Persian constitution. And then pre-revolution. I can send this if you want. This guy, if you're into like history and stuff, read up on this guy. This guy is one of the biggest figures in the Middle East, in Middle Eastern history. But he eventually came back to Iran in 1979. And I guess it says the Shah left the country for medical treatment. Never to return. Basically, he was running for his life at this point, and Khomeini came back to Iran. They had the revolution, and they instilled him as the leader of Iran, basically. He was also the guy that was in charge at the time as the well-known hostage crisis, and the movie Argo was created. If you've never seen it, Argo, very good movie. He was also the leader during the Iran-Iraq war. Like, this guy is a very important figure
into
in
Gaza.
the history of the Middle East.
I've repeatedly spoken to the Israeli foreign minister with a plea to allow into Gaza the aid, humanitarian aid, without interruption.
I'll also
and
post
resume
this link here if you want
ceasefire.
to read up
The
on
answer to aid being weaponized is not to block it, but to flood the region with so much of humanitarian aid it cannot be misused. And there is more than enough to do this. But the humanitarian situation is still deteriorating. 3 warehouses were recently opened in Gaza, but only one is now accepting new deliveries. The world is desperate to help. The amount of aid is not the problem. The access is. Honourable members, the Middle East is burning, military aggression is unrelenting, and the anger seems to be unstoppable. The short-term consequences of fire between Israel and Iran could delay Iran's nuclear efforts. But there is no certainty that Israel will get what it seeks in this way. Likewise, in Gaza, it is perfectly clear for all to see that military means will not provide the solace that the Israeli people are looking for. It has not resulted in the liberation of hostages, and it has now endangered the entire population of Gaza, causing unjustified human suffering. The European Union must do everything we can to push for diplomacy, meet humanitarian needs where we can, and stand up to the values we were.
Okay, who is this person?
Israel and Iran.
Hold on. I don't know who this person is. Like, I've legitimately looked. So, Kaja Kallas, Vice President, High Representative, Delivers of Power. Okay, so Kaja Kallas, whoever she is. I don't think I've ever seen her before, but that's who that was. What are we talking about now?
A punitive operation will be launched soon. Therefore, residents of the occupied territories, especially Tel Aviv and Haifa, are strongly warned to leave these areas to preserve their lives. And not
Iran's
allow
threatening
themselves
again,
to
it looks
become
like.
victims of Netanyahu's animalistic ambitions.
Well, let's find out what's been happening in Israel with
So,
Bernard Smith. Who's
Iran
in
is
Jordan's
now
capital,
threatening
Amman.
to
Forces there
launch
because the
missiles,
Israeli government has
telling
banned Al Jazeera
Israelis
from
to get
reporting
out of
inside
Tel
Israel
Aviv.
and the occupied West Bank. Bernard, what do we know about the impact of Iran's attacks today on Israel?
Well, the main number of missiles landed in the early hours of this morning. About 30 missiles were fired from Iran to Israel, according to the Israeli military. Most of them intercepted. They never tell you exactly how many are intercepted because they consider that a sensitive figure, but some did get through, and we believe that an area where the Iranians say is a sort of a Herzliya.
We watched one last night on stream live get through. Like, suddenly there's a big boom in one of the cameras we were
They say
watching.
that target,
A bunch of smoke coming up.
was,
One of the
was
missiles
hit,
got through.
but the Israelis say most of them are intercepted. And the Israeli military also saying that they think they've destroyed 200 missile launching sites in Iran, and that the Iranians therefore cannot launch as many missiles as they like. And certainly there have been less over the last few days. Over Saturday into Sunday, there were more than 200, according to the Israelis, fired from Iran. Then Sunday into Monday, it was 65. And Monday into Tuesday, it was 30. But those missiles are deadly weapons, and the ones that get through, as we've seen, cause considerable damage, considerable devastation. 24 Israelis killed. There's been
It sounds like
direct hits on
Iran's
residential areas in Tel
capabilities
Aviv
are
and in Haifa.
quickly
The port,
dwindling.
of
They're
course,
not
we
able
know,
to launch
was damaged
massive
and in fact
attacks.
put out of action. The refinery
And it
there
sounds like
put out of
threatening to
action.
launch another
Bernard,
massive
thank you
attack
very
again
much for the
today.
update. That's Bernard Smith, live for us there
But
in
those
Amman.
could just be idle threats.
Well,
like,
let's
they
now
don't really
discuss
have
all
the
these latest
capability.
developments
A
with
lot
Ali
of their
Vaez, who's
rocket
director
or missile
of
launchers
the
have been
Iran
destroyed.
Project at the International Crisis Group, is joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for being with us on Al Jazeera, Ali. First of all, how do you view the latest comments by the U.S. President Donald Trump saying that we meaning the Iranians and the Israelis and the Americans, control the skies. We know where the supreme leader is. Are we soon going to see direct strikes from the U.S., you think?
I think the odds of the United States joining this war are much higher than it's stopping the war. It does appear that President Trump seems impressed with Israel's initial military achievements and wants to join in and finish the job because he thinks that he would be able to get the credit. Of course, the long-term consequences are something else, and I don't think necessarily that either him or Prime Minister Netanyahu are paying much attention to what happens next.
Right. He's demanding, Donald Trump, an unconditional surrender of the Iranians, while at the same time, 24 hours ago or so, he was asking them to do a deal.
Oh, hold
From
on.
Tehran's point of view.
Hold on. Officials are reporting that Donald Trump is set to deliver an urgent nationwide address soon. So we'll watch that live if that occurs.
I don't believe that the Iranians no longer see President Trump as a reliable
Soon could mean
partner.
like today.
He provided a green light for Israel to attack Iran just 2 days before President's special envoy Steve Witkoff was.
Why didn't Iran make a deal with Trump? Maybe this
Iranians in
wouldn't have happened.
Muscat.
Well, their lead negotiator was
President,
assassinated.
Trump had not said that, in his view, the diplomatic track was exhausted, and yet allowed this operation
Trump
to go
to
forward
deliver a
and is
major
now
address
joining
soon.
it, and is asking for Iranian surrender. Now, imagine from the Iranian perspective, I think the only thing that is more dangerous than suffering from Israeli.
Apparently, Iran is also asking its residents to delete WhatsApp from their devices.
Because if Iran
Why would they be
surrenders
doing
on the
that?
nuclear issue and on the demands of President Trump, there is no end.
It is actually. Why would they be doing that? They don't want to be able to communicate with the outside. Like,
I was going to ask you that. I mean, is capitulation not an option then for Iran?
I do believe that someone like Iran's supreme leader, at his age, and given that he has spent a lifetime resisting U.S. pressure, prefers to go down fighting rather than surrendering. And so the risk is that with the Islamic Republic going down, it would try to bring the entire region down with it. And so the risk of a regional conflagration now is higher than ever before.
Right, I was going to ask you about that a bit more. You talked about the consequences there, and you know, with these reports that the Pentagon is moving military assets to the region, how will the Iranians respond?
apparently, there's a
if the
hacker
US
group
does
that
get
is
involved
an Israeli
in the conflict
hacker
directly?
group that has destroyed the
Well, there's no
entire
doubt that the
infrastructure
Iranians
of the
would then target
SEPA
US,
bank
forces
affiliated
and
with
US bases,
Iran's
and
Revolutionary
diplomatic
Guard,
facilities in the region. And
and
it is
residents
also
are
possible
unable to
that,
withdraw money from
members of
ATMs
Iran's network in the
associated
region
with
that are
that
still
bank.
standing, like the Houthis in Yemen, or some of the Shia militias in Iraq, might join in, and that's the case in which we have a fully fledged regional conflagration on our hands. Now, look, there's no doubt that Iran will be defeated in the face of the world's most powerful military.
Washington insiders are saying Tulsi Gabbard
The US has had
will resign if President Trump orders the U.S. military to join Israel in their strikes against Iran. Tulsi Gabbard to resign if
does not necessarily
Trump
mean that the U.S. has a strategy
gets involved.
For stabilizing the region and putting Iran on a better path.
What could make this all stop, you think, and you know,
Had
take
planned
us
with the
back to
phone
where
bombs?
we
Well, they
were
used the
perhaps a
phone
week
bombs
ago,
against
where
Hamas,
there
right?
was a deal that was close to.
Were they going to use
Iran,
more phone bombs?
and the Americans reaching a deal on Iran's nuclear program?
Well, if President Trump really wanted the deal, instead of siding with Israel, he had to create some distance with Israel. He had to demonstrate to the Iranians that he is willing to hold Israel back by even
Or put this
threatening
little
to
thing down
cut
here.
off, the provision
Can
of
you guys read
offensive
this?
weapons to Israel. And only in that scenario, the Iranians would take him seriously and would re-engage him. And if he would put some sort of reasonable nuclear agreement on the table, then
This guy here, Suleiman Ahmed, he's a reporter of some sort in the Middle East, but he's
and is more likely to escalate
He's
this conflict.
broken a couple of stories, but he seems to be very pro Iran in this conflict. But he's got breaking Iranian television. There will be a surprise tonight that the world will remember for many centuries. So we're going to have to tune in for that. We're going to have to tune in for that, whatever is coming on Iranian TV tonight.
Let's take a closer look at those. In Tel Aviv, missiles landed just a few hundred meters from the Defense Ministry headquarters, while another strike south of Tel Aviv hit the Weizmann Institute of Science, a top research center that's reportedly worked with the Israeli army. Several neighborhoods of the city have also come under fire. Missiles hit residential buildings in Ramat Gan and Petah Tikva, destroyed a school in Bnei Brak, and killed at least 9 people in Bat Yam. In the north of Israel, a missile struck Haifa's oil refinery, forcing operations to shut down. Haifa was hit again soon after, with homes damaged in the Niv Sha'anan neighborhood. Well, let's get the Israeli perspective now on all the latest developments in this conflict. Alan Niel is joining us. He's a former Israeli ambassador who served as the Director General of Israel's Foreign Ministry. He's with us from Paris. Thank you again, Mr. Liel, for being with us on Al Jazeera. I just wanted to get a sense, perhaps, of what the public mood is in Israel right now, given the scale and reach of these Iranian strikes, especially with the civilian casualties and damage, and also given what we're hearing from the American president.
First, inside Israel, I think what is important to the Israeli public is the momentum and the figures, the lower figures of the last 24 hours.
What we were talking about earlier.
There is a certain weakness on the Iranian side. And I think
they're not able to launch as many strikes because their missile launchers have been destroyed.
Is the center of attention now. As I see it, Trump as a deal maker understands that somebody did already the dirty work for him and took the risk for him. So an American entry at this stage will be much easier than a week ago because the sky is open and the ability of retaliate is much lower.
Right. But as you heard from our previous guests, I mean, an American entry into this conflict at this stage could have devastating consequences for the entire region. Is that something Israel is prepared for?
I think Israel Netanyahu wants that.
I think there is a feeling in Israel that President Trump is jumping in because he didn't want to take the risk a week ago. And now it's a good political opportunity for him to jump in. I don't think it matters a lot.
The U.S. needs to stay the heck out of this. Israel decided to do this on their own.
Areas that it's very difficult for Israel to attack. The installations that are far from
sad that U.S. taxpayers see the government funding Israel and later waste their money on warfare.
Is just threatening now.
Wasn't that one of their platforms that they were going to be eliminating a lot of this stuff? You look at the money that they've wasted on a bunch of this stuff. Like how much money they spend on propping up Israel. I think somebody said it was $3.8 billion.
I think it's too early to judge what the Americans
their military parade, which it was actually a military parade to support the military.
But
fine.
You said, and I
but
wanted to pick
it
up
happened
on
to
something
fall
you said
on
that. You said
Trump's
that
birthday. I don't know about that.
The Americans entering the conflict would be a good political opportunity for Netanyahu. So it suits him. Are you saying that it suits Netanyahu to not end this conflict with Iran?
Yeah, I think it suits Netanyahu first because the feeling in Israel is that we did a lot of the work, but we didn't finish it, and we don't really have the ability to finish it. So only the American.
Here's what I posted or talked about earlier: is Netanyahu's been talking about how Iran is close to nuclear weapons for 30 years now.
And an American entry.
So since 1995, he started going on about Iran's almost got nuclear weapons. Iran's in 30 years he's been doing this.
This is extremely important for Netanyahu now because we have a very difficult period of time.
Still with no proof
in our
either,
international
by the way.
standing that was created because of the 7th of October. And here to have the Americans again clearly on our side will change the international picture, also regarding the Palestinian issue.
When you say Netanyahu wants the Americans to help them finish this, what does finishing look like? What would constitute an achievement?
Regime change,
for
what he
Israel?
wants.
Finishing looks like attacking those installations that Israel cannot attack. We definitely pushed the program back and attacked some of the installations, but Iran is huge. And some locations in Iran are almost impossible for Israel to attack. Now, I'm not a military guy, but Israel was very proud on an attack that he did 2,300 kilometers from Iran. But this was very unusual. So the United States can complete the job. And you know, for Israel.
But as we've heard from experts, from many experts, Mr. Alan Liel, I mean, taking out the installations will not make the threat, what Israel considers a threat, go away. It's not going to solve Israel's issues, what Israel wants, is it?
Yeah, but even now it looks
This
as
is your
if
bunker buster bomb.
the immediate existential threat has been removed, but not the long-term existential threat, and definitely not the wish of Iran to acquire a bomb, because
I'm gonna actually. Look at this. Look at this tweet here. Can't expand this properly. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. Here's Trump supporters divided over the use of bunker buster in Iran. See, here's the thing. Trump was largely supported on the idea that he would not get involved in any more wars. I'm kind of split myself as to whether I'd like to see them use this bunker buster. This is it here, the GBU-57A. It's specifically designed to penetrate through objects and get deep to the ground and then explode. That's why it's a bunker buster bomb, as opposed to like another bomb like the Moab bomb, I think it's called, mother of all bombs, which is larger and does more damage but doesn't penetrate to get down into bunkers and stuff like that. This bunker buster actually gets like down into the ground and then explodes in bunkers. And it's the only bomb apparently that is capable of actually taking out places like this facility in this nuclear facility in Iran.
Bodies are strewn in the streets. People were attacked while waiting for aid and for flour to arrive. Look around, see what's going on. People are hungry. They're desperate.
U.S. gives Israel billions of U.S. tax dollars every year.
Already overwhelmed, was flooded.
Yeah, what is it? There's their aid program, right? But yeah, $3.8 billion apparently is what they've been getting for
Israel
quite some
justifies
time.
such attacks by invoking security
I haven't
threats.
confirmed that amount,
This
but
narrative is
reasonable.
contradicted by video footage and survivor accounts that point
Rather, it
to
seems
a
reasonable that that's the amount,
Israeli
not that it's
attack
reasonable to give them
on
$3.8 million.
unarmed, hungry crowds.
Tens of thousands of civilians were gathered in the large square, waiting for aid. All of a sudden, 2 Israeli bombs were dropped in the middle of the crowds. Dozens of civilians, including children, were killed. More than 200 innocent civilians were blown to pieces. Body parts were scattered all over the place. The number of victims is way more than those brought to the hospital, but no one could reach them to provide help.
With aid access cut off by Israeli restrictions, Palestinians are left with no choice but to risk their lives to reach the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation sites, where many Palestinians have now been killed.
Look at that.
Humanitarian groups say
There used to be a city there.
Aid seekers undermines every principle of humanitarian work. By repeatedly targeting aid seekers near Gaza Humanitarian Foundation-run aid distribution points, Israel has turned the simple act of seeking food into an ordeal where hunger and death now walk side by side. Tariq Abazoum, Al Jazeera, Khan Yunis, Palestine.
Elsewhere, Israeli forces have been carrying out more raids across the occupied West Bank. They detained at least 27 Palestinians on Tuesday in the cities of Jenin and Tulkarem. Israel has placed the territory under lockdown.
Okay, so why are they going into the West Bank? We'll bring West Bank is. Can't see the. This is Gaza here. West Bank is somewhere over here, I believe. Anyways, it's over on, or maybe it's, and that's not supposed to be their territory. Why are they invading this territory?
Down, sealing the entrances of cities with ice.
Have resulted in a significant loss of school days. Settlers have been responsible for violent attacks against schools and against students, leaving children and educators terrified and traumatized. Israeli authorities often directly incite such attacks or do not protect Palestinians, promoting a regime of impunity for violent settlers.
And still ahead on Al Jazeera, camping out in the hope of finding.
Okay, we're gonna watch this video on
Michael,
this bunker busting bomb. This is what people want the U.S. to bring, or some people want the U.S. to bring into use.
It's quite a different pattern, actually, Jane, in the respect that the Israelis are very methodical, as you'd expect, and it's not just an airstrike strategy from them. They used a lot of their intelligence people who were inside Iran when this all began for targeting and assassinations. So, as with Hezbollah last year, they assassinated, took out a series of commanders. They took down a lot of the air defense sites, and then they bombed the sites that they wanted to. And the thing about using those intelligence assets is that when you've used them, you can't use them a second time. Once you press the button,
Mind your own business,
they go into
when it
action.
comes to
They've
the
been planning this for years. They
country
work
of
once. You
Israel.
won't get them to work again because you've blown their cover, in effect, in what they've done. But they've done it.
Wise
It's been
guy,
very
I just
effective.
want to see some
And the
proof
bombing itself, I mean, it's a big country,
that they're
Iran,
going
and
to war with
the sites
Iran,
that they're after are very
for a
specific.
good
They want the
reason.
nuclear sites, but also they want to damage Iran's military capabilities
show
and
me
the
some proof.
IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. And the nuclear sites they've gone for, in particular, are Natanz and Isfahan. They've more or less demolished Natanz, they think, and certainly damaged Isfahan. The one they really want.
Whoops. Fordo, I think, is what he was about to say. I was hoping that. Why are we?
Is the one just to the north, that Fordo,
So
which is in the mountains.
Fordo is the
they
one
probably
that
can't
would
do that on
apparently
their
be the
own, but we'll
target.
see. But those are the sites that they really want to go for. And the question is, they can damage the Iranian nuclear program to a high degree. Are they really trying to bring down the regime? It looks as if they would like to do that. They're ambiguous as to whether that's definitely what they're going for, but that might turn out to be the effect of it. The Iranians, on the other hand, their options are pretty limited because their ability to strike back has been limited by the effectiveness of the first Israeli strikes. And they tried to throw 1,000 ballistic missiles and drones at Israel and only managed to just over 100. And even so, some of them got through. So, I mean, some of them have gone for Haifa, which is part of the energy infrastructure of Israel. A lot of oil trade goes in and out of Haifa, and gas from the gas fields in the Mediterranean.
But they're going to talk
but
more
also
about
for civilian areas as well. So the Iranians can't do anything, in a sense, other than just throw missiles at Israel and
But
try
the
to
actual
hurt
bomb
Israel as much as possible. But unless they're going to widen the war, which would be very dangerous, widen the war to Americans and British and others who are in the region, close the Strait of Hormuz, try and do something about that. Unless they're prepared to do that, their options are really quite limited from a military point of view.
What about Israel's ability to shoot down these Iranian weapons? How is that working? I mean, what's the sort of impact of damage we've seen inside Israel?
Well, it's working as well as you might expect it to work. The Iron Dome system that everyone talks about has never been tested like this before, and it has actually, it stops a lot of stuff getting through, a lot of
I think it stops a lot of the slower missiles, but the ones that are like 4 times the speed of sound like Mach 4, like they are getting through. It's just a matter of how many of those does Iran have in supply, and how many launchers do they still have left?
Drones and missiles, but eventually they start to run short of anti-aircraft ammunition. And the Israelis issued this series of images. They're sea-based, the Barak Magen system, which is very effective. The Barak systems, the 8 and the MX systems, are basically land-based systems, but they also work at sea. And this is their latest version. It's very capable of dealing with lots of threats together. And the IDF have issued this to show that it's effective, and really, I think, to reassure the people of Israel that although ballistic missiles will get through, we are still able to deal with them quite effectively. But some have got through, and this morning more material came through from Tel Aviv.
Yeah, apparently there was a meeting. Netanyahu has been meeting several ministers of senior defense echelon officials. Longest consultation of these kinds since the start of the Israel-Iran war. So see what comes out of that, but let's go back.
There is no telling where the boundaries of this battleground will end. And that, my friends, is a threat to people everywhere. Ultimately, this conflict must end.
They've started to charge protesters. If you remember the pictures of people throwing rocks down on the cars, it looks like they've started to charge people. Not paying for that with that.
And the Qatari Foreign Ministry has
Not paying for that.
Israel's strikes on Iran. As its spokesman Majid Al-Ansari is pushing for a diplomatic solution. Osama bin Javid has more.
It was an unequivocal condemnation from the Qatari Foreign Ministry of the strikes in Tehran. Qatar has been involved in mediation efforts, and at the highest level, the Qatari Emir has been speaking to the President of Iran, and its Prime Minister has been making all the calls to the foreign ministers and regional allies to try and find a way out of this solution. Qatar says that this escalation is uncalled for, ill-considered, and reckless, especially the attacks on nuclear facilities as well as energy targets. The Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman told Al Jazeera that this is a region which contributes about 30% of the world's energy and fertilizer.
I don't even know if I can show this video on
of its gas supplies, and it cannot tolerate it. It cannot bear any further destabilization. Here's what he told us.
I'm going
we always
to
remain hopeful.
Post the link.
We are always seeing a diplomatic solution as the only way out of all of these crises in the region and beyond. And we have always been actively engaged in reaching these diplomatic.
Apparently, this is a video of a Mossad agent, so the spy agency of Israel, running from the Iranian police, Islamic Guard, and trying to commit suicide before they caught him. And you can watch that video. I don't know if I can show that on stream. He didn't succeed,
rather than escalation. We have warned that this escalation will have ramifications on the region as a whole and international energy markets in a way that is unpredictable.
And as those mediation efforts continue, the pummeling of Iran by Israel and the counterattacks by Iran are continuing, and the crisis in Gaza continues. The Qataris are hopeful that there is going to be some light at the end of the tunnel, but for that to even begin, all sides must come back to the negotiating table. Osama bin Javid, Al Jazeera, Doha.
Earlier, we spoke to Alan Pincus, who's a former Israeli diplomat and columnist for the Independent newspaper in the UK. He says Israel is at risk of achieving nothing with its attacks on Iran.
If there's going to be a de-escalation, it's going to come from the U.S. Whether that'll come from the U.S. or not, obviously we don't know. And in fact, President Trump is issuing contradictory statements every day. So that remains to be seen.
There are people
from an Israeli point of view,
Senate floor.
While there are no signs of de-escalation, there
are
also
and we'll take that live as well.
Well, apparently there's a meeting on the Senate floor
to watch this whole procession, and of course the arrival to the funeral home.
Oh, this is the Minnesota shooting.
I just can't imagine for what the Hortman family is going through at this moment.
Their children, Colin and Sophie. Kind words for law enforcement, their activities, their success in capturing the suspect, attempting to, shots were fired at law enforcement when the suspect had entered the Hortman home.
Okay, we're gonna change video.
There is new CNN reporting indicate there are doubts in the intelligence community about how close Iran actually is to getting a weapon.
So here we go. We were
Zach
talking about this
Cohen has
earlier.
this reporting. He's with us now. What are you
Show us
learning?
some
Zach?
evidence that we're
Yeah, John,
why
there
we're
appears to be some
backing
daylight between
Israel here.
the U.S. intelligence community and Israel, and I guess now Donald Trump on this question of how.
I don't necessarily have a problem with Israel attacking Iran as long as they can show legitimate evidence, and so far they haven't done that.
Close Iran is.
And U.S. intel shows that Iran was years away from creating a nuclear weapon.
To obtaining a nuclear weapon, and specifically sources telling me and our colleague Katie Bo Lillis that the intelligence community assessed before the most recent Israeli strikes that Iran was years away, as much as 3 years away from not only obtaining a nuclear weapon, but developing the system meant to deliver it at a target of its choosing. And that does really run counter to the more urgent and dire timeline that Israel and Donald Trump have put forward in recent days. Israel, of course, saying, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Iran has been working in secret to develop nuclear weapons over the last several months, and that it's very close to having a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump, of course, addressing this question today. When he was
Is this the intelligence community that said Iraq had nuclear weapons? Were they actually being serious when they said that Iraq had nuclear weapons? Or were they? I think they were actually being serious, weren't they? But yes, the same source, CMAC. You can never trust these guys.
I don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon. But how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard...
And I don't support Ukraine or the money my country has sent. Keep in mind, I have a lot of family and friends in Ukraine. I see the reality, not the news. Well, I mean, history will show that if you allow countries like Russia to invade countries and don't do anything to stop them, they'll keep going.
On Iran's nuclear
That's the
facilities.
reality.
Of course, this big question still hangs over the entire situation as to whether or not Donald Trump and the
That was the premise for the invasion. Yeah, that's why I've kept saying dozens of times I want to see evidence. Like you saying that Iran was like days away from being able to create nuclear weapons. Show us the evidence of this. Like, okay, you've pretty much obliterated Iran's facilities, their ability to fight back. Like, okay, show us some evidence now. No evidence at all.
conflict. Donald Trump has said as recently as today that he wants to dismantle Iran's nuclear program. In order to do so, that will require one of two things, experts tell us, either a negotiated deal or U.S. military strikes.
All right, Zach Cohen, some brand new reporting that fits right in where this story is right now. Appreciate your work on this. Thank you very much. With us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He's a former White House coordinator for the Middle East and North Africa who's been deeply involved in discussions in and around Iran for many, many years. And Brett, what I want to focus on is President Trump headed to the Situation Room this morning. And much of the discussion might be focused around one site in particular, one nuclear site. I just want to put it on the map here so people can see. It's the Fordo nuclear enrichment site. We can push in a little bit to give people a sense of what it looks like, the area looks like. Why is this site so important?
Well, John, I think the president should be in the Situation Room today. The Situation Room was actually created by JFK after the Bay of Pigs fiasco for a situation like this, to provide full spectrum awareness for a president as he has to make critical decisions. And there are three immediate priorities, and one of them is what you just mentioned. But number one, the protection of Americans in the region and the protection of Israel. We have to surge the missile interceptors into Israel. We're doing that. As Nick just said, a very small number of missiles yesterday. It looks like about 10. Can't draw a conclusion yet, but the Israelis are taking out not only the missiles, but the launchers. Very important. Second, you want to contain this conflict to Israel and Iran, not have regional spread. So far, that objective is being met, and I think the signals the administration is putting out are very good. Third, and this gets to your point, you want to keep particularly the Israelis focused on the stated objectives of this military campaign. The stated objectives are dismantling the nuclear program and the missile program. That's it. You want to avoid mission creep. Now, on the nuclear program.
So mission creep is starting to attack other facilities that have nothing to do with their intended objectives.
There are 3 main sites, 2 enrichment sites, one at Natanz, much of which is
or allowing your mission to turn into something that it initially wasn't, like toppling the government and stuff like that.
Above ground, some below ground. The Israelis appear to have very effectively targeted that site. The second enrichment facility is an underground facility called Fordo, which you just mentioned. Deep underground, dug into a mountain. It was an undisclosed facility until 2009 when it was discovered by...
Yeah, CMAC, and then as soon as we asked to see proof, they're like, well, it's a government cover-up.
Intelligence.
That's usually the next step.
Iran has very advanced centrifuges in that facility. Just last week, before this started, they threatened to spin fuel through those advanced centrifuges.
Got all this evidence.
Enriching just below weapons grade. Now, to take out that Fordo facility, it really takes a U.S. military operation with a B-2 bomber, and you can see our military actually positioning for that possibility. But there's an off-ramp, and the president's made very clear there's a deal on the table. Steve Witkoff, his envoy, put a deal on the table about 6 weeks ago. Iran did not answer that. They actually escalated their program in response. And what the president is saying, the White House is saying, is to Iran, hey, go back and take another look at that. Tell us you're ready to take the deal, and this will be over. So that's where we stand right now. At the end of the day, John, this has to end with Iran's nuclear program dismantled. And Fordo really is the key. It can be a deal, and we can all hope for a deal, or it can be a military operation.
Again, this is another look at Fordo right here. You can see this area right here is where the centrifuges are believed to be buried deep inside the mountain here. And what Brett was just talking about is it's believed that the only way to destroy this is through a U.S. weapon, the B-2 bombers dropping what's called this bunker buster bomb, the GBU-57 here.
I want to see if there's any
what
video
do you think that
of
discussion
this
is like, Brett, about whether or not the U.S. should get involved here? Benjamin Netanyahu has all but explicitly said, hey, come on, drop this bomb.
Being used.
Yeah, I have to say, the U.S. military has trained on this for over a decade. This munition was kind of designed for this purpose. Now, look, there have been massive risks about such an operation like this. Number one risk used to be Hezbollah. Hezbollah had 150,000 to 200,000 missiles and rockets aiming at Israel. Hezbollah has been knocked on his back. Number two has been Iranian air defenses. They had Russian air defense systems, very high risk of taking down airplanes. Those are no longer there. So those risks have basically been eliminated. Iran can certainly respond. I would never downplay the risks of any military operation. But I would just say this is a very feasible option. Iran knows it. It's important they know it for the purpose of trying to get
Iran.
There
was just an explosion that went by here.
That right now is the main objective, but it takes the military pressure.
Let's see if we can find. Hold on. What's going on here?
Right now. This is a live picture from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Interceptors going up. Thank you very much, dude.
A number of missiles in the last few minutes, which we understand have been intercepted by Israel's defense systems. We were talking about the Americans. You mentioned George Bush, Marwan. What do you think has changed now, specifically now, to make Donald Trump consider and determined, it would seem, to take the U.S. to war? He'd been so vocal in the past about wanting to keep the Americans out of the world's problems, out of the Middle East. What's changed, do you think?
He's actually threatening, or just his moves are threatening to split his MAGA movement. I think more probably than half of the movement disagrees totally with.
So we've got the top right.
If you go into the ecosystem of the MAGA movement, you see how furious they are with Trump and about what he's doing and how he's manipulated by the likes of Netanyahu. I think he somehow saw the Israelis take on the Iranians, and he saw the Israelis bombing right, left, and center in Iran, and he was encouraged. And he started talking about success, and it's our, our military taking over Iran. The problem is not here, and that's what he seems not to understand. Because mission accomplished in Iraq was done several months after the war started. but it was not mission accomplished. That's the problem here, is that you can even occupy Tehran as Bush occupied Baghdad. But then what? Then 20 years of tormenting the Iraqis, and the Iraqis tormenting the Americans, costing them more than $3 trillion. Look at Pakistan. Look at Afghanistan. They
Wise guy,
occupied
do you
it
know
in a matter of
Gorthax?
hours. They kicked out the Taliban. For 20 years, they have gone on in that war, and they got humiliated. The same could happen in Iran.
So, which brings me to this question then. What is the only way, if there
These
is a
are
way that
interceptor
Israel and
missiles,
the US
Nixon.
can defeat Iran today?
Apparently,
They can defeat
interceptor
Iran.
missiles.
But then what? This is the problem, right? These are all Pyrrhic victories. Victories are concepts for, narrow-minded politicians and poets. There is no victory because they've tried it for so many years. Didn't they start with regime change in Iran back in 1953, 70 years ago?
But I haven't
And
seen-
what's the result? Didn't they do the same once and again?
Oh, we
How
have
many
reports
wars
now
were
that
fought by
Netanyahu
Israel
and Trump have
and
spoken
United
on the
States
phone.
in the Middle East? And each time they declare victory, they declare defeat. No one is defeated because this cycle of wars and violence in the Middle East cannot
Don't
be
see anything
won
coming down, though.
by
There's no reports of
airplanes. At the end of the day, you're going to have to occupy.
Iran launching
If you
missiles.
occupy Iran, it's going to be a major debacle. These sorts of things require more than military solutions. You can't transform societies by military solutions. We are not in the mindset of World War II. This is a whole other ballgame. Iran is a signatory to the NPT. Iran does not have nuclear weapon.
I'm
As
going to
your
assume
report
Wise
showed,
guy
the director of national
not
intelligence
know
said
who
that
Gorthax
since
is?
2003, actually precisely since October 2003, they abandoned any such ideas because they came out with an edict by Khamenei at the time saying we are not pursuing any nuclear power, period. Right.
Gorthax
That
is
was
a
20 years
Ukrainian
ago,
wild
and they
streamer
are still rambling about the same
who's
point again
talked
and
about
again.
the issues
Thank
going
you.
on in
Thank you
Ukraine
so much for your insight, as always.
repeatedly.
Marwan
He's someone
Bashara,
that actually lives
our
there.
senior
He's
political
Ukrainian.
analyst, joining us there from Paris. Now, let's
Quite a
show
popular
you,
streamer.
what we've been watching just moments ago, missiles appearing over Tel Aviv, the air raid sirens also
And
going
it would seem
off,
as
and
though he would
several
confirm
explosions
basically
heard
what we're hearing
in
as well.
the Israeli city, as the Israeli military said its defensive systems were
When I last
operating
spoke to him, he
intercept
had been living in Kiev,
missiles that
but
were
he
launched from
had to move
Iran
because of the attacks
towards
on
Israel.
Ukraine.
Let's bring in Bernard Smith, who's keeping an eye on things in Israel.
I haven't
for us
spoken
from
to him in like
Amman,
a year,
Jordan.
though.
Bernard, bring us up to speed with what's been happening. What have you seen or heard?
Super nice guy. I suggest you go follow his
Foley,
stream
we
and
also
maybe
had
ask him
the
yourself
air
if
raid
you don't believe
siren
what's
go
going
off
on over there.
in Amman about just over 5 minutes ago, perhaps, and we saw a few.
Not a member of the
missiles
media,
streaking
not a member of the
through air
news,
on
not
their
a member
way
of CNN.
To Israel,
Just a fucking resident that lives in the Ukraine and
coming in from Israeli media
has lived through the attacks.
debris or
So-
missiles falling in central Israel, perhaps in the Jerusalem area and parts of greater Tel Aviv. And the sirens sounded in, excuse me, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Jerusalem.
Well,
and
go ask
areas
him to confirm
in
whether you know
southern Israel.
if what you
This
know
is,
is correct or not.
About the 8th wave of
Somebody that's
missiles
living
from
there,
Iran in the last
not living in Vancouver,
24
Canada,
hours.
talking to
As
his
we
neighbors about the
reported
situation.
Earlier, the number of missiles Iran seems to be firing at any particular time is less than it was a few days ago in the initial 24 hours of this war. A couple of hundred fired overnight, Saturday to Sunday, 65, say the Israelis, Sunday to Monday, and 30 from Monday to Tuesday. And the Israelis say they've destroyed about 200
On a sliver
missile
of the
launching,
East Coast? What are you talking about?
locations in Iran, and they believe that the Iranians can't fire the number of missiles they want to. Clearly, they are still capable, though, of firing missiles. Israel says most of the missiles that are fired are intercepted by the Iron Dome, but as we've seen by the defense systems, but as we've seen in the last 3 or 4 days, missiles, some
None
do
of
get
these
through.
cameras
and cause
are
considerable
pointing up, like they're
devastation when
showing
they hit
missiles.
targets.
Yeah, I
They're
was going to
definitely
ask
showing
you about
missiles
the
going
impact
across.
of the Iranian
Here's
attacks
to come
over
here.
the past
There are
5
definitely
days.
missiles
I mean,
that are in the air.
even
You
as
can-
you
you
say,
can see the interceptors
it's been
going
less
up.
intense in the last 24 hours. The missiles that have been fired from Friday to Sunday, have had quite an impact on the ground in Israel.
They have.
Are you talking about how much of the? Well, I mean, they're still attacking Kiev, wise guys. So
Israel's attacks.
And
and
what do you want to know? That
18,000
they're only
Israelis were told to
talking about
file
the
for
eastern side. They're
That means,
Russia is still sending
their
missiles into
properties have
Kiev.
been,
So
damaged
how far
by
into
Iranian
the
missiles
Ukraine is
or
Kiev?
drones or by shrapnel that's fallen from destroyed
Oh, wait.
missiles. And also in the occupied West Bank, they've calculated there they've had about 80 incidents where usually shrapnel has fallen. That siren is the all clear. So about all
It
clear
looks like the
from
missile attack
the
is
Jordanian
done.
side of the border, I should say. It goes on for a minute. So that means that there's nothing else coming from Iran for the moment, certainly as far as the Jordanians can see. But as I say, the Israelis are saying now at least, I think it's more than 24 buildings.
Maybe they are on their way to
totally,
Copenhagen.
destroyed as well. And we don't know where every missile hits either, because of
What's the
military
difference
censorship
between
in
Copenhagen and
Israel.
Denmark? Isn't it like all just basically the same
Sensitive
thing?
target is damaged. There was one in
Denmark just like
Herzliya,
Copenhagen
earlier
and
on
Copenhagen's
in the early
little
hours, I beg your
suburbs?
pardon, of yesterday, of Monday morning. We don't hear reporting of what the site has been hit, because it could be considered militarily sensitive or sensitive for security reasons. Sorry, that noise
Yes,
is very
okay,
Yes, I
that's what I
understand.
thought.
But that siren, as you say, is the all clear from the Jordanian side. Thank you, Bernard, for bringing us the latest there on the ground from Jordan. Missiles appearing over Tel Aviv. Explosions were heard in Tel Aviv as well. We'll keep a close eye on the situation with you, of
So
course.
we
Thank
don't
you,
know if
Bernard, for the
anything
moment.
actually hit as of yet, but we
Now,
did see
members of the
missiles
G7
firing
group of
into
nations have been holding a final day of meetings in Canada without one of the
to
leaders.
Tel Aviv.
U.S. President Donald Trump left the conference in Alberta a day early as the crisis between Israel and the Iran grows. Our diplomatic editor James Bays has more from the summit in Banff, Canada.
Well, all of the leaders here, even though it's not on the formal agenda, are still talking.
Since you haven't
about
answered
the
my
reason,
question, I
that
will
President Trump left here very suddenly, and that's the escalating
go into the
situation
Ukraine.
in the Middle
So
East.
this
It
is Kiev
still,
here.
The main issue, and even as I
So
say,
it's not
on
just
the
the
formal agenda,
eastern
it's in
border
most of
here
their
and
private
fighting
discussions
along
what
here.
to do,
Russia is still
and
hitting
they
targets
have
like
different
Kiev,
views. Of course, President
among
Macron
others.
said
So
24 hours ago that he'd been told by President
I got bored
Trump
of
that
waiting
Trump was
for you to
working on
answer
a
the question.
ceasefire. Trump then on social media hit out at Macron and said that he was a publicity seeker who always gets it wrong. Well, whether he always
Amazing
gets
how
it
Trump
wrong or
just
not,
lashes
when
out
he
at
was
people
asked
like
by
that.
reporters about what should happen now, this was President Macron's view.
Nous ne voulons pas. We don't want Iran
I'll-
to acquire nuclear weapons or
I'll
ballistic
translate. We don't want
capabilities.
Iran
I think
to
the biggest
get
mistake we
nuclear
can make
weapons.
today
I
is
think
to
the
use
biggest
military
mistake we can
means
use today
to
is
bring
to use
about
military
regime
means
change
to
in
bring about
Iran.
regime
Because
change
that would
in
mean
Tehran.
chaos.
That would be chaos.
So President Macron also
There,
said
I
that
just
he
translated
thought
that
the
for you.
difference in President Trump's comments and the reason that he was criticised is that President Trump has probably changed his mind in the period, but he thought that President Trump for now was just talking tough to put pressure on the Iranians to make concessions.
Been to Quebec?
I have to say, a very
No.
different tone coming from one of the other participants, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. He says
I can just
that
quickly repeat
Israel
what the
might
translator
do the
said.
world a favour with its actions. And with regard to what happened next, he says that if Israel doesn't back down, then the complete destruction of its nuclear
We're still
program
waiting
may
to
be
see if
on
there's
the
any
agenda,
big
something that
news
Israel can't
about
do
the
on its own. So hinting
bomb
that,
or
the
bunker
US will
buster
take,
bomb
or may well take military action.
possibly being used.
In other world news, Ukraine's president says a
Netanyahu and
wave of
Trump have
Russian
spoken,
attacks has
and
caused
apparently
some of the
Trump
most
is making a
horrific
major
destruction
announcement
of
today,
the
so-
war. Volodymyr Zelensky says more than 400 drones and 32 missiles were launched at the capital, Kyiv, killing more than a dozen people. 27 locations were hit, including apartment buildings, schools, and critical city facilities. Several people were also injured in strikes on Odessa in the south. A protest in Kenya at the death in police custody of an anti-corruption activist has turned violent. 31-year-old blogger Albert Ojwang was found dead in a Nairobi cell 9 days ago. Authorities initially said he committed suicide, but an independent
All the Fox
autopsy
News stations
found
seem to be
assault
talking about
was
the
cause of
Minnesota
death.
shooting.
President William Ruto has called the blogger's killing heartbreaking and unacceptable. At least 60 people are feared missing at sea after 2 shipwrecks off the coast of Libya in recent days. So far in 2022, at least 743 people have died attempting to cross the Mediterranean to Europe, including 538 on the central Mediterranean route alone. Authorities in Indonesia have declared a danger zone around a volcano that's erupted, sending ash 10 kilometers into the air. They are warning residents of the risk of lava running down.
Hey, Liminal, what's it? It's ANN. And just the N network.
On Flores Island in eastern Indonesia erupted in
Aladar
November,
News Network, man. What's up, Liminal?
And a reminder of
we'll have to see how other governments have reacted to this. So it seems like a lot of the European governments, the German Chancellor, they have announced support for Israel. But I want to see some actual evidence. Like, show us something. Show us why you think that there was enrichment going on. Just then I'm on board. Then I'm like, all right, yeah. Iran had agreed that they weren't going to try and get nuclear weapons. So show me evidence that they were, and I'll be like, okay, I'm okay with this move. But so far, there's been no evidence whatsoever shown for why Israel has attacked the country. I'm just asking for just some evidence. Otherwise, there's nothing. You can't just randomly attack people for no particular reason. Show me some evidence, and then I'm on board. It's like, okay, they would be a dangerous company to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, but as of right now, they haven't shown any evidence that Iran had enriched uranium to the point where they could make nuclear weapons.
Unflinching journalism.
Is there anything in America that's not for sale right now?
Sharing personal stories with a global audience.
This is the most Aladar I've seen. Yeah. I've been streaming at nights. Hopefully we can continue this. We'll see, though. Did I speak French? No. That's in Quebec, and I live on like the opposite side of the country. There's hardly any French spoken here.
Power, influence, and narrative.
The U.S. is increasingly isolated on the international stage. U.S. power is eroding.
Divisions deepen, perspectives clash. This is openly genocidal language. Global conflicts rise and diplomacy is tested. What is Putin trying to prove?
The threat is from Russia to Ukraine, not Ukraine to Russia.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
After more than a decade as a refugee in Lebanon, Najm no longer has a reason to fear returning to Syria.
Wait,
For
now we're
years,
on
millions of
9/11?
Syrians have
How
crossed
did that
into
happen?
neighboring countries and beyond to escape war and persecution. The United Nations says decreasing aid is affecting its humanitarian operations in Lebanon and Syria.
A generation of Syrian children grew up here in some of the most difficult conditions. Lebanon has the highest number of refugees per capita in the world.
We also
and
mentioned
an economy
earlier
in shambles.
that Iran has announced that there's going to be a major announcement tonight. So both the U.S., Donald Trump, and Khomeini from Iran have announced that there's going to be a massive announcement. I don't think that that's them talking about like a de-escalation. I think Iran is like threatening that they're going to do something. I think that's what their supposed announcement is going to be. Did you guys watch that video of that guy getting caught? Is it something I can show on stream or no? I was a little bit worried about. I didn't watch it personally, but actually I can watch this. It looks like they just caught him, and I'm gonna be honest, it almost looks fake, but maybe official declarations of war, possibly. I mean, what is Iran going to like? Like they're just going to like have idle threats?
Gaza's health ministry calls it a massacre. Israeli forces kill at least 89 Palestinians, most while they were waiting for food.
Let me see if I can find another live feed. Let's see if it's... Hey, that's still the Minnesota stuff. Let's get a different newscast going here.
Surrender.
That was DW correspondent Misha Komodowski. Thank you so much.
This is DW News.
The Israeli
it's
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that Israel
English
is on track to
news,
accomplish one of its main goals of the war, eliminating Iran's nuclear program. In the past days, Israel has targeted several of Iran's nuclear facilities,
CMAC,
as well
Berlin is in Germany.
as a number of top scientists. But the extent of the damage caused is unclear. Much of Iran's nuclear infrastructure is protected underground.
The Natanz nuclear site in Iran on fire after Israeli airstrikes, the centerpiece of Iran's nuclear program. Iran says it has no nuclear weapons program and that it is pursuing nuclear energy for electricity. This map shows the country's main nuclear sites. Besides Natanz, there are reactors at Arak and Bushehr, the Fordo Enrichment Center, and a major refined uranium fuel storage site at Isfahan. These satellite images of Natanz show destroyed equipment above ground, but many components are buried deep underground, raising questions about how much damage airstrikes can do. The International Atomic Energy Agency says Israel took out important equipment.
Well, they've
but left
been
the core
bombing
intact.
their nuclear program, Nixon. The problem is that their facilities are so deep underground that they can't do any damage.
An electrical substation,
So that's why they're asking the
main
Americans to get
electric
involved to
power
use their
supply
bunker
building,
busting
an
bombs.
emergency power supply, and
And only
backup
America has it,
generators
and only America
also
has the plane that can deliver it, the
There has
B-2
been no
bomber.
indication of a physical attack on the underground cascade hall containing part of the pilot fuel enrichment plant and the main
Why
fuel
can't Iran
enrichment
have
plant.
nukes? Well, the
Israel also hit the
overwhelming
Isfahan
opinion is that
enrichment facility, seen here
their
in
regime
before
is
and
fucking
after
crazy.
satellite images, but did not hit the underground uranium storage site there.
Their
which
leader
could
is,
have caused a radiation leak
you know,
with unpredictable consequences. The targeted killings of two
It's a
senior
religious
nuclear
whack job.
scientists may have more of an effect on
and
Iran's
it's scary
ability
to think of
pursue
the idea
nuclear
of
weapons.
someone like him having a nuclear weapon when he's declared that he wants to wipe Iran or Israel off the face of the earth. That might have something to do with it. He very strong likelihood that they would be intending to use it.
Key role, and they're serious academics, and certainly Iran's best. It's a serious blow.
Before the attacks, the IAEA said Iran could refine enough enriched uranium to produce multiple nuclear weapons within weeks. Israel's attacks may have set the program back. But with so many well-protected facilities still intact, it's not clear by how much.
Meanwhile, the fighting in Ukraine also rages on, and Canada's
didn't
Prime Minister
Obama
Mark Carney has pledged some $2 billion Canadian
have an
dollars
agreement
in
with
military
Iran?
support
And then
for the
Trump came into
war-torn
power the
country.
first time, and
It's
like
about
this was the worst
1.3 billion euros.
agreement
Carney
in the
made
history of
announcement
agreements
as
or
he
something like
welcomed
that,
Ukraine's
and
President
scrapped it or
Volodymyr
something.
Zelensky to the G7 summit in Kananaskis. Zelensky urged the group of seven to provide more backing for the war against Russia. Now, the pledge came only hours after Russia struck Ukraine's capital Kyiv with one of its largest missile and drone attacks of the war, killing at least 14 people and wounding over 100
You were your
more.
Shut
Zelensky
up,
called it one of the
Nixon.
most horrific attacks
Telling
on the
me that you
capital since
support
the start of the
gold
war.
farmers and stuff.
After 3 years, the war has finally landed on this man's doorstep.
Trump was a little distracted ending
His
the
home
Ukraine
has
war.
been
Yeah, I mean that
destroyed,
war
and his
ended
son
24
is
hours
possibly
after Trump was
still trapped in the remnants.
elected and
Part
became
of his
president, right?
apartment block
24
was
hours
brought to
into
the
that.
ground in a direct hit. Just one of 27 locations struck across Kyiv in a massive overnight aerial attack.
I was asleep. There was a loud bang. The window was smashed and glass rained down on me.
I heard everything crashing down around me. I
Why,
had a
guys,
panic
this all
attack.
fake?
Those terrifying sounds made me feel like I was saying goodbye to life.
It was probably the most hellish night in my memory for our neighborhood.
These are all staged
I
actors,
had a very
apparently.
difficult night. And now,
According to
mentally,
some people.
I'm with the people whose homes were damaged.
Residents are traumatized, and rescuers now face the grueling task of trying to find those trapped alive.
This isn't CNN,
Officials
Nixon.
say around
This
2,000
isn't
emergency
CNN.
services personnel are working across the city.
A ballistic missile penetrated the building so
I didn't put any
deeply
words in your mouth.
that
I
it
asked
even
you a
broke
question.
through the concrete structures in the basement.
I didn't put.
Search dogs
I
have arrived to help
legitimately
find people
did not
as
put a
quickly as
single word in your
possible.
mouth. I just simply asked you a
Of
question.
2003, and this is the concern for many observers and leaders of the
How did
Middle
I put
East.
any words in your mouth?
While tensions and
I was
relationships
asking
with
you to
Iran
put
have not always been
put your words forth so we can understand where you're
warm
coming from.
between Arab countries and Iranian regime and its proxies, in recent years, specifically post the war in Gaza, we saw Saudi Arabia, Jordan, for example, trying to bridge that gap and get maybe promote a more diplomatic approach to dealing with the Iranian regime to try and contain it. And I think this stems from the belief that destabilizing yet another country in the Middle East might lead us down a path of a renewed violence, like insurgencies and non-state actors.
Before we talk more about the day after, I want to talk about the situation at hand, because there is great concern about where this might lead and whether this could lead to a wider confrontation, possibly drawing other countries in, and also the U.S. getting more directly involved. Is there a scenario in which you see that happening, and what would that mean for the region?
When this Donald Trump is going to be
I
speaking
mean,
live.
the number one thing issue is
Do we know when that's going to
Israel
happen?
cannot destroy any Iran's nuclear reactors on its own. They will need support from their allies, primarily the U.S., because they will need bunker buster bombs that Israel does not currently
George Flat
have,
America has
which
bases
means
all
that
around.
the
Israel
US
has been
will
saying
be
Iran is
involved
very
if the
close to a
decision
nuke
was made
since.
to destroy
Yeah,
the
I was showing
nuclear-
a
Do you
clip
think there's
earlier where
appetite in the
1995
White House to get
Netanyahu was
more
talking about
directly
how
involved?
Iran was very close to spreading a
Actually,
nuke.
we are very confused
Been going on
by
for
the
30
messages
years
coming
now.
out from the White House. One day, Trump says he hopes there's a peaceful resolution. He's calling Iran back to the negotiating table. And then today, we are seeing him just right now saying, we have total control over the Iranian sky. We know where the supreme leader is hiding. And I think a lot of analysts assume that this is his way of pushing Iran into a deal that it doesn't want, the deal that Trump put forward, or the Trump team put forward, which is having any nuclear reactors or facilities being outside of Iran for a wider regional project.
Put a clip up here on
that
the
might
bottom
include
screen, guys. This
Oman,
is
Saudi Arabia, Qatar.
Israel's missile interceptors.
But the question is, do Trump and Netanyahu see
It malfunctioned just on this one. That doesn't mean that they always malfunction, but this is showing that one of their interceptors went up and failed and then crash landed somewhere in the city.
Diplomatic with neighboring countries, trying to move forward from the tensions of the past. Jordan, for example, where I am in, His Majesty King Abdullah just gave a speech at the
Set all the bombs off now and
EU
get it over with.
Parliament,
Maybe we finally get rid of
urging
both
nations
at once.
to de-escalate the
Maybe we set off all the bombs. Like,
warning
none of us would be around, so how would we know if that worked or not?
Of unknown consequences, honestly. This is the fear of what will happen and how far will Israel go and how will Iran react. I mean,
here's some good news for you, Nixon, and maybe for Nixon. I don't know everybody else's age, but here you go, Nixon. Some good news for you. Tinder bets on group dating feature to win back Gen Z. There you go, Nixon. A reason for you to go back to Tinder.
Has been breached by either a drone or a missile, and we had some incidents in the past few days where we saw the debris of intercepted missiles and drones fall on Jordanian territory at one
Here's
moment
a missile
in time.
actually,
it actually
hitting
hit a
in Tel
house.
Aviv somewhere.
Thankfully, no people were injured. So the expanded conflict, we still don't know how it would look like.
Yeah, that's a missile
Me, I personally believe it will be
hitting in Tel Aviv somewhere.
where Iran had power or held power before. This
Yeah, I'm finding lots of these clips, actually. I'll keep showing these to you guys as we're waiting. Eventually, Donald Trump is going to be speaking.
Countries are wondering where will it stop and who will be next.
Letting us know what's going on.
What the end game is.
Do you then see regional players bracing for what could be seen as a worst case scenario?
We're also waiting.
Here in the Middle East, we are still hoping that diplomacy will win. We are still promoting, they are working tirelessly, whether it's Jordan, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's Qatar. They are tirelessly working.
Here's another, this is
Iran and primarily the US.
Iranian television.
Lost all hope for
the
Israeli government.
Oh, it actually does show it in English, so hold on.
خانه رژیم صهیونیستی به خاک ایران اسلامی رزمندگان نیروی هوافضای سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی در موج دهم عملیات وعده صادق 3 با طرحریزی و اجرای عملیات تأثیر محور و پرشدت پایگاه‌های هوایی مبدأ این تهاجم را مورد هدف قرار دادند. همچنین اعلام می‌دارد این حملات به صورت ممتد پیچیده چند لایه و تدریجی
The beatings will continue until morale improves. So anyways, I don't know if that was the major announcement that BRICS or that Iran said that they were going to have. But they said that they were going to have a major announcement on TV. Maybe that was the major announcement. I'm not actually sure, so we'll have to stay tuned. But on Iranian state TV, they announced that there was going to be a major announcement tonight. I don't know if that constitutes a major announcement, but
Middle Eastern countries will have.
Hey, we managed to hit a few
Not
people.
only the stability and security of the region that will translate elsewhere, but also the implications for world economy in this interconnected age.
Hold on.
Markets.
Apparently, U.S. military has been put on high alert across the Middle East following reports of a potential war with Iran.
I don't think there's an exit strategy.
That's from BRICS News as well. CNN homepage.
As I explained in the beginning, the goals keep changing, and we've seen this exact same thing play out in Gaza, where it was return of the hostages, dismantling Hamas.
Trump is now demanding unconditional surrender to Iran.
Forcibly displace Gazans from their homeland.
Is that what you're talking about here, or are you talking about the weird grandmother woman?
By arming certain groups in Gaza, and this is the way that's happening with the.
Oh, Kristi Noem is transported to the DC area hospital after an allergic reaction.
Capabilities. Then it was, well, we are trying to destroy the weapons, the long-range missiles, the ballistic missiles that Iran is using, and the drones that Iran is using to target us. And now, lastly, we've started talking.
Look at this. These immigration guys, man. They're like arresting citizens. Like, is that part of their job to be able to arrest, like, legit citizens of the country? Or Trump's sons say that a new phone will be built. It might be assembled in the U.S., but it is definitely not being built. Because it looks like a lot. Experts say it looks a lot like a phone from China. So are they sourcing a phone from China and then just putting the Trump mobile like emblem on it?
So this is just emboldened Benjamin Netanyahu to take more and more.
Is that what's going on? Here, hold on.
Bombing Iran. I mean, Bibi has been trying to bomb Iran for decades.
Okay, so Trump and Netanyahu have spoken on the phone in Israeli sources. We reported that earlier. These are the explosions that we just watched. Israel detects missiles launched from Iran. Seeking Iranian regime change through military means would lead to chaos, Macron says. You would have to invade the country. Like, that's literally... that would literally what that would mean. George on YouTube says it should not be their job. No, yeah, this is all fake news. This can't be real, right? This is fake news. Even though we're looking at news sources from all over the world. to confirm, by the way. We're not just watching CNN, not just watching Fox, not just watching CBC. We're watching a lot of Reuters, DW News. Let's see. President Donald Trump, who demanded an unconditional surrender by Iran, met today with his national security team, according to the White House. Before the meeting, he spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, according to an Israel source familiar with the matter. The U.S. is weighing options. 2 U.S. officials told CNN that Trump is warming to the idea of using U.S. military assets to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. Senior Israeli official told CNN that Israel is waiting to learn whether Trump will help finish the job of destroying Iran's nuclear program. We'll have to wait and see if Trump just decides to use one bunker-busting bomb, or like to get rid of the regime, you're going to need to invade the country.
Today, people have been killed and wounded by artillery shells and targeted with direct missiles.
Iran has a lot of friends. We'd have to wait to see whether or not they're friends in BRICS, China, Russia, if they would decide to help out. So far, all they've done is condemn the attacks by Israel, but okay, so here's the tweet from earlier from Iranian State TV. Iranian State TV says, tonight a great surprise will occur, one that the world will remember for centuries. So what the hell could that mean? It sounds like it's supposed to be a threat, but it's probably just dramatic bluster. This guy, high key, has got it right, I think. I don't think Iran has. Yeah, this guy might, maybe they already have a nuke completed.
Reports of another deadly incident at an aid distribution site, this time in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. What can you tell us?
Thanks so much for having me. These reports are absolutely horrific. Today, our health partners
Putin not picking up the phone. Yeah, apparently they've said that they are not helping out. I think I saw one report. Emo K-Man, thanks for joining us here, dude. T Warog says, to be honest, with so much hate in the world, maybe blowing it up is the way forward. Let's just go back to the Stone Age and try again. Let's just go back to the Stone Age. Guys, there is going to be an ad started. Unfortunately,
it is time now.
I do an ad. We've got ads once every hour. It's for a few minutes rather than spreading it out and constantly interrupting. If you want no ads, feel free to watch on Kick. Feel free to go over to YouTube. My link is down below. I'll post my channel in the chat, so those on Twitch, if you decide, you can go over to YouTube and watch their ad free. But I can't stop the ads, unfortunately. I wish I could, but I can't.
Must one be when they have no other choice but to literally risk their life on a daily basis?
We will have a reset when Yellowstone erupts. That would be scary if Yellowstone ever erupted. Still waiting to hear about Trump appearing live. Apparently, he's got a major announcement as well. So both Iran and Donald Trump have a major announcement tonight. That's kind of what we're waiting for right now. The missile attacks for today have stopped for the time being. Nothing going on over there. So
is by allowing an unrestricted flow of aid to enter Gaza over a sustained period.
Again, Israel says that Iran was racing towards a nuclear weapon, and have provided absolutely no evidence to support that yet. So could this be another case where the West is being asked to come and join a war that because of weapons of mass destruction that aren't actually there?
Everything like fuel in Gaza. We have life-saving equipment that is being powered.
Here's the big issue in the U.S. is a lot of Trump supporters are very split on the issue as to whether or not Trump should be allowed to do anything to help in this war at all, because he promised he wouldn't get involved. So if he gets involved, what are all the MAGA-ites going to? How are they all going to feel? Guys, while the ad's going on, I'm going to go take a quick pee and grab a little snack. I'll be right back. Please feel free to watch on YouTube if you want. Don't get any ads over there. There's my link.
Still inside Gaza, and more fuel isn't allowed to enter.
Yeah, I'll be right back. We'll keep the conversation up.
Do you believe you and your fellow
See what happens.
humanitarians will be allowed at any time soon to fully resume operations as you used to carry out before the blockade, before October 7th?
Well, we're certainly doing everything that we can to ensure that this is restored, because this is the only way to address the issues on the ground, and really to talk about the meaningful lifting of the blockade, because we're not talking about just giving people food or giving people water. We have to talk about restoring people's dignity. It has been stripped away from them, and the only thing that they are doing right now is just surviving, and even that is at risk on a daily basis.
That was Olga Cherevko of UNOCHA in Gaza City. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Russia has launched its deadliest attack on Kyiv in months. Ukrainian officials say at least 14 people were killed and more than 100 injured. President Volodymyr Zelensky says the strikes are some of the most horrific the capital has seen since the war began. He says Russia launched more than 440 drones and 32 missiles, striking homes, schools, and key infrastructure. More deaths were reported from strikes on Odessa, Sumy, and Kherson. The Russian army claims it targeted military industrial sites. There was a time, and you might remember, when Europe just couldn't get enough of Russian gas. But it has become a tainted commodity since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. All trade with Russia was seen as a financial contribution to its war machine. Almost 3.5 years later, the EU has now presented a roadmap to completely phase out Russian gas imports. Before the war, Russia supplied 45% of the EU's gas. Last year, that had fallen to 19%, and it's expected to drop further to
This could be a flashpoint in other conflicts while people are distracted. Best to keep an eye on. The North American media is definitely paying less attention now to what's happening in Gaza or the Ukraine. That's why we're watching a lot of stuff that's happening on
about why these
like
measures
EW
are only
News.
coming now.
Al
When the
Jazeera.
full-scale
We watched
invasion
this guy
started in
earlier. We're
22,
not going to go back.
The EU was so dependent on
watch
Russian
him.
gas that it simply wasn't possible to close down from one
Because
day
they're
to
still
the next
reporting
without
on this.
very, very severe consequences. Probably Europe would have been thrown into a recession, and that is also just a testament to the fact that it's not very rational or sustainable to be dependent on any country on the planet, and certainly not if that country is your enemy.
But in terms of Hungary, Slovakia, those countries which say they do
What is
not
this?
intend to comply,
Yeah.
how are you going to make sure that countries actually get in line here?
Well, we are now in the process of negotiation, and it's natural that countries have strong opinions.
This guy's from Denmark, right? I recognize this guy. He's a Denmarkian Steinian guy, right, Nixon?
And strong narratives in negotiations. It's also natural that when then a decision is made, all countries have to apply to the legislation, and if they don't, of course, there are legal steps that will be taken against them.
Now, what about the question of oil? There are some sanctions on imports of oil, and there's also a price cap on Russian oil that's implemented at the level of the G7. That's the Club of Wealthy Democracies. Now, the EU has been lobbying to try and lower that price cap at G7 level, and that appears to have fallen flat. It appears to not be moving forward. So what comes next in terms of a price cap on Russian oil?
Yeah, so on oil, there's two things that we will do.
What's
One
his name,
is target
Nixon?
the
See the
Shadow
pre-
Fleet, which is a
he
way
had a
for
really
Russia
funny
to
clip.
circumvent the sanctions. Second is a part of
Making
the
fun of
proposal
Trump
that I put
one
forward
time.
here today, which is to say that the 3% of EU's oil consumption that is still Russian, because some countries have a derogation from the sanctions, that will also end now.
Just spell this out for us. We have a country, for example, Austria, saying,
No
look,
idea.
if the
Probably a
war
president.
ends in Ukraine through diplomatic means, we don't see any sign of that for the moment, but if it happens, that there should be a push to reconsider this ban on Russian gas.
Stoic Gaming,
Would you
that's
reconsider it?
definitely
No, this ban will stand irrespectively
something that could
of
definitely
the
happen.
situation in
North Korea
Ukraine.
tends
We
to like to
obviously
stir
all
stuff
hope
up
to
when
have a peace
the attention
as
isn't
soon
on
as
them.
possible. But even if there is a peace, that
But China
will
could
not,
just say, you know
make
what?
me trust Putin,
We're in-
and it should not make the EU
Since
trust
the U.S. is not
Russia.
willing to fight
Russia's
for anyone right now,
weaponized
not
energy
not
against
willing to
us.
get involved in any wars,
This
now we're
terrible
attacking
situation
Taiwan.
The last couple of
Would it
years have
surprise
shown
you
us
at all
that indeed
with
it
Trump's
is not
stance
a rational
on
or sustainable
getting into conflicts
situation
that
to be
China
in
said,
if
okay,
you are
now we're going
dependent
after
on
Taiwan.
import of fuel
Could
to your
very well
energy
happen.
sources from an enemy.
Dan Jurgensen, European Energy Commissioner, thank you for speaking to DW.
And that's our time, but make sure to stay informed, stay engaged, and stay in touch. You can follow our team on social media. Our handle there is @DW News. If it's the latest headlines you're looking for, there's, of course, always our website, dw.com. For now, though, from the entire team here on the day, thanks for spending part of your day with us. Bye-bye.
Whoa! Iran begins preparing missiles to target U.S. bases if America joins the war. Whoa! Oh, I'm not saying why wouldn't they? The backing of who? Yeah, but the backing of who? Like China and Russia? You think China and Russia are going to get involved if the U.S. gets involved? I don't think they would. That will be scary. If I don't think Russia's going to get involved because they've already got their hands full in Ukraine.
This is the 77.
And China's not one to. I don't think China gets involved either. I don't think China would get involved. Who has China ever invaded before? Or declared war on?
The young people clearly have the solutions.
The future belongs to you.
They would condemn it for sure, but I don't know that China is willing to get involved.
77%.
China's all about like increasing
on
their
DW.
economy and making money, starting
saying no 4 times
you know what was
no
that?
to marriage, to children, to dating,
Starting up projects in
and to sex
Africa,
with
like
men.
they're not really into like
The
getting
Foreign
into like
Movement
conflicts.
is battling misogyny in their country with resolute
China likes to use
conviction.
economic influence, yeah.
What are they achieving?
Yeah, militarily they might invade Taiwan,
Global
and
Us.
now might be the time that
In
they
60
would choose
minutes
to do that.
on DW.
America's too busy. I want to show you guys another clip. We sort of watched a little bit of this earlier. This dude here, do I still have the Wikipedia up? No. Okay, so we're going to go through a little bit of history here, okay? This dude here, his name is Mohammad Reza Shah. I'm sure most of you can read. He was the Shah of Iran. He was put in as the leader of Iran when America helped with a coup. Against the democratically elected prime minister. So I guess that's him here. So they overthrew him. America installed this guy who was pro-American, and eventually he treated his citizens so poorly that they rose up, and they were so desperate for a new leader, they brought in this dude. And this dude is who started the whole Islamic revolution in Iran, and brought in their strict religious values, basically. So you've probably seen pictures of this guy all over the place. He's the Ayatollah of rock and roll, Chris Jericho. No, it's Khomeini. And he came into power December of 1979. He was involved with the hostage crisis that happened. He was involved. He was the guy that was in power when the Iran-Iraq war was happening. And overall, like the West considers this guy a bad dude. He hates America and has declared war on the infidels. And he was the one that was pronouncing that Israel should be wiped off the face of the earth. And that's where they kind of got all that started. His son is, where is he? Where did I have it? Is this dude here. This guy's the crown prince. If the Shah, not this guy, the guy that was in power before, if this guy was still in power, which he's not because he's dead, but if he had still kept power, this guy would have been the leader of Iran, and he's the crown prince, Reza Pahlavi. Now I don't know where he's hiding out, but he's running some organization that is trying to fight for the freedom of Iran. Now, I don't know if he's trying to make a grab for power, that if this happens, that they might consider bringing him back into power. Who knows? But that's who this guy is. And he's talking about how the Islamic Republic is starting to collapse.
My compatriots, the Islamic Republic has reached its end and is falling. Like a frightened rat, Khamenei has gone underground and lost control of events. What has begun is irreversible. The future is bright, and together we will navigate this sharp turn in history. In these difficult days, my heart is with every defenseless citizen who has been harmed and has fallen victim to Khamenei's warmongering and delusions. For years I have tried to spare our homeland the flames of war. The end of the Islamic Republic. It is the end of its 46-year war with the Iranian nation. The regime's machinery of repression is disintegrating. All that is needed is one nationwide uprising to end
for the
this
uprising of the population.
forever.
Who's this guy translating?
Now is the time to stand, the time to reclaim Iran.
This has got to be AI translating or something.
All of us, from Bandar Abbas to Bandar Anzali, from Shiraz to Isfahan.
No, it's this guy down here
from
that we're
Tabriz
watching.
to Zahedan, from Mashhad to Ahwaz, from Shahrikord to Kermanshah. Come to the streets and bring
So
this
he's calling
regime
for an uprising.
to its conclusion. Do not worry about the day after the Islamic Republic falls. Iran will not suffer from civil war and instability.
How can you guarantee it's not going to go into civil war? You're going to have like a fight for power in.
We have a plan for Iran's future and
Oh, he's got a plan. He's got a plan. So is he vying for power since his dad got kicked out?
prosperity. We are
He's
prepared
vying
for
for
the first
power.
100 days after the fall, for the transitional period, and for establishing a national and democratic government by the people of Iran and for the people of Iran.
A democratic
To
government.
the military, police, security, and government personnel, many of whom have been sending me messages, I say, do not stand against the Iranian nation to preserve a regime whose collapse has begun and is inevitable.
It's definitely
Do not
AI
sacrifice
translating.
yourselves for a decaying system. With the teachers by the side of the nation, stand with the people to save your own lives. Play a historic role in the transition from the Islamic Republic and participate in building Iran's future. A free and prosperous Iran lies ahead of us. May I be with you soon.
This guy's having a stroke
Long
while
live
he's
Iran.
translating here.
Long live the Iranian nation.
Anyways,
My
that is
compatriots.
no, we're not doing that again. Anyways, this is the crown prince, son of the former Shah of Iran, trying to encourage Iranians to rise up here. So,
National Atomic Energy Agency that Iran was in violation of its obligations. First time in 20 years. What did Iran do? It announced escalations of its program, including in that Fordo site. So Iran has made terrible choices here and now the onus is on them to try to come to the table and take the deal that's been offered.
Yeah, next 24 hours, next 48 hours, so crucial. Brett McGurk, thank you so much for helping us understand what's happening probably in the Situation Room as we speak this morning.
People on Twitter are calling for the return of the Shah. So I guess
the
that's
Middle East is on high alert this hour as missiles fall across
another
Israel and
term
Iran
for
a
king,
straight
I
day.
guess, or
A short time
emperor,
ago,
leader.
Iranian state media announced the launch of a new wave of attacks. Air raid
Lothar
sirens
says that he's a
sounding again today
mouthpiece.
in Tel Aviv and other parts of Israel. Iran claims that it struck an Israeli military intelligence center in
All
Tel
these
Aviv.
AI videos.
We
Yeah.
should note President Trump is now
It's
back
getting
in
way too
Washington
realistic,
after
isn't it?
unexpectedly leaving the G7 summit a day early. He's convening his national security staff in the White House Situation Room
Nixon
today
won't let it
as
go.
the U.S. monitors this rapidly developing conflict. Just in the past hour, in an extraordinary set of social media posts, the president announced, quote, "We," emphasis on we, now have complete and total
We
control
now have
of the
complete
skies over Iran.
total
Trump
control over the
also
skies.
issuing a veiled threat to Iran's supreme leader, claiming that we, again, we, know where he is hiding and calling Ayatollah Khamenei a, quote, easy.
Okay. Could you imagine working in intelligence and you have a guy like this as the leader, and you're working in intelligence, let's say it's MI6 or whatever, the Mossad, they found out exactly where the leader is, and you've got this fucking guy announcing we know exactly where you are and telling the head cleric of Israel we know exactly where you are, and telling him, hey, you should probably move. Like, could you imagine how fucking pissed off people are that are working in intelligence that, you know, unbelievable, man. Just like
easy target, but adding that he is safe for now. CNN's Elena Trine is live for us at the White House. Elena, what more are officials saying about this?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Boris, a very remarkable
There you go,
set
wise
of posts
guy.
there from the president. And really, I want to highlight as well, not only did he just say we know exactly where
right.
Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran,
Russia has
is in
says
hiding,
Israel
but he said
attacks
that
on
we are
Iran
not
are
going,
illegal.
to
I
take him out. Emphasis
would tend
that
to
he said
agree because
kill
we
him
don't
in
have any evidence
parentheses,
yet.
At least not as of now.
I just
and then
wanna
he
see the
added
evidence,
that
man.
his patience is wearing thin. And I can tell you, Boris, that's in line with the reporting I've now been hearing from multiple sources who have been familiar with the behind-the-scenes discussions on this escalating conflict between Iran and Israel. I would note that in recent days, really, the president had been kind of fixated on and really pushing for a diplomatic solution to try and end this conflict. He had said publicly, but I also know he said it in private conversations.
No, I
that
said,
he'd
there
been
you go.
hoping
I was
that there could be
confirming
some sort of deal to be worked out with
that,
the Iranians. But
Russia's-
we are
Russia
learning now in
agrees
these
that,
conversations I'm having that the president is
they've
actually
declared these
moving
attacks
farther
illegal.
away from that idea, that he's
Picking
kind of
on
his
you.
desire to handle this diplomatically is beginning to wane.
That
What is
is.
going to do moving forward? The possibility, I'm told, that the U.S. would go further than they have yet in aiding Israel in trying to wipe out Iran's nuclear capabilities is still on the table. Again, unclear though if they would.
I do
actually
disagree,
go
though.
that
I think
far.
I do
You
not
mentioned
think
this,
China
but the
would get into a
president is
conflict
meeting,
even
this
over Iran.
hour. I'm told it's going to kick off
I think
any
China
moment
would
now,
just
his
buy oil
meeting
from somewhere
in the
else,
Situation
like
Room
Canada,
with
which
his
they've been
top
doing.
National security officials. That is the reason I was told that he ended his trip to Canada at his presence at the G7 summit so abruptly. He wanted to have these discussions in person, specifically, of course, as we're seeing, this escalating conflict grow even more tense. We know that the Trump administration has been hearing now from Israel that Israel is expected to really ramp up some of their attacks on the Iranians in the coming days. The president kind of alluded to that when speaking with reporters this morning, all to say we have seen an already very tense conflict become even more precarious. Hopefully we can get you some of the new details we learn as this meeting in the Situation Room kicks off shortly.
CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is with us now. So, Nick, how are these threats likely to be received by Iran's leadership?
Yeah, I mean, it is extraordinary, isn't it? In sort of one breath, simultaneously saying, we're not going to kill you for now, but then demanding the unconditional surrender.
Again.
It seems of Iran's leadership, if not Iran itself. I very much doubt
If
that
I
Iran's
was
leaders are going to read
Mossad
that
or
and feel
another
that they have to
intelligence
suddenly, quote,
agency
turn
and the
themselves in,
leader of a
indeed how that
country
would
came
even-
out and said, and you were trying to keep it hush-hush that, hey, we know where this guy is, Like if we want to strike him, we can, and then you have a leader come out and say, "Hey, dude, we know exactly where you are," to alert him to that situation.
Function. I don't really know, given Tehran is simultaneously being.
I just want to show you guys a typical response that I get from people on Twitter. In case you're, this is a typical response that I get from people on Twitter when I point out facts. So they don't seem to like that. What's actually going on? Nothing on the cameras. We'll continue with.
Told to evacuate by the Israeli government, echoed by President Trump as well. I think it again focuses this particular moment as to exactly what sort of off-ramp does Iran try and find for itself here. We know that its foreign minister has been on the phone to the United Kingdom, Britain and France and Germany in the past hours, potentially exploring diplomatic routes again, although keen to emphasize how Iran still wants retaliation for Israeli strikes. But it's also clear and repeated by Donald Trump again today that Israel has air superiority in Iran at the moment.
Still looking to see if there's any updates on when Donald Trump is going to talk. It's already almost 7 o'clock Eastern. Usually I think they have their talk at like 8 o'clock Eastern.
Tease to some degree the possibility of it maybe getting more involved, or
are we really going to get the shot back
some
before
sort of rhetorical
GTA 6?
play
Yes.
within this particular
yes,
conflict,
dude.
even though just a matter of days ago Trump was clear he didn't want Israel to attack Iran. But I think Iran now dealing with a very complex moment. We've been looking at some reporting about how many potentially missiles it has left that could indeed reach Israel. They've slowed their tempo in the last days. Only 30 fired overnight. Not many, if any, got through at all. Some suggestions from experts that possibly Iran might have anything between 300 and 1,300 of the 2,000 or so that could reach Israel left. That puts it very much down to
Trump and
depleted stocks. That will
Netanyahu
leave them
have
deeply
ended their phone
anxious
calls
about their ability to have a deterrent going forwards. And so I think there's also now a remaining question about the enrichment program, the Fordow plant buried in a mountain, whether or not the United States assists Israel with its bunker
Whatever
buster
Trump
bombs
has to say
hit that.
today.
A lot clearly in play here, but the United States significantly more involved rhetorically through these Trump posts than it has been in the past days. Remarkable developments, just as Iran appears weakest.
Certainly. And Nick, Iran is now urging residents to stop using apps like WhatsApp and Telegram, citing recent assassinations. Tell us about this
GTA
warning.
6 before the internet disappears for good.
Yeah, I mean, extraordinary to say to people essentially to stay clear of the two most popular social media and messaging apps in Iran. Now, many have been wondering exactly how it's been that Israel, with such precision, appears to have targeted many military leaders. It seems, so in the pictures we've seen of apartment blocks hit in upscale parts of Tehran as they slept, hitting the rooms that they may well have been in. Now, many would point towards cell phones potentially being how they got that kind of tracking perfected. Civilian casualties too, I should point out, during some of these strikes, but now a broader suggestion to stay off those apps. Is that also potentially part of the Iranian regime trying to find some way of preventing opposition organising in the days ahead? Look, I think it's fair to say that inside the capital, Tehran at least, the focus is on trying to avoid or get away from Israeli airstrikes rather than change government, despite that becoming increasingly one of Israel's talking points. But yeah, a remarkable sign, frankly, of how penetrated Iran has been, that its government is simply saying, stay off your key parts of the internet to their population. A real sign, I think, of this critical moment for Iran as a regional power, even though that phrase, frankly,
something
seems
interesting
obsolete
for you
now,
guys after this is over.
Yeah, and as so many people are trying to escape the capital, we see the highways there just packed with cars heading out of town. Nick Payton Walsh, thank you very much for the reporting.
Joining me is Brett McGurk, CNN's global affairs
almost
analyst,
2 o'clock in the
and a
morning
former member of the U.S. National Security Council, where he served as Middle East
2
and
o'clock in the
North
morning
Africa
in
coordinator.
Tehran. So.
Brett, it's so great to have you on, especially now given the fast-pacing developments that we are seeing in the Middle East. I want to get you to respond to this post on Truth Social just moments ago from President Trump. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky
Suddenly
trackers
we
and other
are
defensive
involved.
equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare.
Well, hearsay. We haven't seen any evidence that Iran has escalated
Go back to the table with the offer we put down, or face the continuation of this military campaign. And what is new now in the last 24 hours is a very real possibility that the United States military will act to take out the deeply buried Fordow enrichment facility, which has 10 cascades spinning of very advanced centrifuges. So that's where we are. I think what the president is doing in his statements today is reminding Iran.
So
this is
he's
really
reaffirming what
coercive
Netanyahu
diplomacy,
has been
in the
saying,
extreme.
that they're
reminding Iran,
trying to
you do not
enrich
control
uranium,
your skies.
the weapons grade.
The Israeli Air Force is over your skies, can strike at will. The United States military is a very close partner of the Israelis. We are not, as far as I know, involved in any sort of offensive operations against Iran, but we are helping to defend and protect Israel, but that can change. So basically, Iran, onus is on you. Let's come back to the table, accept the deal that we put down. That's the off-ramp, or else this is going to get worse.
Israel are continuing to trade strikes in a...
Okay, hold on. I had something to...
For truth or fake.
So these are apparently images that are Iranian or Israeli officials' channels broadcast fake images of the conflict.
Catalina Marchand de Abreu is here in studio. Catalina, you're taking us back to our top story tonight, and fake images of the Iran-Israel conflict being broadcast on official channels in both countries. Tell us more about that.
That's right, Sharon. The Israeli-Iranian conflict has led to a flood of out-of-context, fake, manipulated, you name it, images flooding not only social media, but also being spread by official channels in both countries, Iran and Israel. So let's begin with Iran, where at least 2 fake images were broadcast on Iranian state TV on June 13th. Arab TV 1, Iran's main official television channel, broadcast here as you can see footage of rallies in support of the Iranian regime. And right next to those images, this video showing a submarine firing a missile broadcast at the same time. The presenter comments on this footage saying something like, the footage you are now seeing shows submarine firing missiles for the first time. So this is one example. Then example 2, another channel with an equally astonishing mistake, or not, the Tasnim News channel, which is a private Iranian news agency that broadcasts these images on June 14th of what was allegedly a shot-down Israeli plane. The presenter on set, you could hear him, describes the situation as such, saying the Air Force announced the destruction of another F-35 belonging to the Zionist regime. Behind him, you see the image of this aircraft wreckage allegedly showing said plane, an image that had already been circulating on X the day before, shared mainly by pro-Iranian accounts on X, this one called Iran Watch, that also claims that this is breaking news, the image of the wreckage of a Zionist regime F-35 fighter jet that was shot down during the Islamic Republic of Iran's air defense operation.
And Catalina, have you been able to establish where these images actually come from then?
Well, Sharon, a reverse image search reveals that both of the images we showed have nothing to do with the current conflict between Israel and Iran. Let's begin with this image that was broadcast by Arab TV 1 in Iran, allegedly showing a missile-firing submarine. We found the exact same video on YouTube, posted on March 26, 2022. The title reads, a Russian Boyam M corvette fires Caliber cruise missiles at Ukraine. So footage related to the Ukrainian-Russian conflict released by the Russian Ministry of Defense.
Brett, we all
shows
are, man.
Military
We're all
targets
to just
hitting
live our
Ukraine,
lives, man.
not Israel. When it comes to the image of the plane being shot down, broadcast by the Tasnim News agency, we found, in fact, that this image isn't even real. It was created using artificial intelligence. We ran the photo through AI detection tools and found that the photo was actually 96.8% likely to contain AI-generated or deepfake content. Also, per the analysis of...
Wait, isn't deepfake just porn? What?
Several military aircraft experts cited by this Persian language fact-checking news website, they explain that this image that they show does not even correspond at all to a real
Wait, what is this date? June 14th, 1404? What is this, like the Islam calendar or something? Is that what that is?
35. Several details, for example, they lay out, such as the location on this fake image of the Star of David that should be near the cockpit, they say, not at the back of the aircraft or the tail of the plane, that is actually facing the wrong direction, amongst other incoherences in this image that indicate that the image was created using artificial intelligence.
Oh, so it's more than, I didn't know it wasn't just more than porn.
Subsequently broadcast by Iranian state.
People are using it for stupid reasons.
TV.
Yes.
And finally, Catalina, Israel too is doing pretty much exactly the same thing. Tell us more about what you found there.
That's right. So it's not only on television this time around. It was actually the Israeli army itself that published content that has nothing to do with the recent events. In this video posted on their official account on X on June 13th, the title reads, "Raw footage, Iran launched multiple ballistic missiles towards Israel in the past hours." You could see the text in this dramatic video reads, "Israel is under attack," as they've posted this video, a sequence of many videos showing numerous shots or missiles being fired in the sky by Iran towards Tel Aviv. However, as pointed out by Community Notes on X, the first 6 seconds that we saw of this video is actually from 2024. The original video was posted on social media and several publications that we found from October 9th, 2024 here on Instagram, showing at the time an Iranian response following Israeli strikes. So here we have 3 examples that we showed out of the many out there, images that are out of context or created using artificial intelligence, fake. In this regard, there are many fact checkers out there online going around through all of the images of the conflict for you. An example here, this Israeli journalist posted a disinformation thread on the Iran-Israel.
No, that's when like geckos rise up and they become the next dominant animal species on the planet. Humans wipe ourselves out and then geckos rise up.
2025 conflict, identifying in just the past 4 days no fewer than 51 different examples of fake videos or photos going around related to the conflict. So we don't know what's real, what's fake here, everything identifying pertaining to the conflict, so don't be fooled.
Catalina, thanks so much for that, for taking us through all of that. That's Catalina Martin.
All right, we're going to go up to the top right, guys.
Came to my mind.
For those of you that don't know who this guy is,
first of all, where are
Alex
they taking
Padilla.
me?
He was the one that was
escorted out of the building.
tackled by ICE and arrested.
Am I being arrested here?
During is it Kristi Noem's press conference, he went in legally to ask questions. And ICE, who works for Kristi Noem, attacked him, basically pushed him out and handcuffed him when he's legally got the right to be there.
And what will my wife think? What will our boys think? And I also remember
the lizard people, man, the lizards.
If this aggressive escalation is the result of someone speaking up against the abuses and
I'm going to show you what he looks like because we've already seen this character in the future, okay?
Was it really worth it?
Bottom, that is the future of
How many Americans
Star Trek already predicted
history
this.
Have marched, have protested,
okay?
Have shed blood.
We already know what the lizard men
lost their lives to protect our rights. How many Americans have served in wars overseas to protect our freedoms here at home? And how many Americans in the year 2025 see a vindictive president on a tour of retribution, unrestrained by the
Again,
majority
an American
of
senator
this
arrested
separate
by
and
immigration
co-equal branch
officers.
of government, and wonder if it's worth it to stand up.
Who's just recently
or
been
to speak
released.
out. If a United States senator becomes too afraid to speak up, how can we expect any other American to do the same?
You start arresting government officials, judges.
Know me.
You're getting into a very
can't think of a
slippery
person
slope.
Who would describe me as a flamethrower? I try to be respectful. I try to be considerate to every member of this body, regardless of our political differences. And so I do want to take a moment to thank all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have reached out to share your messages of support, whether they were public messages or many in private. Trust me, they mean the world to me, and I know they mean the world to my family. But if you watched what unfolded last week and thought what happened is just about one politician and one press conference, you're missing the point.
I think you're missing the point, Dragoon. Listen.
If that is what the administration is willing to do to a United States senator for having the authority to simply ask a question, imagine what they'll do to any American who dares to speak up. If what you saw happen can happen when the cameras are on, imagine not only what can happen, but what is happening in so many places where there are no cameras.
I feel like we know which side of
Colleagues,
the
this isn't
issues
about
Dragoon
me. In fact,
reports.
it's not just about immigrant communities or even just the state of California. It's about every
You not find that it's
constitutional rights.
pretty outrageous that
It's
people are
about
getting arrested
anyone
for
who's
asking
ever
questions, Dragoon?
exercised their First
Especially,
Amendment rights, or anyone who's ever disagreed with a president,
especially
or
leaders
anyone
of the
who simply
country.
values our democracy and wants to keep it.
The slippery slope, man.
Now, the president will tell you that this is just about undocumented immigrants, about law and order, and about targeting dangerous, violent criminals. If it was just about targeting dangerous, violent criminals, there would be no disagreement.
Here's
there would
something
be no
big for you
debate.
guys.
But we know differently. We don't think, we know.
The Israel Defense Forces issued an evacuation warning for residents of Tehran's 18th district. Oh, fuck my internet. Are you kidding me? No.
Wars as the cost
Oh,
for
hold on.
everyday
Are we back?
goods were continuing to rise.
Are we back?
His promises to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine were falling flat, and he'd been handed loss after loss in federal court.
Are we
He
back?
had a very public breakup with Elon Musk. And I mention this only because we know what happens when
Shows
the
that I
headlines
disconnected.
turn
Are you
on
guys
Donald
still there?
Trump. When Donald Trump is
We
having
back?
a bad
Okay,
week,
sorry about that. I don't.
he turns to the same
I'm
tired
getting DDoS
playbook he
attacked.
always has. When in doubt,
Getting DDoS
scapegoat
attacked or something.
immigrants
Anyways,
and manufacture a crisis.
British Defense Minister, a huge storm is about to hit the Middle East. It is about to hit the fan, it looks like. Israel has told people to get out of Tehran, and now the British Defense Minister is saying a huge storm is about to hit the Middle East.
The National Guard.
No, the stream should be back up now.
And
You
even with
guys,
their presence over a couple of days, as things began to settle,
refresh.
he
It should be there.
escalated even further by sending in the Marines. He wants the spectacle.
All right, Senator Alex Padilla there saying President
It
Trump
should be good.
wants the spectacle. You heard him there recount his experience from just last Thursday. As you all have seen the video by now of him being forcibly removed from that press conference that was presided over by DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. You heard him there, his voice breaking with emotion multiple times, recounting the experience he went through. We want to just stay, though, in California very, very briefly. We do have an update for you. Remember, on this ongoing court battle there between the Newsom administration and the Trump administration over this issue of federalizing the California National Guard, bypassing Newsom entirely here. So arguments were heard today there at the appellate level.
That's
A
still
panel
working.
of three
You guys
appellate
are
judges
back,
in
right?
San Francisco, hearing arguments by attorneys for President Trump and California Governor Newsom today over whether the president has the authority to send in the
I don't know
National
what was
Guard
up with
to
my
Los
my
Angeles
internet hiccup
without
there
the
a little bit.
governor's consent. So this was Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals judges Mark Bennett of Honolulu, Eric Miller of Seattle, and Jennifer Soong of Portland. They presided over the hearing remotely in a case simply titled Trump v. Newsom. The hearing was heard in San
Trump v.
Francisco at
Newsom.
the James Browning U.S. Courthouse.
So what
The
was the
courtroom
result?
Only had spectators, no judges. And right off the bat, Judges Bennett and Miller led the questions of Trump's team, asking pointed questions about the power of the president. Judge Miller asked the Trump attorney, quote, what does it mean for the president to be unable with
Well,
regular
I think
forces
Twitch is working now as
to
well.
execute the laws? Now, remember, Newsom briefly wanted
Guys,
temporary
there's going to be an
restraining
ad
order
break coming
last
up,
Thursday
so
when U.S. District Court
again,
Judge
can't,
Charles Breyer said that Trump exceeded his
can't stop
authority
it.
in sending in 4,000 National Guard members to L.A. to
So
protect
if
ICE
you
agents
want no ads,
during
feel free to go over to my
immigration
YouTube
enforcement
channel and watch
actions
over there.
without getting Newsom's consent first. Now, specifically, Breyer, he's a Bill Clinton appointee, he ruled that Trump violated the 10th Amendment, which defines power between the federal and state governments. The order applied only to the National Guard troops and not the Marines, who were also deployed to the protests. The judge said he would not rule on the Marines because they were not out on the streets yet. I want to put this up. Take a look at this.
So sorry, I didn't catch that.
Governor Newsom posting a screenshot of what is, I believe, an amicus brief filed in support of him. He says this: retired four-star admirals and generals say Trump's takeover of the National Guard poses a grave threat to our service members, civilians, and constitutional norms. So this is still playing out. This was not the full appellate
Like
court.
only
This
left
was,
to right. I'm
what is known
Canadian.
as just a panel
Thing.
on the appellate court hearing the arguments.
I'm Canadian.
The Trump administration appealed almost immediately after their loss in the lower court on Thursday night. This broke, remember, Thursday night as the conflagration between Israel and Iran was just breaking out. So wanted to get this on your radar. Also want to get this on your radar as well. If you have not
Dragoon,
heard
is there
just
a
yet,
news source that you...
this also pertains to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Well, we learned
Trust.
about an hour ago she was rushed to the hospital. We're hearing from both State Department spokespeople and DHS
Probably allergic to Botox or
spokespeople
something.
that it was because of an allergic reaction. I want to put up this from Trisha McLaughlin there at DHS.
Whoops.
She says Secretary Noem had an allergic reaction today. She was transported to the hospital out of an abundance of caution. She is alert and recovering. So had to get that
well,
in.
we have Al Jazeera up as well. We've been watching the primary
We
news source
are
I've been
in
watching
a
is
new
Al
hour.
Jazeera.
We have to get going with more of these other top headlines. I'm Andrew Kraft, like I said. Let's
They
get
were
to
just
them.
showing
Our next story
the
takes
ICE
us
stuff,
to Dedham,
so I switched over to
Massachusetts.
this.
Probably a retrial that you have been following extremely closely. I'm talking about Karen Reed. Well, jurors in the retrial of Karen Reed sending...
I have no idea what that's
with
about.
Israel at this point in time.
Let's go back to Al Jazeera.
Yes, the use of the word "we" there in that social media.
Dragoon, is there any news sources you are okay with or none?
Demonstrating for Israel and possibility too that it is contemplating more tangible support in the days or possibly weeks to come. That is likely something that has been discussed at the White House in the course of the day. There was a national security meeting earlier, and then President Trump has held ongoing meetings.
Have I ever
with his
visited
Secretary
any?
of State, with his vice president, along with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as well
think so.
as his special envoy to the Middle East, Stephen Witkoff.
I don't
now,
think so.
This is an indication of how much the White House is focusing on the situation in Iran and bearing out the reason.
I plan
that
on going
President
to
Trump left the
Egypt,
G7
and
conference
Jordan
in Canada
in
a
the
day
in
early
not too
in
distant
order,
future.
he said, to deal with the ongoing situation in Iran. So a lot happening, but not much indication of exactly what decisions have been taken or what
Turkey, I've
decisions
heard,
are
is,
going to be
a cool
taken
place to go to
as
as
the
well,
U.S. continues to express its fullest support for
I'm
Israel
still waiting
in
to
this
hear.
ongoing conflict.
And Mike, does this bring us any closer to actually understanding what Trump plans to do next?
Hold on, I've got
Can you just
another.
talk us
I'm waiting
through
to hear
the
Trump go
options in
live.
front of
Apparently,
him
he's
now?
going to have a big news conference.
Well,
but
the one option is to
the,
increase U.S.
U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem is now closed from Wednesday through Friday. Let me just bring this over here so you guys can read it along with me. As a result of this current security situation, the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran, the U.S. Embassy has directed that all U.S. government employees and their family members continue to shelter in place in the near and near the residence until further notice. So, the U.S. is preparing for something big. Iran has said something big is coming. The defense minister for the UK has announced something big is coming. I'm getting the idea that something big is coming.
Israel insists that it's a matter of days or possibly weeks before it can do so, but that's an insistence that the Israeli Prime Minister has been giving for decades. And it does appear that there is a little bit of a break between the intelligence assessments of the U.S. and those of Israel, which may be preventing a fuller U.S. involvement in this ongoing conflict. Just to make this very clear, the Director of National Intelligence was on the record as saying that Iran is not seeking to manufacture a nuclear weapon. However, a few days ago, she said she is in total alliance with President Trump, who himself has said he doesn't care what she is saying. He does believe that the possibility is there. So very much
but let's see some evidence.
Tea leaf reading going on here.
If we're so prepared to go and attack Israel, there must be some evidence there.
President Trump is expressing absolute U.S. support for ongoing Israeli action against Iran.
Okay, thank you so much for talking us through all of that, Mike. Mike Hanna for us in Washington, D.C. The Israeli military has issued a forced evacuation threat for a designated area in Tehran.
But Iran hoped Russia would not be so busy in Ukraine at the moment. I don't think Iran expected to have this going on.
240 people have been killed across
Personally,
Iran
I don't think that they were
Israeli
expecting,
attacks
like,
since Friday. Thousands
4
of
months ago, I
Iranians
don't
trying
think
to flee
Iran
the
was
capital, but many warn there's simply nowhere to go with many roads completely gridlocked.
Russia is definitely not going to get involved in this.
Joining us here in the studio once again is correspondent Dorsa Jabari. Dorsa, explosions yet again in Iran in the last hour or so. Can you just talk us through
what are they going to do? Have sanctions against the U.S.?
What has been impacted so far?
Well, we've heard reports of explosions in the capital, Tehran, at least 2
Aladar, remember Iraq and Libya gave up their nuke and U.S. attacked them? Yeah, they attacked Iraq, claiming that there was weapons of mass destruction there, and then they later admitted that there wasn't anything there.
Activated in the capital, but also in Tabriz in northwestern part of Iran, as well as in Bushehr in the south of the country. But what we are hearing from the Israeli military in the past few minutes, they have issued yet again another forced evacuation threat, this time for District 18. Now, this is an area in South Tehran that is known as Shaded area. It's home to about 400,000
districts
people.
by
It is
numbers.
A densely populated area. It
So
is just
densely
south
populated
of
area
Airport,
in
which is the
Iran.
domestic airport in Tehran.
They're telling them to,
but of course, it hasn't been operational since
flee.
Friday. This is the second time the Israeli military has issued this kind of a forced evacuation threat, highlighting a specific neighborhood in the capital. Of course, on Monday, we saw the state TV facilities come under attack after they issued the forced evacuation threat. But the difference now is this one coming in the middle of the night. And of course, it comes at a time when there's been a huge cyber attack on the country's infrastructure. So internet is very much down in the country. It is not clear if most people would even get the information that they are supposed to evacuate, given first, it's in the middle of the night, and second, they have very little access to internet.
Yeah, just on that, you're talking about these forced evacuation threats, the lack of
How many
ability
wars
to
does
communicate
America
with
actually
one
want? It
another.
depends if you
Can
ask an
just
American or
explain, I guess,
someone
how
else.
chaotic and fearful it must be for so many people as they're waiting to see what happens next.
Well, people are extremely distraught and worried, understandably. They are in a situation that this country has
Good to
not
attack
been in
to
since
change the
the
leaders.
Iran-Iraq
Iran was
war
one of
that
the best
ended in
countries. So
1988.
you're agreeing that
There's
they
an
should
entire
attack
generation of
and
Iranians
get rid of
that
the
are not
current
familiar
leadership?
with this
Yeah.
kind of violence and this
I would
kind
like
of
to see a regime change as long as it's like a good
force
regime that is
in
brought
the
in
country. So people that have been trying
to allow
leave
the Iranian
capital
people to
at
be
this week,
free,
they say
not
there are huge
threatened with
traffic,
this religious
jams.
bullshit.
There's also issues of food supplies and water supplies in the areas that people have fled to. So there's a lot of concern. There's nowhere to go, and they're not able to access information easily. So understandably, people are extremely worried, and they really don't understand why this is happening, and it's causing even more panic among
Russia
the civilian
poses threats or
population. Of
nuclear
course,
silos
there's
and
also no
submarines in the
shelters.
conventional
There's no
war. The
bomb
U.S.
shelters in Iran. It's not
would
part of the
demolish
country's
Russia.
infrastructure.
The
So there is
I don't
no
think Russia's
alternative for people to
in
run
any
to in such scenarios.
position to get
Of course,
involved
this
here.
all comes as we heard earlier. The president
They
Donald
would
Trump
be
really ramping
like,
up the pressure
there's
on
no
Iran. Has there
chance
been
they
any
get
sort of
involved because
reaction
right now
from
the
leadership there?
U.S. is barely involved in the Ukraine, barely. They've really pulled back, and that would very quickly give Trump a reason to just say, fine, screw you.
forceful from Iranian officials. We heard from
and
the newly appointed chief of
lend
staff of
support
the armed forces
to the Ukraine
saying that,
and help
Iran
there as
has
well.
only been reacting, he said, basically aimed at deterring Israel. And from tonight, they're going to be
Turkish and Iran were like brothers.
forcefully. And as we've seen, Bernard was
I
mentioning,
mean,
there's been
a lot of the
continuous
Persians that I know,
barrage
they're
of,
extremely friendly
rockets
people. Like
fired from
they
Iran
ran
towards
from the
Israel.
country because of what was
Continuous,
going on
really,
there.
And it's the first time we're seeing this
Terrible
steady stream
persecution
of
that's
attack
going
from
on
Iran
within
towards
Israel. Iran.
signaling that really
And look at
Tehran
this, like
may
they've got
be weakened
they've got
by
you know
the
they've got
latest
pictures of their
attacks
dear
that
leader
it
on
suffered,
their
but
walls.
certainly
Like
is not out
you
of
can't
this fight
speak out.
yet.
If
A
you're
number
gay,
of
you get
analysts
thrown off a
have been
roof.
saying
Like
that one of the reasons for the ongoing Israeli assaults in Iran is to try and bring
your opinion,
Iranians
Russia's
to the
been holding
streets
back.
to
I don't
rise
know,
up
dude.
against,
I honestly think
the
Russia
government. Is that
is
working at all, or is it simply just
was
united
maybe
the country behind the leadership?
It's not working at all. If that was the intended target,
people
it's gone the
overestimated
opposite
how
direction. It has
powerful
managed
Russia
to
is. I think
infuriate
they
even those who were
got
not
slapped upside the
supporters of
face,
system, of
and
the
if they were that
establishment,
powerful, they
to
should have been
really,
able to crush the Ukraine.
unite in their hate for what Israel is doing in their country.
I don't think Russia
Certainly,
is
it's
anywhere
the
near
first
as
time we've
powerful as people
seen
once
a
thought.
country that has been divided
A
over
lot of it
various
was
issues in the
propaganda.
past unite
Their
in such a
equipment is falling
strong way
apart.
behind
They
the
got tanks that are like
identity of
40 years
Iran,
old.
and really basically dismiss any calls for any kind of a internal uprising or unrest.
I don't
that
even
would
think
be,
they're the second most powerful
based
country in the
on
world
Iran's,
anymore.
The Iranian
I think
people's
China's
reaction to
surpassed
the
them for
system.
sure.
Dorsa, as always, thank you so much for talking us through all of this. We really
I
do
do hope
appreciate
that
it.
the
Dorsa
leadership
Jabari,
changes in
thanks
Iran.
again.
I just don't want to see a
Laurie
situation
Goldberg
where
is an
it's
Israeli
been
political
changed
commentator. He
before
joins
and it
us
just
from
gets
Tel Aviv
worse.
now.
Like it's
Thank you
even
so
more
much for being,
strict.
with us here, Ori. If we can just go back to what has happened in Israel in the last hour or so, another wave of
Russia's been
Iranian,
exposed by the Ukraine war,
strikes,
terrible
some
commanders,
getting
undisciplined
through and
soldiers,
causing
inferior
what
equipment.
appears to be quite a
Well, they had that
significant
militia
fire,
group that basically
somewhere in Israel.
were winning
Can
a
you
lot
just
of their
explain
battles
what
for
you
them,
know,
and
what
then
you've
he and
heard
the leader
at
of the
this
militia
stage?
group got into a spat with Putin and
Well, personally,
almost
I sheltered
turned
twice
around
due
and
to,
started marching on
Iranian
Moscow.
barrages to alerts
Crazy
from
shit.
the Israeli Home Front Command. And we heard impacts
the Wagner Group.
Near where I live in the suburbs of Tel Aviv. It's not clear, at least as of yet, according to Israeli media, where other impacts were. It is clear that some of the Iranian missiles got through. The barrages over the past
Iranians don't
24
want this
hours or
either. Most of
36
them don't
hours
want this. I
have
agree.
become
I mean,
smaller,
I'm not.
perhaps because Israel has
One
limited
of my
Iran's
regular
ability
viewers
to
is
launch
Muslim,
massive barrages of dozens of missiles,
and
perhaps because this is a change in Iranian strategy. But the
he seems to believe that they still want to remain very conservative, and it would basically be this move in the direction of like Saudi Arabia. And I'm like,
and after some of them,
really, like Saudi Arabia is not really any better than Iran. Like, I think if you were to ask the people there, they'd want a lot more.
Obviously, this is incredibly
freedoms of
disruptive.
speech.
I mean, how is the Israeli public responding
Stuff like
to
that.
the
Like you
scale
take a
and the
look at
reach of
videos from
some of
Iran
these
back in the
strikes,
60s and
especially,
stuff like that. Like
you
the
know, with
women were
civilian
walking around in
casualties
miniskirts and
and
stuff.
some of the damage that we've been seeing.
I don't know that they'd want to come all the way that far back. I don't know if they're prepared for that because they've got so much brainwashing that's going on.
You have to remember that at least one generation of Israelis, perhaps even two,
but you are right. They are. Persia has always, or the Persian people have always been known to be very,
destroy Israel, despite the fact that
very advanced as far as like their education and stuff like that. So
necessary, always.
Didn't they invent math? I believe they invented math
because Iran's sole intention is to destroy Israel.
That
is why Prime Minister Netanyahu talks about a preventive strike, even though that is
was it calculus or the number zero?
International law. So generally the population supports Netanyahu's war, but it is beginning to become
that had something to do with
clearer
math
and clearer that Israel doesn't really know what it's doing or what it's aiming for. Still, the majority of Israeli citizens, Jewish Israelis, certainly support this war. Some support it fervently. People are talking about a historic moment, about removing the Iranian threat, using our own prowess and not being dependent on anybody else. Perhaps again on changing the Middle East and becoming a hegemon. But more and more people are realizing that this strike on Iran is eerily reminiscent of Israel's war in Gaza most particularly in the sense
These
that
are film
having
men. Their
no
leadership
clear
doesn't
end
care.
game,
Look at how
no
they
clear
fought the
offer.
wars. I mean, look at
Okay,
World War
thank you,
II.
so much, Ori. As always, we really do appreciate your input.
Look at World
Ori
War II.
Goldberg.
You can like I know in American schools they get taught that America turned the war around. That is actually factually completely incorrect. The war was already turning around because of the number of people that Russia just allowed. They just basically allowed to be killed in the resistance against. Say what you will about about Russia and the USSR or whatever, but they definitely, because of their losses fighting against the Nazis, that's what kind of turned it around. That's kind of savage and sick in a way, but they lost like 25 million people fighting the Nazis, and they'd already started to push back before the Americans got involved in the war. But yeah, they do have a history of just continuing. I mean, Putin's doing it now. He's enlisting people into the army that have no business fighting for Russia, right? So.
Being held here in Canada's Rocky Mountains. But in these uncertain times, the conflict in Ukraine and the global trade war and tariffs will also be on the agenda.
Letters? You mean like
the
written?
G7 summit on Al Jazeera.
China's leaders promised economic prosperity in exchange for tight control over the country's population. But is that a trade-off?
I could have sworn it had something to do with math,
really
like
sees
calculus
himself
or
as a leader who
or
is chosen by destiny to make China strong.
Ken Roth speaks
the
with
number
journalist
zero
and
or
author
something.
Emily Fang.
They do feel like they've done so much to economically develop these regions, but of course they're missing the whole picture, which is that you're also trampling on people's human rights.
Reframe on Al Jazeera.
Here are some of the media stories.
Oh, algebra.
A critical look at the global news media.
Apparently, algebra
On
is
Al Jazeera.
Government shut off access to social media.
was developed by Persians. I knew it was something big, but one of those things we all learned in school and then never used again, right?
You're watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. Iran has launched a new wave of missile strikes towards Israel.
The top left is just a cam of
Israel,
cameras over Tehran and Israel.
Firefighters are tackling the blaze, which appears to have engulfed
Oh, there is a
multiple
fly
cars.
actually flying around there, yeah.
An earlier air raid siren sounded
Jar Jar
across
Binks,
Tel
yeah, I
Aviv.
haven't
The Israeli
played WoW in
military
like
says
6
its
months
defense
actually.
systems have been working to
Kind of bored
intercept
of
the
the game, to be honest, and
The Israeli
this is what I
military
do
has
during the
issued a
daytime
forced
if I'm not working or
evacuation
something
threat
like
for
that.
a
I'm usually
designated
watching. This
area
is
in
usually
Tehran.
how my computer's set up.
Explosions have been reported
I'm just
in the
watching stuff and
capital
looking
and
at
the
new
city
stuff
of Karaj. At least
around, and I was like, you know
people have
what?
been
Like, I'm
killed
just going to start
across
streaming this
Iran
stuff,
in
and
Israeli attacks since Friday.
because otherwise I'd just sit here and I
The US
wouldn't be
State Department
streaming.
has held a briefing on the escalating conflict in the region. Ellen Fisher was there following developments.
The State Department confirming that they are creating a task force to keep an eye on the situation in the Middle East. There's a travel advisory at the moment saying no American should travel to Iran under any circumstances at the moment, and also to approach with extreme caution any travel to Israel and also
Right,
to
dude.
Iraq.
I was
This
playing
task
Doom, but
force
usually
will
when I
look
get off
at
work, the
logistics
servers
that
go
might
down
be
like 2
required
hours later.
if the
So it's like,
situation deteriorates to try and move American
Great.
diplomatic
You
staff
know, like-
and also civilians from the wider Middle East region. But we also got confirmation from the State Department that foreign policy
Roy,
is
OC,
effectively
OTC,
centralized
what's
and
up?
personalized in the White House.
what's
It's not changing
Netanyahu
week
up to?
week,
He's
it is
suckering
changing
your
hour to
country's
hour.
leader
I
into
asked
a
a
war.
question
Is
about
what he's up
that
to.
at the briefing.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Tommy.
What it
Two
sounds
questions,
like.
please. First of all,
Top
can you
right.
tell
That's
me,
a
sir, Alan
that's
Fisher
a
from Al
briefing
Jazeera.
that
Very
happened
good.
earlier today where they're talking about the U.S. possibly getting into a war, but she's kind of vague in her
Iran was
answers.
not working towards a nuclear bomb. What's changed? That the U.S. position seems to be that it was very close.
Well, again, I can't speak to intelligence assessments, what may or may not have changed, or to the fact that it is President Trump and his team who are seeing things that matter when it comes to the decision making. And I think that that's what's happened here.
Second question is if the president in his first term was willing to give the Taliban 18 months to come up with a deal, why was there only 60 days given to the Iranians to discuss something which is much more complicated?
Again, I'm not going to discuss the details of the decisions made by the president.
That intelligent assessment came from
Yeah,
Tulsi Gabbard, who
Hitler.
is the director
I think
of
Hitler
National
was
Intelligence. When asked about
sure that
that
Russia was
early
going
on
to
Tuesday,
attack them, and
Donald
that's why
Trump
he
said, "I don't care what she
attacked them.
says." He is effectively driving all of the foreign policy at the moment, and will make decisions hour by hour based on the information that he's getting. It's clear his position on Iran has changed. Just a few weeks ago, he was talking about the need for a diplomatic solution. Now he's talking about the operation over Iran being about we, Israel and the United States. And again,
nothing new about when Trump is going to talk. He's supposed to be talking tonight, and
it
it's already
social media.
7:30 there.
Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, at the State Department in Washington.
Israel's first attack on
But
Friday was
Trump
under
is
the
supposed to be
premise
going
of
live at some
dismantling
point tonight,
Iran's
making a
ability
major
to develop
announcement.
nuclear weapons. The
Probably going to be talking about
watchdog
Trump
has
Mobile.
never said
We're
there's
getting all
evidence
worked
of
up, and he's
Tehran
going to be
having
announcing
nuclear
a
arms
new
program.
phone.
But Israel's prime minister has been saying Iran is very close to developing a nuclear weapon for 33 years. Dmitry Medvedenko has more.
You've probably heard this line before.
Iran has never given up its quest for nuclear weapons, and the missiles.
33 years of
That's
warnings
because
he's been
Israeli
going on
Prime
about.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying this for more than 30 years.
Yeah, we talked about this
Iran
earlier.
is close to having
nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons. Atomic bombs.
In 1992, as a member of parliament, Netanyahu addresses the Knesset. He says, within 3 to 5 years, we can assume that Iran will become autonomous in its ability to develop and produce a nuclear bomb. 3 years later, in his book, Fighting
Okay, hold on,
Terrorism,
hold on,
he
hold on,
repeats
hold on,
the
hold on,
same
hold on.
time frame, 3 to 5 years.
Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fast forward
Hold
to
on, we're
2000.
pausing this. The Air Force has now begun a wave of strikes in the Tehran area. So the Israeli Air Force is now attacking in Tehran. I don't know if I can get any live. Hold on, I've got another live thing here. So this is Beirut. This is Iran here. Iran. Jerusalem. So there's some Iran. There's Iran up on the top as well. We haven't seen anything as far as attacks go on those cameras yet. But that's the Israeli Air Force announcing that there's now begun a wave of strikes on the Tehran area.
Infamous cartoon
We'll have to wait and see if we've got
bomb at the
any.
UN General Assembly.
By next spring, at most,
Let me see if I can
by
bring
next
up other
summer,
cameras, actually.
At current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb.
And now, 33
let
years
me
after
look at
Netanyahu's
another,
first so-called
I'm trying to find a
imminent
better
warning,
view of the city.
Israel attacks Iran.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year.
That's despite the U.S. Director of
It'd
National
be hard to
Intelligence
find
saying
Tehran
Iran
ones
isn't
or
building a
different
nuclear
Tehran
weapon
ones.
months earlier.
Got a letter Tel Aviv, but not Tehran.
For Netanyahu,
Big time.
the slogan has been the same for decades. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al
It's all
Jazeera.
Tel Aviv live cameras. These are the best that we've got on Tehran. I don't see anything falling. Why are they posting that on Twitter? Well, if the
Gaza's health
attacks are
ministry
already
says
underway.
There's been a massacre of Palestinians.
I mean,
waiting for
if
food.
Trump can
More than
announce that
70
we,
people
hey,
were killed by Israeli forces in Khan Yunis while seeking
Khomeini, we
aid.
know exactly
There
where you
remain
are
at
and let
least
him know that he needs to
89
hide
killed
somewhere
across the
else.
Strip on Tuesday.
Why can't Russia,
reports from
the
Khan
Russian Air
Yunis.
Force, announce that they've already started attacking
They walked for
airs
hours
in Tehran?
through the bombed-out ruins, hungry and tired, and on the way to find desperately needed food. But dozens of Palestinians were killed before they reached an aid center in eastern Khan Yunis, set up by the newly established Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
They've actually got video
which is
of these
backed by
attacks.
the US
So hold on.
and Israel.
This is apparently one of the places where they've attacked. Unconfirmed, but
They just wanted food.
IDF, so this is 37 minutes ago. Israel Defense Force issues an immediate evacuation warning for residents of Tehran's 18th district. Keep in mind that the time there is 2:30 in the morning. So I don't know how many of these people are going to get this notification at 2:30 in the morning. But apparently this is the area of Tehran that they're attacking, and it's a lot of residents apparently that live there.
Tens of thousands of civilians were gathered in the
Leave this up here.
All of a sudden, 2 Israeli bombs were dropped in the middle of the crowds. Dozens of civilians, including children, were killed. More than 200 innocent civilians were blown to pieces.
A lot of individual divisions and performance. There was an all-female regiment at Stalingrad, thwarted a whole Panzer division that sought out to reinforcement and played a pivotal role in Germany's failure to capture the city. Okay. What expansion is this? Yeah, this is World of Warcraft 2.0. Troy.
Palestinians have now been killed. Humanitarian groups say targeting or endangering aid seekers undermines every principle of humanitarian.
I don't see any complication with the fact that USSR divided Europe with Nazis. Happy to attack other countries as well. They definitely were. Like didn't they have like an agreement to like split Poland or something like that? And
death now walk side by side. Tariq Abazoum.
Just rubble, no way they can sustain that situation much longer, even with the supply from outside of Gaza, no infrastructure. There is a picture that I wanted to show.
After Israel said Iran launched another wave of missiles.
Yeah, I see. These are all different people reporting.
Which appears to have engulfed multiple cars.
Here you go. These are different. This FIX News is definitely pretty reliable. So they are showing the same pictures as well. I don't know what it was that they attacked. Apparently it's a highly residential area, but there's possibly some military site there or something. But Israel did issue a warning for them to leave to a bunch of Iranian residents that were asleep. So I don't know how useful that was. Hey, thanks for the follow there, dude. Appreciate that. Jay Harvey, thanks, man. There was a picture that I saw there. This one here. This is what's happening where Palestinians are trying to go and get aid. They're being killed by Israeli forces.
A bit above average, admittedly, but otherwise the mountain states are fairly dry and sunny at the moment.
And that's been reported by multiple sources as well. It's pretty
increasing strength of the
pretty
winds,
blatant.
I think, once again, showers all the way from the coast in, say, Nicaragua and Honduras go back to Mexico and generate.
If we've got anything else,
this on the Pacific coast of Mexico may well develop into a named storm and make landfall, probably, but down the coast from Acapulco. But whether it makes landfall as a cogent storm or not is obviously
we haven't seen anything on.
Increases the landslide risk.
I'm going to put this down here. We haven't seen anything about what time Trump. Troy, I've got one job for you. I need you to tell me when Trump is going live. Okay.
Southeast Brazil, these are major flooding thunderstorms.
Do I got Iran or Israel? I don't think Iran's up for much of a fight, man. I do believe that they would probably be more willing to draw it out, though.
Someone who is supposed to shut up and accept what America gives you.
The next episode of Democracy Maybe explores racial conflict, ethnic politics, and inequality in the United States.
They get upset if you say all lives matter because they want to focus on black.
We Had a Dream on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Adrian Finnegan, and this is Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera, your weekly look at the world of business and economics. This week, restoring the tariff truce. The US and China have reached a framework deal to ease export controls.
I'm going to send you guys a link. You guys can watch it if you want. I'm not sure if I can show it on Twitch due to the nature of the video. That is video of
so what's behind the remarkable rally and at what cost to the rest of the economy?
Apparently, Israel forces killed over 70 Palestinians and wounded hundreds after firing tank shells, machine guns, and drones at a crowd seeking aid. Again, this is stuff that is not being shown on the news much, especially over here in North America, because they're on to their new blood. We're calling it basically the new war, which is Iran, and people are not paying any attention to what's going on in Gaza suddenly.
Principle, a framework deal to roll back some of the punitive measures. Now that means Washington.
Hey, thanks for the follow there, dude. Iran has nowhere near the military capability to directly attack us, U.S. mainland. Maybe some bases in near. I mean, there's probably bases nearby that they could attack. We did have a Twitter announcement earlier that they were starting to prepare their missiles to be fired at American bases if the U.S. declares war. We are waiting word. Apparently, there is a live news update, and a lot of people are suspecting that the U.S. is going to announce that they're entering the war. So,
after 2 days of talks, some progress. Chinese and U.S. negotiators emerging late at night in London.
the U.S. has announced that the embassy in Jerusalem will also be closed tomorrow and Friday, or Wednesday through Friday.
Our communication has been very professional, rational, in-depth, and candid. The two sides agreed in principle on the framework for implementing the consensus of the two heads of state in their phone call on June the 5th, as well as the consensus of the meeting in Geneva.
Yeah, that link that I posted, I don't know that I can show that on stream, so you're more than welcome.
Lifting export restrictions, both sides
More than welcome to watch it yourselves.
Including rare earth minerals, crucial for modern technology.
We do absolutely expect that the topic of rare earth minerals
there is a
to the United States of America will be resolved in this framework implementation. That is a fundamental part of that. Also, there were a number of measures the United States
That's
of
the
America
Caspian,
put
right?
on when those rare earths were not coming. You should expect those to come off sort of, as President Trump said, in a balanced way.
Washington had accused Beijing of dragging its feet on lifting curbs on rare earth exports introduced in the wake of U.S. tariffs in April. China holds a near monopoly on the minerals, which are essential to the production of cars, smartphones, and defense systems. In response, the U.S. blocked Chinese access to technologies like semiconductors and artificial intelligence and tightened visa rules for Chinese students.
Okay, it's
The deal
important.
struck here in this building.
So here, apparently there's
from the brink of renewed
drone sirens that are going off in the Dead Sea area.
U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs and America's long-standing complaints about China's
So
state-led
that would
economic
probably mean that
if these two superpowers can't find a lasting
they
agreement,
come in
the
through
risk is a full-scale trade war. one
Iran
that could
and
shake the
flew
global
over top
economy
of Iraq,
and stunt
Jordan,
growth
and
for years to come. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera for Counting the Cost, London.
yeah, apparently there's drone
Manfred
sirens
Elsing
going
is
off
the
in the
Deputy
Dead
Managing
Sea
Director
area.
and the Director of Research of the World Trade Institute at the University of Bern. He joins us now from there. Manfred, you and I are having this conversation, of course, before either President Trump...
The war between Pakistan and India, well, they backed off pretty
What do you
quick
make of it?
because
President
they
Trump
were
says it's a
starting to
done
get
deal.
angry enough where they were like
It
threatening with
helps in
their
the wider
war, and
tariff trade
they had to
war.
walk
Is it a
themselves off of
win-win
a
deal for
cliff.
both sides?
Well, thanks, Adrian, for the question. It's hard to say at this stage. I think it is not very substantial. I think we need to think about the bigger picture here, which is basically the U.S. wanting to decouple from China, and now we're trying to kind of look at the costs of this process. And
So
it's
apparently
sort of
this was a
one
pretty
step
large
in a longer
explosion,
process of
the one that we looked at
negotiations.
in
But at the moment, I
Tehran.
don't see really anything very substantial in this deal.
Did any side in this negotiations have the upper hand? Will the US, do you think, really lift its restrictions on semiconductors?
So this is
for
the
example?
area
Did
of
China
Tehran
play
that
the
they
rare
struck
earths card
around here.
well?
I'm not very familiar with
you can
Tehran.
see this is a typical
Never been
negotiation
there,
where both sides
surprisingly.
have actually good cards.
But apparently this is the
And
District
so I think the
18 area that
Chinese
they're
have
talking
a
about, where
very
the
strong card with the
I mean,
rare
that looks
earth
really like
minerals. And
I don't
so
know.
you see, we have sort of like a 6 months period now. Where the
I don't
Chinese
think
say
you
they
can
will
really
be,
use Google Maps and
doing this in a sort
actually,
of more
since we have it up.
in a more sort of less restrictive way, those export sanctions. And the U.S. side,
Let's see if I can
what we see in
find
the
this
US side
area
is they are enlarging the pie. So basically, they are talking about
based
the U.S.
on
Chinese student visas, and so you're seeing. I think the U.S. has not the same tools at the moment at disposal, and the rare earth issue
Town,
is a
it's
really
called.
critical one for the U.S.
Yeah, who needs what more here? If the US goes ahead and lifts restrictions on the export of semiconductors, I mean, reversing the Biden administration policy,
There.
that's
This is
that's one thing.
apparently
And is that because, I mean, the US desperately needs these rare earths?
the area that it
I think
attacked.
they
Can we,
need it for the
do
next
this?
couple of
No.
years, because again, for this transition
We'll-
to happen,
we'll drop
we need
out.
time. At the same time, I think the U.S. will not.
That looks like a lot of
lift
residences.
export sanctions on the high
A lot of residential buildings there.
Semiconductors, they're not going to go that far. They announced some export restrictions will be lifted on aircraft, on ethane, for instance, but not, I think, the most critical ones from a national security perspective. So we will see in the next couple of months how far the U.S. is willing to go.
Okay, we're inside
I
some
doubt
store.
they will go that way.
Did these talks
Oh,
break
we got
any
ice
new
cream
ground
for
before?
sale,
Was it
boys.
just
We
a
got ice cream
reset?
for
We're back
sale.
to square one, back to where we were after the talks in
All right.
Switzerland.
Anyways, that's the area apparently
I
in
think it's a continuation of
Tehran.
the talks in Switzerland. We had some bombs coming up now.
So this
and
area
it's not
here,
really
which is
a
where the
change, and
bomb,
also in terms of tariffs, we
where
don't
the
really see a
attacks
change.
happened.
They seem to be substantial. I think down
District
the road
18.
we'll see
Oh,
large
wait, they've
tariffs
even got
on
it
both
numbered.
sides. And really the question is,
Well, they
how
said District
much on the
18. That
export
doesn't say.
restrictions
This
will
is
be
District
lifted, and
4.
that's the
Where's
big
District
question going forward
18?
for me.
I wanted to ask you, can we now all breathe a sigh of relief? And from what you're saying,
14.
probably
Why are
not,
these
that
not
this
numbered
isn't
in like
going
a?
to solve the wider trade war between the US and China? Just, I mean, how
There's
bad
District
could
19,
things get?
District 16,
Well, we
12,
are
10,
in the middle of
18.
a
This
trade
is
war.
District 18
So
over
basically
here. They
now
told
it's sort
people
of
in
the
District
question, how do
18 to
we manage this
evacuate.
trade war? I think
And
the
the missile or whatever attack is up here. It's not even. It's on like the opposite side of the city. So District 18 is over here. What do we have over here?
We are in a situation we will have to deal with for
Plop ourselves
months to
down
come.
here.
So we're not really done with the trade war. We're in
Looks
the
like a
middle
lot
of the
of
trade war, and it's
residences
just
as well.
one
A
little
city with that
episode
many
of a
people, it's
couple
going to
of
be
steps
residences
that will
all
be
over the
taken
place.
the next couple
But
of
this is
months
the
to
area
see
where they
what
told
is
people to
actually going to be
evacuate.
implemented from this first framework laid out in Geneva last
Or
month.
this is apparently where the explosion is, or the missile dropped.
Affects us all.
And District 18
Does either side have the upper
over here.
hand in any trade war?
That's
Or
a
are we at
fairly
impasse?
wide
Is
distance.
there any way forward through negotiations? You think sooner or later someone is going to have to cave?
Keeping the world from falling in a total war over.
Be some
Prove you
equilibrium
wrong.
at
Well, we
some
can't
stage.
prove
An
you wrong
equilibrium,
until they're
again,
used.
that sort of is a function of the tariffs that will be decided and how much export restrictions there will be. That will be an equilibrium. And
Does anyone care about the tariffs anymore?
Then I'm curious, and curiosity is unstoppable. Let's try to investigate that. We found enzymes which the worm itself produce, which are in the saliva, and the enzymes
Okay,
applied.
they've discovered worms that'll eat plastic. That's okay.
It's kind of what's happened with a lot of formerly fringe far-right ideas, such as that of the Great Replacement, or even of mass illegal immigration. Spoiler alert, aside.
Okay, let's find something else.
Who's hurting more right now? Okay, we're 15 minutes into the game, but which side is on top?
Hold on, we're gonna watch this. Bottom monitors. What's on? Whoops.
However, again, it goes back to that to the nuclear sites, especially the Fordow site. I'm not sure they can do it without the United States. And
Still
if
waiting
I were
for
to
the US
suspect,
to
or if I were
make their big
to
announcement
make
tonight.
an assessment, I think the Israelis would ask the
wanna
United States
try
for
and find out-
assistance, at least for this site.
When
Okay,
is
so
Trump
obviously there's so many
to-
unknowns right now, and
to
I have to ask
address
this:
Nation?
when all is said and done, did Israel anticipate when they were going to launch
It says tonight.
Operation Rising Lion that it would last multiple nights, multiple days, that Iran would counterattack and counterstrike over multiple days? Or did they bite off more than they can chew? How is it going for Israel right now? From what I have seen, the rapidity with which they have gone through Iran's top military leadership is truly astonishing. But just because all those high-ranking guys are gone, does that mean they give up their nuclear ambitions? It's not that simple, is it?
No, definitely not that simple. But I'd say this, the Israelis have been planning something like this for well over a decade, all right? So I think they understood before they launched this operation what can happen, how Iran will react. And so far, at least with my own assessment, I haven't seen anything that has really surprised me as far as what
No
Iran has
announcement
done.
as to when
Now,
he's
what
supposed
has
to address the
surprised me is
nation.
the
It's
method or the ability of the Israelis
close to 8 o'clock.
To seek out these sites. These
Usually
military
that's around the
sites
time
in
when
Iran
they make the
and take them
announcement.
out.
So
And of
I'm
course, as
going
you
to be
mentioned,
constantly
the
scouring
elimination
to find
of certain officials, especially military leaders, and
if there's
other
anything,
officials.
if
So
he's
it's very impressive.
making any announcements at all.
But to be quite honest with you, I don't think all of that means much unless the Israelis achieve their number one goal, and that is to either severely degrade Iran's nuclear infrastructure or destroy it.
Okay, so the site that was attacked in Iran is apparently the Khojar missile production complex southeast of Tehran has been struck by Israeli strikes tonight. So that is apparently what they attacked tonight.
So, you know, call me skeptical here. You know, these rogue nuclear powers, they don't go quietly and softly into the night and just give up their nuclear ambitions. And you know, after the Hamas attack on October 7th, we're now almost 2 full years into that war. Do you anticipate, or do some in Israel anticipate, that this could drag on that long?
I don't think it can drag on that long.
Okay.
I mean, at the beginning of this conflict, you know, we started seeing reports this could last. The Israelis effectively messaged that could take 2 weeks to complete their objectives, and I think that's possible. Okay. Now, the Israelis, they can't hold on, they can't sustain ballistic missile attacks for weeks on.
Well, that was my question, Joe. That, you know, if you're the Israeli body politic, were you prepared for this? For weeks on end of missile barrages from Iran, did Bibi Netanyahu and the war cabinet, were they frank with the Israeli people saying this is what is going to happen right now? Because we've seen all of the scenes out of Haifa, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. You have many Israelis living in bomb shelters right now as we speak. Did they know that that was coming?
Yeah, I think so. The prime minister, he telegraphed, he told the Israeli people this was going to be a difficult day. These were difficult days ahead. Now, to your point, the airport shut down. A lot of people are stuck in bomb shelters. They can't work. So,
interesting announcement.
They can't sustain this.
The president has recently ordered a change in the Unified Command Plan. This change will shift Greenland from the U.S. European Command area of responsibility to the U.S. Northern Command area. This is something you want to read this if you want, but it's basically something that Denmark is not be very happy with.
So will Trump do it? Will Trump?
I don't think that's the announcement. That's tonight, though.
I don't know. We'll just have to see.
I think Trump is announcing a new
some of the language coming out of President Trump, vis-a-vis Iran and the supreme leader, the Ayatollah here, you know, I think is somewhat interesting just from kind of a presidential perspective. I was asking, you know, my followers on Twitter, maybe you can help me answer these questions. You know, has a U.S. president ever called for the foreign residents of a foreign capital to evacuate en masse? You know, I don't know the answer to that question. And then, has a U.S. president...
What is Iran going to do that we'll remember for centuries? Dude, I have no idea.
Essentially threaten the targeted assassination of the
They
supreme
did launch
leader
like
of the
20
Ayatollah.
missiles,
Because, you know,
and they
Joe,
basically did
Trump
nothing.
is saying this. He said on Air Force One, he doesn't
I think
want
it's
a
just a lot of
ceasefire.
bluster, basically.
He just wants an end to this full stop. But he's also saying, you got to get back to the table, Iran. We got to get a nuclear deal on the table. So is there some cognitive dissonance going on there?
I think what the president is trying to do more than anything is signaling or messaging to Iran, especially its leader Ali Khamenei, that listen, we've been serious about this whole time, and you need to understand the amount of pressure that's on you, and that the Israelis and the United States are going to stop. All right. Yes, I understand that it's quite rare for a president to say the words that he did earlier today. So
top
it's
left,
very interesting. But again, I think
this
what
area
Trump is
of,
trying to, President Trump's trying to
Tel
do,
Aviv,
of course, the
apparently
Israelis as
Iran
well,
forces
trying
have
to put as
told
much
residents
pressure
to leave
on
the area.
Iran's leadership to capitulate here, even if it's in words
If
as
you're familiar
well.
with Tel Aviv, I've not
So
been
that's
there
what I'm
yet,
seeing
but
now.
this area here
Whether the United States is going to act militarily,
is
carry out kinetic
apparently
strikes against Iran's nuclear
for
facilities.
Iran.
Again, it may happen.
Suggested they may
Unfortunately, we just
strike.
don't know just yet.
So, Joe, just lastly, obviously on the campaign trail in the early months of the administration, President Trump said he wants to be a peacemaker. He doesn't want any new wars.
Stuck in an alleyway.
But at the same time, he has said
we
Iran
touch
cannot
down
have
somewhere
a nuclear
else. Or maybe
weapons
that's a regular
program.
road, but
Inherently, is there a contradiction in those two statements?
Down
Because
here.
we've just been discussing Israel needs our help.
Yeah, it looks like residences, a bunch of
Now, is it
buildings,
gonna
and
be
a lot of these
long-term
cities are
or
going to be just full of
limited? We don't know.
residences.
We don't even know if it's going to happen. But can you see some inherent contradiction in that?
I can see it, but at the same time, I think President Trump recognizes that Iran having a nuclear
that's
weapon
the area that
isn't only
Iran
a problem
is
for Israel. It's a
telling
problem for the United
residents to
States.
flee out of.
All right. Of course, the United States has many interests in the Middle East, in the region, and a nuclear armed Iran is a big problem. We've seen the Iranians already demonstrate what they can do with ballistic missiles against Israel. It wouldn't surprise me with a nuclear umbrella, all right, that Iran could start targeting other areas, especially American interests, all right? And we haven't even talked about Iran's proxy groups as well, which are obviously in the region there. Battered, yes, but they're still there. So I think President Trump has recognized this whole time that Iran having a nuclear weapon is a problem for the United States. It's a problem for Israel. And frankly, it's a problem for a lot of nations. So I think he's doing the right thing here.
All right. Joe Truzman there with the FDD. Joe, good to see you. Thanks so much for your insight. We'll, I'm sure, talk soon.
Unusual Wales is,
okay, in the meantime, here, we're still
is
going to be
reporting
continuing with this coverage.
that Trump has
all
met
throughout
with his
the course of
National
the evening.
Security Council in the
Myself,
Situation
my
Room
colleague, Austin
reportedly
Westfall,
to
bringing
decide
on
whether to
experts
strike
and analysts,
Iran
just
or
like
not.
Joe Truzman there, to help us make sense.
And that's
of where
presumably
this
what
goes from
Trump
here,
is
kind of
going to
gaming out
announce
some
tonight.
scenarios, especially an if, that's big if, the United States gets involved in some capacity.
Okay, they're actually going
and we'll
to be
just have to
talking
wait
about
and see. We do have still live pictures there over the skies of Tel Aviv and over the skies, I believe, in Jerusalem. We're being told right now, according to reports online, that Israel is launching yet another round of strikes on targets in and around Tehran. If we get any more confirmation or details,
We've already reported what
is
they're
being
talking
targeted,
about.
we'll make sure to bring that to you. So we're going to be bringing on also experts kind of from the Iran side of the equation here. That was more of the Israeli side of the equation with Joe there. We'll also be discussing how this impacts you here at home in the States, especially when it comes to the price of gas. We'll be speaking with an economist next hour about that. So in the meantime, remember, I want to put this up from the State Department, their travel warning: Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza, saying given the security situation and in compliance with Israel home front command guidance, the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem will be closed tomorrow through Friday. And
I think it's
that news as well. Back out live there
odd
to
that
Jerusalem. We'll see you in 2
Israel
minutes.
Defense Force is announcing their that for Iranians to leave a certain district, and they're not even announcing it till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then the attacks go through like 15 minutes later. They're not really giving people an opportunity to get out. You guys hear about the drug test that Elon Musk had to go through, or he went through just to prove to everyone that he wasn't an addict? I had to do a drug test for the job that I currently have. It's the first time I've ever actually had to have it done. Drugs in your system are generally like clear of your system with 3 days. So he could just like plan to have the drug test and then not do drugs for like a week beforehand, and then take the drug test and go, aha, I am not a drug addict, or I'm not doing drugs. Shit was Israel's got to stop. We'll see. I'm waiting to see what Trump's announcement is tonight. There's apparently supposed to be some big announcement.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well,
What's he
week
gonna
from
talk
tonight
about?
is the major election so many of us have been watching and waiting for. That, of course, is the New York City mayoral primary.
No.
However,
Perhaps
if you
about
look
that.
at the policy of the Labour government, they reject the austerity-driven cuts to
They'll think you're on
to the
drugs?
public services, and instead they are focusing on the economic growth and fairer taxation. So rather than cutting the funds, the government believes that the higher economic growth can increase the income, then they can also
Trump
create a
probably
fairer
announces
tax
that they're
regime
going to go. "Here,
which can fund the
we're
military
going to get some freedom.
So
We're going to
I
get some
think
freedom
there
in
will be no
Iran.
return to austerity.
We're going to go free
so
them
the Labour government
Iranians."
will try to find the defense expenditures
following the
to fund the defense
mayoral race
expenditures through the higher economic
bated
growth
breath,
and
have you?
fairer tax regimes in the long run.
Right, focusing on the UK in particular for just a moment, cutting welfare programs, social spending is not something you'd expect a Labour government to do. Why don't they just raise taxes to pay for this?
It will be a bad idea if America gets involved in this.
Yeah, because they have they want to focus on
The
both
American
security
people
and
would definitely
social
not be happy
justice.
about it.
So
That's for sure.
Actually, if you look at the previous Labour government, which is a long time ago, Labour has historically supported fair taxation, such as windfall tax rates or higher tax rates of top earners.
Gets deeply involved.
To find the public
What if they just
goods.
drop a
So
the
I believe
bunker
instead
buster
of,
bomb? Would that be fine?
Cutting welfare, they will go for higher income taxes for maybe the wealthy people, or maybe unearned income or excessive corporate profits, something like that, to finance the military expenditures.
We've established that the UK at the moment can't exactly afford.
No, not the mother of all
to
bombs. The
implement
mother of
the
all
military
bombs is a
spending
different
that
one.
it-
There's
that it
that one's a
wants
bigger
to.
bomb, but
Other
it doesn't
EU
pierce
nations
the
facing the same
upper
dilemma,
layers
or
of
are they
the
perhaps,
earth,
better
the earth.
positioned
So the bunker
financially to
busting bomb
increase
actually will
their
hit the earth and go
defense
like dig down, or I don't know if it digs, but it goes into the earth, and it's meant to blow up things underground.
Especially France and Germany are also increasing, or they are pushing to increase their defense.
Do you think America will be okay so long as
but
U.S.
we should
ground
note
troops
that
are involved?
They have a stronger welfare system.
What if they
compared
back
to UK
Israel
economy due to the
with
higher corporate tax
munitions,
and
but don't
personal
actually
tax
sound
rates?
Americans are themselves?
And
Would they
in
be okay
addition
with
to
that,
this,
CMAC?
most of the EU countries are planning to use a multi-year budgeting to avoid sudden cuts. Sudden possible cuts. So the
the GBU
but I'm
57,
unsure
I believe
that
it's
they have-
57/B
whether
or
they
something
have
like
many
that,
years to restructure their
is a
defense
bunker
forces,
busting
amid this,
bomb that they can
increasing
drop.
global uncertainty
I don't
and
know if it's a
global
bomb or
instability.
I think it's just a
Gideon,
bomb,
it's been
right? But
really
they
good
drop
to
it
talk
from
to
the
you, Javier
B-2
Acosta.
bomber.
Many thanks indeed for being with us.
Apparently, it's like the only
Thank
craft
you very much for having me.
in the world that
Now,
can carry it.
Pakistan has also ramped up its defense spending for this fiscal year. The government has unveiled its budget, which also includes
They're
spending
doing the
cuts
same.
and tax
Yeah, but aren't a
rises.
lot of
The
Americans pissed off that
cash-strapped
they're even
country,
helping
which
Ukraine
has
out at
relied on
all?
bailouts from the International
Why are we
Monetary
sending
Fund
money
since
to the Ukraine?
1958, aims to boost economic growth. The IMF approved a $7 billion loan last year, but many say they're yet to see any benefit of that. Kamal Haider reports from Islamabad.
Well, haven't they sent like billions of
As
dollars
angry
or something to
opposition
Ukraine?
politicians protested, the government presented its budget for the new fiscal year. The government says it expects the economy to grow by 4.5% in the coming 12 months.
Where's this?
The Prime Minister
Oh,
of Pakistan has always tried to reduce tax burden on salaried class.
Let's go back to
to interfere with the operations and the good working order of these federal ICE officials who are trying to enhance and enact immigration enforcement here. So yet another story to the storyline. All right, I'll stop talking. You're going to hear from Brad Lander himself at this press conference in Manhattan today. Let's watch.
I know CMAC doesn't actually give two craps about that, so...
Level protest against Jeff Bezos and his decision to hold his marriage in the Italian city. Unfurling a huge banner above the famed Piazza San Marco last week, it underlined the collective's message that the
somewhere in
billionaire
Italy?
isn't welcome, and that no space for Bezos. The collective's name is a slogan spreading rapidly with exasperated inhabitants.
It's the U.S. version of the
It's going to be impossible to get around,
first,
to
so
live in this
that's
town
the
that's
German
modern and
version.
sold off to tourists, to stars, and billionaires.
Do most people care that Ukraine wins the war? Most people do care, most people don't care. Or most Americans can't afford to go to the doctor, and we are where our money goes.
All it took was the ultimate billionaire, and everything was easy for him.
Don't you have health insurance, though? What do you mean you can't afford to go to the
wedding
doctor?
broke, with local media reporting luxury hotels booked out for guests, along with a fleet of water taxis and the city's famous gondolas.
Yeah, I'll be right back,
Nonsense,
chat.
according
Just
to
gonna
local
grab a
authorities
snack.
who are focused on a
How
major
much
incoming
time do we have
economic
before a
boost.
break?
He's someone who's done great things on a global
can't
level.
even do a
We're
break.
extremely proud. I don't know if we'll have time to meet or shake hands, but it's an honor
Air fryer
that he's
steak
chosen Venice,
snack?
and we're
No.
happy that he's come in here with all of his friends.
The break comes in
Last
9
time
minutes, so I'm
Venice
just gonna
saw
wait till
major
then.
celebrity nuptials was when George and Amal Clooney tied the knot in 2014, with locals keenly remembering how the city was stuck at a standstill for several days.
Bulletin, we're back in 15 minutes.
Say 15 minutes? How long of a break do these guys? 15 minutes? Okay, well,
good to have you with us. You are starting tonight here in France, where there's been another deadly accident linked to a faulty airbag.
Yeah, but a woman died last week after scraping her car against the guardrail on a motor.
Okay.
Relief of an early recovery. Kamal Haider for counting the cost in Islamabad.
And that's
They're
our
still talking
show
about
for this week. If
Pakistan?
you'd like to comment on anything that you've seen, you can get in touch with us.
Okay,
I'm
so
at
it's
A
5
Finnegan
o'clock
on
now,
X.
Pacific
Please
time,
use
8 o'clock
hashtag
Eastern.
HKCTC,
This is
or
usually when,
you can drop us a line. countingthecost@aljazeera.net is our email address. As always, there's plenty more for you online at aljazeera.com/CTC. That takes you straight to our page, and there you'll find individual reports, links, and entire editions for you to catch up on.
This is when...
But that's it for this edition of Counting the Cost. I'm Adrian Finnegan from the home team here in Doha. Thanks for
America
watching.
presidents
We'll see you
and
again. The
the
news
EU
on Al
tend
Jazeera is
to make announcements around this time. America, we got them.
The warrior dancers of Dingep Arenado Debo honor their queen with a victory dance. A woman is the highest authority.
But
in
nowhere
this
is announcing
community.
Donald Trump is set to
Surrounded by her
speak at this
subjects,
time. So
the woman king presides over a land dispute.
I lead a peaceful community with no trouble because of my gender.
To ascend the Nyagon throne, a woman must be above 50 years old. The queen serves at the pleasure of the paramount ruler of Ganye, who also administers
there
many small
is
chiefdoms
a
like hers.
For more than 260 years,
press
no
conference
man has
scheduled
led
in
this
15
community,
minutes
and there is
with
no
Mark
indication
Carney. We
that a
might
man
break to
will
that if
ever
there's
return
nothing
to
else
power
going on.
here.
But the men here
he's
aren't bothered about being ruled by a
making
woman.
some announcement. He's holding a press conference, I guess, to talk about the results of the G7.
Women leadership has strengthened the position of women in this community.
If there's nothing else
Unlike
going on,
some
we'll
of our
break to that.
neighbors, They have a voice in matters that affect not only them,
Yeah,
but
Brett
the entire community.
Pacheco, earlier today, Trump said that there's going to be a big announcement
to bear witness
tonight.
to all that life offers.
Iranian media also announced that Iran had an announcement that was going to be felt for centuries. That they were going to, the world was going to see tonight. So. We'll see what that's all about.
Israel says Iran has launched a new wave of attacks. One missile hit central Israel, setting several cars ablaze.
Wait, what happened to that car that's off the ground?
I'm Tom McRae. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, the Israeli military continues to bombard Iran with strikes in parts of the capital, Tehran. US President Donald Trump demands Tehran
Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei says we will show no mercy to Israel.
Over the skies over Iran.
We'll see how much no mercy it means.
And Gaza's health ministry calls it a massacre. Israeli forces kill at least 89 Palestinians, most while they were waiting for food.
A lot of bluster, I think. What time is it in Iran? It is 3 o'clock in the morning.
Iran has launched another wave of missiles towards Israel as hostilities escalate. The two countries have been exchanging strikes for a fifth day.
3 o'clock in the morning, no announcements.
Made impact in central Israel, causing a fire. Firefighters are tackling the
These
blaze,
are it's usually around this time that missiles start launching, though. They tend to wait till like late in the night, and then they start firing missiles at each other. So.
And earlier, air raid sirens sounded across Tel Aviv with multiple interceptions seen above the sky. Israeli media are reporting an estimated 20 Iranian missiles were launched towards Israel in the latest attack. Well, Bernard Smith has more details from Jordan's capital, Amman. He's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera
Here's
from
the
inside Israel, as well as the occupied
pictures
West Bank.
of whatever was dropped. This is Tehran, and those are the pictures from. Apparently, the fire or the light was lasted for quite some time. So
no indication whether that was hit. There is military censorship in wartime in Israel.
But this is the leader Khamenei. Trump has announced that they know where he is. They know where he's hiding.
Area that was hit earlier on Tuesday.
So he's probably running to another hiding spot, and the intel that found out where he is probably pretty pissed off.
Location. But Israel's military says it's destroyed in Iran about 200 missile launching locations, and they say they believe.
No, it's not the Moab. Well, no, it's an Israeli missile attack. So they were striking. It turned out it was a missile production facility.
200 overnight.
That was attacked.
From Sunday to Monday, it was about 65.
No, apparently Israeli jets were fighting over there and were flying over top of the city and dropped
they don't say how many
missiles on that site.
But as we've seen, the ones that do get through, and sometimes the shrapnel from them have.
Or they don't know where he is, and they are just saying that to get him to move for intel. Or Trump doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Destroyed, and 18,000 Israelis.
A, B, or C? Which one do you think is most likely?
Damaged by Iranian missiles. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Amman.
Here's the news that Trump is addressing the nation tonight.
Designated area in the Iranian capital.
Or is Trump addressing the nation tonight? He did mention on
at least 240 people have been killed across Iran
on Twitter that there was a big announcement.
Friday.
Let me actually see if I can find that.
Thousands of Iranians are trying to flee the capital, but many warn roads are
that
gridlocked.
Announcement was fun.
The US president is demanding Iran's unconditional surrender after 5 days of hostilities with Israel. Donald Trump has met with his national security team at the White House and is beefing up support for Israel. The US military is sending more fighter jets to the Middle East and extending the
he wants
stay
unconditional
of warplanes
surrender
already
now,
in the region.
which
Defense
Iran would never be able. Israel would never be able to get
for the protection of US forces
by themselves. We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding.
Truth Social, he said, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran." Iran had good sky trackers and other defense equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived and manufactured stuff. Trump adds that nobody does it better than the good old USA. We're going to get more now from Mike Hanna, who joins us from Washington, D.C. Mike, this is remarkable language from the US president, and the US now completely aligned with Israel, isn't it?
Yes, the use of the word "we" very clearly a signal that the U.S. is now fully in support of Israel in its actions against Iran in this ongoing attack on that country. President Trump cut short his state visit to Canada, where he was attending the G7 summit, saying he had to deal with the situation. And indeed, it's been a busy day at the White House. There was a national security meeting, a full national security meeting, which lasted about 1 hour. But subsequent to that, there were a number of what appeared to be individual meetings with the Secretary of State, with the special...
Here is your announcement announcing that there will be an announcement. So is the Iranian military Twitter page, there's a surprise tonight that the world will remember for many centuries. A lot of AI generated video. Justice will be served. Come on. You guys want to see it better? This is the Iranian video, letting people know that there's a big announcement. Nice AI, I know. I might be able to create this video. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create an AI video to let people know that Canada has a big announcement. We are coming out with sugar-free maple syrup. Oh my God. Anyways, that's the big announcement, apparently. We're not watching that.
So there are those domestic
Yeah, I did mention that we had another. This has nothing to do with what's going on, but a lot of you watched me for gaming. You guys know that Reckful's account was unbanned to allow Barry to use it. Apparently, the account has been rebanned.
But there again, some observers have pointed out that President Trump, being the person he is, this could have been the royal rather than the US and Israel we.
Indeed. Okay, thank you so much for talking us through all of that, Mike. Mike Hanna for us in Washington, D.C. Well, Ori Goldberg is an Israeli political commentator.
Why?
He says the Israeli public is mostly supportive of Prime Minister Netanyahu's government, despite feeling the impact of retaliatory strikes by Iran.
The barrages over the past.
Let's just do something deliberately. How could anyone have been pissed off that that account was reactivated? That is the most ridiculous thing in the world. Those of you that watch me for gaming content, specifically World of Warcraft, will know how stupid this is.
We're growing shorter and shorter.
Unbanned for who?
15 missiles reach Israel every time, and after some of them.
Our AI videos defeat your AI videos. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna make our Canadian AI video.
Outside the shelters.
For those of you that don't watch me for gaming content, this account was owned by a former content creator named Reckful. Reckful was well liked amongst both his community, the community of World of Warcraft, as well as other content creators, and his account was banned years ago. He kept playing the game under a different account, but his main account was banned, and it was kind of a contentious issue. It was reactivated, kind of to celebrate the guy, and given to his best friend. His name is Barry. Barry's a cool guy. I met him at BlizzCon a number of years ago. And Barry was going to celebrate his account and show off the achievements that Reckful had, and it was basically going to be a celebration of Reckful. And Blizzard then just went and turned around and banned the account again. For whatever reason. Or were they worried that Reckful is going to use it?
Israeli citizens, Jewish Israelis, certainly support this war. Some support it.
I just explained why they activated it. Maybe you said that before I explained it, but they really are a little out of touch with reality. Kind of like the Supreme Leader Khamenei, who has declared that there's some massive thing that is going to happen tonight.
Are realizing that this strike on Iran is eerily reminiscent of Israel's war in Gaza, most particularly in the sense of having no.
So, anyways, just another thing that is going to piss off the
State Department has held a briefing
Blizzard and World of Warcraft community, because I don't think anyone had any issue with them reactivating this banned account. It was banned 11 years ago, man. 11 years ago.
There's a travel advisory at the moment saying no American should travel to Iran under any circumstances at the moment, and also to approach with extreme caution any travel to Israel and also to Iraq. This task force will look at logistics that might be required if the situation deteriorates to try and move American diplomatic staff and also civilians from the wider Middle East region. But we also got confirmation from the State Department that foreign policy is effectively centralized and personalized in the White House. It's not changing week to week, it is changing hour to hour. I asked a question about that at the briefing.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Tammy. 2 questions, please. First of all...
Can you tell me, sir...
Alan Fisher from Al Jazeera English.
Very good. How do you do?
Fine, thank you. The US intelligence assessment on March 26 was that Iran was not working towards a nuclear bomb. What's changed? That the US position seems to be that it was very close.
Well, again, I can't speak to intelligence assessments, what may or may not have changed, or to the fact that it is President Trump and his team who are seeing things that
here's more propaganda
when it comes to
from
the
Iran saying that they're shooting everything down.
I think that that's what's happened here.
With their air
Second
defense
question
system.
is if the president in his first term was willing to give the Taliban 18 months to
Israel,
come up with a deal,
however,
why was it only 60 days?
Israel has announced that they've got complete air superiority there. There's no resistance, essentially.
The details of the decisions made by the president.
That intelligence assessment came from Tulsi Gabbard, who is the Director of National Intelligence. When asked about that early on Tuesday, Donald Trump said, "I don't care what she says." He is effectively driving all of the foreign policy at the moment and will make decisions hour by hour based on the information that he's getting. It's clear his position on Iran has changed. Just a few weeks ago, he was talking about the need for a diplomatic solution. Now he's talking about the operation over Iran being about we, Israel, and the United States. And again, the position could change in the coming hours, and we're likely to find out about it from social media. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, at the State Department in Washington.
Gaza's health ministry says there's been a massacre of Palestinians waiting for food. More than 70 people were killed by Israeli forces in Khan Yunis while seeking aid. They were among at least 89 killed across the strip on Tuesday. Tariq Abu Azum reports from Khan Yunis.
They walked for hours through the bombed-out ruins.
Here's some more propaganda from Iran, whether it's true or not. This is.
Food.
Let me play this from the beginning. This is a missile launched at an F-35, apparently. Apparently.
Dozens of Palestinians were killed before they reached an aid
Looks like
center
AI, fake.
in eastern Khan Yunis. Set up by
Why
the
would you say it's
newly
fake? It's
established
posted from the
Humanitarian
official
Foundation,
Iran
which is
military
backed by
Twitter
the US
account. It's
and
got
Israel.
255,000 followers.
Bodies are strewn in the streets. People were attacked while waiting for aid and for flour to arrive.
Are you sure?
Look around,
Are
see
you
what's
sure
going
it's
on.
fake?
People are hungry. They're desperate. They just wanted food.
Nasser Hospital, already overwhelmed, was flooded with hundreds of casualties, where the floor became an emergency ward again. Israel justifies such attacks by invoking security threats, but this narrative is contradicted by video footage and survivor accounts.
Didn't try to roll, no
point to
defenses
a
were popped.
deliberate Israeli attack
What are the
on unarmed, hungry crowds.
what are the things that they fire out the back of the jet?
Tens of thousands of civilians were
They
gathered
would
in the
definitely have
large
had
square,
notification
waiting
on its
for aid.
alarm
All of a
system
sudden,
that something was
Israeli bombs
incoming.
were dropped in the middle of the crowds. Dozens of civilians, including children, were killed. More than 200 innocent civilians were blown to pieces. Body parts were scattered all over the place. The number of victims
I can't
is way
believe that
more
you would
than those
suggest
brought
that
to the
Iranian
hospital,
media
but
is
no one could
fake
reach them
news,
to
dude.
provide help.
With aid access cut off by Israeli restrictions, Palestinians are left with no choice but to risk their lives to reach the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation sites, where many Palestinians have now been killed. Humanitarian groups say targeting or endangering aid seekers undermines every
Oilers game
principle
is on, I know.
of humanitarian work.
I
By
know.
repeatedly targeting aid
Unfortunately,
seekers near
the
Gaza
window that I have it
Humanitarian
on, I
Foundation
can't.
run aid distribution points.
I can't show it to you
Israel has
guys
turned
because
the
you know.
simple act of seeking food into an ordeal where hunger and death now walk side by side. Tariq Abazoum, Al Jazeera, Khan Yunis, Palestine.
Israeli forces have carried out more raids across the occupied West Bank. They detained at least 27 Palestinians on Tuesday in the cities of Jenin
Oh,
and
it looks like they're
Tulkarem.
just doing the
Israel
anthems.
has placed the territory under lockdown, sealing the entrances of cities with
I'm not
iron
saying I have
gates
it
and
up, but I might
checkpoints.
have it up.
Palestinians say Israel's siege is aimed at expanding illegal settlements. We'll still ahead here on Al Jazeera.
Nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons.
Nuclear weapons.
We look at the warning Israel's Prime Minister has been repeating on Iran for more than 30 years.
Nuclear weapons. Yeah, the flares. Like you see in Top Gun, right?
Of diversity,
Is there anything else on? They what's this?
corruption, and compassion. Al
What is this?
Jazeera World.
Some people waiting for food.
Oh, this is what's happening in Gaza. See, there's If you go outside of
injured
North
people
America,
were
dude, you
rushed to nearby
still see
hospitals.
reporting on what's going on in Gaza.
This is not aid.
You don't even hear
is an
this on
ambush.
North
This is not
American
aid. This is an ambush against the youth.
channels.
Not to feed them, but to kill them. I complain to God about every oppressor and every Arab ruler who did not stand with us and did not stop the war. I ask God to take revenge on them.
Local health officials say that hospitals have been overwhelmed with patients suffering from shrapnel and gunshot wounds, which they say are difficult to treat due to a shortage of medical supplies.
Just out of respect, I'm going to pause what
Today,
Mark Carney
people
is
have
saying.
been killed and wounded by
To
artillery shells
to finish
and
the
targeted
story
with
here.
direct missiles. These shells that fell among the crowds and thousands of civilians caused a terrible massacre. So far, we have counted 50.
I don't know how
martyrs,
anyone can look at
and
what's
there are
going on in
dozens more
Gaza
who
and
are
saying
still on
it's
the
not
ground,
indiscriminate.
and
It's
others
just like
who have been
totally
blasted to
like
pieces because of shells that fell
attacking the
directly
civilian
among
population at this
civilians.
point.
The Israeli military has acknowledged the incident and said it happened close.
Survive and not to starve to death.
Yeah, you're a humanitarian
That'll just
yourself.
happen.
How do you feel seeing people seeking aid come under fire again and again?
It's
This is
absolutely
being reported by
horrifying.
multiple
I spoke
sources,
today
news sources,
to a woman who was telling me that
that this is happening. People are going to these sites where they're told that they can get aid, they can get food, they can get supplies, and they're being attacked by Israeli
One
forces.
be when they have no other choice but to literally risk their life on a daily basis just in order not to watch their children starve in front of their eyes. There is a limited volume of aid that is being allowed into Gaza.
Jesus, man.
It is restricted both in volume and in the types of aid that can enter. And of course, we are further constrained in being able to deliver this aid. So basically, the bottom line is that it is less than a drop in the ocean, and it is not addressing the needs of the people. And the only way to address the needs of the people is by allowing an unrestricted flow of aid to enter Gaza over a sustained period of time so that we can safely deliver it to the people.
Nice.
in
I
need.
mean, they're innocent people that are just trying to
Israel
survive at this
partially
point.
eased its 11-week
They're locked into an
blockade
area.
of Gaza a couple of weeks back. But today, the World Health Organization pleaded for fuel to be allowed into Gaza. How does that shortage impact life in the Strip?
You
everything
imagine trying to
runs
survive
on
through
fuel
this?
in Gaza. You know, we have obviously life-saving equipment that is being powered in the
Just gross,
hospitals,
man.
and
Just
now this
gross.
equipment is on the verge of shutting down. Of water and sanitation facilities already, we're saying we have virtually run out, but we have run out because right now we cannot provide enough water, for example, for people that is in line with internationally established sphere standards, they're called. Telecommunications, I mean, everything that powers life runs on fuel. And right now, we don't have access to the fuel that we have.
There's a draft?
Still inside Gaza.
A draft for
and,
what?
more
America's not
fuel
going to
isn't
protect
allowed,
Gaza. They're going
to enter by the Israeli authorities.
Do you
What
believe
do you
you
mean?
and your fellow humanitarians will be allowed at any time soon to fully resume operations?
I don't think Netanyahu
as
would
you
be
used
able
to
to travel
carry
around
out
outside of
before
Israel
the blockade before
too
October
well,
7th.
because he has been charged with
Well,
war
we're
crimes.
certainly doing everything that we can to ensure that this is restored, because this is the only way to address the issues on the ground and really to talk about the meaningful lifting of
Reasonable and
the
targeted
blockade,
response.
because,
I think you're being
this-
sarcastic,
we're
right?
not talking about just
Is
giving
there a kappa
people
that
food
is
or
supposed to
giving
be at the end
people
of that?
water. We have to talk about restoring people's dignity. It has been stripped away from them.
Okay.
And the only thing that they are doing right now is just surviving. And even that is
Oh,
at
slash
risk
sarcasm.
on a
Okay,
daily
I get it. I
basis.
get it.
That was Olga Cherevko of UNOCHA in Gaza City. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's a draft. A draft for who, though? Who are you talking about?
Russia has launched its deadliest attack on Kyiv in months. Ukrainian officials say at least 14 people were killed and more
Yeah,
than
we're getting an
100
update on
injured.
Kyiv.
President
Although I
Volodymyr
think this was
Zelensky
yesterday.
says the strikes are some of the most horrific the capital has seen since the war began. He says Russia launched more than 440 drones and 32 missiles, striking homes, schools, and key infrastructure. More deaths were reported from strikes on Odessa, Sumy, and Kherson. The Russian army claims it targeted military industrial sites.
Sure they did.
There was a time, and you might remember, when Europe just couldn't get enough of Russian gas, but it has become a tainted commodity.
This is
since
actually
Russia
big
launched
for
its full-scale invasion of
Canada
Ukraine.
anyways.
All trade with Russia was seen as a financial
There's rumors that
contribution
there's
to its
going to
war
be a
machine.
big deal between
Almost
Canada
3.5 years later, the EU has
and
now
the EU,
presented
because
a
we have
roadmap
like the
to
third
completely
largest natural
phase out
gas
Russian gas
reserves in the world or
Before
something.
the war, Russia supplied 45% of the EU's gas. Last year, that had fallen to 19%. And it's expected to drop further to 13% this year. According to the proposals laid out by the EU, the bloc would stop all imports
Unlike
by
you,
the end of
they haven't made any
2027.
announcement, Brett. We're
Now, the
still
proposals
waiting.
are likely to get the approval of
We're
EU
still
member
waiting.
states, even though Hungary and Slovakia have said they will oppose them. DW correspondent Rosie Burchard spoke to the EU's energy commissioner in Brussels about why these measures are only coming now.
When the full-scale invasion started in
Shut the fuck
22,
up.
the EU was so dependent on Russian gas that it simply wasn't possible
being
to
trolled
close down
here?
from one day to the next without very, very severe consequences. Probably Europe would have been thrown into a recession, and that is also just a testament to the fact that it's not very rational or sustainable to be dependent on any country on the planet, and certainly not if that country is your enemy.
But in terms of Hungary, Slovakia, those countries which say they do not intend to comply, how are you going to make sure that countries actually get in line here?
Well, we are now in the process of negotiation, and it's natural that countries have strong opinions and strong narratives in negotiations. It's also natural that when then a decision is made, all countries have to apply to the
Did we get the name of
legislation,
this
and
guy?
if they don't, of course, there are legal steps that will be taken against them.
Now, what about the question of
Yeah,
oil? There
here.
are some sanctions on imports of oil, and there's also a price cap.
I can't remember his name. He had a really funny video out before. Oh, I didn't mean to close the actual video, but
in French, English, Arabic, and
32 missiles were launched at the.
we talked about that. We're gonna for a little bit. I want to see what's going on here. So this is our new dear leader. How long is it? A little long. See what he's got to say.
Choices at home and smart
cooperation with like-minded countries abroad. And that, in a small way, but building from that is...
This is our dear leader, Mark Carney, yes.
G7 is to begin to build that new era of cooperation.
He was talking while the hockey game's on. Like, what the hell is he doing?
And so for short-term...
He obviously doesn't want Canadians to hear this.
Now, le progrès réalisé à Kananaskis ne marque pas la fin de notre travail.
Now, this, of course, is not the end of our work. Rather, it is merely the start. We've had conversations over the last couple of days that were highly productive. We had 21 leaders
over the past few
from
days.
All
Canada
continents.
has worked with our G7 partners to determine where we.
I just want him to get to the point that I'm
build
switching this.
resilience and lasting prosperity, and that's the approach that Canada is taking as we negotiate a new economic and security partnership with the United States. And as I've stressed repeatedly, we will take.
Okay,
all
we're
the time
going
necessary to do that,
live.
no more.
We're going live to Donald Trump's big announcement. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm not getting to the point fast enough for CMAC. I will ask again, are you ready for Trump's big announcement? When I said, are we being trolled earlier, this is what I was talking about. Is this his big announcement that we've been waiting all day for? It's my great honor to announce that we'll be putting up 2 beautiful flagpoles at both sides of the White House, north and south lawns. It is a gift from me of something which has always missing from this magnificent place. The digging and placement of the poles will begin at 7:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. Flags will be raised at approximately 11 a.m. Eastern. These are the most magnificent poles made. They're tall, tapered, rust-proof, rope inside the pole, and of the highest quality. Hopefully, they will proudly stand at both sides of the White House for many years to come. Are you kidding? Come on. This cannot be their announcement, right? This is not what we've been waiting for. Stop. This cannot be the announcement. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is his announcement? Here, I'll put this up here just so it's better. You can view it better. We've been waiting hours because we think that they're going to announce that they're going to be entering the war against Iran. And he's like, there's a huge announcement tonight. This is their huge announcement? I'll show Trump a high quality poll. That is just too much, man. Too much. Let's go down here. I don't even know what to say.
Tom McRae. For the moment, you can find much more information on our website, though. That's aljazeera.com. Weather is coming up next. Then Inside Story examines what's at stake for Washington in the Israel-Iran conflict. Stay with us.
Flags will be raised at approximately 11 a.m. Eastern. These are the most magnificent poles made. Flags will be raised at approximately 11 a.m. Eastern. What is this? The digging and placement of the poles will begin at 7:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. Flags will be raised at approximately 11 a.m. Eastern. These are the most magnificent poles made. They are tall, tapered, rust-proof, rope inside the pole, and of the highest quality. Hopefully they will proudly stand at both sides of the White House for many years to come. This is the big announcement that Trump has said that he's had all day. Got nothing to do with the Iran-Iraq war. People are waiting to find out whether or not the U.S. is going to help out Israel. No, instead, we find out that Donald Trump has the most magnificent polls. There you go. Ah, man.
Maharashtra's had the recent major flooding once again, and the showers, despite the fact the monsoon trough is sort of stalled around here, I would suggest it's trying to go further northwards.
The whole world
up in
is waiting for
Rajasthan,
posts.
with showers as far north as New Delhi, a hint maybe that the rains are
we
coming quickly.
Kat, are we going live tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. Eastern in order to watch the placement of the flagpoles? Do we get up for this? It is a major announcement. Are we getting up for the announcement for the flagpoles?
Europe and the United States.
If you need guns, you need money. The only money
Obviously we are, right? We have to be up for this.
Politics and power, the era of empires on Al Jazeera.
Show it live. I've got my IRL streaming kit. We can definitely watch it live.
The region with extensive U.S. interests.
I cannot believe that we sat there and waited for
Donald
this
Trump's
stuff.
strategy. So what's at stake for Washington, and the pros and cons for Trump of further involvement? This is Inside Story.
Hold on. Here we go. This is my thoughts exactly. We're going to pause this because we can't think if there's noise. Big news from the White House tonight amidst worsening tensions in the Middle East. The big news that we're planting flagpoles.
Right across the region, along with extensive economic and political interests and alliances. And since the Iranian Revolution 46 years ago, Tehran has been seen as a permanent enemy by Washington and the biggest challenge to its interests in the Middle East. Israel has been the opposite. America's perpetual ally,
there is a
given
Reuters
vast
report that
quantities of
North
military
Korea's
supplies
Kim
and limitless political
and
support.
Russia's top security
The
official
Iran-Israel
have met. I wonder
conflict
if that
now
has
opens
something
up
to
a
do with
new front, with
what's
Israel
going on.
demanding deeper U.S. military involvement.
No, it's about North Korea sending
what will
yet
that
more
mean for U.S.
military
concerns in the region, and
personnel
what are the
to
risks
Russia.
for America? And how will this shape Donald Trump's thinking and strategy? We'll get to our guests in just a moment, but first this report from Barbara and Gopa.
US President Donald Trump left the G7 summit in Canada abruptly, saying he needed to return to Washington, D.C. urgently to deal with the Israel-Iran conflict.
Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have it.
That can't be...
Earlier, he'd posted on his Truth Social platform an ominous warning to the 17 million people living in and around the Iranian capital to leave. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran, he said. Before Israel's attacks began on Friday, the U.S. was
Iran
preparing
doesn't
to
know
hold
what'll
its
hit
sixth
them. We
round
are
of
now a country with
negotiations
two
Iran
beautiful
to reach a
poles,
nuclear deal, one of
on
Trump's
the north and
foreign
south
policy
lawns of the White
aims.
House.
One of the
You have
prerequisites
been
for
warned.
negotiations to resume is Israel stopping its military attacks on Iran. Iran is not going to negotiate while it's being bombed. And as far as I can tell, Israel sees no reason to cease bombing the targets it's selected.
The U.S. is Israel's top ally, providing arms, financial and political support.
Triple threat,
but
yes.
Trump has repeatedly pledged to end U.S. involvement in foreign wars, presenting himself as a global peacemaker. Israel is urging the U.S. to become directly involved. However, some among Trump's Republican Party support base are uneasy.
I think, they're engaged in a war ultimately about regime change that's bound to fail. And I hope the Trump administration recognizes that and keeps the United States out of it.
Iran, since the Islamic Revolution, has been seen as an enemy of the U.S., but attacks on a long-term adversary brings risks for Washington too. Further turmoil in a region
major
already
damage.
racked
It's not
with
his.
multiple
According to porn
conflicts,
stars,
will mean more
yes.
political instability
His
with human
poll
cost
does not do
and
major
unpredictable
damage.
outcomes. The area is of vital importance to world energy supplies.
I
threats
guess
to which
I
the
guess
US
we
will want to
know the answer
contain.
here. This is he's
Israel
not
has
addressing
attacked
the
Iran's
nation.
South Pass gas fields, while Iranian state media and a senior politician have said that possibly closing the Strait of Hormuz is under consideration. It's a
my
vital
God.
waterway, not just for oil supplies,
Hey,
but for global
we
trade
have
too.
Israel that has declared that they have total airspace over Iran. Now, we have Iran that has claimed that it has complete control over Israeli airspace. They both have complete control over each other's airspace. This coming in directly from, the head of Iran. Oh, man. Propaganda news is kind of funny, man. There are some out there that would believe that, though. There are probably some people that are like, hey, this is happening. Let's unpause this.
And also in Washington, D.C., Niall Stanage, White House columnist at The Hill newspaper. A warm welcome to all of you. PJ, I'd like to start with you, if I can. I'm wondering, is this just a two-dimensional choice for the US administration here, i.e. end the war or enter it? Or is there a kind of near-term middle road of waiting to see what happens before committing one way or the other?
Well, at least that has been, Nick, the choice that the Trump administration has made up until now.
Man. This is like... So for those of you that weren't here earlier, Secretary Noem, whatever her name is, she came down with an allergic reaction, and this dude here is giving prayers to Secretary Noem. Prayers for an allergic reaction. Oh, man. Oh, man. Like, too much.
To restart the negotiations that had stalled.
Hey, thanks for the follow, guys. I appreciate all the follows today. If you do enjoy the content, please feel free to follow.
That is
follow over on YouTube as well in case we get ads, which are coming in about half an hour. But if we get ads, you're free to jump over there and just watch over there ad-free.
To the extent that Israel may feel emboldened and may expand its objectives from ending Iran's nuclear program to regime change, is the risk that brings Trump to this fork in the road, and it's where many of his political contradictions collide. Is he, the decisive strong man? Is he the consummate deal maker? Is he, is he the peacemaker who wants no part of future?
The top two are in
He's going to have to make a choice, and those choices have both strategic and political consequences.
Well, these ones, the bottom left, are in Israel,
Hill, this fork in the road for Donald Trump. What
Tel
will be
Aviv and Haifa.
his calculations? What are
and
the pros
and
cons?
This is Tel Aviv over here as well, and then these bottom two are in Iran.
I think the pros and cons are largely to do with the divisions within the modern-day Republican Party and conservative movement, because of course, on one hand, you do have
that was not the announcement,
I guess, termed traditional Republicans, or people of a more interventionist perspective, detractors would say neocon perspective, who are favouring, a muscular United States around the world, defending not only Israel but other American interests in as assertive a way as possible. But in addition to that, in Mr. Trump's MAGA movement, you have actually a lot of skepticism of that idea. You have a lot of people who have been, I think, worn down by the US wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And so we have seen figures like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's about as far to the right complaining about people, and this is her word.
This is for your Kickstarter fund for
the United States into a war.
Dude, thank you very
Iran.
much. I did not, why did I not see how much that was?
Has to navigate is somehow either between those two poles or deciding which of them is more favourable to him.
And Trita, he did, of course,
log in and bring that up. I haven't actually, I haven't heard that sound in a long time.
He certainly did, and we have seen outrage in his America First space for not just what he seems to be about to do now, but for the previous step.
Hold on, I'm bringing it up because I know CMAC is lying.
Israelis to start this war in the first place.
$20, Cheesy. Thank you very much, dude.
Been quite indifferent to that, but major voices in that movement.
My Kickstarter fund for Ann. Well, I don't need. All I need is the
categorical opposition to this.
The starter screen of how News Networks have the starter screen. I just need the starter screen.
It's important to understand in their view, it's not just because of the disaster of Iraq.
Thank you very much, though, dude. I do appreciate that. Is like $200 Canadian.
They believe that the domestic agenda of Trump will be sacrificed because of this war, because it will be all-consuming and will destroy his presidency.
And PJ Crowley, the parallels to be, there are parallels, aren't there, to be drawn with Iraq to a degree, aren't there? Because it was a case of unproven and incorrect allegations of weapons of mass destruction. Here, it's
I need
Iran's
like this one here. It does.
capability in
Like I'm
question.
talking something like this. Okay, shut up.
Right, and
Like
and,
one of
you know,
these,
for the
one of these
Israelis,
things need.
The first question
created.
is, you know,
I need to make one of these for my
you
intro to the screen
bomb
to the
Iran
stream.
sufficiently to either degrade its nuclear capability.
That's what I
You
need
can
to make.
probably
I
do
need to
that,
make it look
which pushes off
professional.
the prospect
Professional.
of Iran racing to a weapon. You know, but you're exactly.
What do you mean?
in
Tonight's
the,
you know, but that's the
Iraqi
Iranian
dilemma that the
Iranian
Clinton
surprise.
administration,
The
Bush
Iranian
administration,
surprise is to be
you know,
remembered
faced,
for centuries.
you know,
Not
25 years ago.
Donald Trump, to be fair, just
is
said
if-
that he
if you
had a
do
big
start
announcement.
if the United States is
We were all
drawn
expecting
in,
it to be
you know,
like
to the
him
military
declaring
campaign
war,
because it has the bunker busters
and no,
to
it was
go
to
after
declare
the
that he's
Fordo
planting
complex.
poles.
Once you start bombing, when do you stop? And when you stop,
Anyways,
you know,
we
how
were
can you
talking,
be
Laura.
sure that you've
While
ended
that happened, thank you again,
Iran's
Cheesy. I do
capability?
appreciate that
You
very
may have
much.
ended their capability, you
Laura
haven't
Loomer
necessarily,
has been
ended their
asking
knowledge,
every single right winger
you know,
who is
to
shit talking
reconstitute at
Trump
some
right
point
now.
in
Post
time.
one of this
So you're
post.
expressly in
Most
the
of them,
dilemma
but
that
don't
the
want
Bush
any.
administration faced, and ultimately,
So
as
she
we
wants
know,
to make like
you know, they talked
a
themselves into invading Iraq, and
mosaic
we're
maybe
still
of all
dealing with
these
the
posts
consequences
of
of
these
that.
right wingers that are suddenly angry
Trita,
with Trump.
you
I
talked
guess.
about just a second ago about what he looks likely to do. Is that what you're thinking that Trump's thinking may be, that, you know, if Israel wants to pierce the heart of Iran's nuclear program, it's the US that needs to provide that capability to do so, to provide the bunker
he
busting
did say the
capability?
rope is inside the pole. Yeah, I guess.
Well, if that is the case, then it's
That's what he
unclear
said,
as to
right?
why he's asking
Rope
Tehran
inside
to
the
be
pole,
evacuated, because
and
that's
of-
not
of
where
the highest
Fordo
quality.
plant is. Calling for Tehran to be evacuated goes in line with the
Oh
Israeli
my
plan,
God.
which has clearly
You
just
can't
shifted
make
to
this
regime
stuff up, man.
collapse
We've been
at
waiting
this
for
point,
hours for
in which
this
they
big
believe
announcement.
that evacuating Tehran and then
And
starting to target major
Trump
government
talking about his
agencies and
polls.
centers over there is what they need to do in order to collapse the regime. And I want to make a clear distinction between regime change and regime collapse.
Still looking at the
Regime
different
change is what the United
cameras.
States did in
I
Iraq,
don't see
in
any
which there was a
announcements
plan to go
that,
in and a plan to set up a new government. There is no such plan to set up a new government in Iraq.
Missiles
There's a plan
launched.
to just
Who would
collapse
dare
the
launch
government
missiles
and then let
after
the chaos
Trump has
fester.
announced the
Niall,
raising of
to
the
what
polls?
degree do you think does either side's capability factor in here? You've got Iran's missile arsenal on one side versus Israel's ability to knock them out of the sky, and it could well be that they're running out of interceptors.
I don't think there's really a whole lot of doubt at this point that Israel, of course, underwritten by the United States, has the military superiority here. I mean, it has been pretty startling how fast the Israelis have established air superiority over Tehran. Now, that obviously...
Where the hell is he from?
Tehran from perhaps...
I'm having trouble. Is that Scottish or Wales? I can't figure out where the
one of its proxies
where the
carrying out
is it
some kind
Ireland?
of action
Is it
against
Irish?
US interests. But you know, I don't think
Is it Northern
from
Ireland?
Trump's
Ireland?
perspective, this
I'm
is
having
really
trouble.
about balancing
Anyways,
the
here's another post.
in terms of raw military might. It's much more
The
about the political
Iranian
implications, and, as Trita
Guard
mentioned, the
says tonight that is the beginning of the end of the Israeli air defense myth, claiming that tonight's missile attack showed that we have gained complete control over the skies of Israel and that its residents are completely defenseless against Iranian missiles. So I think they're showing the picture of like around 10 ballistic missiles were launched center of Iran in the latest Iranian barrage, totaling in roughly 30 missiles in the past hour.
Process of making it happen, of changing the leadership in Iran.
For whom are these ridiculous statements aimed? They don't even have control of their own skies. Hey, apparently they have control of the Israeli skies now, so...
You know, by the loss of its proxies,
Trying to find
or the
President
weakening
Trump
of
has
its
had lunch
proxies
with
from
chief
Hamas
army
to
staff.
Hezbollah,
What?
You know, the evacuation of the Assad regime.
Apparently, President Trump will have lunch with the
and
chief
now,
of army
in
staff
Israel,
of the
having
Islamic Republic of
tremendous freedom of
Pakistan
action
tomorrow at
in
1
the
p.m.
skies over
He's
Tehran.
got just
But the dilemma, you know,
he's got
for
literally
President
just enough
Trump is,
time
you know, I think
to make
he
it
really
from the raising of the polls
better nuclear
to
deals,
talking
that
to the
aspiration
chief
in
of
the
army
first
staff
term
at
when
one.
he
So it's at
withdrew
1
from
p.m.
the
Eastern.
Obama
The raising of the polls will be at 1 or 11 a.m. So he's got about 2 hours to raise the polls and then race over to wherever they're going to have something to eat. Trump's got a busy day planned tomorrow, chat. He's got a very busy day planned tomorrow.
Back to the negotiating table. Okay, fine.
Interesting.
But to the conservatives on the Hill that Niall referred to, they probably think at this point there's a historic opportunity, for, as Trita said,
another military parade. Maybe.
And so, in that respect, a prospective second nuclear
I still can't believe we were trolled by polls. I'm not gonna lie, I can't believe we were trolled by polls.
Lifeline. So we're at this point where whatever choice Trump makes, there's potential strategic gains.
Okay.
But there's also political risk.
This is some Canadian news here, but some of you will remember this. Some of you may remember our crackhead. The hell just happened? Some of you may. Why did that go to this? What the fuck is this? Anyways, this here is this is Doug Ford, the mayor or the premier of the province of Ontario. This is his brother, Rob Ford, who used to be the mayor of Toronto. Some of you may remember him because he did break a lot of news years ago as being the crack mayor of Toronto because he was he was recorded as being as smoking crack with a bunch of wannabe gangsters and prostitutes and stuff like that. He was literally sitting in some place smoking crack. He just full on admitted that. But there's a documentary, a Netflix documentary that's come out. Apparently Doug Ford is right pissed off because of the way that it portrays his brother. Anyways, that's Canadian news. There you go.
Of Iran. The regime is tremendously unpopular, and it has been particularly unpopular in the last 2-3 years because of the protests after they killed Mahsa Amini. But we are seeing a significant rallying around the flag moment right now inside the country. And I want to emphasize rallying around the flag, not rallying around the regime. Yeah. It's a big difference. Similar to what happened in Israel after October 7th. There was a rallying around the flag, not a rallying around Netanyahu. I would see that there are some parallels there.
Okay, so
I personally am a bit
CNN
surprised by the extent and the strength of it, precisely because the regime has been so unpopular. And I think what explains it is the manner in which the Israelis have so indiscriminately.
CNN is reporting moments ago. It looks like the U.S. are moving everything in place to get ready for a strike on Fordo. This is the report that the announcement that we were waiting to hear. But instead, we got flagpoles.
A team of intelligence officers in Tel Aviv that set off car bombs. We would rightfully call that terrorism. But in this case, we're hardly talking about it at all.
Yeah, interesting. Niall,
a strike on Fordo, which is the nuclear facility that is supposedly developing or close to developing nuclear weapons for Iran. Apparently, the rumors are going to use a bunker-busting bomb, which only the U.S. has. I guess Germany apparently has it as well. And they've got the only plane, the B-2 bomber, that can deliver it. So it looks as though the U.S. is going to get involved in this. This is CNN reporting. Half of you are probably like, that's bullshit then. But we'll see. We'll see if they're right. CMAC is CNN legit?
To do what is favorable to him in a particular moment, much more so than a previous generation of Republican politicians. Some of whom
it's a nuclear site, one of Iran's nuclear sites, but it's their primary one where they would be developing these nuclear weapons, or they're close to developing nuclear weapons.
Detrimental economic impacts on the United States, in terms of, for example, an increase in the price of oil, the potential for that.
In a complete boss move at the G7, Mark Carney gave Zelensky Trump's seat. Since Zelensky arrived today to be at the G7, as well as other members, but Zelensky was given Trump's seat.
We're talking about here. This is a guy who just wants things to go his way in whatever way he views it that day.
That's the thing, PJ, isn't it? We always have to factor in, well, the Trump factor, don't we? His unpredictability.
Oh,
his
bottom. Sorry, you guys are on the wrong screen.
And here again, you've got two choices. You've got the Wall Street Journal inspired term taco.
Yeah, it's the enrichment facility, and so, one of their main research facilities.
What will he do in terms of the choice that confronts him and entering directly into the conflict, which is something I think
that Israel is claiming is allowing them to get very close to producing weapons-grade uranium.
Trump, the deal maker, I actually think that is more honestly Trump. And he would be willing to take the deal and take the opprobrium that might go with it. But Niall's point about the economics is pivotal here. And it gets back to the point about regime collapse that Trita mentioned. We're in a situation where Israel and Iran are trading blows.
Here's an article from the Jerusalem Post.
Their regime is in fact threatened. All bets are off from their standpoint. They will unleash.
Where they talk about if they target,
they will begin to attack
Khamenei.
U.S. forces in the region, and
they're basically saying that,
and then all of a sudden you're into a very different.
The fact that they're even talking about this shows how much power that they've actually lost.
He wants to be seen as being a pivotal part of however this is resolved.
Oh, this is him when he was younger, I guess.
Some sort of a deal,
after 1981 assassin attempt.
Of negotiations is something, at the end of the day, he'll.
So it would be interesting to see if they actually try to do that, but
as soon as Iran sees Israel as this existential threat to the survival of
interesting that they're actually talking about it.
Iran, it's likely to respond on just all fronts, isn't it?
I think that moment will come when the U.S. enters the war. I think once there is a situation in which there is no longer any deniability that the U.S. is fully involved, there is deniability now. At that point, I think that the Iranians will likely go all out. And I think one important thing to understand here, the manner in which Trump has conducted himself in the last week, which we're
it's an enrichment facility, and apparently they're able to actually detect if uranium is being enriched. From what I understand, they can actually detect it from outside.
I don't think the Iranians would accept it in general. But even if
I can't claim that that's actually true, but apparently that's what I've heard, that you can actually.
Trump will hold up his
Thought there was another goal scored in the hockey game.
And as a result, capitulation.
Not that I'm watching that. I'm watching this stuff. This stuff is way more important than some stupid hockey game, right?
The Iranians are likely going to go all out. And that means
there is good news, though. Donald Trump is set to extend the U.S. TikTok ban. I know a lot of you TikTok users out there were terrified, worried.
They have a much larger arsenal of, as well as targeting trade in the Persian Gulf, potentially bases in the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf, etc. So it will lead to a regional war, which is precisely why so many of the regional countries are so worried about this situation. And it is one of the countries that could potentially get to Trump
kissing ass with the young users of TikTok.
Saudi Arabia, and I'm not sure whether they have tried or whether they have tried and failed.
I was going to come on to that, the regional implications on this. Now, what are your thoughts on what Trita has just said and the impact that regional countries could have on this outcome?
It really could have an impact. Now, I would about Trita's knowledge about the broader dynamics there in terms of nations like Saudi Arabia, which obviously have a rivalry with Iran, but also their own economic interests in the
more
whole
propaganda
region not going up in flames. It doesn't seem to me from this distance that any of those nations are exactly rushing to
Wait, the
Iran's
range is 1,400
right
kilometers
now, but I certainly take the point that they have
Iran and Israel
self-interest in the situation not going completely off the rails. And part of of the question, of course, is whether they can prevail upon Trump, because some of those nations, not least Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and to some extent the UAE, a lot of these places have business relationships, at least with the Trump family.
That's from
he
deep
has
inside
been really
here, though.
quite
I only want to know it from here.
kind, if you want to use that word.
It's about halfway. Okay, maybe
rhetoric
those could strike. I
so
thought maybe it was
is
a
there
little bit
some
further.
avenue in that regard?
But apparently these might be able to actually reach,
if not a complete settlement, maybe.
But it's going to open the gates of hell on the Zionist entity.
Yeah,
where is the Zionist entity?
If there is a ceasefire, if there is a proposal on the table, do you think the Israeli assault would end if Iran agreed to strict curbs, greater curbs?
It is Northern Ireland, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, this sounds different than Irish.
Well, this is the dilemma posed by Benjamin Netanyahu.
You don't use that? Sure, you don't, Blother. I'm streaming on TikTok, by the way. What do you mean you're not using it?
Good 20 months after having a devastating moment in October, 2023, but he has chosen at each fork in the road to expand the conflict, to push off an inevitable day of political reckoning that is coming for him. And so, yet again, having expanded the conflict from Gaza into Lebanon, from Lebanon into Syria now, into Iran, he's going to be governed by his own political calculations, and they are very different than Donald Trump's. He will get to as to how this ends.
Let's see what else is live. What is France talking about the weather? That's important.
Finally, Trita, your view, your instinct. What's your sense of which way this is likely to go?
I think at this point there may either be direct strikes by the United States. I would put that at 75%, or there may be a meeting first in which the Trump administration will try to get the Iranians to capitulate entirely. And I think the Iranians will refuse to do so because they don't buy. First, they don't see themselves in that situation, but also they don't see that Trump would actually hold up his end of the bargain. They think that the Israelis will try to do everything they can, that once the nuclear program is eliminated, they're going to go after the missile program. After the missile program, there will be something else, and eventually more or less destroy the country, similar to what the Israelis currently are doing in Syria. So capitulation, I just don't think is an option for them. And as a result, I think the likelihood of a military confrontation, unless Trump changes his mind in the last minute, is where we're heading right now.
Same question to both of you, very briefly, if you would, 30 seconds each. Niall, first
the old guy needs to fix his AirPods. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like AirPods. But...
Going in a bad direction overall. I think that the saving grace, in a way, might be the topic that we've spoken about previously here: the potential for a wider conflict in the Middle East to negatively impact the United States at home. I think that's what Trump cares about. I think he cares about it because it affects his fortunes politically and otherwise. And so that would be the one escape valve that I see in this situation.
Okay, and finally, PJ, what are your thoughts finally?
For the final...
I agree with Trita that Trump will make an offer to the Iranians that they will refuse. And then I think it's anybody's guess. But I think it's not a foregone conclusion that Trump will enter the campaign, because this goes so egregiously against how he has defined himself over the last decade.
Well, it certainly feels like we're at the fork in the road, as you say, so it'd be fascinating to see which route is taken. Gents, we're going to leave it there. Thanks very much. Trita Parsi, PJ Crowley and Niall Stonich. Appreciate it. Thanks very much. And thanks for watching. You can see the programme again anytime just by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Nick Clark, and the entire team, it's goodbye for now.
Opening up the conversation.
To be clear,
hey, we don't need your ads.
A military program aimed at getting potential recruits to their fighting weight, a move the Army hopes will help future soldiers be all they can be.
Fighting weight. I think I'm at my optimal fighting weight right now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We begin with the fast developing situation in the Middle East. Israel, Iran trading blows as Trump and his national security team are huddling about next steps. Today, the president called for Iran's unconditional surrender. This comes as he met with his national security team in the Situation Room. Members of his team seen leaving the White House. Last night, Trump abruptly left the G7 summit in Canada so he could, according to the White House, quote, attend to many important matters. Moments after that, he posted to Truth Social a warning to the 10 million people of Iran's capital. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. That post created panic there. You can see traffic backed up for miles. And tonight, the two sides continue to trade attacks. Israel released video of what they say is their pilots tracking mobile missile launchers through the streets of Iran, taking them out. Iran's Revolutionary Guard put out video they say shows missiles being lobbed toward Israel. Tonight, there's concern about what happens now. Will the U.S. get more involved? Will that involvement be helping on a diplomatic solution or helping Israel militarily? Our team is standing by tonight to break it all down for you. We begin with Mary Bruce, who reports live from the White House. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Lindsay. Well, it has certainly been a tense day here at the White House, awaiting updates as the president met with his national security team and weighed his options.
All right.
Tonight, as Israeli missiles find their targets in Iran, President Trump with this demand to the Iranian regime, unconditional surrender. Adding this threat, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now, saying our patience is wearing thin. Trump has been urging Iran to negotiate a nuclear deal, but now...
They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know.
Trump told him to do the deal, guys. He told him to do the deal.
Iran has not responded to the president's threats, but their rockets continue to fall on Israel.
Trump say
Our
that to
Ian
Russia? Well,
Panel
you can't
in Tel Aviv.
speak to your boss
We
that
just
way,
heard
dude.
the first sound there of an intercept, so we're going to have to disappear.
Get
But
fired
this
if
is
you do that.
another round of Iranian strikes on Israel.
The Iranian army's commander saying the operations carried out so far have merely been warnings for deterrence, and a punitive operation will be executed soon. Israel releasing this video claiming to show Israeli fighter jets tracking Iranian mobile missile launchers through the streets
It's
of
still
Tehran
nighttime there, too,
before
by the way.
blowing
It's
them
like
up.
4 o'clock in the morning.
In Tehran, terrified residents racing to escape.
And last
Traffic,
night, this is when they
gridlock,
started
and long
launching
gas
missiles
lines
at each other again.
after
so.
Trump posted this warning, saying everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran, with no further explanation. The president today meeting with his national security team in the Situation Room as Israel ups the pressure on the U.S. to intervene militarily to destroy Iran's nuclear program. Only the U.S. has the 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb capable of reaching Iran's deeply buried nuclear site. Trump now weighing his options, saying he's looking for something, quote, better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for?
Iran getting nukes is a big problem. Anyone getting nukes is a big problem. Because, like, it could be any country, and then suddenly in, like, 20 years, that country elects a complete whack job, right? Like, that's...
But tonight, what's unclear, what comes next?
The problem is Iran has the whack job
the U.S. will play.
is the country
We're
leader
back with
now.
us now. Mary, of course, Israel has continued to target Iran. Iran has retaliated. And the big question tonight, if and when the U.S. will play a direct role in this conflict, what do you know?
Well, Lindsay, I've just learned that President Trump spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu earlier today. As we know, the U.S. military is already moving warplanes and other assets to the region if needed to defend American personnel. And that big question now weighing on the president. Will he push for negotiations or join Israel's campaign and bomb Iran? Lindsay.
All right, Mary Bruce from the White House, thanks so much. Let's go right to Tel Aviv, where we find our Ian Panel, who's been in and out of bomb shelters all day as Iran and Israel have traded those missile attacks. Ian, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Lindsay, we just had another Iranian
Pretty
missile
ironic,
barrage
that tweet.
come towards us here in Tel Aviv.
This was, you guys can't, oh, maybe you can't see the date. It's taken in 2013 when I believe Barack Obama was the president of the country.
It certainly looked as though many of those missiles were intercepted.
2003, he made that tweet.
Part of this conflict, and President Trump escalates his war of words with Iran. No sign that Tehran is backing down, as we've just seen. More strikes were launched today at Israel, one salvo bypassing Israeli air defenses, geolocated by ABC to the area where Israel's military intelligence and
it's either
Mossad
everyone can have them or no one can. That's
but
the
so
way it
far,
should be.
today's Iran's attacks
You
do
can't have
appear to
everyone
have
have
been
them, dude.
smaller, but
Like,
the night
you just
is still
increase the
young
number-
here.
the chance
Israel,
that
though,
somebody's going to
continuing
actually
to launch
fucking use
strikes,
them.
claiming it killed a top Iranian general and that it now controls the skies over Iran. President Trump's warning to residents in Tehran to evacuate the city immediately, sparking this mass exodus, with roads out of the capital bumper to bumper and long lines at gas stations. Israel's made no secret of its desire to have the US join the fight and help neutralize Iran's nuclear capabilities. After 5 days of back and forth strikes, there are real fears tonight that this crisis is only growing. Lindsay?
We learned late this afternoon the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was taken to a Washington, D.C. hospital by ambulance. Let's bring in Pierre Thomas, who's in Washington now. Pierre, what do we know?
Well, she was transported by ambulance to the hospital earlier today. I just got this statement from her spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, and it reads, Secretary Noem had an allergic reaction today. She was transported to the hospital out of an abundance of caution.
What
She's
do we
alert
think
and
that she was
By
allergic
all
to,
accounts, the
Chad? What do you
secretary
think?
appears to be stable, but we're trying to get more information about what the allergic reaction was to and the severity. The good news, Lindsay, is she appears to be okay.
Didn't hear
and
what?
is talking to her staff.
Oh, is the news feed too loud?
Good indeed. Pierre Thomas in Washington. Thanks so much. We have new reporting tonight on the suspect who showed up at the doors of Democratic
Botox,
Minnesota state
possibly.
politicians and shot them. Authorities are gaining a better understanding of how the alleged gunman, Vance Bolter, a husband and father, disguised and protected himself. We'll hear from Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison in a moment. But first, here's Faith Abube.
This is surveillance image of the man who police say wore a realistic latex mask and is responsible for the politically motivated assassination of former State House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark and their beloved family dog Gilbert. The suspect also shooting State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. They're recovering from gunshot wounds. Authorities say 57-year-old Vance Bolter had a hit list of
Oh man, see, we all fell for it, man. We all fell for it.
were all Democrats and allegedly stalked and
We all
surveilled
fell
those
for it.
who
We were
listed
all
on
waiting for this
Tonight,
major national
members of
address.
Congress receiving a security briefing,
And we got
pushing for
polls.
improved protection and for the divisive political rhetoric on all sides to be toned down. Democrats and Republicans saying it's too much. A bipartisan group of lawmakers calling out Utah Senator Mike Lee over his social media post from Sunday, appearing to mock the assassination, posting an image of the suspect in that latex mask before police say he killed Melissa Hortman and her husband. Senator Mike Lee writing, "This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way," and saying nightmare on Wall Street, a reference to the state's governor.
Do you stand by the post that you made on X?
Senator Lee has since deleted the post. Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota confronting Lee about the images he posted of the suspect.
I wanted him to know about the consequences.
How many
of his
countries have
words,
them?
and
It's
I
like
went
10
to
or
him and I
something like
said,
that, right?
You know, your message on social media showed the image of the man who killed my friend, potentially minutes before that happened.
Another great distraction from the fact ICE arrested Dem-elected official in New York, and Trump is on the Epstein files. We did watch the New York stuff a little bit earlier.
Longtime volunteers of the nonprofit Helping Paws, helping train service dogs for years, adopting Gilbert from the program during the pandemic.
Their bond was deeper than most pet owners.
The Hortmans were survived by two children who say their parents left behind an incredible legacy of dedication to this community. And Lindsay, that community will honor them with a vigil right here at the state capitol tomorrow night. Lindsay.
Hey, thank you. We're joined now.
I'm gonna watch the Mark Carney stuff later. I'll wait till we're off stream because I know the majority of you have no don't care at all. But what
with the former House Speaker,
happening in the
Melissa
G7
Hortman and her husband Mark, who were both assassinated. Just give us a sense of how long your friendship goes back, and about Speaker Hortman's personality, the person you knew.
Melissa and I go back before either one of us was in politics. She was a lawyer at Legal Aid Society, where she did a lot of civil.
Hold on, here's Jack. It's Jack Taper, it's pronounced, right?
Or trusted your instincts more, or dug a little harder, or whatever. I think it's just a natural result of being an adult to realize shortcomings or failings. I mean, I feel this way about, you know, the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq story. I was a reporter that was skeptical of the WMD claim, but certainly, you know, in hindsight, I wish I had been more skeptical. And there are any number of stories along those lines. Certainly when it comes to President Biden's acuity, it's an issue that I had covered. I had asked him about in September 2020 when I interviewed him. I asked him if he would pledge to be transparent about his health, and he said he would. And there are a number of other times that I had covered it or asked people who worked for him about his age. But sure, yeah, I mean, I wish I had covered it more aggressively. I want to know how much the flagpoles cost. With a handful of exceptions.
How much is it? Oh, wait, apparently Donald Trump is paying for it out of his own money.
As soon as the debate
but they're poles of the finest quality, though.
Look how bad his acuity is, at least at this moment. I'm sure most reporters feel that way.
There's a story.
The suspect had a hit list containing the names of at least 45 state and federally elected officials, most or all of them Democrats. How did you find out that you were on that list?
Good morning. I got a call from a source who
I feel like I need to make some dinner.
Don't answer the door.
Or do we just have another protein
there are at least two officers demand to see some badges and be safe in your home. And in that same call,
it's called old age.
That Melissa Hortman was killed, and my jaw hit the floor.
Need to eat something.
I was told that Senator Hoffman and his wife were hanging on, and I was told to be safe.
We are still waiting for the surprise tonight by your end.
And because I got a call.
Or are we going to get a surprise? No surprise
from finding these notes in his car. So, but quite honestly. I know that the normal reaction would be fearful, but I'm not. You know, I'm not. I know that he's trying to inject fear,
boil 5
so
eggs.
I won't tolerate it.
I actually had eggs this morning for breakfast.
People who believe in liberty and justice for all, and in an inclusive America. And if you believe in due process, and you believe that we should have a multiracial democracy, if you believe in all those things, you can't let this kind of guy intimidate you. He's trying to stop our movement with this heinous act, but we're going to march on. We're going to keep moving, building a stronger, better country, reaching out in love and in unity, and standing up for our core American values.
As you know, President Trump has said that he will not call
more
Minnesota Governor Tim
Islamic
Walz about
military
the shootings,
news.
adding that it would be a waste.
The Zionist regime is running on fumes. Its air defense missiles nearly gone, and we're only getting started. I don't know where this video is from, but is this fake? Was that fake news from the
as the president
military
of the United States? He doesn't get it. He's never gotten it, and that's tragic. And
Rock is saying that it appears to be true.
I got a call from Pam Bondi, the U.S. Attorney General. I want to thank her for her kind gesture.
Rock is saying that
I want to say that there are a lot of decent Republicans who have reached out and conveyed their condolences. So he doesn't represent everybody. But it is outrageous that, you know, the president of the United States, arguably the most powerful person in the world, sets such a bad tone and a bad example for all of us. But of course, this is nothing new. We all know he's like this, and unfortunately, we have to deal with it.
Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, we thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you joining us. At least 15 people were killed, including a U.S. citizen, in Russia's worst attack on the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv today. Residential buildings throughout the city were hurt. Russia launching more than 30 missiles and 400 drones. Here's our chief international correspondent, James Longman.
Ukraine is counting the cost tonight of one of the worst Russian aerial attacks on Kyiv since the war began.
Apparently,
deadliest
Carson
in nearly
Tucker
a
had
year.
an interview with Ted Cruz.
All night, Russia unleashed wave after wave of drones and missiles on the Ukrainian capital, around 500 in all, pummeling 30 areas of the city. This is the moment a Russian drone smashed into an apartment building. This building collapsed by a ballistic missile. More than 100 injured.
Here.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
how could you not know that?
I don't sit around
What is
memorizing
going on
population
with,
tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay, this is
no,
cute.
it's not
Okay.
even... You don't know anything about Iran.
Tucker Carlson going
I am
after
not
him,
the
man.
Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a
who
senator
says,
who's calling
okay,
for the
you're one who
overthrow of the
claims-
government,
You're the
and
one
you
who
don't know
claims
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump.
No,
You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was a
saying
good
you don't
idea to kill
believe-
General Soleimani, and you said it was
don't
bad.
believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really
we are
believe that...
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right.
I
our
don't
help.
like
I
Tucker
said
Carlson,
Israel
but,
is leading them, but we're supporting them.
I'm surprised that he's going after people like that so much. What is this? IRG statement number 10. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. So when you encounter those who disbelieve in battle, strike decisively. Is that in the Quran? The 11th wave of the proud Operation True Promise 3 was launched using the first generation Fatah. Beginning of the end of the Zionist army's so-called legendary... What is this, some new missile? We congratulate the commanders and the devoted warriors of the IRGC Aerospace Force for this moment of honor. Tonight, the powerful and agile Fatah missiles penetrated the enemy's missile shield, repeatedly shaking the hideouts of the cowardly Zionists, and delivering Iran's message of might to Tel Aviv, warmongering ally lost in delusion and fantasy. Tonight's missile assault demonstrated our complete control over the skies of now they're claiming they've occupied the territories. The Israel's occupied the territories. I see. Where the settlers are now entirely defenseless and against the wrath of Iran's missiles. It seems like a completely stable group of people that you wouldn't mind having the nuclear a nuke. I love how it goes from missiles to elbows up chocolate bars. What's Anonymous got to say? Uh-oh.
Hello, my fellow citizens of America and others across the globe. This is the Architect, speaking on behalf of Anonymous. 17 days remain until we release everything. But first, there's something we feel the need to bring to light now. It may not be able to wait. This is not a drill. This is not speculation. This is a warning based on extremely reliable intelligence. We have acquired verified information that a major attack is being planned on domestic soil. It will be brutal, it will be visible, and it will be blamed on a foreign faction, one from the Middle East. But that is a lie. The operation is a false flag, orchestrated not by a foreign enemy, but by an elite shadow alliance within a nation that poses as our greatest ally, but instead is a hyper-militarized power with deep influence through sexual blackmail in our intelligence, government, and media sectors. The goal?
Talking about Canada,
to drag
for
us
sure.
into their war, under the guise of retaliation. But the real motive isn't justice. It's control, resources, power. A goal they can only achieve by using us as their puppets. They know that once blood is spilled here, the public will beg for retribution. They're counting on your fear. They're counting on your outrage. But now you know. And knowing changes everything. This is not just about geopolitics. This is about the manipulation of a population through violence, fear, and engineered
We had
narrative
enough of Anonymous?
in
How
the
long
next
is this?
few
I'm not
days.
listening to this. I'm not listening to that. You guys want to keep listening to that? We can keep listening
leaving
to
many
it. But
searching for clues in the questions they're
17 days.
We received a question.
What is the date today? Today is the 17th. So
if we find
on
not
the
guilty on
34th
2 charges, but
of
can't agree
June.
on one charge, is it a hung jury on all 3
So
charges?
that would be
or just
July
one
4th.
charge?
Reed is facing 3 charges: second-degree murder,
July
vehicular
4th.
manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, and leaving the scene of an
No,
accident
all
causing
right,
death.
we'll just continue watching it then. July 4th.
For months, this will happen. It's a guarantee. The irrefutable proof of what's being planned is in this message. You don't have to believe us now. Just know when you see it who the true terrorists are. It is not who they will say it is. It will come from none other than our own greatest ally. When you see it,
Who's the
you
America's
will
greatest
understand
ally?
the scale. You will understand the pattern. If we stay silent, we walk into the trap. But if we stand together, share the truth,
You think it's Israel
and refuse to be
planning
played,
an
we can
attack
stop it.
and making it look like
Or
Iran?
at the very least, wake the nation and the world up to what's actually happening. You are not powerless. You are not alone.
Is that what we're
Prepare.
thinking here?
Stay alert. And above all, think for yourself. We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive.
They
We
do not forgive or
Expect
forget.
us.
All right. There you go. Anonymous has spoken.
From the jury to the judge, the one that she
Suggesting
couldn't
that there's going
answer
to be a
about
major
the
attack
split
possibly on
decision.
US soil.
That was eerily similar to the issue that the first jury in that first trial grappled with for so long. As we know, they ended up deadlocked, and then there was a mistrial. So there's concern that that could happen again. The jury is back at it tomorrow. Lindsay.
All right, Matt Gutman for us. Thanks so much, Matt.
Israel is, or America is the biggest terrorist on the planet.
Was taken to a
Wise guy
hospital
says.
today
There
after
are many
allegedly
people that
suffering an
will,
overdose at a North Carolina prison
do
where he's
believe that.
currently housed. Other sources, however, told ABC News that Kelly
Trump
was taken
planning
to
a
the
bomb
hospital for
somewhere and
routine
blaming it on
medical care.
Canada. Blame
Kelly's lawyers
Canada.
alleged that he was recently denied surgery
Blame
by prison
Canada, he
officers,
says.
and his care was mismanaged by the U.S. Bureau of Prisons.
Israel
Kelly is
frames
serving a
Iran for a big
30-year
terror
sentence
attack
after
inside the
being
U.S. to
convicted
get the
in
U.S.
2021
public
for having
willing
sex
for
with
war.
underage girls.
That
In the Sean Diddy Combs
is
trial
possibly
today,
what was
jurors heard
suggested
from a
there.
federal
Greenland is
investigator on
invading,
the
yes.
case and watched
Their
long
greatest,
excerpts of
America's
the
greatest
explicit
ally,
videos allegedly
Greenland.
used to blackmail women. ABC News contributor and former prosecutor Bernardo Villalona joins us once again with a look at today's proceedings. You were in the courtroom today. The jurors were shown those videos of the so-called freak-offs or hotel nights. Can you describe what you saw and, more importantly, perhaps, the jury's reaction?
So, Lindsay, I'm in the main courtroom. So in the main courtroom, you get to see the jury because the jury's inside of the main courtroom. And when I tell you, you can hear a pin drop, you can hear a pin drop. To the point, there was a fly that was flying around in the courtroom, and we could hear it buzzing, that fly. Because what's being done is that while these jurors are watching the videos,
All right, guys, I'm
they're
gonna go
watching
grab
the
something
videos
to
with
eat.
headphones on. Us in the gallery are not allowed
I'm just going to leave this up because I'm not done. I want to go actually grab something to eat, though. I'll probably be back in like 20 minutes. It's going to take a bit of 20-minute break. Let me add that to this, actually.
So you can make out some of the sounds, unfortunately, until one of the courtroom deputies actually let the judge know, like, we can hear it here in the audience. So then the judge had the attorney move away from the microphone. But in terms of the jurors' faces, we saw one older juror who actually kind of like put her hand on her face and almost like clutching
Like
her
aghast.
pearls.
Okay.
Like
I'll put it down
actually
here.
Watching. You saw other jurors that
Actually
were very
can,
intent and they were leaning in. You saw others leaning
can't do
back
that.
and they were like, well, what are we actually watching? And also because it
I'm
wasn't
going to
just
put it where
one
my
video.
beautiful
It
face
was
normally is, so you guys can watch
multiple
the
videos that they
other
were watching and at different
stuff
lengths
that's
of
going
time
on.
as well.
And then you had the prosecution had a summary witness today, a federal investigator on the case. What did his testimony offer?
Oh my God, this summary witness, it felt like she was on the witness stand forever. She's actually a special agent that works
what do you
within
guys
the
want
US
me to
Attorney's
grab? I am
Office.
going
She
to
didn't
grab
do any of
shawarma,
the
actually,
investigation
cheesy.
in this
That's
case.
exactly
That was
where I'm
quite clear.
going.
She was pretty much put on to check on the
what do you guys want me to
accuracy
leave
of
it
the
on?
summary chart that was put together for the
Al
jury.
Jazeera around
And
this
in terms
time,
of her
DW
testimony, she
News,
was
they
testifying as to
kinda
different
tend to
text
go
messages,
into,
as to time, date, who sent
like
it, what was
reporting
actually said, looking at flight records,
weird stuff.
looking
So I
at
think we got to
hotel
leave it on some
invoices.
NA.
So trying to put the main pieces together of what the prosecution is seeking to put before this jury, having to deal with the racketeering
Multi-monitor.
conspiracy, the enterprise, and how a lot of these charges were being paid.
Hold
At
on.
one point, Sean Combs was paying for it with his credit card. However, It was the
I will
business
leave.
that was paying off
we don't
the
get
credit
CC
card.
on there.
Then came the defense. The defense spent hours bringing out text
Al
messages
Jazeera
and messages
seems to
that worked
be-
in their favor, where Cassie is saying that she enjoyed these freak offs, that she was looking
They enter
forward
the
to these
world
freak
as
offs,
medicines.
that she was actually
It's almost
planning.
like a genie that escapes the bottle.
I don't think they're talking about anything in particular. I could put it on a decent
There was no
documentary
cure for
about the
morphine
Middle East or
addiction.
something like that.
Worse still,
Si el Estado dice prohíbo esta mercancía en su demanda y en su oferta, lo que sabemos es que se genera un mercado negro, un mercado que viola la ley. ¿Y quiénes están dispuestos a violar la ley? Los criminales.
to meet demand, the criminal underworld learned how to refine heroin. In Mexico, in the fertile region of Sinaloa, farmers grew poppies to supply the American pharmaceutical industry. In the early 1920s, they saw new customers suddenly turn up. The first big figure in Mexican drug trafficking was Ignacia Yasso, alias La Nacha. She bought raw opium in Sinaloa and had it transformed into a brown heroin of mediocre quality by chemists in her employ. La Nacha set up her clandestine laboratories close to the border with the United States, in Ciudad Juárez.
Ciudad Juárez está pegado a la primera ciudad estadounidense, es El Paso, Texas. Entonces, es un punto donde hay muchos flujos legales y también ilegales. Todo pasa por ahí. Armas, dinero, drogas y toda clase de objetos. Lo que te puedas imaginar pasa por la frontera de Ciudad Juárez.
For a few years, the United States had been living under the yoke of the prohibition of alcohol. Thirsty Americans crossed the Rio Grande to soak up bad quality whiskey in the gambling dens of Ciudad Juárez. Amid this happy debauchery of booze and contraband, La Nacha had no trouble getting her heroin through the border posts. Her family-run business would dominate trafficking for 3 generations, until the birth of the first Mexican drug cartels. The illegalization of drugs gradually stretched across Europe, giving rise to new black markets. With increasingly powerful ships, maritime transport brought borders even closer. The big commercial ports became strategic smuggling points, among them Marseille, where figures from Corsican organized crime seized their chance.
We will not allow federal agents to be attacked, and we will not allow an American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy.
The administration of Donald Trump is determined to carry out its signature initiative, rounding up and deporting undocumented workers and migrants.
A very peaceful protest ongoing a few blocks away from where we are. We're being asked to leave by the police. We're going. Listen, you don't have to threaten us. We're fine. We're just doing our work. We're just doing our work.
Sun may have faded, but the anger against Donald Trump, against ICE, only growing. And nobody knows how much longer this will go on.
An invitation to bear witness to all that life offers. The highs, the lows, the trials and tribulations. The unseen moments and everyday miracles. The injustices, the defiance, the tests of character, and the personal victories. Witness documentaries with a delicate touch on Al Jazeera.
Discover a world of difference. Stories of diversity, rebellion, corruption, and compassion. Al Jazeera World. A selection of the best films from across our network of channels. On Al Jazeera.
Award-winning documentaries from around the world. On Al Jazeera.
I'm Tom McRae in Doha. These are the top stories on Al Jazeera. Iran has launched another wave of missiles towards Israel as hostilities escalate. The two countries have been exchanging strikes for a sixth day. One of the latest Iranian missiles made impact in central Israel, causing a fire. Firefighters are tackling the blaze, which appears to have engulfed multiple cars. At least 24 people have been killed across Israel since Friday. Well, Bernard Smith has more details from Jordan's capital, Amman. He's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel, as well as the occupied West Bank.
Iranian missiles in the early hours of Wednesday caused fires in an area of central Israel. And Iran's Fars news agency says one of the targets was the Meron airbase. That's in northern Israel. No indication whether that was hit. There is military censorship in wartime in Israel, and if sensitive targets are hit, media is prevented, not allowed to report that. Another area that was hit earlier on Tuesday was Herzliya. Buses set on fire in that area, and the Iranians again saying that was a military location. But Israel's military says it's destroyed in Iran about 200 missile launching locations, and they say they believe the Iranians are not able to fire the number of missiles they want to.
The Israeli military has issued an evacuation threat for a district in the Iranian capital. Explosions have been reported in Tehran and the neighbouring city of Karaj. At least 240 people have been killed across Iran in Israeli attacks since Friday. The US president is demanding Iran's unconditional surrender. Donald Trump has met with his national security team at the White House and is beefing up support for Israel. The US military is sending more fighter jets to the Middle East and extending this stay of warplanes already in the region. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the deployments are defensive in nature for the protection of US forces. And Israeli forces have killed at least 89 Palestinians in Gaza on Tuesday. More than 70 of them were queuing for food in Khan Yunis. Now, Gaza's health ministry says tanks fired at crowds of people waiting for aid trucks. Well, those are the headlines this hour. The news continues on Al Jazeera after drug trafficking, politics and power, which continues next.
The illegalization of drugs gradually stretched across Europe, giving rise to new black markets. With increasingly powerful ships, maritime transport brought borders even closer. The big commercial ports became strategic smuggling points, among them Marseille, where figures from Corsican organized crime seized their chance. Communists who'd taken control of the city and opened the gates of Shanghai to Chiang Kai-shek's army. The general soon imposed the Kuomintang as the country's government. But to keep control of China, he needed money, so the Kuomintang legalized opium. Du Yusheng's triad, the Green Gang, became the government's main supplier, and a number of its members were sent to sit at parliament. China became the world's first narco-state. Du Yusheng stepped up his activities, hiring chemists and setting up a heroin factory inside Shanghai's central market.
By 1930, it was clear that this was failing. There was a government commission called the Wickersham Commission that surveyed the alcohol prohibition and decided that it was riven with corruption. And so in 1933, you got the end of prohibition of alcohol. Suddenly, the mafia had lost this enormously profitable enterprise.
Deprived of its main source of income, the Italian mafia, united around Lucky Luciano, formed an alliance with Meyer Lansky. Together, they took control of the heroin market. To maximize profits, the mobsters cut and recut the drug. Their adulterated product caused infections and overdoses. But the end of the prohibition on alcohol also caused rancor and frustration amid puritanical, conservative white Americans, the enemies of all kinds of highs and pleasures. The pre-prohibition fight was led by the new head of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, Harry J. Anslinger, an advocate of strong-arm tactics and a brilliant tactician.
He saw himself not just as enforcing a prohibition on drugs. You know, he was, in fact, first of all, a moral campaigner, enforcing, if you will, a moral consensus upon the society.
In 1930s America, Hollywood was electrifying audiences. Harry Anslinger encouraged movie directors to instill the fear of drugs among them. He directed his wrath on marijuana, which was still legal in the United States. On screen, white women tempted by the devil inevitably succumbed. And in the role of the suntanned, mustachioed tempter, a Mexican. Little by little, Harry Anslinger's moral campaign veered towards racist propaganda.
Harry Anslinger, como muchos en la derecha estadounidense, veía a México como el origen de personas racialmente diferentes, racialmente inferiores.
He made an absolute equation between ethnicity and drugs. Opiate was Chinese. Marijuana was Mexican Americans. And so he was unashamed in using the drugs as a way of stigmatizing and attacking.
In 1937, marijuana was prohibited in the United States. Organized crime would benefit from this new ban. Harry Anslinger knew it and got ready to fight them. Under Harry Anslinger, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics fostered international cooperation, and in 1932, the traffickers and their merchandise was finally traced from Istanbul to New York via Berlin and Shanghai.
Hands of people. There are only two kinds of people on the planet that have this sensibility and have this ability: intelligence operatives and criminals.
The Asian drug trade took off again when the United States attempted to overthrow the Chinese Communist regime. Washington gave its backing to the enemies of Chairman Mao, the Kuomintang. 6,000 Chinese nationalists were entrenched across the border in Burma. The CIA sent them provisions, arms and munitions.
Then support from the CIA started to decrease, and these local Kuomintang units started to look for money. And there's a very famous quote from one of those Kuomintang generals. He said, if you need an army,
we're back. I have a
you
major
need guns.
news announcement.
If you need guns, you need money.
For those of
Only
you that are
money in
still
these
here,
mountains
major
is
news
opium.
announcement.
With the drug money, the Kuomintang...
Gotta pause this stuff. On my way to go get the shawarma, I know a lot of you are AFK, so only if you're going to hear this. There was I was on the cameras. What are you talking about? Anyways, Iran's getting gaped. Anyways, so there's a couple of crows that are dive bombing people, and I'm like, what the fuck are they protecting? Because they do that when they're trying to protect something. And then I noticed laying on the ground, there's a crow that's flailing around on its back on the ground. So it's along a busy street. It's obviously been hit by a car, right? And I'm going up, and I'm like, these little fuckers are like, anyone that's going near them, these crows are dive bombing them. And like literally attacking them, like full on talons, like on their head. So I go by, and sure enough, I get whacked on the head. This one crow dive bombs me in the back, and hit scene of the crime. I saw that the two crows were sitting up on the telephone wire above. Probably only about looked forward and kept walking home, and like 2 seconds later, slam right into the back of my head. So yeah, I got attacked by crows twice, but they got a lot of people. I got video. I'll post it in my Discord. Is there anything that's happening at the moment? I mean, we were kind of and it looks like my text thing disappeared as well. I don't know what happened, but while I was gone, I noticed that while I was watching the stream. It looks like daylight is starting to appear now in over top of Israel and or in Iran anyways. Yeah, Tel Aviv as well. The sun is starting to come up. So usually they're not attacking at this point, but trying to see if there's anything on like a CBC or CNN or Fox, or see if there's any new clips that have come up that that's the Israel timeline. These guys actually still talking about it.
I'm going to be doing an extended segment with Dr. Alon Burstein, trying to cover just about every angle we could possibly think of. But ultimately, what matters is what you guys are curious about. Andrew, if you will, let's get our viewer question up there for the night. It's a simple one.
Probably not as good as Trump's
what do you want to know
long
about
polls?
the Israel-Iran conflict? We've been getting, and I can't thank the audience enough for this, Andrew, we have had so many smart questions sent into the newsroom in the past 3 or so days.
How
while this
long
has
are
all been
Trump's
going on.
polls?
We know this is complex stuff. This is geopolitics at the end of the day. And we are a public service. I say this every night that we do this type of stuff, but it is important because you and I cover this stuff day to day. We have our own questions, but ultimately we're trying to educate the people that are watching us. You can scan that QR code on your screen. If QR codes aren't your thing, you can also go to livenowfox.com/connect. It'll take you to a web page where you want to click on the Share Now tab. Share Now. You can type in your question, and you very well may see it posed to our experts later on in the evening. Alon Burstein is going to be joining me in about 15 minutes' time, and then I'm going to be joined by a cybersecurity expert later on in the evening. A piece was put out by Axios today questioning what they call an extra front of this war, which is the cyberspace
Trump considering
front.
U.S. strikes
And
on
will it bleed
Iranian
over
sites
into international cyberspace? It doesn't just impact the cyberspace of Iran and Israel. We're going to be
here. Let's watch this clip here. Let's watch this clip here.
President, while the skies over both cities look and sound like this. Warning signs in Israel
Drop
for waves of incoming missiles from
electromagnetic
Iran.
pulse. Yeah, let's
Most
just make everything
intercepted
dark.
by the Iron Dome, though some.
I
as
actually,
we've
my
seen play out in
my
recent
head
days,
is
are
a little
getting
sore
through.
actually from those crows
There are
hit
also
me.
new explosions in Tehran as Israel is warning an entire district of that city to evacuate tonight. Our sources are telling us that at the White House, President Trump is weighing using U.S. aircraft and bombs to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. A senior Israeli official says they're also waiting to learn whether or not the president is going to help them achieve their goal of destroying Iran's nuclear program. The president huddled with his national security team in the Situation Room for over an hour today on this very issue. You can see generals and cabinet secretaries entering and then leaving the White House complex throughout the day. As the White House confirmed that also behind the scenes, the president was on the phone with the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, though neither the administration nor Israel offered a readout of what was said. We didn't see the president in front of the cameras today, but when we questioned him overnight about where he stood on Iran, this is what he told us on Air Force One.
They've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. The cities have been blown to pieces.
You should have done the deal. We said that before.
They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal.
Do the deal.
So I don't know. I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate.
The president took to Truth Social before a meeting in the Situation
Always
Room
acting
today
tough,
where he
that
wrote
Donald
this,
Trump.
quote, "We now have complete and total control over the skies over Iran. The key word there is the first one, we. He followed that with, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but he's safe there. We are not going to take him out, at least not for now. And then in all caps, the president demanded, quote, unconditional surrender. If the president does order a U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, there are still major questions this evening about what could follow, including whether that U.S. strike would be guaranteed to reach Iran's most precious nuclear sites, which are built into mountains deep underground. Is there any guarantee that if the U.S. did get involved militarily, that a U.S. bomb could destroy Iran's nuclear program and facilities?
Piece of everything or anything in life, you know that. Look at you, right? There's no guarantee. But you're saying a guarantee on what?
Do you think if the U.S. got involved militarily, it would actually wipe out Iran's nuclear program? Or where's your assessment of that?
Or she's going to say yes.
Their program's going to be wiped out long before that. But they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
I want to get straight to CNN's Anderson Cooper, who is live in Amman, Jordan tonight, where missiles have been passing.
Wait, wasn't
overhead.
Anderson Cooper
Anderson,
just in
obviously, I should note
studios
the reason
like
you're there, the
yesterday?
airspace over Israel is closed as you're making your way
They
there.
sent-
You have
they
to
sent
drive
Cooper
to
over there?
actually get there. What are we seeing and hearing on
And
the
she
ground
was just in Canada yesterday.
over there tonight?
Yeah, I think a lot of people in this region are waiting and watching to see what President Trump decides, what the U.S. decides to do. I mean, that is the story of this night. We have seen this, back and forth missile barrages, some incoming to Tel Aviv. As we landed here several hours ago, driving in from the airport, you could see Jordanian air defenses. What we were told were Jordanian air defenses activated. Couldn't see interceptions, but we did see the air defenses activated in the
Taking the
skies
new
over
Concorde
us.
flight?
And then around the same
Getting
time, we
all
saw
over
in the
the
skies
place,
over
like-
Tel Aviv interceptors as well. No reports of significant damage.
What's her
there, so
name
we know
again? I can't remember her
casualties.
name right
Damage
now.
has just been. I was just talking.
I
to him.
actually like her. I think
reports
she's,
right now of casualties
I think she's pretty
in
good.
Tel Aviv. The question, of course, what is the U.S. going to do? Will there be a direct strike against that
She
Fordo
seems like a
facility?
smart
That
cookie,
is of the
that
two
one.
facilities, the Natanz and the Fordo, as you know, and as you've been reporting, that is the one inside that mountain, which can really only be reached by these bombs, which the United States has, and the delivery mechanisms that the United States has. It would require more than just one. It would be successive waves, from what we understand. But there's a lot of questions tonight about, and no one seems to know the answer for sure about what Donald Trump's going to decide to do.
Yeah, and the Israelis, the officials there, seem to be treading very carefully to not seem like they are pushing him into anything, though they very clearly want the United States to get involved here. Anderson, thank you. We'll check in with you as
like
news warrants
Netanyahu
throughout
was
the hour.
pushing to get
And
him
with that as
involved
the backdrop,
yesterday.
I should note that here in Washington, there is a growing divide among the president's supporters about the question of a possible foreign intervention by the United States. Look at this remarkable exchange. So we're going to play for you here. Republican Senator Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson on this very issue.
We watched a bit of this earlier.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population
Tucker
at all.
Carlson is just
No,
setting
I don't know
up.
the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population.
You know that Tucker Carlson just looked that up before the interview. You know he did that just to set him up.
Tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
Well, because-
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is
because
that
if you
relevant?
don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay, this is
no,
cute.
it's not
Okay.
even... You don't know anything
It's
about
actually really weird to listen to Tucker Carlson just go after Republicans. Like
Iran. So
Okay,
actually,
I
the
am not
country...
the Tucker Carlson
No, but
expert on Iran.
You're a
who
senator
says-
who's calling
Okay,
for the
you're the one who
overthrow of the
claims-
government.
You're the
and
one
you
who
don't know
claims
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
Deeply revealing. Joining me tonight is Republican Senator Tim Sheehy of Montana, who sits on the Armed Services Committee and served as a Navy SEAL. I'm not going to ask you the population of Iran, since you just saw that, but that does show people the divide that is happening in your world over what the president should do here. What do you think he should do? Do you support strikes on Iran?
Well, it's not my world. It's our world. The truth is there are deep
Trump has
divides
been one of
across
the
the
best
spectrum on both
presidents
sides about
thus
what we
far.
do. Let's speak very clear. The Democrats have been deeply divided over whether Israel has a right to exist as well. There've been Democrats
are in
calling
power,
for.
The Republicans are in power. So what are?
No, I'd
what are
argue,
the
that they have almost half the Senate and half the House. So the Democrats have a lot of power right now. They have the power to do a lot of things. But back to the point is what do we do right now?
You don't really have power
And
to
the
do
truth
anything
is,
if you've got less than half
Iran
of
has been
both
a
the
pernicious
House and the
adversary,
Senate,
a
though,
brutal,
do you?
savage adversary of America and Israel. And the Western world for 45
respect
years.
for the dude,
I mean,
all
prior
but
to
not
1980,
believing in-
Iran was a symbol of what the Middle East
Wait, he doesn't believe in evolution?
could be in this new era of oil wealth that was cascading across the region. Freedom, opportunity, innovation. When this regime, this brutal, murderous regime took over in 1980, which started, by the way, with taking
Hold on,
hundreds of
we have,
Americans hostage at our embassy, we've seen nothing but murder, attack, terrible, terrible oppression from this regime for 45 years. And nowhere is that more apparent than right now in Israel as they launch their entire fleet of ballistic missiles to wipe a nation off the map.
But why
put
strike
this up
now?
here.
Well, first, do you
Well,
support
first of
the
all, I didn't
strikes?
say we should strike.
Do you support strikes?
I support what Israel is doing 100%.
do you
I
support
think,
strikes by the United States if President Trump
I don't think
decides
we
that?
need to get directly involved because I think we've been very directly involved in the region for 25 years.
Just a pause. Instant News Alerts is reporting that U.S. officials have signaled that the next 24 to 48 hours would be critical in determining whether diplomatic solution with Iran is possible, or if the president might resort to military action instead. I thought we were going to get a report an announcement tonight.
I think what Americans have spoken very clearly about is we don't want more war in the Middle East. Now, I think our ability to help to help Israel be precise and successful in their strikes in Iran is key. And if that means providing the equipment to do so, intelligence to do so, the specific bombs and platforms to do so, I'm totally supportive. But it's very important that we draw a line in the sand that the American people have made very clear they don't want us going to war anymore in the Middle East. They don't want boys and girls from their American families on the ground there. They don't want to get drawn into prolonged conflict. But I think it is in our interest, it is in the American people's interest to see Iran put back in the box. They can stop this tomorrow, just like Hamas could have stopped the war in Gaza. They can stop it tomorrow by giving up the nuclear program.
Where is that distinction in supporting Israel as it strikes Iran and the United States striking Israel? You're saying you don't support the president having
Well, a very clear
U.S.
distinction.
bombers
that
go and
distinction is not hard at
strike
all.
those facilities.
I mean, how is the distinction hard between having Israeli forces do the job versus U.S. forces? That's a pretty clear distinction.
It wasn't
Go
clear
Panthers,
how you
baby,
how
go
you answered it, at least not
Panthers.
to me. I just wanted to make clear. You're saying you do support the United States giving
3-0?
Israel support and whatnot, but you don't support the United States actually going over there and striking their nuclear facilities.
Well, I mean, that decision can be made by one person and one person alone right now. The president has to decide, am I going to send American bombers and American technology and American servicemen to carry out this strike? If so, that's his decision, and I think if he decided to do so, I'd support him. Ultimately, though, what it has to be is Iran has the opportunity. The power is in Iran's hands right now. If they give up the nuclear program, just like the power is in Hamas's hands to end the war in Gaza, give up the hostages,
Isho,
and
he
we'll
came to
stop
Canada.
attacking you. Give up the hostages, we'll stop sieging Gaza.
Came to
Iran
Canada.
can say, you know what, done. We're done with the nuclear program. We will unconditional surrender, as the president said. This can all end tomorrow. So right now, really, the power is in Iran's hands, oddly enough.
But you say the power is in the president's hands as well. But I mean,
Well, the
this has
decision's in the
reignited a debate on Capitol Hill about Congress's power to declare war. Some of your colleagues, Republicans, are circulating a resolution that they want to say that if the United States is going to take offensive action against Iran, that Congress has to approve it first. Would you vote yes on that resolution?
No, I think in this particular case, so first of all, I completely concur that the sole power to declare war in the United States rests with Congress. That's a constitutional responsibility of Congress. I think it's a huge
Watch that
error
after
we've
this.
made over the past 80 years since World War II that we have instead authorized the AUMF, authorized use of military force. We've essentially outsourced to the president the power to declare war.
So that sounds like you would support the resolution.
I would in general, but this isn't declaring a war. This is involving ourselves in a precision strike that, in frankly, a war that's already been going on for 45 years. We've been fighting Iran for 45 years. We fought Iran in Iraq. We fought them in Afghanistan. We've been fighting them in Beirut. They killed 246 Marines in Beirut in 1983. They killed thousands of us, including many of my friends in Iraq and Afghanistan. So let's be very clear. This isn't a new front of a war. This is an adversary that we have been fighting directly
But
for
you don't
45
consider
years.
Jeez.
Israel's military just issued an evacuation warning for parts of Tehran, warning that they would soon carry out strikes against military infrastructure there. It comes as one of the president's top political allies, Senator Lindsey Graham, who is pushing for strong action against Iran, says the president is about to act.
Iran with a nuclear weapon is a threat not only to Israel but to us. And 4 presidents have.
What the hell was that?
Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
In the year
Bernie Sanders.
2025, one might have hoped that the global community would be working together to address the existential threat of climate change, working to prevent future pandemics, working to address the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that exist, working to improve
Bernie.
the
We're trying to distract people from all that.
standard of living of struggling people
talking
all
about?
over the world. But tragically, that is not where we are today. Quite the contrary. Instead of addressing the major crises that we face, the world is now looking at the terrible war in Ukraine, started by Putin, which has taken hundreds of thousands of lives over the last 3 years. We are looking at the horrific war in Gaza, where, as we speak, thousands of Palestinian children are facing starvation due to Israel's inhumane and illegal war policies.
Oh, he is right.
And now
The
we face a
Iranian
dangerous
has
and
been going on for
escalating war in
years.
Iran, which was begun
It's been going on since the U.S. led a coup against the Iranian democratically elected government. That's when it started.
in violation of international law by the extremist Netanyahu government. And the main point that I want to make today is that it is absolutely imperative that the United States not be dragged into this war. Let me say a word about how this war began. On Thursday, Netanyahu launched an illegal and unilateral surprise attack on Iran, bombing targets across the country and killing hundreds of people. Iran has responded with attacks of its own, which have killed dozens of people in Israel. Whatever you may think of the corrupt and authoritarian Iranian regime, Israel's attack clearly violated international law and the United Nations Charter. While every country has the right to defend itself, they do not have the right to launch so-called preemptive wars of this kind. But let's remember who Netanyahu is. He is a war criminal under indictment by the International Criminal Court for starving innocent people and killing civilians in Gaza. At this very moment, in Gaza, Israel continues to prevent the UN from delivering humanitarian aid. And just today, in Gaza, Israeli tanks fired into a crowd desperately trying to collect food, killing at least 59 people. So it should come as little surprise that Netanyahu ignored international law to start this war with Iran. But Netanyahu's decision to strike also directly contravened the express wishes of the United States, which was seeking a diplomatic resolution to the long-standing tensions around Iran's nuclear program. In recent months, the United States has held 5.
Do you think that Netanyahu was worried that the U.S. was going to agree to not a ceasefire, but an agreement with Tehran? And that's not what Israel wants. They want to completely annihilate their program. You think they were worried that the U.S. was going to agree with Tehran on something?
5 rounds of negotiations with Iran to resolve these long-standing concerns. Let me repeat. In recent months, the United States has held 5 rounds of negotiations with Iran to resolve these long-standing concerns. A 6th round of talks was planned for Sunday, but Netanyahu chose instead to start this war. So let's be clear. Israel's attack was specifically designed to sabotage American diplomatic efforts. In fact, in its first round of strikes, Israel assassinated the man overseeing Iran's nuclear negotiating team. And let's also remember that U.S. intelligence has never indicated that Iran has made the decision to build a nuclear weapon. Just a few months ago, Trump's own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified to Congress that, quote, the intelligence community continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, end of quote. But Netanyahu chose to attack, crippling diplomatic efforts and risking a full-blown regional war. He is now openly talking about regime change in Iran and threatening to kill the political leadership of that country without any thought to the chaos that might ensue. Let's also not forget that the current Islamic regime in Iran is itself the product of a Western-backed coup in 1953 that overthrew the democratically elected government of Iran and replaced it with a corrupt autocrat. The critical question now is whether the United States will get dragged into Netanyahu's war. In my view, that would be a disaster. The United States must not be involved with another Netanyahu war, not militarily or financially. The United States Constitution is crystal clear. There can be no offensive use of military force against Iran or any other country without an explicit authorization from Congress. No such authorization exists, and any U.S. involvement would therefore be illegal. The United States has already provided hundreds of billions of dollars to Israel over the last many decades. Last year alone, U.S. taxpayers provided more than $22 billion in military aid to Israel. Meanwhile, while providing massive aid to Israel, we have Americans sleeping out on the street, unable to afford health care or other basic necessities.
What is the 60 days, though? I've never heard that before. I thought
President Trump ran as a supposed
in order to
peace
declare war,
candidate.
you had to get a vote on it in Congress.
In his inaugural address, he said, and I quote, "My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker
you
and
said
unifier.
It was 60 days, but
that's what I want to be,
I don't
a
think we actually talked
peacemaker
about why.
and a unifier," end quote. Very fine words. Trump should remember them today. Supporting Netanyahu's war against Iran would be a catastrophic mistake. Instead of going to war, Trump must work with the international community to rein in Netanyahu and urgently push for a diplomatic solution. Netanyahu's illegal attack has made the world a more dangerous place. The United States must not be a part of this war. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Bernie Sanders. I thought you were a big pro Bernie Sanders guy, C-Mac. You like big on the burn? Let's see if I can find anything else that is newsworthy at the moment. Okay, this tweet, I'm assuming, is just a picture from before, not saying that they're actually heading out there now. This is a picture of Air Force F-15 Eagles headed out to escort a strike package into Iranian airspace. So I'm assuming this picture was saying, although it is from daylight. Like, are they saying this is happening now? Like the burn one, it's in my Discord. 1 second. You're talking about the burn, feel the burn one? That's it there. I'm assuming that this is not happening now because I haven't seen any reports that they are heading out on another attack. So this has got to be a picture of them before they headed out tonight. We mentioned this earlier that Iran has prepared missiles and other military equipment for strikes on U.S. bases if the U.S. joins the war. We mentioned that hours ago. Yeah, so Brian Lilley is a Canadian, very right of center journalist, we'll call him. When I say very right of center, I mean he basically he is very biased in his news reporting. But I agree with him here. He doesn't know if this guy should be the next leader of Iran. For those of you that weren't here earlier, this is the Shah's son, the crown prince of Iran, who is obviously living in exile. And he's been involved in an organization to bring back democracy to Iran and eventually overthrow the Israeli Republic. The Iranian Republic. Anyways, he's probably better than what is currently there now. Japan's Prime Minister Ishiba says Iran should never be allowed to develop nuclear weapons. There is the election for New York City mayor now? Laura Loomer is reporting that an airstrike on a nuclear facility is not a full-scale war. Why is this so hard for people to understand? I don't think anyone said that was a full-scale war. I don't think. I think we've definitely been talking about the difference between the two all night. Let's see here. We mentioned this tweet earlier. U.S. officials signaled the next 24 to 48 hours will be crucial in determining if there's a diplomatic solution with Iran. Trump Mobile has launched. In case you guys haven't heard this, Trump Mobile has launched, and it appears there's rumors that the phone that they're using is actually made in China. It appears to be very similar to a phone that is in China. That's going to be their flagship phone. So it'll be interesting to see. It's gold plated, apparently. The president you voted for, the president you got. Iran has the right to defend itself. Sure, they got attacked. Not suggesting that. I've been saying all night that Israel needs to show proof for what they're claiming. Because right now they haven't. They haven't shown any proof whatsoever. I guess this is a video of a missile that's coming by.
Right now, there are ballistic missiles being fired at Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. Currently, missile defense systems are working to shoot down the incoming fire. We are going to take some cover here as this unfolds. You can see in the distance interceptor rounds coming off, trying to shoot down. Pull it off the tripod. And let's move inside. The flash there in the sky, explosions overhead. And again, this is the third barrage. Right now, there are ballistic missiles being fired at Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv.
Let's see. This is that Travis Decker guy and whatever. I don't care. Opinion: while Iran targets civilians, Israel's target legitimate military targets and infrastructures. I mean, we're getting one side of the story. Air India investigation continues 40 years later. Israel launched a wave of strikes on Iran, including on its nuclear facilities. Here's what we know about the sites that Israel has attacked so far. Meet the New York City dad who won a Pedro Pascal lookalike contest. If that's him, he looks very exactly like him. Strikes hit the Imam Hussein University in Tehran, Iran, often referred to as the IRGC University. So this is part of their strikes, I guess. Earlier, we're getting so it's something in this neighborhood here that they struck. Israel has made us. Well, I mean, if you've got a fool or a clown for commander in chief, dude. Yeah, we talked about a lot yesterday on stream when Netanyahu started talking about how Trump was the target of 2 assassination attempts. You knew that was Netanyahu's trying to get into Trump's brain and get Trump's brain thinking, oh, what they were gonna do what? We've fuck those guys. We're gonna show them who's boss. Like, that's basically what Netanyahu was doing yesterday. That's the only reason he dropped that little tidbit. How do we know what? Iran is the first nation to exist ever on this planet. Iran was? What? Most histories originated in Africa. That is who's debating that? I don't know if they had like nations, but they definitely had like I don't know, like tribes and stuff like that that controlled territory. What is this? Netanyahu said that the Iranian nuclear strike on Israel would be like 10,000 tons of TNT falling on the country the size of New Jersey. Israel has dropped 80,000 tons of explosives on Gaza. Jesus. The equivalent of 8 nukes. Some people like to just come into chat and spew shit. You do get the odd troll once in a while. What is this?
92 million. How many people live in Iran, by the way?
Yeah, I'm not listening to that again. Hezbollah watches on the Iran and Israeli battle for now. Depleted after last year's fight with Israel. I have no absolutely no I don't know. I don't feel sorry for these religious fanatics, to be honest. Like the guys running. I would like to see a regime change. I'm just worried about how it would be done and who would be put in their place. Like, if you're gonna have a regime change, you've got to like allow the citizens to basically. But you would have absolute chaos if we woke up tomorrow and found out that the leader of Iran was assassinated. It would be absolute chaos. You know what I wonder, if all the other proxy will help Iran if America starts attacking them. I don't think they will, dude. I think they like some people earlier were saying that if the USA declares war on Iran, that China might come to help or something like that. I don't think that's happening. I think China will sit back and they'll say that they'll condemn the attacks, but they're not gonna send fighters, jets, and aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's just not gonna happen. Israel has spent the last 3 years destroying last 30 years, I think. Oh, you mean like Netanyahu's been going on about this nuclear capacity for 35 years now. Like, it's not it's nothing new, and it seems like every 10 years they've got a nuclear weapon again. We got to bomb the shit out of them and knock them back 10 years. I don't disagree that they shouldn't have nuclear weapons. It's just, like, show us proof that they're close to having a nuclear weapon. What the hell is this? Iran used Fatah 1 missiles. carried out with first-generation Fatah missiles, marking the beginning of the end of the Zionist army's so-called legendary air defense. The powerful, maneuverable Fatah missiles tonight repeatedly shook the hideouts of the cowardly Zionists after penetrating their missile defense shield, delivering Iran's message of strength to the war, inciting ally of Tel Aviv, lost in vain illusions and fantasies. Tonight's missile attacks prove that we have full control over the skies and occupied territories of the occupied territories. Okay. Footage of Israel Air Force. I mean, if I'm going to believe either the Israel propaganda or the Iranian propaganda, I don't think the Iranian propaganda or Iranians have any air superiority right now. I think air superiority is completely controlled by Israel at this point. Hamas, the Houthi rebels, Syria, all pretty much decimated. Like, I really do want to see regime change, but for the good, to be honest. It's just really hard to, like, you know, you can't be America coming in and enforcing regime change, right? When you have such a bad history of doing that in the past, right? Nobody's gonna believe it. Like, they could come in and legitimately bring in, like, fully supervised democratic elections, protect the people so they can vote for whoever they want or whatever, and people are not going to believe that it's actually like a true democratic election. They're going to just say that it's you know, a puppet team that the U.S. instilled, and the election was just for theatrics. Regime change should be on. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Netanyahu as well, Bazooka. That doesn't mean that both of them shouldn't be changed. Iran definitely, Israel as well. Like, how long has this guy been the fucking leader of Israel for? Tel Aviv in ruins after Iranian. This guy, I added him as a source, like someone to follow on Twitter, because somebody else was following that I trust. But this guy legitimately seems to be, I mean, he's obviously very pro-Iran, because all he's doing is showing, like, stuff that is very, like, it's just propaganda, a lot of it.
Into Iran. They were also making the case that the assault was justified, that it was somehow preemptive because Tehran was closer than ever to building a nuclear bomb. One person who was tracking the narratives that preceded all of this and what has been reported since is the journalist Negar Mortazavi. She is the host of the Iran podcast, and she joins us now from Washington, D.C. Ms. Mortazavi, first of all, thanks for joining us here at the Listening Post today. Let's start with this. Israel has labeled this as a preemptive strike, and that framing was picked up by a number of Western news outlets without so much as attribution. What do you make of that? What is that language concealing, and what does it reveal about the news outlets that are using it?
Well, legal scholars are saying that this language actually means a lot in international law, and it's very deliberate. When you launch a preemptive strike, essentially you are attacking an enemy that was about to imminently attacking you, so preventing an imminent attack, and you need to show proof for that imminent attack, which I don't think the Israelis have produced yet.
They have enough fissile material for 6 or 8 bombs in a very high grade of enrichment, as well as weaponizing it.
Can we see the evidence of this?
So Israel has no choice but to attack.
This goes against The latest reporting and continuous reporting of U.S. intelligence, which have said until very recently that they don't think Iran is weaponizing its nuclear program or building nuclear bombs. But it seems like this is something, especially in the Western media, American media, this language was picked up.
Iran was continuing to enrich uranium towards higher enriched uranium that would be capable of fueling a nuclear weapon. That, for Israel, was a red line.
Once it's not a preemptive strike, it's an attack on a sovereign nation, on the homeland of another country, and the response and reaction to that in an international community and according to law will be very different. And this is something that I've seen legal scholars talk about and really challenge that notion, and also the media coverage that has been sort of leaning or in a way showing a bias toward the terminology that's coming from one side of this.
On Friday, immediately after the strikes, the Israeli military posted a video titled Declassified: Iran's Nuclear Plans, saying that Iran had accelerated its uranium enrichment program in recent months and could obtain a nuclear weapon, quote, in a split second. How anchored in reality
Question
is
for you
that
guys
claim?
in chat. If
we have to
Israel
understand
had
something.
proof and showed that proof that they had
material,
the capability of now
enriching
creating nuclear
uranium
weapons
that
that
can
went
then
against the nuclear agreement that they had,
be used as the
would you
fuel
have been
for a
okay with this
nuclear
attack?
bomb once you decide to weaponize your program? These are various different steps. Now, the timing must be
doesn't want you to
short, but
type
the
her
way
name.
this is framed is that there was a split second in an imminent attack of a nuclear bomb about to be launched. And that really isn't the case. Yes, they have come close to it as what is considered a threshold state, but that being a threshold state or potentially producing the fuel that can then be turned into a bomb is different than a weaponized program and the actual nuclear weapons. Iran is still a signatory to
Would
the
you guys have a
NPT,
problem with
the
Israel's attack if
non-proliferation,
they can prove that they're
treaty
that
under the
what they said is
UN?
true?
It's still
Would you have a problem with it?
a member. It still collaborates with the UN nuclear watchdog, although there have been some challenges there. But at the end of the day, it's a state that does not have a weaponized program and is under international monitoring. A full-on war with Iran is something that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been asking and calling and pushing for publicly and privately for the past 20 years. Since the U.S. invasion of Iraq, he's been saying that Iran should be also another target, and he's been trying to push for the U.S. In fact, to do a similar scenario and go to war with Iran. So that's one side of it.
They're willing to kill, people
You're
around
50-50?
the world, and especially in the Middle East. And given a nuclear weapon, we fully would expect that they would use it.
And then also sort of the demonization, the dehumanization.
I'm going to be honest. I would probably be.
of
I'd
Iran,
be okay
Iran
with it.
and Iranians, not just the government, but also the population. In the media by senior officials. It has impacted media coverage. I would say it has created a bias, sort of a leaning or a filter that some journalists and media professionals don't even understand that they're covering this country, Iran, with sort of this bias. And I think this has added
No, I said
sort
if
of a
Iran
fuel to this fire that would
actually
then
had
prepare
proof
these strikes to be portrayed
that
as
Iran
preemptive.
was now
Give us an
focusing
idea,
on
if you
making
would,
nuclear
of what you're
weapons,
hearing on Iranian
I would be
media
okay with the
outlets,
attack, but I
so
want
many
them
of
to show the
under
fucking proof.
some element of state control. How are they dealing with this moment? What's the spin?
It's
how
already
are they
too late, like-
reassuring Iranians right now?
Well, the demonization goes both ways. So the Iranian media also do cover these regional issues with a clear bias. As you said, the state has a lot of control over most of broadcast media, to some extent non-broadcast print media, newspapers. There isn't much independent journalism. And so that in itself creates a bias within that media landscape, referring to Israel as a Zionist regime, talking about this as terrorism.
Have you seen
trying to
Iran
focus on the
denying it?
civilian
Well, they
casualties,
had
calling
been
those
denying
who
it,
have
I
been
thought.
killed, the commanders calling them martyrs who have given their lives.
Wasn't
for their
there
homeland
supposed
or
to be
for
like
the
an
nuclear program, the
international team that was
scientists that have been
supervising
targeted?
their program
All
as
of that
well,
has
or
been part of the discourse of the Iranian state media and it continues to be since the attacks. One difference I would indicate, though, is that this mostly remains within Iran's borders. Iranian media don't have that kind of global influence, and sort of this doesn't really trickle down from Iranian media beyond Iran's borders into any
Sonic
other
Crits. I'm having fun doing
influential
this, Sonic
media
Crits.
space.
I'm not
Whereas,
missing WoW at all.
the other side, which is Israel and the United States, U.S. media coverage really impacts global media coverage, especially in the English-speaking world. And so when you see that bias from media in the U.S. that are supposedly independent, not state-tied,
Back to WoW, or are you asking
holding
so you
truth
can
to
unfollow
power,
me?
that impact
I have no
trickling
idea, dude.
down to the global media
At this
space
moment, I
has
have no interest in
real,
playing WoW.
political and global consequences. Whereas in the Iranian media, what I'm trying to explain is that they really are the underdog when it comes to the military landscape, but also in the media landscape. So yes, that bias may be impacting an Iranian audience and a small audience beyond, but they don't have that sort of a global reach for that bias.
That's not
to
sad.
be
What are you talking about? I'm
influencing
rooting for the
any other
Panthers.
major, audience basis.
Go Panthers! I don't want
Let's
the
just
Oilers. So when
focus
you think
on
they're
one
you think
thing
their
that tends
fans
to
would
be
root for the
missing in the
Canucks?
news coverage,
Fuck
that
that.
there is one country in the Middle East that does have a nuclear arsenal, and that is Israel. That is seldom mentioned in the coverage. Why do you think it's typically absent from the discussion and the coverage?
Well, I guess media professionals have to answer
I wanna
that
see
question.
Canada
That's
get
a
a cup
big,
too. The Canucks.
question, and it also speaks to sort of the bias of the coverage of these conflicts towards one side. Absolutely, as you're saying, Israel is the only country in the region who has
I want to see
a
McDavid
nuclear
cry again.
arsenal. And this is something that, first of all, as a matter of policy, they don't acknowledge, but just because they don't acknowledge doesn't mean that it's not a known fact. And then also in the United States, they don't really officially acknowledge that because that could potentially impact U.S. policy towards that country, which is the U.S. closest ally in the region. But if you ask an average American, for example, who they think is the only nuclear power in the region, they would think it's Iran. They would think it's Iran who is the only party in the region who has a nuclear weapons program because of this bias that is embedded in the coverage. And Israel
does
rarely
have
comes
the
up unless the
nuclear
person
weapons,
has
right?
specific knowledge and extra knowledge of the region, of global politics and non-proliferation. It's a known fact within the professional community, but it's just
Yeah, they do.
a fact that
They
isn't
do.
very
90
much
of them.
spoken, and that has been embedded in the media coverage. And as a result of that, you see that the average American, because of this bias in the media and the political discourse, doesn't have enough
I
knowledge
think the facilities,
about
I think
what's
they said they
going
were
on and how
500
the foreign policy
feet or 500 meters.
decisions of the country
But it's
are
deep
shaped.
enough
So I
that the
think it's a
Moab,
serious problem.
mother of all bombs,
I think
wouldn't work
media
on it.
organizations need to address that. Why this is something that's become an inherent bias. I understand if it's part of the political discourse. Politicians have all kinds of motives and reasons for hiding facts.
Yeah,
but
Israel
why
definitely
the
has
media
nuclear
goes
weapons. I think
on
the
with
U.S.
that and
knows
sort
that.
of has this bias embedded really is a big question.
We're going to leave it there. Negar Mortazavi of the Iran
Sorry, what's her name again?
podcast. We're very grateful. Thank you for speaking with us here at the Listening Post today.
Thank you so much.
In the same week that Israel declared war on Iran, it intensified its siege in the West Bank. Additional military forces
This is why I
have
like
moved
watching
into
the
that
international
territory,
news, is because
and
they
all
keep reporting
Palestinian
on this
towns
stuff.
are under complete lockdown. In Gaza, where aid stations meant to feed starving Palestinians have turned into killing fields, communication systems are now being targeted and cut off. Meenakshi Ravi has been tracking this story.
This past week, phone and internet services virtually collapsed across Gaza. Israeli forces, which have, over the past 20 months, systematically targeted
Middle East
key
feels safe with
infrastructure,
Israel
such
because
as
of their
water,
nukes.
roads, healthcare, and power systems.
True, but
took
would any
specific
country
aim
in
at
the
telecommunications
Middle East
network.
feel safe with Iran having
Transmission
nukes?
stations, communication towers, and cellular facilities were repeatedly bombed, and Israel targeted the last fiber optic cable route.
I don't know
serving
that countries
central
like
and southern Gaza.
Saudi Arabia are worried about
Journalists in the
getting
war
attacked
zone
by
sounded
Israel.
the
though.
alarm early in the week.
Like, I don't know that they are worried about it, or Egypt,
to
or
cut the internet connection. Now I will use eSIM that will catch the internet from outside Gaza.
Using data packages on digital SIM cards or eSIMs, Palestinians posted messages about dwindling connectivity and the struggle to get information out. The United Nations' Palestinian relief agency, UNRWA, posted this message. Israel's military has actively prevented technical teams from getting access to internet infrastructure. The Palestinian Telecommunications Regulatory Authority issued a statement saying digital isolation is intensifying despite repeated attempts to repair damaged networks. For the people of Gaza, this choking off of communications has been one of the most persistent fears. This is how they see it. Given the kinds of war crimes Israel has been willing to commit, knowing that the video evidence was coming out and going viral, what might Israeli forces do to Palestinians there under the cloak of a communications blackout?
Thanks, Mina.
Uh-oh.
The images emerging from Los Angeles this past week have captivated Americans, and not in a Hollywood way. Federal agents in body armor, loaded with guns and grenades. Police on
Daily Iran military is now reporting that this area at Tel Aviv is about to get attacked. So in the coming hours, they've said. So I believe this is the same area. I'm going to bring it up on the map as well. Nev. I'll bring it up on here. Yeah, same area of Tel Aviv that they said yesterday they were going to attack. This is this is, I guess, where they're suggesting they're going to attack again. Urgent security warning area, Tel Aviv, to all individuals currently in the area marked in the attached map. Leave the area immediately based on the right to legitimate self-defense. This area, especially military facilities hidden among the residential neighborhoods, will be targeted in the coming hours. So in the coming hours, apparently Iran's threatening to attack again. And they've got that new missile that they're talking about. So what is this? Shocking footage shows the aftermath of Iranian missiles impacted Tel Aviv. Okay, what is this? Meet your new leader. This is the guy that we watched earlier. What is this? Explain this to me like Leo Messi. What? Come on, really? Oh my God! It starts explaining it to like it's in soccer terms. That is actually funny. Oops, sorry, getting the wrong one here. There, this one here. Anyways, apparently Iran is threatening to attack again in the coming hours, they've said. In the coming hours, I mean, it's daylight there now, so it's daylight there now. We got 30 seconds left in the hockey game now. And the right team won.
Gavin Newsom's argument is that this is a clear case of federal overreach, a clearer case of Donald Trump trying to accumulate more power. Demonstrators first took to the LA streets just over a week ago.
What do you guys say? Those of you that are Americans, do you have a problem with them breaking up these protests?
ICE agents. ICE is the federal agency for immigration and customs enforcement that's making
I'm talking
good
about the people
Trump's
that are being
promise
peaceful.
to deport undocumented immigrants, often without a hint of due process. Some of the anti-ICE demos, not all, descended into acts of violence and looting. By then, the president had already ordered thousands of members of the National Guard into Los Angeles, along with
What if they're
hundreds
peaceful,
more U.S.
Dragoon? Should they be allowed to
Marines,
protest that?
ostensibly to provide the LA Police Department with backup. It is not an easy story
This
to
reporter
report
got
on.
shot.
This Australian correspondent was doing a live hit about the security forces using rubber bullets when she took one in the leg. Other journalists have been taken off the streets by men in uniform.
Okay, come back, okay? Do not come back. Do not come back. Okay, got it. Be arrested.
That has created less room for reporting, more room for confusion, and the disinformation that is already out there.
this, right-wing MAGA media world has been just promoting these sorts of conspiracy theories that the Trump administration is very happy to latch onto, essentially saying that the demonstrators in LA
we just got to see
to engage in these riots with the police, right?
Connor McDavid crying again.
These narratives. If these demonstrators are
Connor McDavid only has 1 year left on his deal with Edmonton
by
now.
some mysterious dark
Then he
money
can
groups
then he can
without
sign
any
with
proof that
the
that
Vancouver
is going
Canucks,
on.
where he's always
It's really
wanted to be.
important, for the media to be covering not just this militarization by the Trump administration, but the peaceful response of communities that are fighting back.
This Twitter
We've
video?
seen
Hold on.
horrific
Stay
images
there.
of
Let me
face
show
to
you.
face with
No. No, this is where her asshole is. Do not touch her. Look at her. Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking touch me.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't know we were gonna watch that.
Of their narrative.
That's like violence. Wiener Daddy, thanks for the follow. I love Wiener Daddy. Thank you very much,
Stories
man.
of urban decay, lawless streets, crammed with undocumented immigrants committing crimes against innocent Americans.
Killing our citizens. They're literally raping our little girls.
Sometimes politicians manufacture a crisis that they can use to flex some muscle,
Sometimes
appear
politicians
authoritative,
manufacture
and
a
sometimes
crisis.
authoritarian.
These are animals, but they proudly carry the flags of other countries, but they don't carry the American flag. They only burn it.
By repeatedly describing immigrants that way, Trump then uses the issue to project strength, dominance, and control, focusing on societal tensions, political divides that elements in the right-wing media are all too willing to exploit and exacerbate.
Chaos in Los Angeles. Stores looted, cars burnt to a crisp, and American flags torched. Anarchists and dirt bikes are waving Mexican flags around LA while the city's engulfed in flames.
One of the reasons that I
Engulfed in
expected this
flames.
collision to occur is because for too long, California's local and state officials have promulgated new laws, new statutes, new regulations, new
it's a reference to
policies that have encouraged illegal immigration. So the fact is that many of
Wiener
us who
Daddy
grew up
is?
in California know or suspect we know people
Sure, dude.
who are
Whatever.
here illegally.
Use that as your
And
excuse if you
they are
want.
people who go to our churches, they go to our schools, they live in our neighborhoods sometimes. But it's also true that alongside those same people, who tend to be quite conservative, surprisingly, you'll find real criminals who have
I do
been in the
appreciate the
country
follow,
for a
man.
while.
I
So
appreciate
Trump's
it very much.
response has been first to lead with, I think, the lawful detention of people who are targeted for deportation. He ran on that, promised
Just
that that was
checking to
what he
see
was
if there's
going
any
to
new
do,
news that's
and is
coming
now
up.
doing it.
Let's be clear. Being undocumented in the U.S. is not a crime. It's just a civil infraction. But by continuing to push this narrative, the Trump administration is justifying its program
June
of mass
18th, that's
deportations.
tomorrow.
It now has a quota telling immigration officials that they need to arrest 3,000 people per day and put some through deportation proceedings.
Who's paying for the
That's
protesters,
1 million
Wozniak?
arrests per year. And so in order to
Who's
justify
paying for the
that,
protesters?
they are
Don't
pushing
ask me
forward
to
this
make you,
narrative
prove
that all
this.
undocumented immigrants, all black and
Who's
brown
willing to
people
pay
on the
that many
streets,
people to go
of
waste their
LA,
time?
Of New York are inherently criminals that need to be repressed, that need to be arrested and deported.
So much of what this president is doing is in order to show his own.
Wait, you think the police and governments are paid to protest or what?
Able to use it as his own private army. What's happening in LA is absolutely a manufactured crisis and an escalation by this president. This is something he has had his eye on for years.
When accused of politicizing the National Guard in order to police protests and of the dangers that that could pose to a democracy, Donald Trump's reaction was typical. He doubled down. Rather than pulling those forces out of LA, he authorized a nationwide deployment to cities where other anti-ICE protests have taken place and to some where they haven't even happened yet. That is the precedent that has Americans who
who's
value
hiring
their
them, wise
freedom
guy?
of expression,
Where's the evidence?
which is
And how do
supposed
I
to be
get hired?
constitutionally protected, so concerned.
How do I get hired to
He
do
didn't
this?
just say, I'm going to deploy the National Guard in LA where the protests are happening. He said, I'm going to deploy the National Guard anywhere where there might be ICE protests. So that basically gives him license to put troops into every single American city before anything's even happened.
Someone doesn't like that fact that so many people
whether
disagree
Trump actually
with him.
makes good on that, we'll see.
So he tries to say that
there's a reason why many legal
all those people
scholars have
couldn't
pointed
possibly
this
disagree with me. They're paid
brazenly,
protesters.
Wildly unconstitutional.
There's
President
no way
Trump
all those people
came
could
to
dislike
power
what
with
I'm doing.
Quite a
They
lot
must
of
be
different
paid.
resources from social media, very troubling
of
narratives,
course,
particularly about immigrants.
no evidence,
that made people
you know, blah, 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 blah,
believe
blah.
that he would bring law and order. This is really the opposite of that. It's the upending of rule of law. And I think the president is going to try to expand his use of the military in other cities that are saying, no, we don't want your policies. No, we object to what you're doing. And it is a really dangerous precedent. I don't think that's going to stop with LA.
Because this story is no longer just about Los Angeles or California or Gavin Newsom. It's about freedom of expression in America, how far Donald Trump is willing to go to suppress it, and whether Americans will let him. One final note. 20 months ago, on October 7th, 2023, Hamas
How
launched
gullible
its
you are? I never
infamous
realized in
attack.
the last couple of days.
It was
I'm
in
just asking
response
for
to
proof,
Israel's
wise guy.
suffocating
You keep
occupation,
spewing off these
apartheid practices, and the
fantastic claims,
displacement
but
of
you
so
have
many
no
Palestinians
evidence
from their
whatsoever.
lands. The
That's what's
domino effect that
spectacular.
followed produced a genocide that has completely
Seems
destroyed
like you believe
Gaza
any
and
of this stuff.
horrified
There's no
anyone
evidence
following that story.
paid
It has
protesters.
also had an intensifying, no
I
holds
want you to
barred
tell me
effect
who they
on
are
Israel's
so I can
occupation
go get
of the
paid
West
myself.
Bank and turned the politics of neighboring
I'll allow
Lebanon
myself
and
to get paid
Syria
to go stand
upside
amongst
down.
a crowd of people.
And then this week's attack on
Sounds
Iran,
like the easiest job in the
aspects of
world.
which were unprecedented. This conflict has now moved into uncharted territory. The next few weeks will provide more pivotal political moments, and if recent history is any indication, plenty of questionable journalism. We'll be keeping our eye on all of it.
Show me
here.
It's really easy to make these outlandish claims without having to ever back it up. I'm just asking you, show me actual factual evidence that this occurs.
These are the
Tell me where I can go to get paid to be a protester. I will do it. I will do it tomorrow.
Peaks. But growing up here, Saul Yuya has been watching them melt.
You
into
seem to
Lake
know about it.
Pantacocha,
Like, where can I go to
now
become one of these
34 times
protesters in
its
Vancouver?
original level.
When the river floods or there are avalanches.
I'm not even
the
telling you
lagoon
you're wrong.
overflows,
I'm just
and that
asking you
could
to tell
affect
me where to go.
More than 50,000 people.
I'll go
Those
fake
of us who
protest
have
tomorrow.
contributed less to climate change are suffering more.
Experts say Peru's glaciers are doomed to disappear. 10 years ago,
So when
Seoul
you see
filed a
videos of
lawsuit
hundreds of
against the
thousands of
German
people,
energy giant RWE, saying its
you think,
emissions in
like,
Germany affect the glaciers here.
hundreds
But
of
the
thousands
company
of
has
people that are
never
marching through the
operated in
streets
Peru
of
and
New York
denies
are
responsibility.
they're all paid. Like,
The judge's
how much do you have to
decision in
pay
Germany may
100,000
win a tiny
people
compensation for
to
what
march
else. However,
for like
it
4
may set
hours?
a precedent
Is
to
it just
hold
minimum
other
wage? Like,
huge
what,
emitters accountable
where
for
are they
global
advertising for this? You'd think it would be pretty easy to find
As a
an
former
advertisement
leader of a G7
for
country,
fake protesters.
How worried are you?
Facing
Is it on
realities,
Craigslist or something?
What
Like,
kind of leader would you like to see take the country forward after this interim period is over?
Not go back to the old fascist
Wise guy, I'm
regime
just
that we
asking you to
had.
show me any evidence.
What exactly was
Any
the pressure?
evidence
Who was it
whatsoever,
coming
dude.
from?
And
Were
you're the
threats
one that's,
made?
as soon as anyone asks you to show you evidence, you're just like,
countries. This is no
oh,
secret.
you don't know what the
Hear
fuck
their
you're talking
story
about. It's like,
on
okay,
Talk
then
to Al
inform me.
Jazeera.
Show me your evidence.
I have the right to boycott
If there's tens of thousands of people in a protest, and most of them are paid protesters, it must be pretty easy to become a paid protester. So I'd just like to know where I can go to make some easy money.
The three-part series explores the implications of U.S. anti-boycott laws for freedom of speech and First Amendment rights.
Yeah, give me some shawarma. I'll protest for some good shawarma.
state
level all that I can to support that.
Part 1, The Bill, on Al Jazeera.
Okay, there are some. How many is some then? 1%, 20%, 50%? Like if it's a crowd of say 50,000 people, what are you going to tell me? There's 10 paid protesters there? Like, who cares if there's 10 paid protesters there if it's only like 0.0001% of the people that are there? If it's 100,000 people, like how many of these people in these large groups are paid? Here, I'm going to Google
Israel
it.
says
Where
it's been
can
targeted
I
by a new
go to
wave of
become
missile attacks
a
by
paid
Iran.
protester?
One center hit part of central Israel, setting fire to several cars. Matheson, this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, the Israeli military continues to bombard Iran with strikes in parts of the capital, Tehran.
The video.
US President Donald Trump demands Tehran surrenders unconditionally, claiming total control over the skies over Iran. Israeli forces kill more than 70 Palestinians, desperate to collect aid at distribution sites in the Gaza Strip. Iran's launched another wave of missiles towards Israel. The two countries have been exchanging strikes for 6 days. One of the Iranian missiles has landed in central Israel, causing a fire. Firefighters have been fighting the blaze, which appears to have engulfed multiple cars. At least 24 people have been killed across Israel since Friday.
I just looked on Indeed. There are no protesting jobs on Indeed.
Intercepted. Israeli media are reporting an estimated 20 Iranian missiles were launched towards Israel.
It came up with a bunch of security jobs though in Vancouver.
Barry Smith has more details from Jordan's capital, Amman. He's there because the Israeli government's banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank.
Iranian missiles in the early hours of Wednesday caused fires in an area of central Israel, and Iran's Fars news agency says
shawarma and falafel the same thing? No, falafel is
no indication whether that
like
was
fried green
censorship in wartime in
peas
Israel,
or whatever it's called, I think.
Targets
Falafel is
Media
vegetarian,
is
right?
Not allowed to report that.
Like
another area that was hit earlier on Tuesday was Herzliya. Buses set on fire in that area, and the Iranians
deep fried chickpeas
was a military
It's
location.
actually really good.
Israel's
I asked
military says
the
it's destroyed
guy that
in Iran
owns the shop. I said, I asked if I could buy one. He goes, I'll just give you one. And it's actually really tasty.
The number of missiles they
you ever want to like? It is actually really tasty. I still like the regular shawarma better, but
Israelis
definitely tasty.
About 200 overnight Saturday into Sunday.
I'm actually still
Sunday
scouring
Monday
through
was about 65. Monday to Tuesday
Twitter
was
and stuff
lower
like that.
again at about 30. Most of the missiles, the Israelis say, are intercepted. They don't say how many get through.
Apparently,
the ones that do
Congresswoman
get through, and sometimes the shrapnel from
AOC
them
unites with Thomas Massey to block
devastating
Trump's war on
consequences.
Iran.
At least 24 buildings in Israel have got to be destroyed, and 18,000 Israelis are putting claims for compensation for property damaged by Iranian missiles. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Amman.
The Israeli military says it's conducting a series of strikes in the Iranian capital.
Falafel's really good though, man. I'm not kidding you. Like I'm
the
not.
neighboring city of Karaj.
I tried it and I'm like, this is actually really tasty.
At least 240 people have been killed across Iran in Israeli attacks since Friday. Earlier, the Israeli military issued an evacuation threat for a district in the capital. The country's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has posted on X saying that Iran will show Israel no mercy. The U.S. president's demanding Iran's unconditional surrender after 5 days of hostilities with Israel. Donald Trump
Massey's the best rep in Congress since Amash left.
And is beefing
I don't
up
know
support
who
for
Amash was,
Israel.
and I'm actually not very familiar with
sending
this
more
Massey
fighter
person
jets
either.
to the Middle East and extending the stay of warplanes already in the region. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the deployments are defensive in nature for the protection of U.S. forces. Trump issued yet another warning on his platform Truth Social. He said, we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defense equipment and plenty of it.
If Iranian missiles damage your Israeli house, don't worry, go to Golan. Is Golan Heights near...
Trump adds that nobody does it better
is that in the West Bank or something?
Mike Hanna's following developments from Washington, D.C.
More people dying in Iran and Israel crying about their people?
Would indicate that that is indeed the case. The question is to what extent President Trump is considering aligning U.S. interests with those of Israel.
I think this conflict is going to come to an end pretty quickly, though, unless they invade.
The U.S. has made very clear that it continues to support Israel. But the question that is being discussed is to what extent the support will cement its nature. Now, it's been a busy day at the White House. President Trump cut his journey to Canada short, where he was attending the G7 summit. And throughout the day, there's been meetings. There was a national security meeting, which took place for about an hour. But after that was finished just after lunchtime. There was a lot of coming and going from the White House. A number of meetings were clearly held by President Trump, with, among others, his Middle East envoy.
The seat filler one was pretty funny, actually.
The Joint Chiefs of Staff, as well as the Secretary of State, who was seen leaving the White House later on in the day, and of course his Vice President J.D. Vance, who was the last person observed leaving the White House towards the evening.
That was posted,
so there's been a lot of discussions going on.
Oh, we've got an ad break right now. I should have let people know that they can go watch on YouTube.
We have seen those Truth Social posts from President Trump making very clear that he is attempting to ramp
every death
up
builds hate on both
Iran,
sides. Sadly,
while
yeah, it does.
continuing
Their
to
family
express
members will
the
hate,
utmost support for
etc.
Israel. The question is,
they
to
do
what
need
extent
to find
he
a
wants to
resolution
bolster
for this,
U.S. support for Israel. Now, the U.S. has continually armed Israel for decades. In this particular conflict, there's no doubt
wonder what would happen to
US,
Israel if
missile defense systems are being used.
The U.S. just finally said, you know what, that's it, we're cutting you off.
Systems. There's also a U.S. fleet in the region, 2 aircraft carriers. In all, there's some 40 to 50,000 troops in the region at any given time. Now, these numbers flux and flow, so very difficult to attribute any increase to an increased troop presence on the ground. But the question is to what extent President Trump is going to ramp up the tangible visibility of the military in this ongoing conflict.
Ori Goldberg's an Israeli political commentator. He says the Israeli public's mostly supportive of Prime Minister Netanyahu's government, despite feeling the impact of retaliatory strikes by Iran.
The barrages over the past 24 hours or 36 hours have become smaller, perhaps because Israel has limited Iran's ability to launch massive barrages
did you get your
missiles,
DM
and perhaps because this is a change in Iranian strategy.
I'm assuming you did, since you're around.
The sheltering periods where sheltering is compulsory,
let's see if there's any
growing
news
shorter
on
and shorter.
any of the other
10 to 15 missiles reach Israel.
Bluff. By bluffing, I don't mean that he's not serious and he won't do it, but that he hopes to use it as a negotiation tactic, and this might end us, end with us sort of getting a deal. As for the Iranian people, look, they're trying to stay alive. This is a terrible war. Israel has showed that it shows very little compunction for civilian life. It is attacking Iran so mercilessly. Many civilians have died, many children have died.
I know you're a smart man.
As we've seen, unfortunately, in Israel's wars in the region and here as well. People are angry, but they're not just angry at Netanyahu and Israel and what is being done to them. They're also angry at their own regime.
I need a news
Let me
intro
quote what
scene
Faiza Hashemi, a daughter of, Faiza Hashemi is a very important character. She was a former MP. She's a daughter of one of the regime founders, Ayatollah Rafsanjani. In a voice note she published a couple of hours ago at news website Iranwire, she said that Iran is reaping what it sows, by which she is sort of blaming the policies of the Islamic Republic that has brought us here. So people are terrified for their lives.
I'm not gonna lie.
Trying to stay alive. They're helping
I'm
each other
tempted
in
to
the most
actually
beautiful ways.
pay for this service just to make a couple of scenes. When I was out for shawarma while I was getting attacked by crows earlier, or Attack of the Crows. They're attacking everyone that walked by. I thought about using the newsman clip that they have, where he's I have a very important news whatever, right? I thought about using that as a sound clip every time I switch to like one of the different scenes to show you guys something, but then I was like, no, that would probably get really irritating after a while. But I think something like this, just for an intro, and then I don't think I actually need anything else, just for the intro. Yeah, from Anchorman. Just for the intro, and that's basically about it. The other stuff at the bottom, I don't know. Hey, wait, what happened to why their window over here? What happened? Like removed, crashed, or something. Oh, it's still up somewhere. I don't know what happened to it. Anyways, what do we have? Oh, we had the maps thing open, didn't we? Multiple maps. Good enough. Just having one up there. Yeah, I need everyone to stop what they're doing. But then I figured, okay, every time I switch windows like this, it's probably gonna get a little annoying after a while, right? So I was like, no, we won't do that. But I do want to create some sort of an intro anyways. Hold on.
Israel and the United States. And again, the position could change in the coming hours, and we're likely to find out about it from social media. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, at the State Department in Washington.
Several people have been killed and injured overnight by Israeli forces in central Gaza while they were waiting to receive aid. Earlier in the south, more than 70 people...
We already looked maybe at like 200 feet. Fort Howe's enrichment
here's about that bomb buster.
Like 300 feet down.
Penetrates 200 feet.
How would this work? Is this a sure bet, or could this also fail?
Is that General
no
Schwarzkopf?
Sure bet whatsoever. I mean, there's all kinds of things that go into that, and if it is indeed...
Is that General Schwarzkopf?
I think it says between 80 and 90 meters.
There's some people that are too young in chat to remember who General Schwarzkopf is.
Etc. Well, that's beyond the projected capability of the bomb. And again, you never know when the thing's going to work. Is it going to actually go that far down? Will
I'm not using Chrome,
before
dude.
it gets that far down. It's a range. It's not a lot of testing that's gone down.
I'm not
you
using
can actually
Chrome.
measure for sure how far it gets. But based on what we do know, it seems probable that it would not succeed at getting to its target. That also assumes that you know the exact location under the ground. For example, does a tunnel go straight down?
Oh wait,
does
there
it come
it
down
is.
and turn sideways? And is the facility really over here? Is it over here? That part I think is unknown. I don't think they have any kind of detailed layouts to know exactly where it's at. So there's a lot of factors that could go in there. So if anybody thinks that this is for sure going to take out Fordo, they might want to reconsider that.
Yeah, a really good context. Alex, we're also seeing the exiled crown prince of Iran now posting from outside of the country, but he's posting about a possible uprising. He's posting about hearing from people that may be part of the Revolutionary Guard or people on the inside that want a regime change. Do you think that that's possible in the foreseeable future?
I don't know how I moved the whole window.
Really difficult to say. What I can tell you for sure is that the Islamic Republic has spent the last 46 years making sure that its own people, its own Iranian population, essentially hates it for everything it stands for, including its regional policies that has brought the country to this brink. And this war with Israel is seen by your average Iranian as absolutely unnecessary. There's no reason for this war. This is purely ideological. One man, Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, has basically taken the country here, and now he's hiding somewhere. So Reza Pahlavi is right in pointing out the obvious.
These Iranians are so mad. Like,
the Iranian
let's get them
people
new
would want to see a
leadership.
different system rule in their country. But what I don't know, and I suspect Reza Pahlavi and nobody else really knows, is whether there is that watertight plan to go from Islamic Republic, something much better, without the country descending into civil war or political instability, which in turn might force the United States to put boots on the ground. Exactly the sort of thing that President had said he wouldn't want to do.
Yeah, and Davis, we're getting these mixed reports.
I could not imagine them actually invading Iran.
Military leadership might have been taken out in the first few days.
I can't imagine
the numbers that we've seen so far,
that crazy.
They're all pretty high. What kind of command and control problems do you think Iran is having right now, and what are their options?
Well, it's going to have a negative impact, without question. You can't have that many senior leaders taken out and have no impact. But I also can tell you from personal experience, we're dealing with the Taliban or with the insurgency in Iraq, that the systems are designed to have follow-on people. You can take out the leaders, but there is no shortage of people that you're going to elevate to put back in there. They understand.
Well, I think that Iran does.
Israel, and they consider this before.
Are you meaning Iranian?
Your previous guest there mentioned about the assassination of Soleimani in the past, so they had
I think they'd like. I think they would like to see new leadership. I just don't know if they would trust Americans.
Not going to destroy the capability
at handling
of the command and control
in fact,
system for Iran.
I'm pretty positive that they wouldn't. They would just assume that whoever won the election, it was fixed,
sometimes
and
you don't know who's going to replace these guys.
It was a puppet government, basically.
Less capable. It may be someone more.
That's why it's important that the Iranian people actually rise up.
It's not good for your
But
side.
if they kill the Khomeini guy,
and Danny,
it's just going to be chaos. It's just going to be tribal leaders just going at each other.
I mean, the stockpiles must be getting pretty depleted, right? But they have other.
The last guy
options.
America put in,
I was reading
Shah.
a little while ago. There are concerns that they might mine the Strait of Hormuz to make it very difficult.
Take a look at the guy that they put in power in Chile.
Out for U.S. ships to. Do
you think they'd like a do-over on that one?
What other things could we see from Iran in the coming days?
Yeah, there's no question that there is a lot more capability, I think, than what people are ascribing to Iran.
Of people dying.
Because they understand that this is a possibility. We haven't seen any of the large waves of drones, and we know they have tens of thousands of some of these long-range drones that they make for Russia. So
yeah,
those
Pinochet was in Chile.
They could overwhelm the defensive systems of the Israeli side. It could be a mix of
and a leader who is friendly to
and
Israel, but Iranian people hate Israel more than their
things
government.
that they could do. There are a lot of
I don't
things
know that
do,
Iranian people hate them more than their
the
government.
more radical the outcome could
I
get.
think
So
their government is
we don't
pretty-
need to get too much confidence by
radical.
maybe that
a lot of the
missile
Iranian people would just like to
components
live
are
in
going
peace.
down. We don't know that much either, so it's unclear how many missiles they actually have.
Keep in mind that when you see
Alex,
people
turning back
in
to
Iran
Trump,
chanting death to Israel or whatever,
he has
it's
made it
very
clear that he is an America First president. That's what he's framed himself to be.
It's propaganda, a lot
he
of
pulled
it.
out of this Iran nuclear
Look what
deal
they're
in his
doing. They're
first
chanting
term, then he was working on a new
death
deal
to Israel when it's
and now it seems like
a
he's
group of
committed
50
to
people that are doing
unconditional
it.
surrender, and I imagine the total destruction of all things nuclear in Iran, reading into his post there. But so much of this is coming on the heels of Israeli direct action, that preemptive strike. Is the United States taking its lead from Israel on all this?
Yeah, is Israel leading this?
It could very well be that that's the case. I mean, again, when you look at the totality of this conflict for the last 4 days, the first 2 days, President Trump was still sticking to diplomacy, saying, look, Iran, you got it wrong. You should have signed a deal with me when you had a chance. Now Israel's hitting you. But he was still leaving the door open for diplomacy. And then suddenly over the last 48 hours, the language has entirely changed. We've gone from diplomacy to sort of, we will kill the Iranian supreme leader. Very different language. You have to wonder why the president shifted the way he did. I do sense by looking at Israeli press that the Israelis are surprised to some extent by the missiles that come their way. Maybe the pro-Israel, friends of Israel in the United States are telling the president, you don't want this to happen on your watch. Israel is in real trouble. Stop Iran. But again, if he wants to stop Iran, the question is, what's the best way? Maybe there is a compromise. Maybe he doesn't have to send U.S. troops to Iran to fix this situation. Maybe he can return, because the Iranians are saying, as of right now, they're still interested in diplomacy. If Israel stops attacking them, they're saying they'll stop attacking Israel. But is that good enough?
Countries that the U.S. has been
Netanyahu and those
involved in.
We're saying you can't trust the regime in Iran. It's not about their capabilities; it's about the nature of the regime. And that takes us back to the whole issue of regime change.
I'm not going through
President
all
Trump
that.
has so long wanted to avoid, and here it's facing it.
And Danny, last question here. I mean, do you think that we're looking
some
at
of it's like World War I. I'm not looking for those.
the
I'm talking about
Iranian
countries
regime?
that is. They've just like literally
I
invaded.
don't. I mean, look at how they did it in the 8-year war they had with Iraq in the 1980s. They know how to suffer, and they can really endure a lot. And listen, Iran is this huge country. I mean, it's not like Iraq, which was big enough. This thing's much larger, and there's a lot of people and a lot of capabilities.
Iran,
and
is it
unless you go in on the
1941?
ground, you're not going to win a war just by bombing enough people or even assassinating enough leaders, because there's too many other other people involved here. So I think people need to sober up a little bit about thinking how easy and quick this is going to be. And listen, I'll just tell you, the last thing America should do is get
residents are going to rally around the flag, right?
With this, because it could only be bad for us. Get some of our troops killed, and
they are definitely going to rally around the flag because they don't want to see their country burned, right? But they, if you were to ask Iranians if they'd like to see a regime change and brought, democracy brought in, I think that the overwhelming majority of the population would probably like to see that.
They are very unpopular. They're very fragile. I think the Iranian people would love to see the end of this regime. But whether the United States can bring that about from outside, that's a big question mark. And by the way, I have to say, if President Trump's solution to this is killing Khamenei, that might be part of it, but Khamenei himself wouldn't care. He probably thinks that's going to be his historical legacy, that he becomes a martyr. So he doesn't care. But the question is who...
So another one people don't talk about is Cuba. Batista was a military dictator who seized power in Cuba in March of 1952 via a coup d'etat and was backed by the U.S. government until March 1958. Why do you think they don't like, well, they don't like communism, but...
Is expected soon over President Trump's deployment of the National Guard to Los Angeles. Now, a federal appeals court is going to decide whether Trump overstepped his authority by sending troops without Governor Gavin Newsom's okay. Meanwhile, here in Los Angeles, things look like they're calming down a little bit, with the mayor officially lifting the curfew today. President Trump originally deployed 4,000 National Guard troops, 700 Marines in addition to that, because the city was, quote, under siege by protesters. Joining us now is Camila Bernal. Camila, what happened during the hearing today, and when could the Ninth Circuit make its decision?
The court can make a decision at any point now, and they will likely decide before Friday. It's possible because they are expected to all go in front of the federal judge in San Francisco again on Friday. So we'll see when they rule. In terms of what happened today, both sides really expressing their points of view. The federal government
what's going on down here? There's Mexican American flags being flown around.
Needed to do this because of the protests here in Los Angeles. And then they went
on
to even say that the courts have no say in all of this because it's the president who has the power. The court was a little skeptical about the president saying that basically the courts have no say in all of this. So we'll see what they decide on that. But the state, what they argue is, the governor was not notified. He didn't want them and he didn't order them. So therefore it's illegal. They were very skeptical about that too, because they seem to believe that the president has the power to do that. The state saying, not only do we not want the federal National Guard here, but we also believe that they're being taken from other duties that are more important, like being at the border fighting drugs or like helping with wildfires. And they say that the LAPD, that the local and state officials, they can handle what's going on here in LA. So we'll see what the court decides.
Now, I mean, meanwhile, here in LA, like the backdrop of all this.
Here's a clip for you guys. Netanyahu's
the deadline for attaining this goal is getting extremely close. And Iran, by the way,
here's a clip showing Israeli PM Netanyahu warning since 1996 that Iran is close to developing a nuclear weapon
within 15 years. By next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final
about
stage.
This for 30 years now.
From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb. The foremost sponsor of global terrorism could be weeks away from having enough enriched uranium for an entire arsenal of nuclear weapons. That would place a militant Islamic terrorist.
Where's the evidence?
Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year.
Non-stop spewing this crap.
This is that the protests are kind of...
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Israelis far more unpopular. Yeah, but I think that I don't know. I think that Iranians could live in peace if their government was toppled.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
I don't think they'd be chanting, "Let's go kill Israel." I really don't.
News Now. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is
do you think Netanyahu's crying wolf?
States right now. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the
this
now.
is just
It's coming at
advertisement
us
now.
every second.
France
Today,
talking about.
This
Nope. What are we talking about on Al Jazeera now?
The regional conflagration now is higher than ever before.
I think the Middle East would be at
Leaders
peace.
of the G7 group of nations have held a final
Probably.
day of meetings in Canada.
None of them are fighting each
President
other,
Donald
right?
Trump left the gathering a day early to focus on the conflict between Israel and Iran. The remaining leaders also continued to discuss the hostilities in the Middle East. James Bays reports from Banff.
The summit continued here despite President Trump's sudden departure. Although the reason he left, the escalating conflict.
Yeah, but dude,
in the
they
Middle
weren't
East
expecting
was not
the
on formal
new
agenda,
government to be worse than the Shah.
concern for those attending.
They revolted
French
because the
President
Shah was
Emmanuel
bad
Macron,
already.
who'd earlier said he believed the US was trying to broker a ceasefire, now says he hopes Trump is using more forceful language only to pressure Iran back to the negotiating table.
I believe that the
This is
biggest
the
error today
Iranian
is to seek
people.
a regime change in Iran through military means, because that would lead to chaos.
Here,
Therefore, our responsibility is to
1971,
resume
dude.
discussions as quickly as possible to restore a free.
And then the Shah came in. Do you not think that the Iranian people were enjoying life much more here than under the Shah, or now particularly under the new regime?
Saying Israel was doing the world's dirty work.
They were wanting anyone to come in and save them, dude. They would have taken anyone. And they looked at the Ayatollah as someone that can actually fucking solve a problem there, and probably just made it worse.
Mertz also said the destruction of Iran's nuclear program was now also on the agenda, something Israel couldn't achieve alone, hinting that perhaps the US will itself soon join the war against Iran.
I don't know. That
So
Macron's
even
wife
leaders
is,
who are sitting
or-
around the same negotiating
she is
table
quite a bit older,
with
though,
President
isn't she?
Donald Trump a matter of hours ago have very different views on what the president is going to do next. This meeting was joined by 7 invited countries. There is a very wide range of
30
views
years
on
older
this
now?
conflict.
Really?
The world, once again, is starkly divided. James Bays, Al
one that slapped him?
Jazeera, at the G7 summit in the Canadian Rockies.
We return now to Israel's continuing assault on Gaza. In the north of the Strip, Palestinians are risking their lives just to get a key cooking
Bridget
ingredient.
Macron.
For the first time in months, Israel has
Oh my
allowed
God,
trucks
she is
carrying flour to enter the north directly,
He's
but
47?
it's blocked them from reaching
He's
storage
72.
facilities. Motha Khalut reports
He's
from Gaza
25
City.
years older than him, man.
Crowds of desperate and hungry Palestinians walk through the bombed-out neighborhoods of what were once their home in the northern Gaza Strip. They start walking in the evening, hoping they can be
He's
the
super
first
rich.
to get their hands on a bag
Oh,
of
she was a
flour.
teacher.
Since returning from the south, we have been besieged in the north, completely cut off. No food, not even a piece of bread or flour. Why do you think
a
we
bit of
are
an age
tolerating
difference.
this journey? It's because the other alternative is starvation. We are literally losing our lives for a bag of flour.
Now, they sit and wait, hoping to hear the good news. They don't even know if the flour trucks will be
U.S.
there
and Israel
in the next
supported a
few
coup that
hours.
installed the
or
Shah.
at all
The Shah
today.
was so
It's a
unpopular that it
chance,
led to
they
the
say.
Iranian Revolution,
They
putting in
cannot
a new
miss.
U.S.-friendly government isn't going to magically solve things.
We're 8
No,
people in the house. We can't afford
I
to buy
agree.
flour.
The
war has
Iranians
been going
need
on
to,
for almost
like-
2 years now. We have no money left.
I think
We're
the
trying
problem
to
is
get
a lot of
flour,
the
but we could get
population has
killed
been
in the
so
process.
brainwashed
My father asked me
that
to
they're
come
not
here.
going to go
He said,
all the
"You
way
either
back
die or
to
live."
the way
And
life
begged
was
the
in the
world to
early
find us a
70s
solution
either.
for this war.
Like they're going to probably
Israel has recently allowed
bring
limited
in
supply
like
of flour to enter the north.
still a relatively moderate,
there is no clear
like,
distribution mechanism, and desperate
government.
families say they have no choice
Like
but
they're
to
probably
try and
not going
grab
to
it
want
directly from the
bikinis
trucks.
and stuff like that right away, but
we're facing an impossible situation.
I don't
Cold,
think it's going to
hunger,
be
and
as
constant
liberal
shelling.
as
They accuse us of looting
Iran
or
was
blocking
back
aid
in the
trucks,
60s.
but this is not true. Why would we do that if we're getting food? Starvation has led us here. If we weren't so hungry, we'd never set foot in this death trap.
For many, this is a daily journey.
We're only trying to feed our starving children. Every second we feel death hanging over us. Israeli drones and tanks keep firing near us. This is the
Still don't
fourth
have
day for
any,
me here. Every other time I would return with nothing.
Anything
And this
going on
scene is
the attack
repeated
front?
over and over again, with many returning empty-handed, but others don't return at all. This video is from Monday when Israeli forces opened fire on people seeking aid. For those who survive, they must endure another day of hunger.
I'm gonna bring up a Tel Aviv live cam though.
For example, 2 tomatoes cost up to $8, nearly
Because
impossible for the majority to buy. People here say they
the
either
Iranian
die
propaganda
of
has
hunger
stated
or
that
get
they're
killed
going to be
while
attacking it,
searching for
possibly.
food. Muadi Kahlout, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Ukraine's president says a wave of Russian attacks has caused some of the most horrific destruction of the war. Vladimir Zelensky
Tel
says
Aviv
more
up
than
as well.
400 drones and 32 missiles were launched at the capital, Kyiv, killing more than a dozen people. 27
Iran did say in
locations
the
were
next
hit,
coming
including
hours, though,
apartment
like
buildings,
something massive
schools,
was
and
going to
what are
happen
being
that would be
described as
remembered for
critical
centuries, though.
facilities in the city. Several people have also been injured in strikes on Odessa in the south. An elected New York City official who's running to be mayor has been arrested by federal agents at an immigration court. Brad Lander was taken into custody after he linked arms with a man that ICE agents were trying to take into custody. Lander was released hours later. The U.S. Attorney's Office says it will consider pressing charges.
Jesus, man.
A protest has turned violent in Kenya after an anti-corruption activist died in police custody. 31-year-old blogger Albert Oshwine was found dead in a Nairobi cell 9 days ago. Authorities initially said he'd committed suicide, but an independent autopsies found he died because he'd been assaulted. President William Ruto has called the blogger's killing heartbreaking and unacceptable. At least 60 people are feared to be missing at sea after 2 shipwrecks off the coast of Libya in recent days. So far in 2025, at least 743 people have died attempting to cross the Mediterranean to Europe, including 538 on the central Mediterranean route alone. Indonesian authorities have declared a danger zone around an erupting volcano, which is sending ash 10 kilometers into the air and warning residents of the risk of lava running down rivers connected to Mount Lewotali-Laki-Laki, the volcanoes on Flores Island. We'll be back in
The White House sent emails seen below to multiple influencers and Republican politicians to provide them with talking points to justify U.S. intervention in Iran. They are trying to brainwash and rationalize war. Never wavered in his stance that Iran cannot be allowed to have nuclear weapons, a pledge he has made repeatedly, both in office and the campaign trail. So these are like videos that they can like copy and paste and use in their social media platforms. Is that what this is?
Settlers. 2 of them, they came from the settlement of Ma'on, from that direction.
A settler from Havatma. He's grazing his sheep. He's a settler and he's like grazing his sheep in my land. He's not allowed in the law. He's not allowed to be in my land.
Oh, what's going on here? He's a settler. Start shooting his sheep. Get one of those sheep dogs.
ترخيك كده كل الشغل شوية شوية للجنوب معنا
ها
للجنوب
What is going on here?
معاكو شرطة
شرطة
This is my land. This is my land. You should take him out from here. Here the army and they are not doing anything. They are trying to kick me from my land. They are trying to kick me from my own land and they are letting the settler in my land. So this is like a settler land. He's just grazing his sheep, right or not?
Where are you from?
I'm from Tuan here. This is my own land.
The Bedouin, what is this?
What?
It's Bedouin, you're Bedouin.
You don't know that?
You're Egypt.
You don't know?
You're Saudi Arabia. You're
No,
Jordan.
My grandparents,
Yeah.
my grandparents, they are
Your grandparents.
48.
They're Palestinian.
From the Beersheba, yeah.
So you're Bedouin from Beersheba. So
I
your
know,
place is
Weather's
Beersheba.
lost.
Your place is
Yes, and
Beersheba.
it's the land that my grandparents.
Great news.
After you evict them from there. And why you evict
Yeah,
them
yeah.
from there? You have no answer.
No answer. There's no.
At least they're speaking English.
كله هذا ليش كيف؟ יש הרבה תלונות במשטרה נגד
So it looks like these Jewish settlers, they call them settlers, are to invade this guy's land.
يعني مش هيسووا ولا إشي ممكن الشرطة تجيهم من هنا بس يعني مش راح تمنعوا منها يعني كل مرة يعني.
Are they going to do anything or no?
זה ברור? שטח צבאי סגור.
A closed military area for 2 days.
תן להם 5 דקות שילכו. יש לכם 5 דקות, הייתם פה. אתם רוצים לקרוא?
زي كل مرة إعلان منطقة عسكرية مغلقة وهسه لازم نطلع من الأرض وزي ما شايفين هاي المستوطن الموجود وإحنا بنطلع من الأرض. I know well that the goal of all this is like to kick me out of my land and to steal my land.
This isn't news, but it's actually some program on Al Jazeera.
If you're just joining us, we are reporting on this breaking news this morning. The Palestinian armed group Hamas has launched this unprecedented operation against Israel.
Palestinian fighters have breached Israel's defensive line around Gaza.
Dozens of bodies were found in an area called Reem.
Kush, this is what happens all over
By far
the West Bank.
Of the Israeli-Palestinian
The Israeli troops
in
come
50
into their
years.
towns, pick the families out, and then put in Jewish settlers. That's how they moved in and take over.
Since October 7th until now, we just keep the goats and the sheep inside because you know we are not allowed just to go out and to graze our sheep.
You want to be
Settlers
drafted over
started
there.
ruling, I can say.
By who?
The area here. We can't even pass this part of the land. From this line, we can see they can't even allow us to go out. And you can see they just put the Israeli flag right on our trees and on our land there.
Like what happened with the Native Americans? Basically,
the first
yeah.
time when they came with the bulldozer.
A lot of this doesn't get reported in the West. Like, you can literally look up tons of documentaries. I think one's actually called The Settlers. It might be on YouTube or something like that.
The driver
where it shows them actually kicking people out of Palestinian homes, and then like a few days later, there's new Jewish tenants.
We just woke up, and start like screaming, what are you doing?
Yeah, speaking of Blothar, that might have been on Netflix Canada, actually.
They just like, okay, go back home, and they start just shooting, shooting. And then, just after we finished the prayer, I saw the settler coming down, and I saw 3 soldiers. They were just escorted him. He met Zakaria.
It's actually
he
crazy.
Just shoot him.
Look at that. He came down and just unarmed.
Shoot like in this way.
But why? They're pushing them off their land. Where's the, there's a map that we had up yesterday.
هي صحيح هو موضوع انه المستوطنين استغلوا فرصة اعلان الحرب وبلشوا ينفذوا في كل المخططات القديمة اللي هم ما قدروا يعملوها قبل. فعشان هيك
pause this for a second. This is what Palestine used to be before, like in the 40s. Then this was the UN plan to separate Palestine and Israel into 2 separate states, so that the Jewish people who had obviously, there's the Holocaust, they could have their own state. And this is what's happened ever since. So now this area here is Gaza, and this is basically the area of the West Bank where Palestinians are still allowed to live. They were originally given all of this area. And imagine how pissed off they were at the time when they were told, hey, you're going to lose half of your land to this minority group that is in your territory. And then this is the way it was for many years, but they just keep pushing them back. This is why people are talking about it being genocide. Like, they're just slowly getting rid of all the people that are there. Like, if you're Palestinian, you can't go and get a house here. You'll get kicked out. So
ما فيش فيها انه كنت خوف اي لحظه خصوصا بعد اللي صار مع زكريا يعني الواحد صار كثير
وانتم مستهدفين بدرجه اولى، انتم معروفين على مستوى حيث انه انتم باسمائكم معروفين، باشكالكم، بسيارات، بكل شيء معروفين للمستوطنين وللجيش. فاحنا قدر الامكان انه
There's a lot of this media stuff that is totally censored though in
فوت الفرصه عليهم بحيث انه يعني ما نعطيهم اي مبرر للقتل. اللي صار مع زكريا يعني فعلا هو مثال قوي جدا بحيث انه وضح قديش انه هذول المستوطنين متعطشين للقتل.
We're going now to visit Zakaria Al-Adara, my cousin who was recently out from the hospital after spending 82 days inside the hospital, inside the ICU. So let's see.
You guys have seen what's going on in Gaza, I'm assuming. I mean,
تصير الوضع صرت محطم بعدين 5 كيلو زايد شو شوي على هونك تعال تبرد
اسمع اخذ تقييم
بالمره ظل محافظ على الوزن المثالي.
Like Gaza has been out. Look at this. How do you like?
تشوف محل الرصاص
Like crazy, man. what they've turned it into.
هي حسين محل رصاص. هذه كانت يعني متخيط كانت
Like this is a small area of land, relatively.
9 سم. كيف بتقوموا كل البنكرياس؟ قال لا مش كل البنكرياس، شالوا الجهة
And
بس.
virtually every building is completely destroyed. Unlivable.
صارش مع الشرطة مع
محامي مع مستوطن آخر، فيش غير إجراء مجال مساعدة من البارودي.
الشرطة معروف لديه.
أخذوه وأخذوا سلاح، بس يراوا يعني قبل ما يوقفوا محامي اكتفوا إنه يعطوه تحذير وياخذوا سلاح.
What are we looking at here?
قديش إنه حاول يقتل بني آدم بس اكتفوا بالتحذير، بياخذ سلاح.
في أثناء تقديم الشهادة لما طلبوا الشهود صار المترجم يحكي مع المحقق قدام سائل.
Whoa, what is this?
What happened to Zakaria was
I don't know if that's
not
huge,
easy
but
for
something,
me. The criminal who attacked him and shot him.
Something is definitely going on
Are
here.
still free and not facing any consequences.
Honestly, I feel scared.
Their nuclear and missile facilities in Harshan enclosure.
More scary settlers.
Let's see
more
where
and more
exactly
guns
this
that can
is.
end our life in any second. We all have been in such situation that we feel it's the end.
Okay, it's.
This has limited a lot of our work and our activisms, but still trying the best I can.
I think it is in the right direction for where their nuclear facilities are. So it could definitely be an attack. Breaking news! Breaking news, chat.
The settlers now in Rakiz are trying to siege land, and we are moving there to see this.
Like this is something. If that's the right area, that looks like it's right near one of the nuclear facilities, anyways. Urban Secrets reporting this. Follow me because there's no excuse for laziness. Okay. What is this? Massive Israel strike on Iran have killed. Israel army had earlier issued urgent evacuation warning explosions in Iran's Fatah neighborhood. That was 3 minutes ago. About any. Uh-oh, there's more air. Uh-oh. More of the air cargo ships launching now towards the Middle East, or well, towards Europe, anyways. This video hasn't been confirmed yet, but I don't see anyone else reporting on this. I don't see anyone else reporting on that yet. You might be the first, Civizia. You might be the first.
This is like kind of a step to steal Palestinian land and to confiscate
The
more
Israeli
lands.
air defense is currently costing Israel $285 million per
internally
day.
expecting someone gonna be shot. Luckily, nothing happened because
Costing
of the
Israel
community and the
or
people.
some other country that's backing them?
Wherever needed our presence and our help, we were trying to provide and be there.
U.S. taxpayers, that's correct. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go to the washroom quickly, guys. Be right back and grab a drink. How long until an
I'm really
ad?
afraid not to face a settler who have like a gun.
I'm gonna run the ad
The
break
settlers are
now.
everywhere.
Okay,
The armed
so
are
that
everywhere, preventing anyone to move. Even to
it's gonna
to
run
move,
again
to
soon anyway. So
document what's going
I'll run
on.
it now and then
It's really a
be ad
risk.
free for a while. Go take a piss, guys.
مش عارفين
شوف الحافظ؟
ايوه بدك تروح تنام في صفاي صح؟ نروح معك.
طيب ماشي.
ليش صرت تنام في صفاي؟
احنا المستوطنين بعوشوا.
شو بيجوا عليك بالليل؟
بعوشوا بيجوا بالليل.
شو بيسووا؟
يقول غنمات تنزل المرة الأول باخذوه.
باخذوا الغنم؟
باخذوا الغنم شفت روس منين؟
ضربوا الأولاد؟
والله ضربوا عيسى.
عيسى؟
والله ضربوا عيسى.
I feel helpless, but even documenting their life is really important because there's many people around the world that don't know even about what these people are facing. دلال بدك تشتغل انت؟ عشان بس نسوي فيديو صغير عن سلامات دلال. تقدر تحكي لنا عن شو صار معكم بعد فترة الحرب هاي؟
اللي صار انه بلشوا اعتداءات المستوطنين علينا من 28 اكتوبر، فاستمرنا على الوضع هذا لحد الان. فبننتقل على خربة ثاني بالليل بننتقل عليها، وبالنهار الصبح بنرجع على بيت.
يلا
انت اخوك يا ابا كشاف، انا بحملها له. وين الكشاف الاخرى؟ الكشاف الاخرى.
احمل عنك شيء، اعطيني احمل شيء.
لا خليه بهمش.
امسك البراد اخف وانا بمسك الشوال. امسك البراد اعطيني هذا الشوال عندك. شو هذا؟ شو فيه؟ شو فيه؟
حاطب.
خلص يلا انا بحمل حاطب. I just now like trying to imagine how the people in the 48 how they was like forced as my grandparents. I mean it's the same policy and the same ideology of evacuating the Palestinians, but with different ways. In the past was like killing and evacuating immediately, but now it's by pushing and pressure, like didn't let anything around them that can be livable.
Oh, this might be the same thing. Well, that's an hour ago. Explosion at Sharon Oil Depot in western Tehran. This Urban Secrets, I don't know who this is, so this is like unconfirmed. This is unconfirmed. Oh, it's the same account.
For them, like they see it, maybe it's like normal. What they have passing through is not normal and it's not acceptable for the people, and they have right to stay in their
Wait,
homes
what is
with
this?
safety.
What was that?
This makes me angry and sad at the same moment. كيف بقت البلاد زمان؟ كيف بقت البلاد زمان؟
This guy's the son of one of our ex-prime
ما
ministers.
فيش لا مستوطنين ولا شيء.
فيش لا مستقبل. يعني الجيش ما بوش يعني يعدوا على العالم.
Oh, here it is.
زي اليوم.
Tonight there will be a big surprise and the world will remember it for centuries.
من يوم
There it is again. There it is again. That was 12 hours ago though, man. 12 hours ago. Like, are they talking, like, wasn't this supposed to happen last night, or is it going to be for tomorrow night?
يعني الحين ما يعني هالوقت ما لها امان يعني المستوطنين يعني.
يعني انت تتوقع ان
24
ترجع
hours
زي
stream؟
الاول يكون في امان وهيك؟
This is what I'm afraid of, being a refugee without a land.
It's obviously a propaganda
It's like our
account
last
at
piece
the
of
very
land.
least.
I would like pay my soul for it. All of us were afraid. And
We should
are
make
just
some
waiting that
propaganda
day
account.
that the war ends and want to see what will happen then.
Hold on. There's only one country that has ever attacked the USA and not faced retaliation.
That's 9 a.m. in Gaza, where fighting
Can you all
and
guess who it
explosions
is?
have been heard near Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis.
Come on, Americans.
يعني
Some history.
the situation
Israel, is that what
became
this is about?
worse. I think
Where
some
did
of the
Israel
villages
attack
will
the U.S.?
leave.
The U.S. Navy spy ship USS Liberty was operating to collect intelligence signals near Egypt. Fighter jets from an allied country flew over the ship. Then, thinking it was an enemy, those planes attacked the ship. They fired
Thinking it was
missiles,
an enemy.
bullets, and even dropped torpedoes. The flag was shot down, the ship's antennas were destroyed, and the ship could not send out a distress signal. As a result, 171 people were injured, and 34 Americans were killed. The U.S. government said it was a misunderstanding by the Allied planes, but those who were on the ship didn't believe that. They said this was a real attack aimed directly at a U.S. ship. And the craziest thing is, the U.S. never retaliated for this attack. The country that carried out this attack was Israel.
Wow.
Israel said it was an accident, that they thought the USS Liberty was an Egyptian ship. Do you think Israel deliberately
Wait a
attacked-
second. Do Egyptians have aircraft carriers? What? Does Egypt have aircraft? Oh, apparently they have two. Okay.
Act,
I
or was it
didn't know
just a
that.
mistake?
Am I eating? Hey, when did that come back on? The fuck? Oh, it's because I had it. Oh, that's what happened. I was wondering why when I was eating my shawarma, I was eating message didn't come on. It's because I only put it on that scene where it shows that one camera. That's what that's what happened. All right, so Zelensky's in Canada, probably has left already. Biden, Modi and Trump have had a phone call. Okay. Donald Trump's America. What is that?
Now we start the deportation. White nations. White nations. Closed borders. Closed borders. Now we start the deportation. Now we start the deportation. You're on, gentlemen.
Crazy. Bill Burr is in The Mandalorian. What? Did I miss that? The hell was that? U.S. citizens arrested by Border Patrol in Pico Rivera, California. Here we showed this earlier. Zelensky took Trump's chair. If that cause send all the white people back, send them all back to Europe. I don't know that Europe would want those people back, dude. Not gonna lie. I'm not so sure that Europe would want those people back. Okay. Just being honest. I think that's a group of people that Europe is maybe to Poland. Poland might accept them. "2,000 more National Guard troops have been deployed to Los Angeles," Pentagon says. You know what? Probably hardly anyone will notice because there's new blood to talk about. There's new news to talk about. This is old news now. Right? Why talk about that anymore? Well, there's breaking Hamas official statement on Iran. American threats of military intervention against Iran are pushing the region to the brink of explosion. We in the Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas, strongly condemn the American threats and categorically reject the continued Zionist aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which constitutes a blatant violation of international law and direct threat to regional and global peace and security. There are no cities safe from Israel in the Middle East. Reflect on an arrogant colonial mindset and reveal aggressive intentions that endanger the stability of the region and its peoples. We warn of the serious consequences of direct American involvement in any military aggression against Iran, and we hold Washington and the Zionist entity fully responsible for the repercussions of this escalation against Iran and the region. We affirm our solidarity with Iran and its peoples and our support for its legitimate right to defend itself and its national sovereignty. We call on Arab and Islamic countries to take a unified and responsible stance, confronting the Zionist recklessness, rejecting aggression against Iran, and preventing its continuation in order to project the security of the region and the interests of its people. That's Hamas has officially made a statement. Oh, what's this? Israel says it killed a top Iranian commander in the latest airstrike. 7 minutes ago by Euronews.
No indication whether that was hit. There is military censorship on them, have devastating consequences. At least 24
Hamas,
buildings in
yes.
Israel have got to be destroyed, and 18,000 Israelis are putting claims for compensation for property damaged by Iranian missiles. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Amman.
Well, the Israeli military says it's conducted a series of strikes in the Iranian capital. Explosions have been reported in Tehran and the neighboring city of Karash. At least 240 people have been killed across Iran in Israeli attacks since Friday. Earlier, the Israeli military issued an evacuation threat for a district in the capital. The country's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has posted on X saying that Iran will show Israel no mercy. Earlier, my colleague Tom McRae was joined by our correspondent Dosra Jabari, and she explains how Iranians have been reacting to the escalation.
Bad news for Trump's tax bill.
People
Poll
are
finds
extremely
majority of
distraught
Americans
and
oppose
worried,
it.
understandably. They are in
What,
a
the super
situation
rich couldn't get-
that this
shouldn't get
country
another
has not
tax
been
break?
in since the Iran-Iraq war that ended in 1988. There's an entire generation of Iranians that are not familiar with this kind of violence and this kind of military force in the country. So people that have been trying to leave the capital, I've been speaking to, they say there are huge traffic jams. There's also issues of food supplies and water supplies in in the areas that people have fled to. So there's a lot of concern. There's nowhere to go, and they're not able to access information easily. So understandably, people are extremely worried, and they really don't understand why this is happening, and it's causing
this
even
we mentioned
more,
not too long
panic
ago.
among.
Apparently, this is a bunch of videos that the White House sent out to influencers to send out via their own social media to help pump the fact that Trump has always been talking about how they need to get rid of nuclear weapons in Iran. So, presumably, this is because he may soon agree to drop bombs on Iran. We'll see if that happens.
Rhetoric becoming more and more forceful from Iranian officials. We heard from the newly appointed chief of staff of the armed forces saying that Iran has only been reacting, he said, basically aimed at deterring Israel. And from tonight, they're going to be reacting more
Gaddafi
forcefully.
was
And as
killed by
we've
his own
seen,
people.
Bernard
Wasn't
was
he the one that they caught in a
there's been
Jeep or something like that? They
barrage
tried to
of,
deny that
rockets
it was him,
fired
and then they
from
realized
Iran
it was,
towards
and they
Israel.
killed him.
Continuous, really. And it's the first time we're seeing this steady stream of attack from Iran towards Israel, signaling that really Tehran may be weakened by the latest attacks that it suffered, but certainly is not out of this fight just yet.
Well, the U.S. president is demanding Iran's unconditional surrender after 6 days of hostilities with Israel. Donald Trump's met his national security team at the White House, and he's beefing up support for Israel. The U.S. military is sending more fighter jets to the Middle East and extending the stay of warplanes already in the region. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the deployments are defensive in nature.
There's more planes have been sent over, so there's 37 of them that were sent over yesterday. These
platform, Truth Social.
air
He said,
cargo ships
we now
that they
have complete and total control of the
now
skies
more are
over
being sent
Iran.
over. Something
Iran
is definitely
had good
happening.
sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it. But it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived and manufactured stuff. Trump adds that nobody does it better than the good old USA. Mike Hannes following developments from Washington, D.C.
The use of the word "we" would indicate that that is indeed the case. The question is to what extent President Trump is considering aligning U.S. interests with those of Israel in its ongoing war against Iran. The U.S. has made very clear that it continues to support Israel, but the question that is being discussed is
we
to
watched
what
something
extent
new. I
the
do have this
support
Mark
will,
Carney thing.
take,
I did. Where is it?
Cement its nature. Now, it's been a busy day at the White House. President Trump cut his journey to Canada short, where he was attending the G7 summit. And throughout the day, there's been meetings. There was a national security meeting, which took place for about an hour.
Let's watch this. This is the end of the G7, and then we can kind of wrap that up and say, okay, we finished watching
strategy.
G7.
To change. And at this moment of transformation, we must turn the many challenges into change. We know there can't be security without economic prosperity, no true security without economic prosperity, but also no prosperity without resilience. We're in a world where shocks are flowing across borders, whether it's through climate change,
we can wrap up the
whether it's
G7
through conflict. And we know that resilience is built through a combination of tough
never have
choices
to cover it again.
at home and smart cooperation with like-minded countries abroad. And that, in a small way, but building from that, is part of the objective of these meetings. This G7 is to begin to build that new era of cooperation, one that promotes long-term resilience over short-term efficiency. Now, le progrès réalisé à Kananaskis ne marque pas la fin de notre travail.
Now, this, of course, is not the end of our work. Rather, it is merely the start. We've had
put cameras up
conversations
for
over
all the
last
sites.
couple of days that were highly productive. We had 21 leaders.
Over the past few days,
no, he's not translating. He switches between English and French, and you're just expected to know French.
Determine where we can cooperate, build resilience and lasting prosperity, and that's the approach.
It's kind of tradition in Canada to give
as we negotiate
parts of your
a new economic and security partnership
podium speeches or whatever he's doing in both languages. Then he'll take questions from both
but no more.
French and English media personnel.
Trump and I agreed
And it is usually
pursue those negotiations
translated
and
for you on
intensify them
TV.
towards a deal within the coming 30 days. And so the President and I, as well as our respective cabinet ministers and officials, will remain in close contact in the coming days to deliver on that timeline. Over the past days, also met with global leaders who will help determine the success,
Yeah,
what is
Vismo, do you
success
speak
in
French?
the new, global system that will emerge over time.
He's not perfect
And
at French,
underpinning
but
each of those discussions,
at least he tries.
as I stress Canada's readiness.
He's better
to
than,
work to create new international
you do?
partnerships to promote a world that's more secure, prosperous, just, and free. We're looking to deepen alliances with stable democracies who share our interests.
He's
our
better
values,
than
and principles,
Stephen Harper was.
and who look to lead. We look to lead with many of the resources, including human resources and human capital, that the world wants and the values to which so many aspire. And it's those values.
Keep in mind, he had like
freedom,
15 years where he
and
wasn't
justice
speaking
that are
French at all,
behind
so he's out of practice.
Canada's
He's apparently getting a lot
unwavering
better,
support
though.
for a secure, a free, and sovereign Ukraine. And this morning, I shared with President Zelensky and G7 partners what Canada is doing, moving forward in multiple respects with measures to support.
So now that the U.S. has basically backed out of supporting the Ukraine, the EU countries and Canada have stepped up and promised to help Ukraine continue the fight.
Ukraine in its struggle.
I think we announced another big
unjustified and barbaric.
amount of
With our international
money
partners,
to
we're
go and help.
launching a major new package of sanctions on individuals, on companies, on vessels, the Shadow Fleet, to exert maximum pressure on Russia. We're also sending over $2 billion in funding for drones, ammunition, armored vehicles to help Ukrainians defend their territory, as well as a $2.3 billion loan to help rebuild.
Disagree with sending any
the
money to other
infrastructure
countries when we were
in that
struggling at
country.
home. You would be sending a
take
lot
a
more
moment
money if
to
the
reiterate,
war
our
escalated
condolences,
into another world
given
war.
The barbarism witnessed overnight.
World War II would have cost a lot less money if the problem would have been
G7
nipped in the
leaders
butt right
also
at the very
reiterated
beginning.
our commitment to the pursuit of peace and stability in the Middle East. Made clear that Iran is the principal source of regional instability and terror. And we've been consistently clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We urge that the resolution of the Iranian crisis leads to a broader de-escalation of hostilities, including a ceasefire in Gaza. Tout au long de ce sommet, nous avons également rassemblé des pays autour des défis et des opportunités les plus urgents de notre époque.
You know what other war people said would never happen? World War II.
Urgent challenges which require international cooperation, and Canada is in a prime position to play a leading role in
If
that
you allow
process.
Russia to take Ukraine, then they just keep pushing.
2 days agreed to move forward in cooperation on several key priorities. We're going to work with our partners in the G7 and beyond, a number of the countries are here today, to develop critical metals and minerals in order to build independence from non-market economies. And to that end, we will create a critical minerals production alliance, a G7-led strategic initiative to stockpile and develop critical minerals needed for defense and technology, including a range from germanium, gallium,
Did I just hear that properly? We're going to start developing these. We've got tons of them here. We just haven't been developing them before.
We will create a critical minerals production alliance, a G7-led strategic initiative to stockpile and develop critical minerals needed for defense and technology, including a range from
World War II wasn't fighting countries that all have nukes now. It's not stopping countries from fighting each other, though, is it? Nukes aren't stopping countries from fighting each other. Russia's got nukes; they're still fighting people. Israel's got nukes; they're fighting each other. Fuck, Pakistan and India both have nukes, and they're fucking fighting each other.
germanium, gallium, graphite, rare earths.
It's not stopping people from fighting each other.
We also
just stopping people from using nukes so far.
Accords from the aforementioned critical mineral supply chains to adapting, powering, and sharing artificial intelligence, to collaborating on quantum technologies, to preventing, fighting, and recovering from wildfires, something we feel intensely, obviously, here in the prairies, tackling foreign interference and transnational repression, countering migrant smuggling by dismantling transnational organized crime. Next week,
if we allowed the Russia to take Ukraine, could we then allow them to take countries like Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia? Since they're right on the border of countries that are part of NATO, should we just allow those countries to fall as well? Or should we have the balls to say, no, hold on.
we will shift from addressing threats to economic security to addressing threats.
If you don't stand up to a bully, they just keep being bullies.
With respect to global defense and security at the NATO summit.
Yeah, I think if you have a bully, you should have the balls to actually be able to stand up to them, not be chicken shits. That's just my view, though.
EU summit. We recognize that our leadership will be defined not just by the strength of our
We've
values.
learned in the past, if you don't stand up to them, they just keep fucking knocking countries over.
And with that, why don't I take the opportunity to, again, thank you all and open it up for questions. Merci beaucoup. Je suis prêt à votre
So here we'll
very
get some
much. Happy
questions.
to take your questions.
You guys hear this?
We'll now make a start on the press conference.
Format will be as follows. One question, one follow-up. Format sera... Excuse-moi, juste une question. Le format sera une question par
Question.
journaliste.
So there'll be one question per journalist.
One
Bonjour,
follow-up.
Monsieur Carney, Fanny Olivier de Radio-Canada.
Fanny Ali
Quel
from
était le
Radio
problème
Canada.
avec la
What
position
was the
américaine
problem
qui a
with the
empêché
US
la
position?
signature d'une déclaration
What was
commune
it
sur
that
l'Ukraine?
prevented you
Aucun
signing a
problème.
joint declaration on
Il
Ukraine?
n'y avait aucun
Prime Minister.
problème.
There was no
Il y
problem.
avait
No problem at all.
une déclaration qui est au sein de
We
ma
did
sommaire du président du G7.
Declaration.
Mais il
A
y a-
declaration
Ça existe,
from the
ça
president
existe.
of the G7. It
Il y
does
avait
exist.
pour le moment hier soir parce que il y avait des
Yesterday
événements
evening, of course,
tragiques en
certain
France
tragic
au
events
Moyen-Orient.
took place in the Middle
À ce
East.
moment-là, c'était dans un sens plus important
And
d'avoir
so it was more
une
important, if you
déclaration
like,
du G7
for us
en
to
ce
have a
qui concerne
G7
la
declaration
situation,
on the situation
iranienne. Mais
in
Did
Iran.
you guys actually hear what he's saying?
ça existe maintenant. Il y a
And
des
right
phrases
now,
dans ma
there is some
déclaration
language here in my declaration.
qui indique, j'en ai la version, je crois,
I
en
think
français.
I have the
Je
French
peux le
version
chercher,
here.
je peux le lire.
Mais c'est
Bear
pas
with
signé
me,
par
I can
les
look for it
États-Unis,
and I
Monsieur
can read
Carney.
it
Oh non,
out for you.
les dirigeants
Well, not
du
apparently in the
G7 ont
US,
exprimé le
Mr.
soutien
Carney.
aux efforts du
Leaders
président Trump en faveur de
expressed
tout cela. Ça,
support
c'est une
for his
déclaration du
efforts.
G7.
So this is a
Nous
G7
l'avons,
declaration.
nous sommes tout d'accord avec cette
We
déclaration.
all agree with that
Point.
declaration.
C'est correct.
Bonjour, Monsieur Carney.
That
Mélanie
is the
Marquis,
case.
La Presse.
Oui.
Qu'est-ce que le départ du président Trump
Good
a
afternoon,
changé au
Mr.
sommet?
Carney.
Et par
Mr.
extension,
Trump's
qu'est-ce
departure
que ça
from the summit,
dit
what did
sur
that
le
change
G7,
in
le fait que
terms of
M.
the
Trump
summit? And
préfère
what does
aller
that
gérer
say
la
about the
crise
summit?
au
The fact
Moyen-Orient
that Mr.
dans la
Trump would rather
situation
go
Yeah,
and
let our
manage
people suffer while
this
trying to
crisis
save
in
a
the Middle
war that
East
has
in the
nothing to
situation
do with
rather
us?
than
Well,
speed
if you
up
think it
the
has nothing to do with it, I guess that's
It's difficult.
your opinion, I
It's
guess.
difficult
What
to
happens?
manage a military
What happens if Iran takes over the entire Middle East, and then suddenly you can't get oil? What happens if Russia decides to just keep fucking invading countries, and eventually they they have all the countries in Europe, and they become the economic superpower in the world? What do you think the U.S. is going to do then? Or let's go over to Asia. Should we just allow China to take over all the countries there and like, whether you like to admit it or not, this does affect you. It might not affect you tomorrow when you're going to the grocery store to pick up a cheap gallon of milk, but in the long run, it does affect you. And saying that, oh, we've got stuff that we need to resolve here at home. Yeah, you do. You should probably do a better job of that too, but that doesn't mean that you can't help out other people. I mean, you asked for our help when 911 happened, right? We came to your fucking aid. We are not a military company or country? Which fucking country do you live in then if you're not talking about the USA?
crisis. It's rather exceptional.
What are you talking about? You're not a Are you not in the USA? Do they not spend more on the military than every other country in the world? What? I thought you were American. Sorry, I don't even know what country you're from then. Maybe are you from Canada? Cryptic? I can't remember. I legit can't remember.
But in that situation,
I thought you were talking about America.
it's a serious situation.
Not sending anything.
It's a military.
Am I drunk? No.
Une
Do
situation
you think that I
très
can
fluide.
remember where everybody in my chat comes from? When you're saying that we are not a military country, you're obviously not talking about the USA. So now I'm confused. Where are you from?
And it's also a very fluid and volatile situation.
L'opinion de Mr. Trump.
That was Mr. Trump's opinion. Mr. Trump felt that it was better for him to be in Washington, and I can understand that. I totally understand the decision that he took.
C'est correct. C'est une situation exceptionnelle.
The situation really was exceptional.
About 45 minutes from your house. Okay, well, you're Canadian then. Or are you on the American side of the border?
Canadian press, Mr. Carney.
I'm sorry if I forget exactly where you're from, dude. I can't remember every follower that's in my stream. I know I've asked people all the time, but I'm not going to be able to remember where everyone's from. Oh, you're Expendable Gamer. Okay, fuck you, dude.
Would expect a joint declaration
Fuck
on
you,
the
then.
war in Ukraine, and that didn't happen.
No.
With the USA, they did not sign such a statement.
Stop
So what does
using
that
your
mean
cryptic
about-
skills
what
account
does that
then.
mean in terms of
C'est
consequences?
la
Nothing
déclaration
at all,
dont
says Mr.
le
Carney.
résumé de la présidente.
Declaration,
Non,
the chair's summary, I refer you to that. I was there. I mean, I was there, madam. You know, I'm the chair. I am the chair. I'm the chair, and I was there with President Trump, and we discussed every single word that is in this summary.
We just get you on English on the lack of
Mon Dieu. Okay.
It's just because
Finally,
Yeah,
we're
just
going to
to
hear some
explain
English.
like the joint statement specifically on Ukraine.
The joint statement specifically on
No, it's in your presidential statement or your chair statement, but it is not signed by the 7 leaders. Why is that the case? What happened with the United States?
As I said in French, rien, nothing. Okay. This was discussed by all 7 leaders. Well, it's more than 7 because we have the presidents of the European Commission and the presidents of the European Council last night at dinner. These exact words, and they're in my chair's summary. We had, as I said in French, we had a declaration given the exceptional and fast-moving situation in Iran. We concentrated on that, and as a specific one, I held this for my chair's summary. I honestly, look, there would be, if you want a nuance or if you want a sense, there would be things that some of us, Canada included, would say above and beyond what was said in the chair's summary. But the recognition of the importance of the initiative of President Trump to achieve a lasting peace, absolutely agreed. That we are resolute in pursuing all options to maximize pressure on Russia, including financial sanctions, agreed. That we recognize that Ukraine alone has committed to an unconditional ceasefire, agreed, and that we all agreed that Russia must do the same.
I appreciate the detail in that. I'm going to ask you my question now, if you don't mind. Mike,
Yeah, I thought that wasn't your question. I know, but you asked me just for the. This was the equivalent of en anglais for the.
I would
those
call it
who
an
follow
anglais,
Canadian press.
an anglais plus, but
Yeah,
I appreciate that. In your meeting with Prime Minister Modi, I wanted to ask you, what did you say to him about the murder of Canadian Sikh activist Hardeep Singh Nijjar?
We have had a discussion, the Prime Minister and I, about the importance of having the law enforcement to law enforcement dialogue, which is not just dialogue, cooperation.
Okay, so for those of you that aren't Canadian, what he's asking about now is there was a Canadian that was assassinated, and it is speculated that it was ordered by the government of India. So the G7 meeting is in Kananaskis, which is in Alberta. It's in the Rocky Mountains. It's a really nice area. And they invited Modi, who's the leader of India, and a lot of people are pissed off. So they think that it was kind of rude for him to invite the leader of a country who is suspected of assassinating a Canadian citizen.
Directly.
That probably didn't make the news
addressing transnational
in other countries,
as,
but it was pretty big
as
news
I
here.
noted, including when we met.
Yes, I'm happy
and,
now. Thank you, Expendable.
Obviously, there is a judicial process that's underway, and I need to be careful about further commentary.
That's what he just mentioned, Kush. There's a judicial process that's underway.
In French now, we had a chat about cooperation.
It made news in the USA? I'm actually surprised by that. I'm not going to lie.
The fight against transnational repression. So there is a legal process underway right now. And so I have
I just want to be clear that
careful
yes or no, did you bring up the
my
murder?
words.
I refer to my previous answer.
Hi, Mr. Carney. JP Tasker from CBC News. How are you?
I'm great.
Okay, good.
Thank you, JP.
President,
How are you, JP?
I'm just fine.
That's good.
Couldn't be better, really.
Yeah.
President Trump says...
Sorry, that was your question.
No, not so fast.
So at the press conferences, they're allowed one question, one follow-up question. So he's joking that was your question.
Trump says tariffs are simple, and what you're proposing to resolve the trade dispute is complex. What's he talking about? What have you pitched that's complex?
Complexity is in the eye of the beholder sometimes, look, we have mutual interests in security, border security, and military security, and in commercial prosperity, and we have a variety of paths of those discussions. The government of Canada is going to agree only to those things that are fundamentally in the interest of Canada. In many cases, there's alignment with the United States, but not all, and the discussions are continuing.
Something
They're
funny for you guys to read?
But they have more to go. And as I say, they'll take all the time that's necessary, but no more. Thank you.
Good evening, Prime Minister Carney. Justin Ling, freelance. I'm wondering if you can comment about whether or not President Trump and the American delegation pushed to water down language around the Ukrainian joint declaration, the joint declaration on Ukraine. And on top of that, I wonder what you make of his comments suggesting that it was personally offensive to Vladimir Putin to kick him out
you've got to be joking.
After the invasion of Crimea.
The answer to the first, and I will speak, as you may appreciate, Justin,
it's cut
at
off?
these events, I speak with President Trump and his equivalents, not the delegations. The language that's in my declaration, directly with President Trump, no. It's
not cut off on my stream when I look at my stream.
From my fellow leaders, so the consensus around that language.
Oh wait, it is.
With respect to,
it is because the way I've got.
It was personally offensive, as to put it
That's
mildly,
my video
to,
screen. Okay, I'll just put it here then.
Ukraine and
I'll have to move out of the way. There you go.
Crimea, when Russia invaded in 2014, which was the
I've clipped off parts of the top monitor, so all you guys see our videos that I'm playing on YouTube.
Good evening, Prime Minister. Christopher Nardi from the National Post. Canada sent mixed
you guys still can't
messages in
see
the
part of
past
that
about
either.
willingness to supply energy to allies, particularly LNG, to our allies in Europe and Asia. So what are you telling our G partners now about what Canada can do to secure supply?
I don't know what to do about that,
And it's
then.
very different from your predecessor's message.
I'll just look forward. As you know, or I believe you would, most Canadians do, we view that Canada has a unique opportunity to become an energy superpower. That's in all forms of energy.
There.
Very much to go to your specific
Can you read that now?
Very much include LNG. We're seeing the opening very shortly. We just had opening of one of the major LNG projects, partially Indigenous owned, as you know. LNG Canada is about to be functioning, the largest LNG investment that we've seen. There is more that's possible, and there have been a number of discussions, including here, about potential
I may have to change that
LNG
then.
partnerships. So we look to forward to those as well. There have been a number of discussions, and I'll refer back to one of the decisions at this summit around.
Although that's the first time I've had that
Canada's
issue, but-
immense potential to be a supplier of critical metals and minerals, rare earths. There was. This is my point to bring out my prop. Which can you see this? You can't. But this is the magnet that President von der Leyen circulated, which is formed in Estonia by a Canadian company, and it is the only such magnet made outside of China right now. And of course, building that out with rare earth materials in Canada, this is one of many examples that we can supply. So being an energy superpower is conventional, it's critical minerals, it's clean energy.
So this was the platform that Carney ran on, was that he was going to turn us into an energy superpower. There's literally no reason why we shouldn't be. We have like the third largest reserves of crude oil in the world. The amount of water that we have and stuff like that, we should easily be able to build a ton of hydro. And the minerals in the country is like ridiculously large, the mineral reserves. So that is what he ran on, and he's talking about
it's nuclear,
critical minerals and stuff like that as being part of it.
It's hydro, it's all those aspects, and I would say a tremendous.
Now you get it,
in that,
okay,
and,
Bluffin.
My government, alongside provincial governments, but of course at the core, the private sector is looking forward to developing those in the interests of shared prosperity.
Good evening, Prime Minister. Joanna Smith with The Logic. Yesterday, President Trump, after leaving the summit, told reporters that you had discussed Canada's participation in the Golden Dome defense system.
Yep.
You raised the price tag to $71 billion, or zero if Canada were to...
Is that in Canadian? Or?
If to per state, US dollars, I believe.
Well,
and so that he's not the only one sharing that. He said it would be a separate deal from any tariffs deal. What can you share about that discussion and where your thinking is now on that project?
Well, look, a couple of things. One is that, and part of the spirit, unfortunately, of these discussions is that the world is a much more dangerous place, and the threats that face Canada, face other countries, have shifted quite dramatically. We can see exactly, unfortunately, in very tragic respects, what's happening in the Middle East as we speak, in terms of threats from ballistic missiles.
Got another one for you.
Necessary to have ballistic missile defense. Canada, our geography is less and less of a shield, of a natural shield in those respects. And
Did you read that?
Russia is an aggressor. Other hostile states are in prospect, terrorist organizations as well. We need to protect ourselves. That's part of the reason why, well, those are the reasons why we've started with the over-the-horizon radar scheme with the Arctic, which is one component of a broader protection that needs to be put in place. There are many reasons why partnering in this case, not all cases, but in this case, partnering with the Americans would make sense. We certainly do already, as you know, in NORAD, and this is a potential extension of that. But these are live, ongoing discussions, and you know, we'll continue to pursue them as long as they make sense for Canada.
Bonsoir, M. Carney, Guillaume Saint-Pierre, Journal de Montréal. Est-ce que M. Trump est revenu encore une fois sur son fantasme du 51e État dans vos conversations privées avec lui?
Returned to this
Gabismo, are you French or are you French Canadian?
And what does that have to do with the
watching a video the other day where someone from France was reacting to Canadian French.
No, for one another.
No.
No, there's a great deal of respect for Canada.
Il l'a pas mentionné du tout.
So he didn't mention it at all? No.
Vous êtes déçu, évidemment.
You're disappointed, obviously.
Okay.
Hi, Prime Minister Brian Platt with Bloomberg. I wanted to ask about this 30-day window now that you set
outside
up
Paris. I'm going to have to go to France.
Can you explain,
one
was
of these
this your
days.
idea for a 30-day window? Are you trying to put a deadline in place? And is retaliation still... I mean, do you move to retaliation if this 30 days expires without a deal? What's the rationale here, and what happens if you don't get to a deal?
Well, look, there are many aspects of the relationship with the United States, and many of your good questions have touched on them, from security, border security, commercial, financial, otherwise. And we don't want to... with respect to the specifics around specific tariffs, there's a certain amount of information that's necessary. There's certain decisions that can be taken given that information, given the relative perspectives, and quite often in negotiations, having a form of deadline is helpful to concentrate the mind, and that can be the case here. The teams are working well. There's exchange of information, exchange of ideas, and having that focus will be helpful. What was the second part of your question?
Retaliation. You have not retaliated for doubling of steel and aluminum.
No, we have not yet. We retain the flexibility in order to do so, and we are looking. But I will say one thing which is related to that, which is we are looking very actively.
I don't know, Nixon. Are you still here, by any chance? Probably not. It's a little late. For
the risks from third party or third country flows of steel, and mainly steel, but possibly aluminium, into Canada.
Wait, what? Hold on.
And the newly steel country.
How do you pronounce it?
Flows of steel, and mainly steel, but possibly aluminium.
You guys hear what I just heard? Americans will pronounce this different.
Flows of steel, and mainly steel, but possibly aluminium.
Steel and what?
The risks from third party or third country.
No, he didn't say aluminum. He didn't say aluminum. What did he say?
Flows of steel, and mainly steel, but possibly aluminium.
Yes, Dave Ismail got it right. So, aluminum is actually called aluminium now. I can't remember when they changed it. However, Canadians, that is the one word that Canadians pronounce similar to Americans. We'll call it aluminum, but Europeans will call it aluminium, which is fucking harder to say. But Carney had been living in Europe for a long time, so he's probably gotten used to calling it aluminium.
Flows of steel, and mainly steel, but possibly aluminium.
Aluminium.
Into Canada, and the need to provide protections from that. So we're looking at the modalities and ways of doing that, and we're very alive to that. That's the first. We're also, of course, looking to provide liquidity and other support to the firm. So, look, we.
I don't think he's trying to rush to say it. It's just how you say aluminium.
Consistently,
I don't know why they changed that. Actually, I'm happy to Google it now.
Canadian workers, when there have been these illegal and unjustified tariffs put in place, we do so in a way tailored to each situation. We have multiple tools with which we can respond, and some of those, as this evolves, relate as much to other countries' potential dumping of steel, excess steel into Canada as it does the U.S. So we're looking to calibrate appropriately, but we'll do what's.
Just for a little history lesson here. The term aluminium is used more commonly outside of North America, while aluminum is preferred spelling in the United States and Canada. The original name proposed by Humphrey Davy was aluminum, which he later changed to aluminium. However, other scientists preferred aluminium to align with the naming conventions of other elementals like magnesium and potassium, which end in -ium. While both terms were used throughout the 1800s, aluminum became more popular in the U.S. and aluminium in the U.K. and other English-speaking countries. It's the same thing.
What's necessary, and in short term.
Do any of you know why North Americans call it soccer instead of football? I know a lot of you Europeans just get livid when we start calling it soccer. Why do we call it soccer and not football? There's actually a reason.
We look to a 30-day window to in that response.
Hi there, Mark Arnold with the Globe and Mail. On the 30 days, are we expecting to see a full deal announced in 30 days, a blueprint of a deal? And has Donald Trump ever given you any indication that he is willing to remove all tariffs on Canadian goods, as the Canadian delegation and yourself have requested?
Well, it's a negotiation, so that's our position. At present, the United States may have a slightly different position, but we'll pursue one that is in the best interests of certainly Canada and aligned with U.S. interests. Thanks.
A blueprint versus a full deal?
We'll see. Look, it's we have a full deal. It's called the USMCA, Kuzma here.
Last question.
Yeah.
Good evening, Prime Minister. My name is Gaurav Sawant. I work for India Today in Delhi. Your meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, how would...
Wasn't it soccer in the UK first? Yeah, that's exactly the reason. The people, and I think it was in Oxford where they actually called it soccer, but it was short for association football. And they just called it soccer. And the name just stuck here, and then later on they just changed it to football over in Europe, but we kept the original name.
Would you describe that? And what are concrete steps that you and the Prime Minister of India discussed to take this relationship
What's my
forward
opinion on what? Soccer or football? Which topic? Are you talking about the one that's like Israel and Iran? Like, we can get back to talking about that.
Its true potential.
We've been covering it all day,
Well, I
but
think
nothing's
the,
really happening. I'm scouring the
several
internet
things, if I may
for
say.
other
I
things
would
that are
say the
happening.
meeting, the fact
We're
that
just
the
kind of
meeting,
going through the last
let me say
conference
a
of
few
the
things.
G7
First,
meeting at the moment.
Just in terms of Prime Minister Modi's attendance at the G7. Prime Minister Modi.
So the point that he's making now, I'm going to listen to it because it's very controversial that the leader of India is here, and I explained that earlier because it's suspected that the leadership of India had a Canadian citizen assassinated. This happened a while back, and so it's very kind of contentious the fact that the leader of India is here in Canada. So he's about to explain stuff, but there's a whole process that's going on right now to determine who is actually at fault. So
He has attended every G7 since 2018. That is a reflection of the size of the Indian economy, the dynamism of the Indian economy, Indian technology, the leadership position India plays in a host of venues from G20.
what is okay? Once he answers this question, I'll tell you my what I think of the Iran-Israel conflict. Okay, Shaylin?
And beyond. So, as chair of the G7,
Nuclear
hosting the Prime Minister in that context is entirely natural, entirely consistent. I fully expect the Prime Minister of India will be in attendance at the G7 next year, for example, in France. First thing. Secondly, in terms of the bilateral relationship, which is your question, I think the meeting today was important, but I would describe it as foundational, as a necessary first step, an exchange of views, frank, open exchange of views around law enforcement, transnational repression as two examples, an agreement to provide the necessary foundations to begin to rebuild a relationship based on mutual respect, sovereignty, trust, and that begins with what was agreed. You asked for concrete, which is that we will move to appoint high commissioners again. And let me just finish by putting that in context, which is there are very deep ties of people and businesses between Canada and India. It's well known. It's part of your point about where the relationship could go. And they are not served at present by consular services, in effect, certainly by high commissioners. And it's necessary to have that level of service as a basis on which to build out, again, in the context of respect for sovereignty and to begin to realize the potential of the relationship. And we will, we're both committed to work towards that, but there's a lot of work that will need to be done. Okay.
Okay, we'll pause that. Okay, so you're asking about my opinion on what's going on in the Israel-Iran conflict. So let me point out first, number one, I believe it is extremely important not to allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, mostly because I don't want any new countries to have a nuclear weapon, because the more people that you have that have nuclear weapons, the more chance that there is that there's going to be an absolute whack job that has access to a nuclear weapon and actually use it. Second of all, I actually think that the leadership of Iran is one such nation that could actually use that weapon. However, having said that, since Israel has attacked Iran on the premise that they've got, they know that Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, fine, let us see that evidence. And so far, they're not willing, or they have not shown any shown us what that evidence is. From an outsider's point of view, it looks like just Israel just went and acted out and started a war with Iran, and they're not showing any evidence that they've actually, proven that Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon. So from my point of view, it's wrong. But if they were to show, hey, listen, here's the evidence, this is our proof, and it was actually factual proof, then I don't really have a problem with it, because I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon for the safety of everyone in that area, basically. So, yeah. That makes sense? Yeah, you cannot let them have it. They've said over and over again, Iran has said over and over again that they want to wipe Israel off of the face of the planet. And so when they start like enriching uranium in order to build a nuclear weapon or dozens of nuclear weapons, how can you justify, how can you sit there and say, hey, it should be okay for Iran to have nuclear weapons? It would be absolutely insane to allow a country like that to have nuclear weapons when they've legitimately said their goal is to wipe Israel off of the planet. It's crazy to think that. But again, Israel hasn't proven anything that Iran's got nuclear weapons. They haven't proven anything. As far as we see, they're just attacking them with hearsay, basically. And you can't do that. That's illegal. So
Thank you very much. I'm gonna close. I'm gonna make one final.
It's not been 20 years, dude. It's been 30 years. Israel has been saying that Iran is close to getting a nuclear weapon, and that they're enriching. They've got enriched uranium, and they're close to making a bomb. They've been saying this for 30 years now, maybe even longer. We went through a video where it showed Netanyahu talking throughout the years and constantly, Iran's next going to have a weapon in a matter of weeks. He's been saying this for 30 years now. And now he's attacking them just randomly and saying, oh, trust me this time, they've got nuclear weapons, and drawing people into a war. I have no problem with us going to war and knocking out their nuclear facilities if you can show evidence that they are actually enriching nuclear grade uranium. But they haven't shown that evidence. It's been how many days now? It's been 2 days now, and they still haven't shown any evidence. So it looks like they're just attacking them without any evidence. That's absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. You're right.
Comment, if I may. Just this is an
I don't want to get a kick partnership. We
was
will.
it like
No, I don't.
Thank
you.
I'll just say this, having been at a number of summits, G7, G20.
Oldest I've seen in the newspaper is 1984. So 40 years.
The advantage of
41
particularly
years.
the G7 is that there are only, oddly, 9 people in the room.
Well, they're not. Well, they're not just attacking nuclear facilities. They're also knocking out their infrastructure and stuff like that. They are definitely doing damage to other places, but they're doing that to basically make sure that they don't have any. Iran can't fight back. They've killed military leaders. They've killed their nuclear commanders. They've killed the guy that was the lead negotiator to try and negotiate a nuclear deal. They killed him, and then started telling everyone, "Hey, we've got proof that Iran's trying to get nuclear weapons, but they won't show this. Show it. At least when we had the Iraq War, you had General Schwarzkopf, who would be standing up at the little board and saying, "Listen, this is where their nuclear weapons are," and he'd be pointing at all these different little silos and stuff like that. This is where they're hiding their nuclear weapons. We're not getting anything. They haven't shown literally a speck of evidence that Iran's got nuclear weapons at all. How hard would it be to just go to everyone and say, "Hey, listen, they've got nuclear weapons. Here's our proof. Here's video of it. This is them enriching their stuff. Blah blah blah." I still play WoW. I haven't played WoW in 5 or 6 months, probably. Doesn't mean I won't go back sometime, but I haven't played in a bit. Israel's kind of been at war with Iran since October 7th. Dude, they've been at war with them since 1947. Not October 7th. This has been going on since the 40s, man. Israel, as soon as Israel became a state, they were immediately attacked. What was the 6-Day War? They were attacked in the six-day war, or Israel got into a 6-day war with Iran, Jordan. I think Syria was one of the countries. Egypt. I may be adding one that I shouldn't be adding. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Iraq was involved in the war, but it was basically Israel against several countries, and it lasted 6 days because Israel kicked the crap out of them. Right? Like it's been going
because of the two.
Been nonstop. This has been absolutely nonstop since Israel was created.
Extra Europe. I'm not.
They are surrounded over there.
Great
Yeah.
amount of Europeans, but there's 2 other Europeans. And there's 9 people in the room, and they're the principals, they're the leaders, and there is a great amount of direct dialogue and discussion, very frank exchanges, very strategic exchanges.
Oh, Mellow Kitty, thanks for the follow, by the way.
Issues,
Appreciate the follows, guys. Thank you very much.
An effort to find common solutions to some of these problems. And that is particularly valuable, in my opinion. And I'm a new leader in this context. I have been around these things, but a new leader in this context, where we had several other new leaders, G7 leaders. Because you're building those relationships, you're building those trusts. It will be very valuable, for example, next week when the core of the G7, which was the core of NATO, is together making major decisions on defense and security partnerships. And so the fact that at a time when multilateralism is under great strain, and I'm absolutely clear it is, that we got together, we agreed on a number of areas, the 6 related statements, we agreed on the perspectives on Iran, despite the impressive minutia questions, if I may, on the detail of words around Ukraine, agreed on that aspect of maximum pressure in variable ways using financial sanctions. That's important, and that's valuable, and so I want to
the current government,
of that flavor.
You know what's interesting about the current government of Syria is the guy that used to be he was basically like an Al Qaeda, had his own Al Qaeda network years ago, and has basically risen up to fight back against Assad in Syria and taken over the country, and now he's trying to reform the country basically, and apparently doing not a bad job.
And I'm last thing. I want to pay tribute to our Sherpa, Cindy, for leading this great effort under challenging circumstances in terms of global events and just the nature of bringing it all together. And so now it's probably about 6:30. So I'm hoping when I walk off the stage, the oil is up by 1. At least no.
That did not happen.
Let's just keep
that didn't happen.
In the zone for a minute. Down by 1. Wow. Okay.
Oh, he's just got the bad news.
Okay. Well, it's a long game. We're going to go to a tea. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for indulging my little list.
He's having this conference during the middle of the Stanley Cup final game, and it turns into talking about the Stanley Cup final game. True Canadian fashion there. Do I think they're going to drop the bunker bomb? If I had to guess, I would say yes. I think they're going to. We've talked about this before. Let's see if I can find a. There was a picture that we showed. What the fuck is this? What is this? Is that supposed to be fucking George Bush? Oh my God. Yeah, Donald Bush. What in the heck? W. Yeah, I think this is in reference to Donald Trump going to war in the Middle East. Like W. Bush was because his dad lost in the Middle East. Hold on. There was a picture that we saw that showed the number of aircrafts that have been taking off from, like the air tankers the Americans have. Here, do you guys know what an air tanker looks like? Let's say air tank. They're the big, huge jumbo military jets, basically. These things. Okay, so roughly 40 of them. Well, actually, it was 37 today, and then it looked like another 12 took off today, like this evening. So there's well over 40 of these fucking things, and this is what they put all of a lot of their cargo in and stuff like that, right? So if they're shipping like tanks or a lot of other things over there, over 40 of these have suddenly flown over to Europe in the last 24 hours. Which is, I mean, what else could they be used for? Okay, well, it's the air tankers. It says these are tanker aircraft. Don't they have ones as well that actually carry stuff? Let's see if we can find the ones that actually carry stuff. There are cargo ones as well, though, right? They're not just bringing fuel over, are they? They're just picking up some gasoline or something? Like, what are they doing over there? You have found, yeah, the Nimitz was sent over there, which is apparently America's oldest aircraft carrier. It's a nuclear sub that was built like years ago. Lazarus, are you watching the stream or? Oh, you must be, because you sent me a link about something that I was talking about. I'll make a new window because I've been using those other ones consistently. Here we go. Problem with us going to war and knocking out their nuclear. Wait, what is this? Why is that my clip? I have no problem with us going to war and knocking out their nuclear. Why is it copying this? There we go.
World in 5 continents.
You've probably heard this line before.
Iran has never given up its quest for nuclear weapons and the missiles to deliver them.
That's because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
He's been talking about this crap for 30 or 40 years now, how Iran has almost got nuclear weapons and constantly starts conflicts with them.
Netanyahu has been saying this for more than 30 years, claiming Iran is close to having
nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons.
Nuclear weapons.
Atomic bombs.
In 1992, as a member of parliament, Netanyahu addresses the Knesset. He says, within 3 to 5 years, we can assume that Iran will become autonomous in its ability to develop and produce a nuclear bomb. 3 years later, in his book Fighting Terrorism, he repeats the same time frame, 3 to 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fast forward to 2002. Netanyahu testifies before a U.S. congressional committee actively calling for the invasion of Iraq.
Are there any other nations that you would recommend?
We can look up General Schwarzkopf. I can't believe I actually remember that dude's name. Where he was, we'll do that.
And that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The two nations that are vying, competing with each other, who will be the first to achieve nuclear weapons, is Iraq and Iran.
The invasion happens months later. No weapons of mass destruction are found in Iraq. This is a fragment of a 2009 U.S. State Department cable released by WikiLeaks. Netanyahu tells members of Congress that Iran is 1 or 2 years away from being capable of developing nuclear weapons.
They're online.
It's 2012, and Netanyahu is holding up his infamous cartoon bomb at the UN General Assembly.
By next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb.
And now, 33 years after Netanyahu's first so-called imminent warning, Israel
33
attacks
years.
Iran.
And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within...
This guy is like crazy about this whole nuclear weapon stuff, man. Like literally not shown any evidence whatsoever this time, and he's just gone out and attacked a country, and still, even days later, has not produced any evidence whatsoever. And now the U.S. is going to get drawn in because he's probably convincing Trump on calls, hey, these guys are this close to producing a bomb. Trump has sworn forever that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And then he was leaking the other day that Iran was planning 2 assassination attempts against Trump just to rile Trump up a little bit.
Within a few months, less than a year.
That's despite the U.S. Director of National Intelligence saying Iran isn't building a nuclear weapon months earlier.
Iran lied.
So back then they said that Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon, or Iraq wasn't building a nuclear weapon. This guy still kept going on about it. America went to war against Iraq, and then later on it was proven that Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction.
But for Netanyahu,
big time,
the slogan has been the same for decades. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
How many times are we going to fall for this stuff? We don't.
You've probably heard this line before.
Iran has never given up its quest for nuclear.
We don't need to watch that again. What are we gonna watch here? Hold on.
Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and demanded Iran's unconditional surrender in a series of social media posts. It comes after he met with his National Security Council at the White House to discuss the Iran-Israel conflict. US media have been suggesting that President Trump is weighing up whether to join Israel's air campaign against Tehran. Israel claims to have killed one of Iran's top military commanders, General Ali Shadmani. According to Israeli officials, he was the Iranian wartime chief of staff and a close advisor to Iran's supreme leader,
It's a
Ayatollah
democratic
Ali
country,
Khamenei.
so I don't know how he stayed
Tehran is yet to confirm the killing.
They probably have like multiple parties, and he just keeps, like, his party just keeps having the most amount, and he makes a coalition.
Health officials in Gaza say more than 50 people were killed by an Israeli tank fire as they waited for aid in Khan Yunis on Tuesday morning. Hundreds more were wounded. If confirmed, it would be the deadliest such incident since Israel started a new aid distribution system last month. Israel has acknowledged firing in the area and said it was looking into the incident. This is DW News from Berlin. You'll find loads more on our website, dw.com.
Not a ceasefire, better than a ceasefire.
That's
what Donald Trump envisions as the outcome of the confrontation between Israel and Iran. What he means by that is anyone's guess. Today, the U.S. president called for the complete surrender of Iran and warned that his patience with the country's leadership was wearing thin. Now, while the world nervously wonders if the U.S. is really going to join the fight, international leaders are urging restraint. A destabilized Iran, they warn, could have unpredictable consequences and come at a high price for the region. I'm Nicole Furley here in Berlin, and this is The Day.
Trump to get into a fight. That's basically all we're waiting for right now, to find out whether Netanyahu can convince Trump that he needs to help out.
There is no telling where the boundaries of this battleground will end.
Looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire.
Regime change is not an objective of this war. It can be a result, but it's not an objective.
And then a real.
Who was it that was in chat that was saying that we shouldn't? Expendable Gamer, you still here? Who was it? It was you, and there was other people that were like, if they're not, if it doesn't concern us, why are we getting involved? Here's a picture for why we should be getting involved in this sort of shit.
Not a ceasefire. And then
That is
When
why.
it comes to United States getting involved, then it will definitely drag the region into a broader conflict.
And that, my friends, is a threat to people everywhere.
Also on the day, Europe used to be hooked on Russian gas and is still getting its fix even today. Now the European Union has presented a roadmap to finally kick the habit.
It's not very
Netanyahu's been in power
rational
for over
or
30
sustainable
years. That's crazy, man.
to be dependent on any country on the planet, and certainly not if that country is your enemy.
I'm not watching that guy again.
Welcome to the show. It's great to have you with us. We begin the day with a conflict that is intensifying and many fear could soon widen. Israel says its latest strikes on Iran have killed one of the regime's top military commanders. If confirmed, it would be another blow to a regime already significantly weakened after 5 days of fighting. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the campaign is, quote, changing the face of the Middle East. Iranian authorities insist everything is under control, but there are long queues on the roads as people scramble to get out of the capital. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has called on residents of Tehran to evacuate, and U.S. President Donald Trump echoed that appeal, telling people to immediately leave the city. And attention is turning to the role of the United States in this conflict. Interest was aroused when Trump left the G7 summit in Canada a day early, citing the situation in the Middle East. Speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One on his way back to Washington, the president said he wanted a real end to the conflict, not just a ceasefire. If you're wondering what that means, the president elaborated in a post on his Truth Social platform. He wrote simply this: unconditional surrender. In all caps, of course.
Reading about some grooming things.
Katrina Sammour is a regional security analyst with the Emirates Policy Center. That's an independent think tank based in Abu Dhabi. She joins us tonight from Amman in Jordan. Welcome to the day. Israel's prime minister says its campaign against Iran is changing the face of the Middle East. In your opinion, what could that mean?
Well, this is very complicated right now. Israel's campaign, first off, is the goals of it are unclear for us in the Middle East. It started off with saying targeting the nuclear infrastructure of Iran. Then it went on to talk about destroying the capabilities of Iranian weapons that can be used against Israel. And then lastly, we have seen the Israeli government alluding to regime change in Iran, which we see with their assaults, whether it's the attacks on the state-run media or targeting the entire top leadership of IRGC, Al-Quds Force, etc. They are trying to destabilize the pillars of the Iranian state power. For us, we always think about the day after. What will it mean if we have a weakened Iran or we have a collapsed regime? I don't think anybody in the Middle East wants to go through another repeat of what happened, for example, in Iraq post the invasion of 2003. And this is the concern for many observers and leaders of the Middle East. While tensions and relationships with Iran have not always been warm between Arab countries and the Iranian regime and its proxies, in recent years, specifically post the war in Gaza, we saw Saudi Arabia, Jordan, for example, trying to bridge that gap and promote a more diplomatic approach to dealing with the Iranian regime to try and contain it. And I think this stems from the belief that destabilizing yet another middle country.
Hold on, let's pause this. We were going to talk about General Schwarzkopf. Remember when the Iraq war started? No, of course not, because most of you probably might not even have been alive. Okay? But this is General Schwarzkopf. He was the leader of the American army or controlled the army that was going into attack Iraq. I'm going to see if I can actually find maybe a better clip. But This is him.
moved over this distance to put themselves in a position to be able to.
Very, very, I guess, popular guy at the time, but he loved to be in front of the camera. It was like the guy loved to be in front of the camera and talk about himself.
To attack. But what's more important, and I think it's very, very important.
I'm trying to find a piece of the clip where he actually shows.
Bases. Not only did we move the troops out there, but we literally moved thousands and thousands of tons of fuel, of ammunition, of spare.
Here, we'll just watch this shorter clip. I'm
It was
not watching
last
an
night here
hour-long
on
clip.
the air that we learned of a loss, the death of General Norman Schwarzkopf. Tonight
he
here,
died.
the story behind the nickname that it turns out he didn't like.
He was a four-star general who earned the nickname Stormin' Norman after his tough talk and the action that followed. His troops routing Iraqi forces from Kuwait in 100 hours in the first Gulf War. But it turns out the general known for his swift victories didn't like that nickname, preferring the one his troops called him, the Bear. And while he was tough, he also had a gentle side, honest and candid, in this moment with Barbara Walters.
But were you ever scared?
Sure.
When most?
I've been scared in every war I've ever been in.
If you could meet Saddam Hussein, what would you ask him or say to him?
Get out of town.
A West Point graduate and decorated officer for his service in Vietnam, he spent his entire life in the Army. But when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in 1990, Stormin' Norman became a household name.
As far as Saddam Hussein being a great military strategist, he is neither a strategist, nor is he schooled in the operational art, nor is he a tactician, nor is he a general, nor is he as a soldier. Other than that, he's a great military man. I want you to know that.
He returned from the Persian Gulf a national hero and to that victory parade in New York.
It doesn't take a hero to order men into battle. It takes a hero to be one of those men that goes into battle, and those are the people that are heroes. Those are the people that should receive the adulation.
Profound words. Schwarzkopf was awarded the Medal of Freedom for his service to his country. Though courted by both political parties, he resisted politics and devoted his retirement years in part to children's charities.
Anyways, he would have these daily briefings, and he would show where the weapons of mass destruction were, and they would show these aerial photos and stuff like that. I can't find any pictures of them right now, but it all turned out to be bullshit. And it was a lot of the intel was given to them by the Israelis at the time.
In the Middle East might lead us down a path of a renewed violence, like insurgencies and non-state actors.
Before we talk more about the day after, I want to talk about the situation at hand, because there is great concern about where this might lead and whether this could lead to a wider confrontation, possibly drawing other countries in, and also the U.S. getting more directly involved. Is there a scenario in which you see that happening, and what would that mean for the region?
I mean, the number one issue is Israel cannot destroy any Iran's nuclear reactors on its own. They will need support from their allies, primarily the U.S., because they will need bunker buster bombs that Israel does not currently have, which means that the U.S. will be involved if the decision was made to destroy the nuclear.
Do you think there's appetite in the White House to get more directly involved?
Actually, we are very confused by the messages coming out from the White House. One day Trump says he hopes there's a peaceful resolution. He's calling Iran back to the negotiating table. And then today we are seeing him just right now saying we have total control over the Iranian sky. We know where the supreme leader is hiding. And I think a lot of analysts assume that this is his way of pushing Iran into a deal that it doesn't want. The deal
Mike,
that
I don't
Trump
think a lot of them
put
do.
forward, or the Trump team put forward,
Most of them want nothing
which is
to do
having
with
any nuclear reactors or facilities being outside of Iran for a wider regional project that might include Oman, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. But the question is, do Trump and Netanyahu see eye to eye on this matter? Because these are two different players with two different goals at the end. And I don't think Arab countries are eager to get involved. It has been clear for a while now that Saudi Arabia and UAE are charting a new path where they are trying to promote diplomatic relations with neighboring countries, trying to move forward from the tensions of the past. Jordan, for example, where I am in, His Majesty King Abdullah just gave a speech at the EU Parliament urging nations to de-escalate the situation, warning of unknown consequences. Honestly, this is the fear of what will happen and how far will Israel go and how will Iran react. I mean, we hear in Amman every few hours sirens go off, signaling to shelter in place because we have the Amman airspace has been, or Jordanian airspace has been breached by either a drone or a missile, and we had some incidents in the past few days where we saw the debris of intercepted missiles and drones fall on Jordanian territory. At one moment in time, it actually hit a house.
I sure as hell don't like
Thankfully,
kick rocks and take
no people were injured. So
for free healthcare.
the expanded conflict, we still don't know how it will look like, but for me, I personally believe it will destabilize.
In response to international pressure, Israel
I can't actually believe that is a up for debate. Like, imagine not having universal health care in your country. I don't know.
After several deadly incidents at 8 distribution sites, the UN says there has been another mass.
The only reason you don't have universal health care is because billionaires want a way to become even more rich, and that's by making money off of your healthcare services.
Call to independently verify what's really happening there.
Chaos erupts as explosions are heard near an aid distribution point in Han Yunis. Local witnesses say Israeli forces opened fire and fired tanks on people waiting for food. Hundreds of injured people were rushed to nearby hospitals.
This is not aid. This is an ambush. This is not aid. This is an ambush against the youth. Not to feed them, but to kill them. I complain to God about every oppressor and every Arab ruler who did not stand with us and did not stop the war. I ask God to take revenge on them.
Local health officials say that hospitals have been overwhelmed with patients.
Yeah, I guess you would get free health care
suffering from shrapnel and gunshot wounds, which they say are difficult to treat.
What is the health care that veterans get after they leave the army? And isn't it like really shitty? Like it's really hard to get good coverage or something like that?
Shells and targeted with direct missiles.
So once they're done with you get crap.
These shells that fell among the crowds and thousands of civilians caused a terrible massacre. So far we have counted 59 martyrs, and there are dozens more who are still on the ground, and others who have been blasted to pieces because of shells that fell directly among civilians.
The Israeli military has acknowledged the incident and said it happened close to where its forces have been operating for days. It denied targeting civilians deliberately. Gaza's health ministry say killings of civilians trying to secure food have been an almost daily occurrence since the new aid system was introduced.
Iran's big surprise tonight.
UN agencies and major aid groups have criticized and rejected the new system, saying it can't meet the mounting needs of the population in Gaza, where they say starvation has become widespread.
Olga Terefko is with the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, and she joins us tonight from Gaza City. Olga, welcome back to the day. Reports of another deadly incident at an aid distribution site, this time in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. What can you tell us?
Like, how can
Thanks
you
so
watch
much
videos
for
like
having
this
me.
and not think that
These
it's just
reports are
fucking
absolutely
evil?
horrific. Today, our health partners reported over 60 people being killed and almost 300 being injured. These casualties went to Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, which already all the
This is
hospitals that are
disgusting what's going on in
accepting trauma
Gaza right now.
patients and these
And
mass casualty incidents are obviously
nobody's
putting a
covering
massive
this in North
strain
American
on the
news,
hospitals
by
that
the
are
way.
still struggling to operate.
You don't see Fox
And
News,
so
CNN,
this
or
is
anything like that
a
really
very
covering it.
disturbing,
And maybe CNN
seemingly
might be,
becoming
but
pattern that
you don't see this being
people
covered anymore. There's
are being killed
new
and
blood
injured
that's happening
in their efforts
that
to
you get higher ratings.
survive and
this
not
is
to
the
starve
old
to
news.
death.
Yeah,
You get-
you're a
people turning you off if
humanitarian
you
yourself.
start
How do you
showing
feel
this.
seeing people seeking aid come under fire again and again?
It's absolutely horrifying. I spoke today to a woman who was telling me that the other day she did the same thing together with a friend of hers who is 9 months pregnant. And I was thinking to myself, how desperate must one be when they have no other choice but to literally risk their life on a daily basis just in order not to watch their
look at my gray hair
children
here,
starve
man.
in front of their eyes.
What are you talking
There
about?
is a limited volume of aid that is being allowed into Gaza.
Never
it
dyed
is
my hair,
restricted
man.
both in
I'm-
volume and in the types of aid that
I've got a beautiful head of hair. It's got a little bit of gray in it, but I've still got all my hair. There's
this
people in
aid.
chat that
So,
are sitting there. Damn, I wish I had gray hair
basically, the
like
bottom
that.
line is that it is less than a drop in the ocean, and it is not addressing the needs of the people. And the only way to address the needs of the people is by allowing an unrestricted flow of aid to enter Gaza over a sustained period of time so that we can safely deliver it to the people in
That
need.
guy doesn't come here anymore.
Israel partially eased its 11-week blockade of Gaza a couple of weeks back. But today, the World Health Organization pleaded for fuel to be allowed into Gaza. How does that shortage impact life in the Strip?
I had some gray hair dye over here. In
Everything runs on fuel in Gaza.
cover up
You
my
know, we
hair
have
dye by
obviously
adding gray
life-saving
hair.
equipment that is being powered in the hospitals, and now this equipment is on the verge of shutting down. Of water and sanitation facilities already, we're saying we have virtually run out, but we have run out because right now we cannot provide enough water, for example, for people that is in line with internationally established sphere standards. They're called telecommunications.
Zionist
I mean,
group?
everything that powers life runs on fuel, and right now
I have.
we don't have access to the fuel that we have still inside Gaza, and more fuel
Israel's
isn't
not the only
allowed
country that lies,
to
dude.
enter by the Israeli authorities.
Do you believe you and your fellow...
We had Iran earlier today trying to claim that they had air control over Israel. Shall we go on about all the lies that certain people, a certain person in a certain country that is near my country has told? Like, really?
Of the blockade, because
Israel is not the only country that lies, man.
We're not talking about just giving people food or giving people water. We have to talk about restoring people's dignity.
I
It
thought
has
the
been
Ukrainian
stripped
war
away
was supposed to be
from
over
them.
by now.
And the only thing that they are doing right now is just surviving, and even that
Are the
is
worst
at
offenders?
risk on a daily basis.
That was Olga Cherevko of UNOCHA in Gaza City. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Russia has launched its deadliest attack on Kyiv in months. Ukrainian officials say at least 14 people were killed and more
how
than
many people died in
100
Chile?
injured. President Volodymyr Zelensky says the strikes are some of the most horrific.
How many people have died in Iran because of the coup that was backed by the Americans?
The capital has seen since the war began. He says Russia launched more than 440 drones and 32 missiles, striking homes, schools, and key infrastructure. More deaths were reported from strikes on Odessa, Sumy, and Kherson. The Russian army claims it targeted military industrial
Greetings from
sites.
Sweden. Hello, Jukeman.
There was a time, and you might remember, when Europe just couldn't get enough of Russian gas. But it has become a tainted commodity since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. All trade with Russia was seen as a financial contribution to its war machine. Almost 3.5 years later, the EU has now presented a roadmap to completely phase out Russian gas imports. Before the war, Russia supplied 45% of the EU's gas. Last year, that had fallen to 19%. And it's expected to drop further to 13% this year. According to the proposals laid out by the EU, the bloc would stop all imports by the end of 2027.
So that's where this guy lives.
Now, the proposals are like...
For those of you that were here earlier, we were watching this guy here. This guy's the crown
دستگاه
prince of
سرکوب
Iran. He's living
رژیم
in
در حال
exile.
فروپاشی است.
He lives in
تنها یک خیزش
Washington.
همگانی لازم است.
But he's calling for an uprising in Iran to topple the government.
Gas that it simply wasn't possible to close down from one day till the next without.
Since returning from the south, we have been besieged in the north, completely cut off. No food, not even a piece of bread or flour.
That will
Why
never
do you
happen,
think we
Blother.
are
I can
tolerating
promise
this
you that
journey?
right now.
It's because the other alternative is starvation. We are literally losing our lives for a bag of flour.
Now they sit and wait, hoping to hear the good news. They don't even know if the flour trucks will be there in the next few hours or at all today. It's a chance, they say, they cannot miss.
We're 8 people in the house. We can't afford to buy flour. The war has been going on for almost 2 years now. We have no money left. We're trying to get flour, but we could get killed in the process. My father asked me to come here. He said, you either die or live. I beg the world to find us a solution for this war.
Israel has recently allowed limited supply of flour to enter the north of Gaza. There is no clear distribution mechanism, and desperate families say they have no choice but to try and grab it directly from the trucks.
We're facing an impossible situation. Cold, hunger, and constant shelling. They accuse us of looting or blocking aid trucks, but this is not true. Why would we do that if we're getting food? Starvation has led us here. If we weren't so hungry, we'd never set foot in this death trap.
For many, this is a daily journey.
We're only trying to feed our starving children. Every second
I think
we feel
you guys just want Canada to become part of the U.S. so you can have like an influx of really smart, good-looking, funny people.
death hanging over us. Israeli drones and
That's
tanks
why you
keep
want us to
firing
join
near
your
us.
country.
This is the 4th day for me here. Every other time I would return with nothing.
And this scene is repeated over and over again, with many returning empty-handed, but others don't return at all. This video is from Monday when Israeli forces opened fire on people seeking aid. For those who survive, they must endure another day of hunger.
There is barely any food left in the local market here in Gaza City. For example, 2 tomatoes cost up to $8, nearly impossible
$8?
for the majority to buy. People here say they either die of hunger or get killed while searching for food. Muadhi Kahlout, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
A danger zone has been declared around an erupting volcano in eastern Indonesia. Ash is pouring 10 kilometers into the air. Residents are being warned about the risk of lava running down rivers connected to Mount Lewotabi Laki-Laki. It killed 9 people when it erupted in November.
They'd be like, where?
Coming next, Inside Story is going to
no
examine
doubt
what's at
that
stake for Washington
99%
in
of
the
your country wouldn't even
Israel-Iran
be able to find
conflict.
it.
I'm Rob Matheson.
Figure out
Stay
how to
with
get
us
here, so
on
we're
Al
good.
Jazeera.
$1 million souls? I don't think you need 1 million, dude. I think
The Black Sea's been
honestly,
producing
if,
big shout
recently, producing flooding in Russia, in Sochi, but those showers are also just catching the northeastern coast of Turkey. They're
These
not
numbers,
particularly
Americans
big.
will have no idea
That's
what
all
they
the way
mean.
down towards Gaza, towards Alexandria, where the
36.
onshore breeze
They're
is pretty light.
Fuck, that's cold.
It's clearly hotter inland, very rapidly through
Oh,
Jordan
so
and
hot.
into Iraq. You're into the
Americans, look at
40s.
this.
High 40s in
Weather
Kuwait,
in the
but now we're
40s.
picking
You guys
up
would
this wind
freeze to
again.
death.
It's a fairly hot, dry Shamal, so temperatures don't drop much, although I have to say Doha comes down to a max of 38, so that's below the average. But look at the amount of orange. That would a hint that the dust and sand is being picked up. Likelihood is there'll be a dust storm at least somewhere in eastern Saudi. Nothing much else in the sky. 1 or 2 showers maybe in western Yemen, and that's quite a strong breeze now. In fact, the seas are pretty big all the way along that Omani coast
40
because
degrees,
of the monsoon
Chad.
edge.
Americans
That
would freeze
monsoon
to
wind is
death.
also catching the edge of Kenya and Somalia, bringing some light rain here, though, of course, as usual, the seasonal rains are a little bit further west.
Are we going west now? This is gonna fucking.
I have the right to boycott anyone I want to, and the state has no business getting involved in that.
I was just opening my annual contract from the state of Arizona,
What is this
and I was
movie?
rather shocked to see this.
A 3-part series explores the implications of U.S. anti-boycott laws for freedom of speech and First Amendment rights.
God's chosen to bless us because we protect Israel. I'm going to continue to do on a state level all that I can to support that.
Part 1, The Bill, on Al Jazeera.
The Iran-Israel conflict brings more instability to the Middle East, a region with extensive U.S. interests. They'll be central to shaping President Donald Trump's strategy. So what's at stake for Washington, and the pros and cons for Trump of further involvement? This is Inside Story.
Oh, hold on. We have
Hello there, and
airstrikes.
welcome to the program. I'm Nick Clark.
Hold on. We have airstrikes. Where's this? Kermanish being attacked. Hold on. Hold on. We have airstrikes in Iran, apparently. You guys, okay, you guys. So, up over far to the west of Tehran, closer to the border of Iraq. Apparently, there's airstrikes going off right now. Dude won't let me make a comment. Do I quit gaming? Dude, this is real life gaming, man. This is IRL gaming, man. I do news for like 3 days and people are like, oh, the guy doesn't play video games anymore. Guy doesn't play video games anymore. What the fuck? Will I switch over to Dune Awakening? Anyways, this is Iranian bases that are being targeted now. These are the bases of the IRGC, actually. Half of bank branches in Tehran are closed on Wednesday as the Tehran Stock Exchange is also shut. Iran's Banks Coordination Council said. Okay, so Iran's stock exchange is closed. I want the government to fold. Yes. I'd like the Iranian people to be able to have like a proper, like, democratic, fair government that doesn't kill people because they have long hair or throw gays off of roofs. That's what I wouldn't mind seeing. I don't know if that's too much to ask, but that's what I would like to see. But yeah, interesting. So this is where that air base is. We now have fresh airstrikes. This was literally reported 2 minutes ago. So that's where this is here. And the I can't remember what IRG. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's what that stands for. So that's one of their bases that's right here. So yeah, fresh attacks.
That particular Hormuz, the pathway is not only for oil. All the rest of
Literally
the
happened
trade,
2 minutes
also
ago.
those particular containers and ships that go past that path.
President Trump will be weighing up what the U.S. interests
Breaking.
are in this
We broke
conflict.
it here on the
decisions he
AND
makes
news,
are likely to
on
be
the AND
central
network.
to what happens next. Barbara Angopa for Inside Story.
And news reports. Aladar News Network reports first.
All right, let's take this on with our guests now. They're all joining us from the United States in Washington, D.C. Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft.
Palestine,
In
dude?
Alexandria,
That's
in
Utah.
Virginia,
Jesus,
PJ
man.
Crowley,
It's like
a
you-
former U.S. Assistant Secretary of
hate
State.
anyone that's Muslim.
And also in Washington, D.C., Niall Stanage, White House columnist at the Hill newspaper. A warm welcome to all of you. PJ, I'd like to start with you, if I can. I'm wondering, is this just a two-dimensional choice for the U.S. administration here, i.e. end the war or enter it? Or is there a kind of near-term middle road of waiting to see what happens before committing one way or the other?
How to do this?
Well, at least that has been, Nick, the choice that the Trump administration has made up until now, to more or less stay on the sidelines. And everything that Israel has done in recent days is supportive of U.S. regional policy objectives. But we perhaps are reaching a strategic fork in the road, where the president will have to make a choice. Now, he seems to believe that there's the opportunity to use the Israeli military campaign to restart the negotiations that had stalled, prior
I just saved it. So
Israeli bombs dropping on Iran. That is a you can take your view of whether that's practical or not. But to the extent that Israel may feel emboldened and may expand its objectives from ending Iran's nuclear program to regime change, is the risk that brings Trump to this fork in the road, and it's where many of his.
For those of you that are maybe were AFK or something like that, there are new just happened new bombing in this part of. Well, there's actually you can actually get. Hold on, let's see what this area looks like. Apparently, there is a military compound area. Does it show anywhere that this looks like it might be? Oh, that's an airport. I don't know where the military compound is. IRG probably doesn't show that on here, no matter how close I get up, but you always know which one are the evil countries because they're the ones that don't allow Google Maps in their country. Is that fact? You can always tell. You can always tell if a country's evil or not by if they allow Google Maps in the country. What countries don't allow Google Maps in it? They must be evil. They don't want you to see something. I don't see what. Like not a bad place. Whoops. Just like everywhere, a lot of residential buildings.
Which was to give a green or yellow light to the Israelis to start this war in the first place.
But
so far has been quite indifferent to that. But major voices in that movement, from
if you
Steve
don't allow
Bannon
Google
to
Maps,
Tucker
then you must be
Carlson and
evil.
others
But there
have
are also evil
voiced,
countries that do allow
categorical
Google Maps.
opposition to this, and pointed out that this is
No,
exactly
seriously,
what they were against and why they wanted Trump to become president. And I think it's important to understand, in their view, it's not just because of the disaster of Iraq and everything else that haunts this, but also because they believe that the domestic agenda of Trump will be sacrificed because of this war, because it will be all-consuming and will destroy his presidency.
And PJ Crowley, there are parallels, aren't there, to be drawn with Iraq to a degree, aren't there? Because it was a case of unproven and incorrect allegations of weapons of mass destruction. Here, it's Iran's nuclear capability in question.
Wow.
Right, and
well,
for the
country,
Israelis, the first question is, can you bomb Iran sufficiently to either degrade its nuclear capability? You can probably do that, which pushes off the prospect of Iran racing to a weapon. But you're exactly in the Iraqi dilemma that the Clinton administration, the Bush administration, faced 25 years ago. Is if you do start to, if the United States is drawn in, to the military campaign because it has the bunker busters to go after the Fordo complex. Once you start bombing, when do you stop? And when you stop, how can you be sure that you've ended Iran's capability? You may have ended their capability. You haven't necessarily ended their knowledge. To reconstitute at some point in time. So you're expressly in the dilemma that the Bush administration faced, and ultimately, as we know, they talked themselves into invading Iraq, and we're still dealing with the consequences of that.
And Trita, you talked about just a second ago about what he looks likely to do. Is that what you're thinking that Trump's thinking may be, that if Israel wants to pierce the heart of Iran's nuclear program, it's the US that needs to provide that capability to do so, to provide the bunker busting capability?
Well, if that is the case, then it's unclear as to why he's asking Tehran to be evacuated,
Burma,
because
Myanmar,
that's not where the Fordo plant is.
Nope. See, it's all evil
calling
countries,
for Tehran to be evacuated goes in line with the Israeli plan, which has clearly just shifted to regime collapse at this point, in which they believe that evacuating Tehran and then starting to target major government agencies and centers over there is what they need to do in order to collapse the regime. And I want to make a clear distinction between regime change and regime collapse. Regime change is what the United States did in Iraq, in which it was a plan to go in and a plan to set up a new government.
What about
there
Greenland?
is no such plan to set up a new government in Iran. There's a plan to just collapse the government and then let the chaos fester.
Greenland is an evil country.
To what degree do you think does either side's capability factor in here? You've got Iran's missile arsenal on one side versus Israel's ability to knock them out of the sky, and it could well be that they're running out of interceptors.
Greenland.
I don't think there's really a whole lot of doubt at this point that Israel, of course, underwritten by the United States, has the military superiority here. I mean, it has been pretty startling how fast the Israelis have established air superiority over Tehran. Now, that obviously does not prevent Tehran from perhaps striking back at the US if the US got involved in some asymmetrical way by, for example, one of its proxies carrying out some kind of action against US interests. But, I don't think from Trump's perspective, this is really about balancing the military capabilities in terms of raw military might. It's much more about the political implications and, as Trita mentioned, the potential for a conflagration in the Middle East to disrupt and distract from his domestic agenda.
Russia's not confirmed.
And on regime change, PJ Crowley, the concept of doing so, that would help with some within the Trump administration and the long avowed wish of many within the United States and certainly within Israel of enacting that process of making it happen, of changing the leadership in Iran.
And that's part of the dilemma of Trump's future choices. I mean, we are seeing an Iran that has been weakened over the past 20 months, you know, by the loss of its proxies or the weakening of its proxies from Hamas to Hezbollah, you know, the evacuation of the Assad regime to Moscow, and now Israel having tremendous freedom of action in the skies over Tehran. But the dilemma, you know, for, you know, President Trump is, you know, I think he really, really, really wants a better nuclear deal. He's had that aspiration in the first term when he withdrew from the Obama agreement and said there was a better deal in the offing.
I don't see anything.
And over the, you know, several years since, you know, one has not materialized. So he may think he can take advantage
other than this dude
of the
here.
Israeli coercive strikes.
But right now it's
you know,
kind of
to
unconfirmed,
bring
but
Iran back to the negotiating table. Okay, fine. But
where was that airstrike
to
again?
the conservatives on the Hill that Niall referred to, you know, they probably think at this point there's a historic opportunity, you know, for, as Trita said, you know, regime collapse. And so in that respect,
like
a prospective second nuclear deal could be seen as offering, you know, the Ayatollah a lifeline. So we're at this point where whatever choice Trump makes,
I feel like we're in desperate need. We just had fresh, dude.
Potential strategic gains, but there's also political
I'm gonna make this clear. I am tired of Blizzard fucking with the game.
The impacts of
Fresh vanilla is fresh servers are no longer fresh vanilla. It's changed vanilla. And I don't want to play changed vanilla. I want to play vanilla.
On the ground in Iran today,
tired of paying them a monthly subscription for multiple accounts just for them to fuck with the game.
Let me first just
that I don't enjoy anymore.
Other point where I may differ a little bit with PJ and Neil is that
if they turned the game, if they took out boons, then I would be tempted.
Israel has actually deeply surprised the Israelis, and there's a key reason as to why they so quickly turned to Trump and said, you know, despite the fact that we asked you to give us the green light that we would be able to do it, why don't you step in and help us?
I want them to change back stuff that they've
we have seen,
you know, put in the game.
Though, you know, there's a lot of images that are not coming out because
just
of
leave it as
Israel,
like 1.12. Just leave it alone.
There has been a bit of a shock.
You know, just reset it every 3 years.
The extent to which the Iranian missiles are getting through the air defense system, the extent to which it's degrading those systems. It's not to say that the Iranians
they just keep making these little changes, and then eventually, after several years, we're back to retail again.
In which it is bombing children in refugee tents.
Oh, we're just gonna change a couple of things here. Hold on, we're gonna have you know, we're gonna add these other news or these other zones, and
it has been particularly unpopular in the last 2-3 years because
Corona Boons is a Mossad honeypot operation to make boomers. Dude, I hate the Corona Boon. It is
rallying around the flag.
One of the worst things ever introduced to the game.
I want to emphasize rallying around the flag, not rallying around the regime. It's a big difference. Similar to what happened in Israel after October 7th. There was a rallying around the flag, not a rallying around Netanyahu. I would see that there's some parallels there. I'm personally a bit surprised by the extent and the strength of it.
So here you go. This is
water. The situation in Gaza.
This is Javier Bardem speaking out on the talk show The View about what's
going on in Gaza. It's come to a term now where I cannot express the pain that I, along with many millions of people there, suffered on a daily basis watching those horrible images of children being murdered and starving to death, being absolutely blocked the aid of medicines, water, medical material,
food,
kids that have been amputated without anesthesia, people that yesterday they were shot, 25 people were shot while they were looking for humanitarian aid in what they call the Hunger Games. I mean, experts on international law, experts on international Amnesty International, international human rights, and some people that know what they're talking, and Holocaust survivors are calling it a genocide. And if you ask me, I believe it's a genocide. The most important thing is to not lose the humanity and really denounce when we have to denounce and who we have to denounce.
So what do I not like about the Corona Boon? It takes world PvP out of the game, basically. Like, I used to love going around and just wiping out entire raids and wiping out their boons. Pussies that don't like the fact that their boons, they can lose their boons to World PvP, should go play on PvE servers. Yeah, there you go. Go watch that video. That will give you a reason. That is why chrono boons are absolutely dog shit for the game. Where are we at here? You cannot. There's no way I will. Whisper one was some random bear from Imagineville. Why? Like, why make these changes? I'm not even. I don't even actually know that I care too much about that. I just leave the game alone. The problem is that here's an example I've used before. If they come out and they're like, okay, next patch we're gonna make 10 changes, you might like 6 of them but hate 4 of them. But then the next patch they make another 10 changes where you dislike another 4 things, and then suddenly you dislike 8 things that they've added to the game, and it just keeps adding up and adding up and adding up and adding up. Right? Like it's just nonstop. All right, guys, I'm going to call it there. We've been going for like 10 hours or something like that. I had that little glitch with the stream where it dropped the stream for a little bit, but I think we're good for today. I think that was not bad, considering not a heck of a lot went on. But we were expecting some big announcement from Donald Trump, and he made his big announcement. We're getting new flagpoles at the White House. Mavo, I was actually live for 2 or 3 hours before that, but my stream went down for like 30 seconds. So what can I do? I've been alive since, yeah, basically about 10 hours, I think. So I will try to be back tomorrow. I've got pretty much this week off of work, so we'll see if there's anything new happening tomorrow as well. If you haven't already, if you're watching the stream, you enjoy the content, please feel free to follow the stream. I would greatly appreciate it. And of course, you can follow me on. Push, do we have a YouTube command? Hold on, I'm gonna test. We do. There you go. Go subscribe. You can go subscribe to my YouTube channel as well if you haven't already. I would greatly appreciate that as well. It's free. And it helps support the channel. Anyways, guys, take care. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to go kick it and watch a movie or something like that. There hasn't really been anything going on for the last several hours, so we're going to leave it there. 07's to the chat. Thank you very much. Have a good one.